In less than 10 minutes the system completed its scan. Host information detected. Host Lin Bo. Realm mortal. Title Lord of Shu Ling. Title level LV1. Current title effect the sole master of the entire scenic area. He exuded the aura of a domain lord. Within the bounds of the scenic area, no one could so much as tear the corner of his clothes. Management duration 3 days. Scenic area level LV. 1. Current number of attractions 0. 5. A half-abandoned commercial block with barely tolerable wooden buildings. Scenic area reputation 99 notorious. Scenic area revenue 6983. Number of employees 1. Yuan coins 0. Equipment none. Scenic area rating 0. 5 stars. Positive negative reviews 120. Selected reviews. User XHD2U6. I'm giving it 5 stars just so more people can see how trash this scenic area is. Don't come. Run. User Duguchi terrible. We wanted to go to Shu Ling Mountain but got dragged here instead. False advertising there's nothing in the scenic area, even the buildings aren't finished. How did they even dare to open? User Mendir and I heard it's already gone bust everything's become a rotten unfinished project. User Ningqi Shifu I just passed by and went in for a look. They actually used wooden planks to cover a manhole. My life almost ended there. If not for my belly being fat enough to get stuck, what if it had been someone slim? Lin Bo covered his face, unable to bear looking directly at the sea of complaints. How could revenue even be in the negatives? So we haven't earned a cent and only lost money instead. Is there any scenic area more miserable than this? This is truly despairing. Lin Bo was howling inwardly in anguish. At that moment the system delivered another blow, popping up a new message. Congratulations, you have surpassed 99.9 of scenic areas nationwide to become the lowest rated scenic area in the entire country. Because your scenic area's rating is too low, you have received a care package from the system 1. Open to obtain. Intermediate employee recruitment voucher 1. Attraction upgrade trial card 1. Use now. This stupid system, if you're going to give me a newbie gift pack, just give it. Why add all that snark? Grumbling inwardly, Lin Bo tapped confirm. A golden radiance flared before him. The system interface unfolded once more. After only a few minutes the system seemed to have completed an upgrade. The Bluskian background transformed into an inkwash-style scene. The background was now a bird's-eye view of the scenic area itself. Several calligraphic icons hovered on the interface. Map and recruitment shone brightly, flashing madly, as if urging Lin Bo to tap them. It looked exactly like those management games he used to play in his previous life. The system was progressing fast. It had even learned how to guide user operations. Lin Bo noticed a pair of grayed-out icons to the side. Mall and investment. Beneath each icon was a line of small text. Mall purchase items, skills, and scenic facilities. Unlocks when reputation 0 and you possess 1,000 yuan coins. Investment. Investment allows you to bring in business partners from specified worlds. Unlocks when reputation 0 and commercial buildings in the scenic area have been completed. Yuan coins were the system's currency and could be converted 1-1 from scenic area income. Lin Bo stared at his negative reputation and negative revenue. These two functions would have to wait. He had to upgrade the scenic area first, then immediately recruit someone to work. The system claimed he had 1 employee. Yet from opening the gate and selling tickets to closing time, he had done everything alone. Such an employee might as well not exist. Lin Bo opened the map, and an inkwash scroll slowly unfurled before his eyes. The Shu Ling Secret Realm scenic area covered nearly 80 square kilometers in total. The developed portion of the scenic area occupied less than 1% of that total. The main structures were the half-finished Sixian Tower at the front of the mountain and Sixian Town at the scenic entrance. In the original plan, Sixian Town would provide commercial consumption spaces and live performances. Sixian Tower would offer hotel and business vacation facilities. The barren mountains behind were to be transformed into a series of ancient-style photo spots and high-altitude amusement projects. The 3 zones corresponded to the thematic concepts of seeking the immortal road, entering the immortal gate, and approaching the immortal realm. The ticket price for the scenic area was not high, only 39.9 yuan, but once visitors entered, one could say it was a view at every step. Every step came with a consumption scenario. The ideal was full and plump, but reality was skin and bones. At present, only Sixian Town could barely be considered completed. The system had likely borrowed from the previous plan, crudely dividing the scenic area into the Sixian Town zone, the Sixian Tower zone, and the undeveloped rear mountain zone. The Sixian Town zone included Sixian Town itself, the river beside the town, the mountains to the right, and the reservoir behind it, covering nearly 12 square kilometers in total. The Sixian Tower zone encompassed Sixian Tower and the 2 adjacent peaks beside it, which locals called Xiamen Mountain, with a total area of nearly 21 square kilometers. All the rest was lumped into the undeveloped rear mountain zone. Sixian Tower and Sixian Town were the main attractions within their respective zones. Because of the attraction upgrade trial card, the reputation required beneath Sixian Town and Sixian Tower had been crossed out and replaced with a big fat 0. Sixian Town had a relatively high completion rate and a small building volume. Without the trial card, it would have required 1 reputation points and 5 days to complete. Sixian Tower, on the other hand, would have needed a full 600 points and a month of construction. Which should he choose? Lin Bo opened the system and glanced at the introduction for Sixian Town. Sixian Town. Attraction description: a dilapidated little town. Although it is a necessary stop on the path of those seeking immortality, there are currently no shops, and it can provide no supplies at all. Number of shopfronts 0. Merchants settled in 0. Number of employees 0. Today's visitor count 30. This month's revenue 75.83. Current air quality negative oxygen ion concentration 50 cubic centimeters. Please continue to improve the scenic environment. Lucid waters and lush mountains are the true gold and silver of your scenic area. Sixian Tower was the first attraction visitors encountered upon entering the scenic area. The person who got stuck in the drainage and injured had done so, here forcing calls to firefighters and paramedics and compensation payments. Lin Bo quickly made up his mind. Sixian Tower had to be fixed. He couldn't give up eating for fear of choking just to save reputation points. This place was the face of the entire scenic area. Besides, debts would not wait. Only by repairing the commercial buildings first could he bring in merchants and recoup some funds. Reputation would come, and Sixian Tower would be completed in time. Not to mention, although Sixian Tower was a half-finished project, the facade facing the main gate was actually done quite nicely. From a distance, it still looked rather imposing. Keeping it closed would not affect Sixian Tower's operations. With these thoughts settled, Lin Bo selected Sixian Tower and used the attraction upgrade trial card. A thin layer of cloud mist shrouded Sixian Tower on the map, and a pale golden prompt emerged above it. The upgrade card cannot currently use the custom upgrade function. Commencing standard upgrade expected to complete as a grade C attraction. Countdown 119598 until upgrade completion. There's even a custom upgrade function. You may consume materials and reputation to grant the attraction special upgrade effects and improve the upgrade tier. Lin Bo nodded slightly. What's the highest tier? SS Steer Creation Tier Secret Attraction. You're really that Chinibu system. The system fell silent. Lin Bo tossed its words to the back of his mind. He was so poor he clinked there was no point thinking about the distant future just yet. He poked his head out to look outside. In a light veil of mist, construction fencing had already sealed off the entire Sixian Tower, including the riverside channel. The rumble of construction echoed from within. This system really worked fast. It was a good system indeed. Lin Bo checked the time on his phone. It was now March 19th. If things move quickly, they could make a soft opening before the Qingming holiday, and if they officially open before May Day, they might be able to ride the wave of tourists heading to Shu Ling Mountain. He could take the opportunity to spread the name of the scenic area. In the meantime, he had to complete construction, design the touring routes and activities, recruit an initial batch of employees, and carry out investment promotion. Thankfully, the system would help with investment promotion, but the rest of the workload was anything but small. Lin Bo cast a forlorn look at the intermediate employee recruitment voucher in his hand. Such a huge scenic area, and only one person. How could that possibly be enough? At the very least, they could have given him a tentpole. He grumbled inwardly, but did not remain idle. He found a spot blessed by good feng shui, right in front of Sixian Tower. After all, he had transmigrated upstairs in that very building to a good place, an absolutely good place. Time to draw. The initial SR unit is often the most reliable workhorse. Come, my employee. Use intermediate employee recruitment voucher. The recruitment voucher appeared before Lin Bo, igniting with fire from its base. At the instant the talisman burned out, the sky suddenly changed. The clouds within a radius of 800 li seemed to gather over the scenic area, thunder roaring as a streak of golden light tore the heavens open. Staring in astonishment at the anomaly in the sky, Lin Bo wondered how recruiting a mere employee could cause such commotion. He saw a figure appear within the rift, plummeting from the heavens at high speed. What on earth did I just recruit? Lin Bo stared in horror at the sky. A person was plummeting from high above. If that hit him, it would be anything but fun. With a thunderous boom, the figure from beyond the heavens crashed hard into the front square of the Sixian Tower. The paving stones around the plaza shattered with a roar, sand and dust spraying as a pit 5 meters wide was blasted open. Lin Bo felt a sharp pain in his chest. That front square of bluestone had cost 800 per square meter. A buzzing sound rang out as a broken sword plunged straight down from the sky. Just as it seemed about to skewer Lin Bo, the sword suddenly changed direction. With a metallic clang, it stabbed into the ground before him, emitting a trembling hum in his direction. It was like a dog tucking its tail between its legs to guard its master. Cold sweat broke out all over Lin Bo. System, are you trying to murder me, or what? An employee who has yet to create any value almost wiped out his boss and destroyed a whole section of pavement. How could that possibly be reasonable? Please rest assured, within the bounds of the scenic area, nothing and no one can cause you any harm, and all maintenance and repairs of the site will be handled by the system. Don't think you can get away with this just by acting cute. And since when do normal employees fall out of the sky? Lin Bo turned to look at the otherworldly figure in the pit, and a glowing information panel naturally surfaced before his eyes, displaying the man's details. Yixing Tian. Occupation: Sword Cultivator. Realm: Early Golden Core suppressed to Qi refinement due to current scenic area level limit. Specialty: Swordsmanship. Skills: Sword Flight, Primordial Sword. Wage: 40 yuan per day. Position: pending. This system must have something wrong with it. What kind of scenic area recruitment ends up hiring a Golden Core cultivator? Wait a second. Various oddities about the system surged into his mind. The system's name was the 5A Secret Realm Management System. The highest grade for scenic spots was labeled Creation Level. He had originally assumed the system was just being melodramatic. His attraction was called Shu Ling Secret Realm anyway, so adding the words Secret Realm hadn't seemed a big deal. Yet in truth, the system genuinely intended to manage this attraction as a real secret realm. Thinking it over carefully, he realized the system had been secretly altering its interface and notification sounds as though laboring to adapt to the world as it understood it. So it turned out to be an outsider learning on the fly and selling what it had just learned. Lin Bo's gaze shifted to the golden core cultivator at the bottom of the pit. Xingtian, such an overbearing name. Surely he wouldn't leap up and hack me to pieces, would he? As the thought crossed his mind, golden characters appeared before him. Please confirm the employee code of conduct. With each system upgrade, the code can be updated, so feel free to draft it as you see fit. Any employee who enters the scenic area will be bound by this code. P.S. All employees may only travel between the scenic area and their original world. They cannot use the scenic area to enter any other world. Lin Bo nodded, pondered for a moment, and first set down a few most urgent rules. 1. Without permission, no magical combat may be conducted within the scenic area. 2. No harm of any kind may be inflicted upon tourists. 3. Scenic facilities and buildings must not be damaged. 4. An 8-hour workday. 5. Without authorization, the existence of the scenic area may not be revealed to the employees' original worlds. Though the system sounded powerful, prudence was a basic quality for any transmigrator. After reviewing them again, Lin Bo pressed confirm. The words of the code turned golden, jumped out from the system interface, twisted into a beam of golden light, and sank into Yi Xingtian's body. So that was that. To be safe, Lin Bo decided not to approach directly. Even a dog on a leash might still bite. Who knew what kind of hidden trump cards a golden core old monster might have? He pulled out his phone. Better take a photo first. As for Yi Xingtian, who had been drawn into this realm, he had just come out of a fierce battle and was gravely wounded. In a hazy stupor, a stabbing pain suddenly pierced his mind, and he finally woke with a faint groan. The instant he regained consciousness, he sensed his cultivation forcibly suppressed to chi refinement, and a series of golden rules had appeared within his sea of consciousness. He vaguely felt that if he violated any of these rules here, the consequences would be extremely severe. Yi Xingtian was the direct disciple of Tianqing sect on Jiufeng Mountain in the Tianqi realm. From childhood, he devoted himself to the sword, and at barely 60 years old had broken through to the golden core stage. His realm was still unstable when he requested a cave residence near the sect's spirit stone vein to go into seclusion. Unexpectedly, halfway there, he noticed the demonic beasts around the mine growing restless, faint signs of a beast tide beginning to form. Tracing the source of the aura, he discovered that these beasts were being controlled by a band of demonic cultivators. For nearly 100 years in the Tianqi realm, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth had grown ever more feeble. Spirit stone mines had become resources fiercely contested by every sect. Tianqing sect was no longer particularly strong, and its remaining mine was in a remote location, inevitably arousing the covetousness of demonic cultivators. He immediately sent word to both the sect and the elder guarding the mine. He had not expected that just after he sent the message, he would be discovered by the enemy and besieged. Worse still, in the instant his life-bound spiritual sword was severed, he finally recognized the sword arts those demonic cultivators were using. They bore the unmistakable traces of Jiuxiao sect, one of the 3 great sects of the Tianqi realm. A grand orthodox sect was actually resorting to such filthy means to seize Tianqing sect's mine and even silence witnesses. He had been certain he would die in that battle. At the brink of utter despair, a distant, deep voice resounded within his sea of consciousness, as if echoing from ancient times. Congratulations, you have been chosen. Do you confirm entry into the Shu Ling Secret Realm? At that critical moment, he had no time to think and answered on instinct alone. A beam of white light appeared, and in an instant he was drawn into the secret realm. Even so, he had still taken a heavy blow and lost consciousness. Thinking back now, he vaguely recalled a line of tiny text hidden within that white light. By confirming entry, you automatically agree to the terms related to the secret realm. It was probably then that the soul contract had been formed. Yi Xingtian feared he had only just escaped the wolf's den to fall into a tiger's lair, but years of cultivation allowed him to calm himself. He forced his eyes open. The scene before him slowly came into focus. The first thing to enter his vision was a magnificent immortal palace. The hall rose as high as a 20-story building, imposing and grand, though for some unknown reason it now looked somewhat dilapidated, its sacred radiance long since faded. Yet just looking at it was enough to make one imagine its former glory. A tall, dignified figure stood before the ruins. He wore strange clothing, and there was not the slightest ripple of spiritual energy around him, as if he were merely immortal. But Yi Xingtian would never be so foolish as to truly believe that. Even his nascent soul stage master could not conceal his chi so perfectly. This man had to be at least a deity transformation Tao Lord. He saw the artifact in the other man's hand, emitting a faint light. Eyes half-lidded, chin slightly raised, the stranger regarded him with a deep, unreadable gaze, as though judging a lowly rat. Unease churned ever stronger in Yi Xingtian's heart. Strength was just beginning to return to his body. He gripped the broken sword before him and struggled to push himself up, intending to rise and offer a formal salute. You're awake. You're injured. Don't move. Focus on recuperating. The expert seemed only then to notice his movement. Only then did Yi Xingtian realize that the spiritual energy here was exceptionally abundant, about 5 times that of the Tianqi realm. Under its nourishment, even his injuries had begun to heal. In that instant, he let go of his misgivings about the soul imprint on his spirit. A treasure land like this, if exposed, would surely invite calamity, though no wonder this senior had arranged things in such a way. Besides, the earlier strike from the Jiuxiao sect sword cultivator had not only severed his lifebound sword, but also cracked his golden core. Had he not been drawn into this realm, he would undoubtedly have died. If that had happened, there might be no one left in Tianqing sect who knew it was Jiuxiao sect's hidden hand. Faced with such immense grace and salvation, what did a mere soul contract matter? He had heard tales of those who, after falling from a cliff, obtained secret manuals, and of others who received the guidance of sages dwelling in rings and ultimately attained the Tao. To attain the Tao, one must always pay a price. This place might very well be his destined opportunity. His Tao heart grew clear. Yi Xingtian decisively kowtowed. This junior Yi Xingtian of Tianqing sect offers his gratitude for senior's life-saving grace. I do not know senior's Tao title. This junior will repay you with all he is, even if it means carrying thorns on his back or holding grass in his mouth. Tao title? What Tao title? Lin Bo was speechless. He was just an ordinary mortal. How could he possibly have a Tao title? How was he supposed to order a genuine cultivator around as his employee? Lin Bo paused thoughtfully, then spoke with quiet composure. A Taoist title. I am but an ordinary mortal, Lin Bo by name. You may call me Brother Bo or simply boss now that you'll be working for me. An ordinary mortal. Yi Xingtian had not expected such an answer from a senior cultivator, and instantly grasped its deeper meaning. A master of profound cultivation choosing to live in seclusion. Few indeed attain such transcendence. Having received this implicit instruction, he immediately complied, bowing deeply with clasped hands. What tasks may I undertake for the boss? Look around you. Surely the answer is already plain. Lin Bo did not reply directly. Instead, he posed a question. Yi Xingtian faltered, his mind stirring with sudden insight. The secret realm lay in evident decay, yet even its diminished spiritual energy density hinted at what it must once have been, a land of extraordinary auspiciousness and celestial grace. The elder must intend to restore this place. But could a secret realm truly be restored? Was this question a test of discernment? As Yi Xingtian's thoughts churned inward, Lin Bo slowly stepped forward, and at last beheld Yi Xingtian's features in full. Before him stood a man of impeccable bearing, arched brows like drawn swords, eyes bright as stars. Cultivation had refined his aura into quiet depth, divine radiance shimmered faintly upon his face. Even wounded, his robes torn, he exuded raw, unyielding vitality. His foundational physique far surpassed that of many effete youths from his past life. Excellent. So the system remained reliable after all. A sword cultivator. Such a visage paired with martial mastery. With proper management, he would captivate both men and women alike on short video platforms. Though few admit it openly, humanity remains instinctively swayed by beauty. The heart follows the eyes and judgment is cast with the feet. In his former life, a single charismatic face had once ignited tourism at an entire scenic site. And what if that face were matched with genuine power? Lin Bo glanced covertly at the secret realm's abysmal reputation score and conceived a bold plan. Success would finally secure the Sixian Pavilion's standing. System, confirm how reputation points are calculated. Reputation points, visibility number of visitors, number of negative reviews, 5 current rating. Invisibility is marked with an asterisk. Beneath it in fine print, visibility number of new individuals who recall the site's name. Reputation coefficient. Thus, each new person who learns the site's name contributes at least 1 point of visibility, while visitors possessing innate renown or unique abilities yield significantly greater gains. Lin Bo struggled to suppress a rising grin, as he'd suspected the system was not native to this world, and clearly underestimated the internet's transformative reach. With visibility values so high, he would gladly deliver a masterclass. Moreover, Lin Bo recalled the description of the investment recruitment function, recruitment available across designated realms. Could recruitment also extend to Yi Xingtian's cultivation world? His perspective widened dramatically. Upon reconfirming with the system, feasibility was affirmed. Outwardly serene, he clenched his fists tightly, nails biting deep into his palms. Remain calm, remain calm. An immortal cultivation-themed scenic site. Surely no flaw in hosting cultivators, nor in having shops run by authentic cultivators. Other sites hire actors. Here, every cultivator is real. The reputation of the Shu Ling Secret Realm had long since collapsed. Not only did storefronts remain unsold, but merchants who had signed early tenancy agreements had long since breached their contracts upon sensing impending failure. Given such infamy, future investment prospects seemed equally bleak. Yet if immortal sects were to take up residence, not only would revenue increase, but vast sums normally spent hiring NPCs would be saved. Lin Bo stole a furtive glance at Yi Xingtian. With this young man's endorsement, perhaps even substantial rent and deposit premiums could be secured. Investment income counted towards scenic site revenue. Thus the commercial plaza could open without delay. Perfect. And now came the challenge: how to persuade, or rather how to conduct investment recruitment within the cultivation world. Nai Xingtian, observing Lin Bo's increasingly benevolent smile, finally summoned the courage to speak. Senior, do you intend to restore this secret realm? Lin Bo nodded, encouraging him with his gaze. Indeed. Then tell me, how shall I replenish it? Yi Xingtian hesitated, then shook his head. Lin Bo sighed inwardly. Fine. He would craft the explanation himself. You are correct. Years of commuting aboard metro trains immersed in cultivation novels had prepared him for this moment. He began calmly. This world is named Launching. I have opened a gateway here, through which mortals may enter and tour the site. I possess methods sufficient to restore this secret realm to its former glory. Lin Bo watched Yixingtian closely, uncertain how convincingly his fabrication would land. Unbeknownst to him, Yixingtian's inner world roiled like a storm-lashed sea. Mortals, the key lay with mortals. Reflecting deeply, he recalled no cultivator in the Tianshu realm had ascended in 1,000 years. Yet spiritual energy began its decline precisely 5 centuries ago, following the immortal demon war when mortal casualties reached catastrophic levels. Some sects seeking rapid military expansion even forcibly implanted false spirit roots into mortals, granting them fleeting surges of strength to perform rudimentary tasks. Yixingtian swallowed hard. So it was true. The root cause lay with mortals. He prostrated himself fully. I swear to arrive here daily without fail to serve the senior with unwavering devotion. And indeed this cultivator had yet to undergo the trials of employment and retain the earnest self-sacrificing spirit of a loyal steed. Lin Bo grew increasingly satisfied with his new employee. With the narrative established, the next step was discreetly probing his sect's affairs, preparation for recruitment efforts in a few days' time. Lin Bo gathered his thoughts. Just as Yixingtian appeared to steel himself, cast aside his sword and bowed deeply to the ground. This junior ventures a humble request. For the senior's aid, Lin Bo withdrew the words already forming on his tongue. Speak, I know the senior transcends the 5 elements and disdains entanglement in celestial affairs. Yet I cannot stand idly by while my sect drowns in crisis. I beg permission to offer my sect the honor of serving the senior. Oh, it seemed persuasion would not be necessary after all, had this youth truly volunteered so readily. Yixingtian recounted his circumstances before entering the secret realm, concluding with quiet shame. Though safe here, I know not how Qingtian's sect fares. Should its spirit or minds be seized, my junior's cultivation paths will grow ever more arduous. And thereupon he pressed his forehead to the earth. Seeing the senior's apparent need for attendance, I dared raise this plea. Yet fear it may imperil you. Should you decline, it would be wholly justified. Lin Bo frowned. His position remained precarious. If the opposing force proved overwhelming, the secret realm itself would suffer. Why does the Jiuxiao sect pursue your sect so relentlessly? Yixingtian's handsome face paled slightly. Due to certain matters of marital alliance. And did you previously break an engagement with them? Hearing this familiar trope, Lin Bo's pulse quickened. If he himself had crossed realms, was it truly surprising that the Tianshu realm possessed its own destined protagonist? Caution. This was the paramount virtue of any transmigrator. Yixingtian shook his head, saying, No, 2 years ago their elder Qing Xiao proposed to my junior sister on behalf of his direct disciple, and we refused. Their desire to marry my junior sister is a facade. Their true intention is to covet our sect's treasure. Even though the Tianqing sect has declined, they would never use my junior sister's marriage to settle matters. Since then they have targeted us at every turn. Now they have even resorted to forcibly seizing the spiritual minds. Yixingtian's expression grew dark. Lin Bo nodded. This sect was indeed cunning. A marriage proposal was just a guise to take advantage of the Tianqing sect. Such lack of integrity could never belong to a child of destiny. Alright, I understand the cause and effect here. As for what you seek. Lin Bo hesitated a bit. He had yet to recruit for business. Moreover, he was unclear about how recruitment worked in the immortal realm. Surely large characters like recruitment for prime shops wouldn't just float across the sky. Furthermore, the shop had not yet been fully renovated. The recruitment feature was still not open. After a moment's consideration, he slowly spoke. Just have your fellow disciples pay attention to the anomalies in the world. There will surely be opportunities to come to this realm. Yixingtian was overjoyed by Lin Bo's instructions. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude, saying, I humbly ask the senior to allow me to discuss this matter with my fellow disciples. After considering the potential need for personnel, Lin Bo nodded in agreement. No more than 10 people should know about this place. Yixingtian nodded vigorously, and suddenly a prompt sound echoed in his system. There are 10 minutes left until the end of work hours. Should employees work overtime? Overtime requires double pay. System, you actually comply with labor laws. I used to work unpaid overtime at my company. With nothing pressing at the moment, Lin Bo decided to let Yixingtian return and chose to decline. A delicate jade plaque appeared in Lin Bo's hand featuring Yixingtian's portrait with the name Yixingtian engraved in running script below the image. The host can contact employees through the work badge and distribute salaries. Lin Bo cast a jealous glance at Yixingtian, thinking, lucky kid. Not only was there overtime pay, but the work badge was made of jade, something he didn't even possess. Yet thinking about a dignified golden core cultivator earning just 40 coins a day softened his heart. Such a cheap labor force. When drawing cards today, it was already afternoon and nearly 2 hours had passed. The system reminded him to settle the 2 hours of salary totaling 10 coins. With no money in the system, Lin Bo had to pay out of pocket. Although he was bankrupt, he still had this small sum, pulling 10 coins from his pocket and placing them on the work badge. In an instant, the 10 coins transformed into golden energy, merging into the work badge. Lin Bo handed the work badge to Yixingtian. Suddenly recalling that there might be a time difference between the cultivation realm and Blue Star, he quickly reminded him. Keep the work badge safe. It contains your 10 yuan salary for today. When work hours arrive, it will naturally allow you in. Be careful in the next few days. It's best to go to a secluded place as the work hours approach. Avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Yes, Junior understands. Yi Xingtian respectfully accepted the badge with both hands, feeling that this badge was warm to the touch, yet oddly intriguing. Suddenly, he sensed a warm force penetrating his fingertips, merging into his damaged meridians, coating them with a faint layer of gold. The warmth surged towards his golden core. What's wrong? Yi Xingtian grasped the jade badge, suppressing his Buddhist craving for power. Quickly sketching a few lines in the void, he created a small barrier sealing the badge to preserve the remaining half of its power. Old boss, is this salary? The senior's so-called pay was actually faith power. Yes, it goes directly into your work badge. Work hard. There will be more in the future. Yi Xingtian could hardly conceal his inner shock and excitement, not only today, but there would be more in the future. For a cultivator to ascend, mere training was not enough. One needed to accumulate merit and faith power. Only faith power could forge a golden body to withstand the tribulations of ascension. Yet in the Tianshu realm, mortals had long become a part of the sex conflicts, leaving no room for pure faith. Faith power had nearly become a legend. Thus in the Tianshu realm, no one had ascended for 1,000 years. He knew about faith power only because after the proposed marriage by the Jiuxiao sect, his master had personally taken him to the layers of barriers in the inner vault. That day his master proudly pointed at a stone block the size of a foot, saying, "This is what the Jiuxiao sect desires." 1,000 years ago, the ascendant Yunhe left behind a monument that accumulated vast amounts of faith power, contested and divided by several major sects. At that time, the Tianqing sect was still the Tianqing sect and was considered powerful in the Tianshu realm, allowing it to obtain such a small piece preserved to this day. That bunch of younglings from the Jiuxiao sect, having heard of this item from who knows where, dared to come asking for it under the guise of marriage. By then his master's health had already deteriorated, and after saying this he erupted into a violent cough. He still remembered his master clutching his arm, his voice trembling. "Xing Tianyu are the hope of the sect. Cultivate well. When you reach the golden core, use this. In a few years I fear my master won't be able to keep it anymore." Now the salary casually given by the senior was actually faith power. It was several times more than that stone block. An endless stream of faith power. Yi Xingtian stroked the work badge in his hand, still feeling a sense of disbelief. Is this the power and foundation of an ancient being who can shatter the void? One must know that possessing treasures can lead to trouble. If others realize the extraordinary nature of this item after leaving this place, he might not survive to return to the Qingshan sect. But Yi Xingtian also understood the significance of this item for his master and the sect leader. His master had been severely injured a few years ago, damaging his foundation, and had not yet recovered. With this, perhaps there would be a way. Yi Xingshan's gaze towards Lin Bo became increasingly respectful, and he deeply bowed, saying, "Thank you for bestowing this treasure, senior. I will cherish it. I will not disappoint your expectations, and I will follow your lead." "That's enough, go now." Lin Bo nodded steadily. His heart was already in disarray. Is a 10-coin salary really worth such exaggeration? It must have some special significance for these cultivators. But he couldn't bring himself to ask. Yi Xingtian respectfully pocketed the jade badge and took his leave. He felt a surge of warmth in his chest, immensely grateful that he had bravely fought for the opportunity for his sect. Yi Xingtian secretly vowed in his heart that he, Yi Xingtian, would forever be loyal to Lin Bo. As the 10 minutes approached, Yi Xingtian was sent back to the Tianshu realm by the system. Lin Bo watched as Yi Xingtian vanished before him, sighing internally. How wonderful! Some employees have already finished work, yet some bosses still have to keep working. Yi Xingshan's appearance inspired him greatly. Lin Bo had roughly figured out the direction for the development of the scenic area. Natural scenery, his pseudo Shu Ling Mountain, could not compete with the real Shu Ling Mountain, so he had to find another way. That is cultural experience. Since he had the unique conditions of the system. He had read many Xianxia stories in the past, starting from Xianxia and integrating the unique ethnic culture and intangible cultural heritage performances of the Southwest. To create a Xianxia-themed resort. The upcoming tasks include: first, finalize the short video shoot, prepare the storyboard and script in advance, and think about where to get the equipment. Second, from Yi Xingshan's reaction money must have a special significance for them. To maximize benefits during the recruitment process, he also had to consider the future operations of the scenic area. Third, if he were to recruit from the cultivation realm, he needed to formulate more detailed guidelines to guide cultivators in doing business here. Fourth, design game tasks to determine the content of cultural performances. Busy being busy is good. Lin Bo was just planning to walk into the house when he suddenly heard a faint cry for help from the construction site in the town. Lin Bo walked over and saw an old man, nearly 80, lying in the grass. He was holding a fishing rod with a fish basket beside him containing 2 small fish. Upon seeing Lin Bo, the old man seemed to have found a savior, crawling over with all his limbs. "Little boss, there are ghosts in the scenic area." "Ghosts?" Lin Bo blinked. The only employee in the scenic area was right here. "It's not a ghost. From now on our scenic area will have immortals." "Immortals?" Meanwhile, Yi Xingtian returned to the Tianshu realm, appearing exactly where he had vanished. As soon as he showed up, 3 beams of sword light struck from different directions. Yi Xingtian narrowly dodged, glancing towards the direction of the spirit stone mine during his evasive maneuvers. Thick smoke billowed from the horizon, indicating the mine had fallen, igniting a surge of rage within him. The approaching individuals were merely at the peak of Foundation establishment, all dressed as sinister cultivators. Yi Xingtian concentrated the spiritual energy restored from the Shu Ling Secret Realm onto his broken sword and struck back with all his might. In an instant, the sword energy poured forth. A murderous aura filled the air, startling the three. Wasn't this person severely injured just moments ago? They had been waiting to overpower their opponent, yet here, he was behaving like a good person. Just as they were in shock, 3 beams of sword energy whizzed past them, with a sharp whistle heading straight for the woods behind. Master Uncle, be careful. As the sword energy passed, grass and trees splintered. A loud boom echoed. A green sword light shot out from the woods, colliding with the 2 beams of sword energy, sending dust spiraling and causing aftershocks that reverberated through the forest. When the dust settled, Yi Xingtian had already vanished. In the woods, a middle-aged man was staring at his trembling sword tip. He hadn't expected that the kid from the Tianqing sect could still unleash such a fierce sword strike under severe injury. Songming Jinren Yuan Tao at the midstage of Golden Core initially thought that dealing with a small spirit mine from the Tianqing sect wouldn't require 3 Golden Core cultivators. After the Tianqing sect's Golden Core suddenly vanished under his sword, he simply decided to hang back and be lazy. To his surprise, that person truly was still alive, and quite cunningly, he managed to lock onto Yuan Tao's position while surrounded by 3 others. The 3 Foundation establishment disciples only suffered minor injuries and got up to report back. Master Uncle, should we pursue? Songming Jinren shook his head. No need. Then should we retreat? The spirit mine has been nearly moved, the leading disciple said, awkwardly forcing a smile. However, before he could finish, the sword light arrived. A sword energy identical to Yi Xingtian's sliced towards the 3. This time, however, each strike was imbued with genuine murderous intent. The 3 beams of sword light passed through the Foundation establishment disciples, leaving terrifying blood marks. Amidst the blood marks lay an ice-blue crystal. As the 3 fell, they were left bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Yuan Tao collected the crystal from the corpses and looked at the sword in his hand, shaking his head. Truly an unrefined sword technique. Although the sword path was not yet perfected, the young man could respond calmly to a crisis. However, his sword energy, Yuan Tao recalled, and furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar. He had indeed underestimated the Tianqing sect. No wonder Elder Qingming valued it so highly and arranged for his favored disciple to marry into the Tianqing sect. Unfortunately, the Tianqing sect was truly ungrateful. Yuan Tao sheathed his sword and waved his sleeve, vanishing from the spot. So what if a small fish slipped back? Without concrete evidence, the residual signs would lead to the conclusion that it was all the doing of demonic beasts and evil cultivators. As for reasoning, a mere Tianqing sect was hardly worthy of discussing matters with the Jiuxiao sect. Yi Xingtian had narrowly escaped. Thinking of possessing a rare treasure, he didn't dare to check on the situation at the spirit mine and hastily fled towards the Tianqing sect. To his astonishment, after that sword strike, he discovered that his meridians had become significantly more resilient, now able to endure several times the previous outburst of spiritual power. Feeling his badge growing warm against his chest, he secretly quickened his pace. Yi Xingtian managed to return to the Tianqing sect, but before he could step into the sect, he saw outer disciples leaving one after another with their bundles. Without hesitation, Yi Xingtian headed straight to the Divine Pillar Peak, where the sect leader Xian Wei Jinren Xiaoyue resided. Master, Xiaoyue, the sect leader of the Tianqing sect, was troubled. Upon hearing Yi Xingtian's voice, he sprang up like a ball, rushing out to support Yi Xingtian, inspecting him from head to toe. You're back. Earlier, when your badge showed cracks, I thought you were in grave danger. Master, I'm fine. The spirit mine has just encountered trouble. Why do I see people leaving? Xiaoyu shook his head. I don't know how the news spread so fast. The spirit mine was destroyed and the sect's stock of spirit stones is low. Originally, outer disciples could receive some basic pills and a low-grade spirit stone monthly. Now that we've lost the spirit mine, it seems even that low-grade spirit stone can't be guaranteed. If people want to leave, we can't hold them back and ruin their futures. Master, you're too easygoing. Yi Xingtian frowned, wanting to say more, but was interrupted by Xiaoyu. Forget it. Rather than let them feel unsettled and develop ulterior motives, it's better to part ways early. But it's a good thing you're fine, otherwise I wouldn't know how to explain to your master. Xiaoyu patted Yi Xingtian's shoulder, noticing the broken spirit sword at Yi Xingtian's waist, offering words of comfort. Your spirit sword, let your senior brother Xuanji find a way to fix it. There must be a solution. Quickly go to Su Xian and see if there are any hidden injuries. Yi Xingtian looked at Xiaoyu's white hair and felt a pang of sorrow. After reaching the Golden Core stage, one's appearance would hardly change. Yet Master Xiaoyu managed the sect's affairs, diligently caring for his disciples. With his master in seclusion, all his foundation establishment and Golden Core matters were handled by Xiaoyu. After not seeing him for several days, he had grown white hair. Yi Xingtian took out his badge from his chest and handed it to Xiaoyu. Master, don't be anxious. I had an extraordinary encounter and obtained something. There are still important matters that require the master and several elders to decide. Xiaoyu saw the not-so-exquisite jade token in Yi Xingtian's hand, his pupils constricting, and he exclaimed, "This. Where did you get this?" Before Yi Xingtian could respond, he pressed down on Yi Xingtian's hand. "No, don't speak yet. I will go notify your master. Heaven will not abandon our Tianqing sect." Xiaoyu took out a communication badge, but felt it wasn't sufficiently serious. He grabbed Yi Xingtian and headed towards the sect leader's position until they reached the white jade chair of the leader, casting a set of spells. A faint yellow light illuminated from the chair's center, revealing a passageway whose destination was unknown. You go down there and stay hidden properly. Don't let this item's aura leak out. I will personally go call for someone. For such a major matter, we need your master to come out of seclusion. At the Tianqing Sect Divine Pillar Peak, the underground treasure vault, all formations activated. The entire underground treasure vault was completely hidden under the formations, rendering its aura undetectable. Not even a mosquito could enter. Within the Tianqing sect, apart from the injured elder Gao Mingfeng, who guarded the spirit stones, all important figures had gathered here. There were no more than 5 people. Victory, bring back the item. No concealment, show it to us. I'll make it clear here, this item can only be used by Victory, and no one should coerce him with sect matters. Do you all agree? The speaker was an elder who appeared to be over 70, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present, his tone severe. This person was the last nascent soul of the Qingtian sect, He Wanli, and Yi Xingtan was his closed-door disciple. What are you saying? Are we going to fight over something with a junior? In opposition to the elder, the artifact hall, Elder Tai Xuanji bellowed with a coarse voice. He wore intricate bronze spectacles, his hair and beard all standing on end, and his red robe made him look like a burning fireball. He couldn't wait to lean closer to the jade token. Hurry, hurry, stop talking nonsense, and let me see what material this is. Yi Xingtian felt his eyes sting slightly. He still remembered that when his master entered seclusion 5 years ago, he was still a vigorous middle-aged man. Now he showed signs of aging, and his cultivation seemed to be on the verge of collapse, as if he might fall from golden core at any moment. Yet even so, he couldn't help but think of himself. Yi Xingtian couldn't help but speak up. Master, I brought this back to show you first to see if it can help with your injuries. He Wanli, infuriated, puffed his beard and glared, shut up. Just listen to what I say. This meager bit of willpower for my body is merely a drop in the bucket. Seeing Yi Xingtian still wanting to speak, He Wanli glared and raised his cane as if to strike. This child was still too innocent. Not hitting him was impossible. You brat, have you forgotten everything I taught you? When it concerns ascension, it cannot be easily shared. Yi Xingtian jumped up and hid behind Tai Xuanji. Don't be anxious, master. I mean, if it's useful, I can earn a little more. What? This thing can be earned. It can. Not only can I earn it, but our sect also has a chance to earn. Everyone froze in place, doubting their ears. He Wanli became anxious, his cane shaking. You little rascal, why didn't you say this important matter earlier? Yi Xingtian closed his eyes, bracing himself in front of Tai Xuanji, preparing to take the beating, yet the strike was long in coming. Master. Yi Xingtian cautiously opened his eyes only to see He Wanli leaning on his cane, tears streaming down his face. For hundreds of years he had worked diligently, fearing that the Tianqing sect's millennia of foundation would be severed in his hands. Now he finally saw hope. The Tianqing sect was saved. At 2 a.m. Lin Bo was startled awake by the system's notification. Congratulations, host, you have gained 210 reputation points. Current reputation 66 points, unknown. Congratulations, host, your reputation has been restored. What's going on? Reputation points just dropped from the sky. Is this really happening? Congratulations, host, you have received reputation points from the Tianshu realm for the first time. Achievement unlocked, cross-border competitor reward item, reputation horn, which can be used for a promotional announcement at a specified location. New attraction, air quality indicator, spiritual particle content, 20 particlism, superscript 3. Wait a minute, weren't we only supposed to tell 10 people? Where is this reputation coming from? According to the level of cultivators, each foundation establishment cultivator can increase their notoriety by 20 points golden core, by 30 points nascent soul, by 40 points, and so on, thus increasing reputation. Similarly, influential individuals from Blue Star can also bring higher reputation. The system's dialog box excitedly wiggled, turning the box into a wavy frame. Oh, this damn notoriety coefficient, I really want to promote the secret realm fiercely in the immortal realm. Lin Bo knew it wasn't realistic yet. If he attracted some powerful being across realms, wouldn't he be in serious trouble? The system continued to pop up a message. When total reputation reaches 0 points, you can establish a visitor center in other worlds. You have taken a small step. Please continue working hard for the grand goal. What are you talking about at this late hour? Lin Bo was completely awake. Thanks to the system for painting such a big pie. Oh, it's a bit overwhelming. Can the entrance to the scenic area really be opened directly to the immortal realm? But the required reputation points are so high, I don't know when it will be achievable. Lin Bo temporarily cast this information aside. A pie that cannot be realized in the short term is useless. Fortunately, the items included with the pie still have some usefulness. Upgrading the Sixian building requires a whopping 600 reputation points. Lin Bo felt quite pressured. With items, his chances of success improved. The next day at 8:30 a.m., Yi Xingtian appeared at the scenic area right on time. He locked eyes with an old man holding a broom who blinked. Clutching his chest, he looked like he was about to fall over. A real immortal. There really is an immortal. Yi Xingtian quickly supported him, infusing a strand of spiritual energy. The old man's nervous heartbeat calmed down as he looked at Yi Xingtian, wanting to touch him, but hesitating. A true immortal. Lin Bo happened to arrive and helped the man up. Grandpa Zhang, do you believe it now? Get up first and hang up the temporarily closed sign. I'll arrange a good job for you later. Lin Bo handed a sign to the grandpa and sent him away. He learned yesterday from Sixian Tower that this old man's surname was Zhang, and he was over 70. His son had died in old Lin's mine, and his daughter-in-law had run away, leaving only a granddaughter. When old Lin delivered the compensation money, he vowed to support the child's education and take care of his son. Thus, Grandpa Zhang became a professional gatekeeper. Now that he was older, there wasn't much to do at the scenic area, so he fished in Sixian Town all day. He never expected to be sealed by the system yesterday, giving the old man quite a scare. Fortunately, he was older and a bit confused, so he quickly accepted the immortal setting. Lin Bo sent him off and turned to look at Yixingtian. Before him stood the cultivator wearing the gilded crown of the 5 mountains, draped in a scarlet robe of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams adorned with the ribbon of mountains and rivers, and stepping on cloud-treading shoes. A radiant aura surrounded him. It nearly blinded Lin Bo, who hadn't closed his eyes all night. Yixingtian noticed Lin Bo's odd expression and felt a sense of despair. It's all the master's fault. He insisted he dress nicely and not tarnish the reputation of the Tianqing sect. Thinking about what treasures the seniors had, why did he need to show off like this? He immediately took them off and stored them in the Qianquan bag, changing back into the attire of a Tianqing sect disciple. Embarrassed, he said, "Senior, may I ask what the arrangements are for today?" Little did he know Lin Bo was watching as the dazzling magical treasures disappeared in an instant, almost brought to tears with envy. Qianquan bag. It's the legendary Qianquan bag, right? How I wish I could have one. With it, I wouldn't even need to carry a bucket when fleeing. But to maintain my persona, I really couldn't show such a lack of worldly experience. So he pretended to be calm and nodded. As discussed yesterday, let me see your swordsmanship. Yixingtian understood that the senior wanted to assess his skills. He immediately focused his mind and took out a plain sword from his waist. With a flick of his wrist, the sword tip touched the ground, and in an instant he sheathed the sword. Accompanied by an almost imperceptible sound of breaking air, a stone block 2 meters square in the distance quietly cracked, but it was not fully broken, just enough to leave a line maintaining its original shape. This was more difficult than completely destroying it. Yixingtian was very satisfied with this strike. In the secret realm, his cultivation was suppressed. To showcase his strength in such circumstances, he made a clever design. The difficulty of the previous strike was not in breaking the stone block, but in precisely cutting it to a state of being on the verge of breaking. Swift, precise, sharp, and restrained, these were the characteristics of his sword. Since entering the Tianqing sect, he practiced this sword daily, honing it to its simplest and most extreme form. Even if his current realm was only qi refinement, this strike could instantly kill a foundation establishment cultivator. He looked expectantly at Lin Bo, unsure if the senior had noticed his subtlety. However, he saw Lin Bo with a deadpan expression, lightly uttering 2 words, just this. Yixingtian seemed to hear the sound of his Dao, heart shattering. Lin Bo felt a bit of a headache. He never expected Yixingtian to be of this caliber. Strong as he might be, the visual effect for filming simply wasn't enough. Lin Bo was undeterred. Is your proud? Yes, my goal is to defeat the enemy with a single sword strike. I hope to someday unleash a sword that shakes the heavens and the earth. But if you don't understand the ways of the myriad swords, how can you achieve the ultimate sword? Lin Bo's question left Yixingtian stunned. Lin Bo wore an expression that said he still needed practice, patting Yixingtian on the shoulder. Dao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. All swords can be transformed into one sword, and that one sword can also give rise to... Let me first briefly explain a few sword techniques to you. The rest you must comprehend on your own. Yixingtian was astonished by this statement. Senior is actually going to teach me sword techniques. Lin Bo didn't really know any sword techniques. He had just seen many during his previous life, while filming at Wudongame and Shaolin, and understood some camera language. He forced himself to speak vaguely. It all depends on your comprehension. Then he talked about the desired effects. Yixingtian nodded repeatedly, feeling a sense of enlightenment. Previously, he had been trapped in the obsession with the strongest sword with exceptional sword energy, but unable to comprehend the sword intent. After the senior's guidance, he realized he had been too superficial. If he couldn't understand the swords of the world, how could he surpass them with the strongest sword? He felt like he wanted to stay there and cultivate from then on. He began practicing from a single sword move, increasingly finding this sword technique peculiar. Although Lin Bo's teachings were fragmented, Yixingtian possessed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. Some techniques he had seen suddenly came back to him, naturally integrating into his own sword techniques, achieving a seamless understanding and becoming more engrossed. Lin Bo let Yixingtian practice first while he took another round around the scenic area. The loading progress for Sixian Town had already reached 14. The area around the scenic spot was quite desolate with little to eat, but fortunately as a cultivator, Yixingtian didn't need to eat. Lin Bo boiled a bowl of instant noodles and opened his phone. He had been busy all night yesterday and hadn't had time to check the messages on his phone. Although the original owner had little money left, the phone was still the latest high-end model. Lin Bo cleared the messages, contacts, and memory altogether. In the call log, there were many outgoing calls, but almost no one answered, not even a perfunctory response. Lin Bo was already worried about being discovered, so he didn't plan to deepen relationships with the original owner's friends. He deleted them one by one, only to find that the original owner had very few close friends. Some were still alive, but he had already died. While he bore heavy debts and was abandoned by his kin in a social sense, the original owner had already died. After clearing the contacts, Lin Bo suddenly saw a stranger's text message from 2 months ago, 15x times x times x times x times 7. Lin Bo, I am Lin Bo. I heard something happened to Uncle Lin. Do you need any help? I will be filming in Shu for the next 6 months, so if you need help, feel free to contact me at any time. Lin Bo studied film. In his early years, he struggled to secure funding for his projects until someone connected him with Old Man Lin, who invested several million on the condition that a role be arranged for the young Lin Bo. After finishing filming, young Lin Bo returned to school, bragging to the campus belle about how despite his poor grades, he would soon become a big star. For a time, he became the talk of the campus. Under normal circumstances, this should have been an inspiring story of small investments leading to great returns. Unfortunately, reality rarely works out so conveniently. The film flopped, failing to make even a splash, and Old Man Lin's money went to waste. The original owner was furious and blocked that young director overnight. However, it seemed that the director still checked in on Old Man Lin every year, sending him some gifts. It was said that he had stopped directing and was now traveling around the country for various lighting and photography gigs. The original owner had never liked this person and felt that a minor photographer could not help, so he didn't respond to the messages. Yet this was indeed one of the few instances where someone took the initiative to care about him. Lin Bo felt somewhat touched. With no prospects for the scenic area, he found it inconvenient to ask for help at this moment, and typed back, "Thank you for your concern, brotherly. I will contact you when I need assistance." Unexpectedly, just as he sent the message, his phone rang. Lin Bo answered, and the other party spoke first. "Xiaobo, where are you?" "My dad is working on the scenic area." "Oh, perfect. I'm nearby filming something. He'll come over right away. Don't think too much, okay?" "Wait, you must have misunderstood. I'm fine." "If you're fine, why did you contact me? If you're fine, why are you hanging around that rundown scenic area?" "Just wait." An hour later, at the entrance of the Shu Ling Secret Realm scenic area, Lin Bo waited patiently. A Great Wall pickup truck came to a screeching halt, and a person jumped out. Over 6 feet tall, with a strong build, wearing work pants and a windbreaker, he rushed towards the scenic area, holding a takeout bag. Upon seeing Lin Bo, the man sighed in relief and thrust the takeout bag into Lin Bo's hands. "Have you eaten bamboo shoots and beef noodles from that place by the old bridge in the old town? The bamboo shoots are wonderfully smoky. When things aren't going well, eating something warm can really soothe the heart." Lin Bo accepted the steaming takeout, saying, "Mo gu, I truly am fine. Just eat it, or it will get cold," Lin Bo said as he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, flicking one out and offering it to Lin Bo. "Want one?" Lin Bo didn't smoke, but accepted it, tucking it behind his ear. "This is a forest area, we can't light up here." Squatting down, he opened the takeout box, revealing a layer of red oil sprinkled with cilantro and several large chunks of beef, at least $20 worth of toppings. Lin Bo observed Lin Bo slurping the noodles, analyzing him closely. "It seems you really are fine. So why did you come here? If I can't help, I can't help with your family's debts. If you want to run away, cough cough, run away. I've secured the funds, and I will keep the scenic area running." Lin Bo squatted at the entrance of the scenic area, slurping noodles as he responded. Lin Bo looked at Lin Bo in shock, truly wondering if he had become a different person. He knew how much Old Man Lin spoiled Lin Bo, as he had successfully attracted investment by praising Lin Bo in the past. Although they hadn't seen each other in many years, he had heard about Lin Bo's actions. He hurried over simply to repay old Uncle Lin's kindness from years ago by looking out for Lin Bo. He didn't expect Lin Bo to really be preparing to rise up. Lin Bo quickly finished his noodles, even cleaning out the bamboo shoots. "Brother, since you're here, why not help me shoot something? In a couple of days, I want to promote the scenic area." Lin Bo scratched his head. "It's just that I don't have much money right now." Essentially, he wanted a freebie. "Stop with that talk. Wait a moment, I have equipment in my car. Do you want to shoot now or another day?" Lin Bo agreed readily. "Let's go take a look first. If it's suitable, we can shoot today." "All right." Lin Bo turned to grab the equipment from the car and followed Lin Bo into the scenic area. Most of the scenic area was still under construction. Lin Bo led Lin Bo along a small path beside the construction site, where the ground was uneven and cluttered with various building materials. "Watch your step here, or we'll have it sorted out in a couple of days. Watch out for the manhole covers." Lin Bo couldn't help but wonder what good shots could be taken here. He even doubted whether the scenic area could open, but he didn't want to discourage Lin Bo, so he silently followed along. They finally reached the front of the Sixian Tower square. Just as Lin Bo avoided the rubble and raised his head, he was stunned by the scene before him, his professional instincts prompting him to raise his camera. In the lens, a man in plain clothes danced with a sword amidst the ruins. The scenic area was indeed in disrepair, exuding a somber and lifeless vibe. Yet his swordsmanship was strikingly sharp enough to cut through the seemingly stagnant air. His movements were like a dragon emerging from the water. Gradually, the environment became unimportant. There was one person and one sword. The preceding strike was as swift as the next. Man and sword melded into one. The final strike was unleashed. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the buildings, perfectly landing on the sword's tip. "You want me to shoot him?" Lin Bo's hands were steady, but inside waves of excitement surged, filled with a longing for talent. "This level of swordsmanship is at least of wooing class. Where did you hire this expert? Was it expensive? How much per day?" Lin Bo grinned. "He's my employee, not for rent." All right, I get it." Lin Bo felt a pang of jealousy. These days, those who can fight aren't handsome enough, and those who are handsome fight like wooden blocks. Such a rare gem, and Lin Bo had scooped him up. Fate, destiny, and luck. However, Lin Bo had no intention of competing with Lin Bo for talent. Whether Lin Bo's scenic area could turn around was likely depending on this. But once he saw Yi Shengxian's performance, Lin Bo holding the stabilizer was so excited he nearly cried. To achieve the best performance, Yi Shengxian repeated each action countless times. Yi Shengxian cooperated throughout, not complaining at all. It had been years since Lin Bo had seen such a dedicated actor. His skills were solid and his attitude was excellent. To wait for a night scene, the three of them remained until the sun set, and when they finally wrapped up, Lin Bo grasped Lin Bo's hand, tightly reluctant to let go. Are you really not considering letting him act? No, Lin Bo shook his head. He doesn't like the entertainment industry. How much does he earn with you? Lin Bo didn't want to speak. 40 yuan a day, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Seeing Lin Bo's silence, Lin Bo understood he couldn't let go of the scenic area. Nevertheless, he handed Lin Bo a business card. If the scenic area can't continue, being a manager isn't bad either. You bring a crew to shoot in my scenic area, and I'll consider being that manager. Then your scenic area really needs to put in some effort. Just you wait, I suggest you make a reservation in advance. I'm worried my scenic area might not have availability. Lin Bo sincerely suggested. Lin Bo laughed heartily. With your ambition, I can rest easy. Work hard. This sounds like politeness, but if you don't believe it, that's fine. Lin Bo smilingly sent him off. Mo, go work hard to edit the footage quickly. Whether we can catch the May Day crowd depends on you. Alright, you just wait. Lin Bo, fully satisfied, carried the equipment back to continue working overtime. It had been many years since he had filmed with such joy. Tonight he would work through the night to edit the footage. It would be finished by tomorrow. Lin Bo glanced at the three members of the Tianqing sect in the mustard seed space. After leaving them for a long time, they began to grow anxious, and the hidden person still had not appeared. Lin Bo pondered for a moment before uploading the already edited video to Dodo short video. Then he utilized the item known as the prestige horn. Next, he adjusted the time flow rate within the scenic area for both the Blue Star and the Tianshu realm to 10 times faster. In other words, while 10 days passed in the scenic area, only 1 day elapsed outside. Hey, with the item, time is abundant. It can start trial operations this weekend. After taking care of everything, Lin Bo stepped into the signing space and leisurely said, "Stop hiding. Come out." Wanli was taken aback, unable to react in time. With a puff, a middle-aged cultivator in a Taoist robe suddenly fell out of the vast cloud and mist, landing on the ground in a rather embarrassing manner, with his rear end up in the air and looking quite disheveled. "Who are you?" Wanli exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. This person looked like he had low cultivation. How did he manage to sneak in? He was shocked to realize that they had let an outsider in. Anxiously looking at Lin Bo, he said with embarrassment, "It is our oversight, but we did not notice someone following us." Wang Ban was trembling on the ground like a sifted grain. This secret realm was simply too strange. "I greet the master of this place. I am Wang Ban, a loose cultivator from the Tianshu realm. I mean no offense, so I only followed in because it was my first time encountering such a marvelous realm. I was planning to slip away as soon as I entered the secret realm and explore slowly later. Who would have thought that upon entering, I found only a vast expanse of white with nowhere to hide, and I was spotted by the master. He had been to quite a few secret realms, but this was the first time he encountered one with a master. Instantly many things clicked into place. No wonder these people carried such large amounts of spirit stones. This is a radish secret realm." Wang Ban felt a deep sense of dread. If he spoiled someone else's good fortune, he might be silenced. After bowing to Lin Bo, he bowed again to Wanli. "I am short of funds and was forced to resort to such a desperate measure. I am truly ashamed." But he did not forget who held power here, so he finally turned to Lin Bo. "I only hope that the esteemed ones will show mercy and give me a chance to repay all the owed spirit stones. I am willing to serve in the secret realm, assisting the senior until the end." This person's name carries a big weight. Lin Bo's lips twitched as he looked at the reactions of the other members of the Tianqing sect who seemed genuinely unaware. Wanli opened his mouth, wanting to say something more. Lin Bo waved his hand to stop him and walked straight to Wang Ban. "The entry threshold for this secret realm is 50,000 spirit stones. You say you will repay, why should I believe you?" Wang Ban's lips lost their color. "I truly do not have that much money right now." Lin Bo pointed at the people from the Tianqing sect. "I will give you a month to prove yourself. If you can do better than them in the tasks I arrange, I will trust you and let you stay. If you can't..." Lin Bo did not finish his sentence, but Wang Ban understood that he would definitely not be able to leave. Wanli, upon hearing this, suddenly raised his head, looking incredulously at him. However, with a thought, he realized what he had done wrong. The senior was at a crucial moment of needing people, which is why he bestowed this opportunity upon them. Yet they still hesitated and doubted, just like what the senior had done earlier. If he could give them an opportunity, then one day he would naturally reclaim it and offer it to others. The senior was not someone who could not do without them. Thankfully, he listened to Yuer and brought her along, otherwise it would have been all weak and sickly people. Xiao Yuer tightly pressed her lips together, and Lin Bo's disappointed expression had struck her deeply. She had boasted that she would take care of her master and grandmaster only to let someone follow in under her nose. From now on, she must perform well and prove the sincerity and strength of the Tianqing sect. Lin Bo felt the budding competitive spirit on both sides due to the rivalry. He smiled slightly, realizing that competition must be introduced. He raised his hand and opened the scenic area investment contract drafted by the system, which was also a soul contract. "If you wish to enter the secret realm, you must accept this." In the mist, the four did not hesitate. They reached into the contract. Contract formation. The mist gradually dispersed, revealing a town that became clearer with the Xiangxian building showing its towering figure. Wang Ban was merely astonished by the scene before him, while the members of the Tianqing sect could not express their astonishment. They had learned from Yi Xingtian about the appearance of the secret realm and knew about its current dilapidation. They also knew that the spiritual energy in the secret realm was roughly 5 times that of the Tianshu realm. Yet only a few days had passed, and such a grand town had appeared in the secret realm, with the spiritual energy far exceeding the concentration that Yixingtian had mentioned, reaching 10 times, or even more. Without anyone's help, this senior was able to achieve such a level. What could they possibly do for the senior? They could hardly imagine how rich and powerful this secret realm was at its peak, and to what extent the senior planned to elevate this place. Lin Bo strolled through the town with everyone. You are the first batch of residents and merchants here. You may choose a shop for yourselves. We are to do business here, he Wanli asked cautiously. Lin Bo cast a light glance at the Tianqing sect members. You have seen the items that Yixingtian brought back, haven't you? He Wanli nodded, hurriedly preparing to say something. But upon glancing at Wang Ban beside him, he obediently closed his mouth. Such an important secret should not be carelessly spoken of. He had already made a huge mistake, and now he needed to be cautious with his words and actions. Lin Bo had initially wanted He Wanli to flatter him, but he only received He Wanli's reassuring look indicating that he would keep quiet. Lin Bo smiled. No need to hide. Oh, everyone here is on the same side. What the senior has bestowed is pure faith power. The Tianshu realm has not seen such a thing in 1,000 years. I wonder how the senior obtained it. Wang Ban initially in a daze understood after hearing this. He looked at Lin Bo's increasingly kind smile, and his face turned pale. Knowing such a secret, he would definitely not be able to leave on his own. Lin Bo was very satisfied with everyone's performance, nodding with a smile. All those items are consumed through the people here. They call it money. And your job here is to help me, which is also helping yourselves to earn money. We can earn directly. He Wanli's expression was one of shock. Lin Bo shook his head. You naturally cannot use it directly. He took out some copper coins. They were the game coins he had ordered from the antique city, stamped with the logo of the Shu Ling Bao. All visitors entering this place can use these copper coins to trade with you or participate in activities. At the end of each business day, based on the number of coins each shop turns in, 1 copper coin can be exchanged for 1 unit of faith power. If you want spirit stones, you can also exchange 1 copper coin for 1 spirit stone. Lin Bo smiled at everyone. He planned to sell the game coins for $5 each. It was reasonable for him to take a small cut as the platform. Letting them directly earn money. The power of faith in the realm of cultivation wouldn't suffer from inflation. I have truly thought this through. While Lin Bo was feeling self-satisfied, He Wanli was extremely excited. Fortune, this is a tremendous opportunity. He Wanli was now full of regret. After personally experiencing the contract formation process, he confirmed that this was indeed a constraint on their actions within the secret realm. They had actually interpreted such a friendly senior with the utmost malice. Previously, he had thought that 50,000 spirit stones were excessively costly. Now, he only felt that it was worth every penny. Wang Ban was unclear about what faith power was, but it seemed important. Even without mentioning faith power, just hearing that this copper coin could be exchanged for spirit stones made him extremely happy. Spirit mines were mostly controlled by large sects. Loose cultivators could usually only obtain a few spirit pearls. This place could actually earn spirit stones. 1 copper coin could be exchanged for 1. Who knows how many could be earned in a day? After all, many outer disciples of large sects only received 1 spirit stone per month. Seeing Wang Ban's excited appearance, He Wanli inwardly scoffed. Only fools would exchange for spirit stones. The spiritual energy here is so abundant. As the faith power increases, the secret realm will recover and spiritual energy will become even more plentiful. Practicing here for a day would yield spiritual energy equivalent to over a dozen ordinary spirit stones. Not only did they get a place to cultivate, but they were also given the opportunity to earn faith power. The senior treated them so generously that He Wanli was truly moved. What do you need us to do, senior? Lin Bo smiled. You can run the shops yourselves. If needed, I can help you plan and coordinate performances with the scenic area. Of course, I will take a cut from your earnings. The first 3 months of trial operation are rent-free, after which you will need to pay a fixed rent each month along with 20 of the earnings. He Wanli listened, his heart surging with excitement. How benevolent. The senior was truly too benevolent. With 50,000 spirit stones, the news had been leaked ahead of time, allowing for a few days to prepare. It should be manageable. During Yi Shengxin's training, Lin Bo casually inquired about the losses from the spirit stone mine, expressing deep concern and sympathy. He roughly figured out how many spirit stones the Tianqing sect could muster at present. Thus, Lin Bo included a price in the investment guidelines that they could manage, albeit with great pain. On one hand, it would allow them to prepare in advance, while also testing the Tianshu realm's acceptance of the deposit. He was unsure how Yi Xingtian and the others used the wages he paid. Yet he wasn't blind. Every time he paid Yi Xingtian, the excitement on his face was unmistakable. The Huaxia currency undoubtedly held a special significance in the realm of cultivation. In light of this, he decided to set a higher entry threshold for the scenic area. If they could accept 50,000, the potential for future investments would be vast. Moreover, since linking to the Tianshu realm, he noticed that besides the scenic features, the system updated some item descriptions, adding the concentration of spirit particles. Most importantly, there was the system's cloud currency. Cloud currency, all income related to scenic areas, is automatically synchronized and displayed as cloud currency stored in the cloud currency account. If needed, it could be converted proportionally through the system into the currencies of various realms. In other words, 1 cloud currency, 1 spirit stone, 1 yuan, and Huaxia currency. It could be directly exchanged for the currencies of linked worlds through the system. No exchange rate. Rounding up is like a money printing machine. For the peace and stability of both realms, Lin Bo decided to work hard as the intermediary. Lin Bo gave Yi Shengtian time off to prepare for this. He was extremely busy over the past 4 days writing the business plan for the scenic area, detailing the investment guidelines, and discussing the effectiveness of short videos with Lin Bo. Finally, after receiving the final video from Lin Bo and setting it up for release, the progress bar for the renovation of Sixian Tower reached 100. Ding! The system's notification sound rang out. Sixian Tower upgrade completed. Scenic description: an ordinary town, unremarkable, a must-pass for seekers of the immortal way. Shops available: 23 hidden check-in points, 3 not open merchant entries, 1 number of employees, 2 today's visitor count, 0 current air quality, negative ion concentration, 1500 particlasm, superscript 3 spirit ion concentration, 60 particlasm, superscript 3 this month's revenue, 7,583 side quests for Sixian Tower can be activated. Quest 1, find the item in Sixian Tower, Lost Kaishan, Yuanbao 010, I unlock hidden check-in point Kaishan Hall. Each Yuanbao found rewards 1,000 cloud currency. Check-in point effect: the first activation of the check-in point rewards 5,000 cloud currency, and tourists checking in can randomly receive a boost in fortune for 13 days. Check-in rewards: if the number of daily check-ins exceeds 100, a daily revenue increases by 10. If check-ins exceed 1,000, a daily revenue increases by 20. Quest 2, over 1,000 couples visiting the scenic area unlocks hidden check-in point in Yuan Tree. Check-in effect: the first activation rewards 2,000 cloud currency, and couple tourists can strengthen their destined relationships while cutting off negative ties. Single tourists checking in will surely have romantic encounters that day. Check-in rewards: if the number of daily check-ins exceeds 100, a daily reputation increases by 10. If check-ins exceed 1,000, a daily reputation increases by 20. Quest 3, offer 1,000 gifts favored by the River Lord in Wulong Creek. Unlock hidden check-in point River Lord Temple. Check-in effect: the first activation rewards 2,000 cloud currency, and checking in will receive the River Lord's blessing for favorable weather. Check-in rewards: if total check-ins exceed 1,000, receive the River Lord's blessing. If total check-ins exceed 1,000, there is a chance to awaken the River Lord. Unlocking all check-in points can upgrade Sixian Tower. Lin Bo glanced at the 3 tasks. Kaishan Hall, living up to its name, presented a task of cool cash distribution. Lin Bo thought for a moment. Instead of searching for the Yuanbao himself, it would be more efficient to include the search in the scenic area tasks, saving effort and also serving as a way to attract visitors. Compared to reputation, money was not as significant. The reputation boost from the Yuan tree looked quite tempting, but it was not the right time to push forward. As for the River Lord Temple, its function was the most unique and required further study. Lin Bo checked the map. Besides the shops on the main street, there were indeed 3 areas marked as not yet open, and he kept the 3 tasks in mind. First, he would take a walk around the scenic area. Entering through the entrance of Sixian Tower, he walked along the main road, passing a gigantic ancient banyan tree, and ahead stood a stone archway, inscribed with a couplet: the mist clears and clouds disperse before the immortals' pavilion. A person leans against the railing, standing within a painted scene. By the banks of Wulong Creek, the mist wove in and out. A swordsman enters the vastness with his sword. Right in the center, the 3 large characters of Sixian Tower exuded an ancient charm. The street was long and narrow, and Lin Bo walked along the stone-paved road. After passing through the archway, wooden 2-story buildings lined both sides of the creek, with iron wind bells hanging from the pointed eaves. When the wind blew, a distant melody resonated. The structures were originally wooden constructions, still faintly reminiscent of their original forms. However, under the system's processing, they appeared entirely different, the green tiles and white walls imbued with an ancient charm. The entire town had 3 branching roads extending from the main street to the riverbank. There were several docks along the river where boats could dock, and at the end of the main street, the ancient town was surrounded by mountains and waters. Following the winding source of the creek, the originally man-made river had transformed into something remarkably natural, as if it truly flowed from the distant mountains, with the water surface widening, completely isolating the Immortals' pavilion behind. Due to the mist and tree shadows, it was difficult to see clearly. The silhouette of the Immortals' pavilion loomed, exuding a sense of unique solitude and desolation. Lin Bo smiled with satisfaction. It was already looking quite good. He wondered what further advancements might bring. The system notification popped up. Shop construction completed, activating the investment system. Detected investment voucher 1. Would you like to start the investment now? Lin Bo grinned and selected yes. He had accomplished quite a bit today and couldn't wait to collect money and see what the mall had to offer. Please select the investment area. Current options 1. Blue Star 2. Tianshu Realm. Of course, it was the Tianshu Realm. The moment Lin Bo selected the Tianshu Realm, the investment voucher within the system interface ignited, the golden characters transforming into a beam of light shooting into the sky. In the Tianshu Realm, a golden light streaked across the horizon, directly plummeting towards the east. In an instant, the major factions of the Tianshu Realm, including the Jiuxiao sect, the Feihua Palace, and the secluded ancestors of the Beast King Valley, released their divine senses, casting concerned glances towards the anomaly. Yet they ultimately discovered it was merely the emergence of an unremarkable qi refining period secret realm. Thus they peacefully closed their eyes once more. At present, most large secret realms had been thoroughly explored, but the secret realms of the qi refining period posed little danger and contained few valuable treasures. Let the interested juniors and loose cultivators have their fun. The major sects generally took the same approach, at most sending a few foundation establishment disciples along with chi refining juniors to check the situation. After all, newly emerged secret realms often brimmed with crises. It wasn't worth risking for just a chi refining period secret realm. Only within the Tianqing sect, he wanly leaned on his cane, sitting on Shunzhu Peak, gazing at the light points slowly crossing the horizon. This must be the anomaly that Elder Lin mentioned. Yi Shengxian's face lit up with joy. It must be. Elder said it would be in the next few days. Lin Bo had asked Yi Shengtian to call him boss or Bogu, but he still had some difficulty saying it. Before leaving that day, the elder instructed that once the anomaly appeared, he should be ready to start working. After more than 3 days without work, he felt uncomfortable all over. He had previously worried that if the anomaly didn't appear soon, he would be delayed for several days, but now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Tomorrow he could resume work. Let's go. He wanly spoke, preparing early, and Gao Mingfeng and Xiao Yuer followed closely, their concealed forms and auras bidding farewell to Yi Shengtian as they quietly left the Tianqing sect. Taimao Mountain is located in the middle of the Donglai continent within the Tianshu realm, where the mountain range stretches endlessly and houses numerous demon beasts and magical creatures, making it a sacred place for cultivators to undergo trials. Wang Ban had just emerged from the mountains, captivated by the strange phenomenon in the sky. Before him lay a newly formed secret realm perfectly situated within Taimao Mountain. Without hesitation, Wang Ban performed a teleportation technique and hurried towards the direction of the secret realm. He was a rogue cultivator already over 100 years old, yet he remained at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, a commendable achievement for a rogue cultivator. 100 years ago, such cultivation would have been sufficient to earn him veneration in mortal towns, allowing him to settle down, marry a beautiful partner in the chi refinement stage, and propagate a family. But now ascension seemed hopeless, and the infighting among cultivators had intensified. Finding a partner was out of the question, and stability was unattainable. He still had to fight for survival in the outside world. It was also fortunate that the location of the secret realm was not too deep and was relatively close to his position. Wang Ban carefully concealed his aura and upon approaching discovered that there was no one around. He was actually the first to arrive. His ability to survive in the ever-changing world of cultivation relied heavily on his caution. He did not intend to enter immediately. Instead, he first touched the entrance of the secret realm to gauge its level. If the level were too high, he would have to give up. However, this test left him astonished. A secret realm suitable for the chi refinement stage actually required 50,000 spirit stones to enter. Some smaller sects might not even be able to gather 50,000 spirit stones as a whole. He became increasingly certain that this secret realm was extraordinary. Just as he sensed someone approaching, he gritted his teeth and took out a talisman from his pocket. This was a family heirloom, a mid-grade yellow talisman known as the Mimicry Concealment Talisman. His father had purchased it from a talisman master long ago. It had the ability to alter one's form and conceal one's aura, and it was said that even a nascent soul or transformation stage cultivator could not detect it. It could be preserved for many years, primarily because this talisman was somewhat impractical. It could only transform the user into one specific entity, a mayfly. A mayfly stripped of all its magical power. After all, no one would care about a bug with a lifespan of less than a day. Moreover, if the transformation lasted more than a day, the user would truly become a mayfly and die. Thus, he had never used it until now. Wang Ban activated the talisman, transforming himself into an inconspicuous little bug quietly lying on the grass beside the entrance of the secret realm. He waited for someone to take him inside. He saw a pair of large feet and a wheelbarrow land, followed closely by another pair of much smaller feet. The 3 of them hesitated not at all, quickly pouring spirit stones into the secret realm and entering. Wang Ban was astonished that someone was carrying the assets of a small sect just to enter a beginner-level secret realm. Yet he did not hesitate. He fluttered his wings and at the last moment clung to one of the person's shoes, following them into a misty world. Not long after they stepped into the secret realm, a few more cultivators arrived. However, the entrance to the secret realm had already vanished. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on completing your first investment, receiving a deposit of 50,000 spirit stones, which has been automatically converted to cloud coins for you. The shop is now open. Unlocking the backpack. Current backpack, slots 10. Expansion requires purchase. Detected 4 cultivators. A mustard seed room has been prepared for the master to sign contracts. To ensure the master's safety, the mustard seed room shields all divine sense probing. Once the agreement is confirmed, it will allow merchants to enter the secret realm. Shall we proceed to the signing phase now? Lin Bo saw a screen appear before him that displayed the mustard seed room. The screen showed a white mist, and he could vaguely see the silhouettes of 3 people. The system automatically extracted brief information about the characters floating in the sidebar. 1 was an old man in the nascent soul stage, 2 were young men in the mid to late stages of foundation establishment, and there was also a girl who had just reached foundation establishment. There was an additional foundation establishment cultivator whose origin was unknown. Observing this combination, Lin Bo furrowed his brows. It seemed peculiar. Naturally, there would not be just one person. The system's investment in the immortal realm assumed that anyone entering the scenic area within 10 breaths after providing a deposit was related to merchants. How could a nascent soul cultivator fail to notice even a single foundation establishment cultivator? Surely they wouldn't have deliberately placed someone in the shadows. Was it a test? Would the people of Tianqing sect dare to do such a thing? Lin Bo narrowed his eyes, not rushing into the room. Instead, he chose to first open the newly accessible shop. There were 4 categories in the shop: renovation items, skills, and blind boxes. Since the shop had just opened, the available items were limited and mostly basic. The renovation had only basic options. Users could input their needs, and the system would automatically provide a cloud coin valuation, which was quite reasonable compared to the outside world. The items were primarily business-related tools, along with some temporary enhancement items for attributes like strength, agility, and luck, priced at 100 points each. They were purely consumables with side effects upon use. Only a fool would use them. Skills, however, could be given to employees, such as culinary mastery, self-cultivation for scenic area actors, timely arrival item, crafting, and item appraisal. Lin Bo planned to conserve funds as much as possible before renovating the shop, so he temporarily refrained from making purchases. The blind box shimmered with golden light. First draw: 10 consecutive draws guarantee a high-level item. The items listed below emitted enticing rays of colorful light. Good gracious, this taught you something. Lin Bo noticed an item resembling a clock and felt a tug of interest. As is well known, time and space are the 2 most powerful laws in the world. He wondered what effect the item could have. Lin Bo glanced at the hidden individuals in the mustard seed space. The concealed presence had not yet appeared. He needed something to impress these cultivators. However, drawing one would cost 1,000 cloud coins, significantly more than ordinary basic items. What if he drew something useless? Lin Bo returned and bought 100 of the luck items he deemed unworthy in one breath. All were to be used. 10 consecutive draws. A series of white lights flashed. Cloud coin reward: 500 courage aura, 10 courage. Go confront those troublesome customers. Double draw: can draw twice from designated shops without being detected. It was all rather useless items. Until the last moment, a brilliant golden light shone. A semi-transparent golden dragon emerged from the clouds holding a golden orb in its mouth. It spiraled around Lin Bo, seemingly flaunting its form, then flicked its tail and turned its head to face Lin Bo. The dragon's whiskers floated in the air, revealing every detail. Lin Bo felt as if he could sense its breath, and he slowly extended his hand. As the golden dragon leaned down, it placed the golden orb in the palm of Lin Bo's hand. He held the item, seemingly feeling the dragon's breath before him. He wanted to touch the dragon's whiskers, but the golden dragon vanished. Had the system's effects become so powerful? Was it secretly training me? As the orb made contact with Lin Bo, its outer shell gradually dissipated, revealing a distorted clock face in Lin Bo's hand. Before Lin Bo could examine it closely, the clock melted away. It was as if an ice cream had softened, melting in Lin Bo's hand and seeping into his body. Just as Lin Bo was puzzled about how to use the item, he heard his phone emit a notification sound. Ding. Installation complete. Lin Bo opened his phone, and a brand new app appeared on the screen. Time Management Master. System. You've been learning bad things behind my back. What do you take me for? Lin Bo chuckled and clicked to open the app. The top of the interface displayed the scenic area's time, which was now 9:45 p.m. on March 22nd. Below it were the times for Blue Star and the Void Sky Realm, with the current time synchronized to that of the scenic area. Upon clicking, he found a sliding bar representing the scenic area's time, allowing him to select from 0.1 to 10 times speed. In other words, he could independently adjust the time within the scenic area relative to the outside world. Lin Bo swallowed hard. With this buff, the cost of construction time would no longer be an issue. Most importantly, controlling time, how fitting for showing off in front of others. Lin Bo glanced at the 3 members of the Tianqing sect in the mustard seed space. After leaving them for a long time, they began to grow anxious, and the hidden person still had not appeared. Lin Bo pondered for a moment before uploading the already edited video to Dodo Short Video. Then he utilized the item known as the Prestige Horn. Next, he adjusted the time flow rate within the scenic area for both the Blue Star and the Tianshu Realm to 10 times faster. In other words, while 10 days passed in the scenic area, only 1 day elapsed outside. Hey, with the item, time is abundant. It can start trial operations this weekend. After taking care of everything, Lin Bo stepped into the signing space and leisurely said, "Stop hiding. Come out." He Wanli was taken aback, unable to react in time. With a puff, a middle-aged cultivator in a Daoist robe suddenly fell out of the vast cloud and mist, landing on the ground in a rather embarrassing manner. With his rear end up in the air and looking quite disheveled. "Who are you?" He Wanli exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. This person looked like he had low cultivation. How did he manage to sneak in? He was shocked to realize that they had let an outsider in. Anxiously looking at Lin Bo, he said with embarrassment, "It is our oversight, but we did not notice someone following us." Wang Ban was trembling on the ground like a sifted grain. This secret realm was simply too strange. "I greet the master of this place. I am Wang Ban, a loose cultivator from the Tianshu realm. I mean no offense, so I only followed in because it was my first time encountering such a marvelous realm. I was planning to slip away as soon as I entered the secret realm and explore slowly later. Who would have thought that upon entering, I found only a vast expanse of white with nowhere to hide, and I was spotted by the master." He had been to quite a few secret realms, but this was the first time he encountered one with a master. Instantly, many things clicked into place. No wonder these people carried such large amounts of spirit stones. This is a radish secret realm. Wang Ban felt a deep sense of dread. If he spoiled someone else's good fortune, he might be silenced. After bowing to Lin Bo, he bowed again to He Wanli. "I am short of funds, and was forced to resort to such a desperate measure. I am truly ashamed." But he did not forget who held power here, so he finally turned to Lin Bo. I only hope that the esteemed ones will show mercy and give me a chance to repay all the owed spirit stones. I am willing to serve in the secret realm assisting the senior until the end. This person's name carries a big weight. Lin Bo's lips twitched as he looked at the reactions of the other members of the Tianqing sect who seemed genuinely unaware. He wanly opened his mouth wanting to say something more. Lin Bo waved his hand to stop him and walked straight to Wang Ban. The entry threshold for this secret realm is 50,000 spirit stones. You say you will repay, why should I believe you? Wang Ban's lips lost their color. I truly do not have that much money right now. Lin Bo pointed at the people from the Tianqing sect. I will give you a month to prove yourself. If you can do better than them in the tasks I arrange, I will trust you and let you stay. If you can't. Lin Bo did not finish his sentence, but Wang Ban understood that he would definitely not be able to leave. He wanly upon hearing this suddenly raised his head looking incredulously at him. However, with the thought he realized what he had done wrong. The senior was at a crucial moment of needing people, which is why he bestowed this opportunity upon them. Yet they still hesitated and doubted just like what the senior had done earlier. If he could give them an opportunity, then one day he would naturally reclaim it and offer it to others. The senior was not someone who could not do without them. Thankfully, he listened to Yuer and brought her along, otherwise it would have been all weak and sickly people. Xiao Yuer tightly pressed her lips together and Lin Bo's disappointed expression had struck her deeply. She had boasted that she would take care of her master and grandmaster only to let someone follow in under her nose. From now on she must perform well and prove the sincerity and strength of the Tianqing sect. Lin Bo felt the budding competitive spirit on both sides due to the rivalry. He smiled slightly, realizing that competition must be introduced. He raised his hand and opened the scenic area investment contract drafted by the system, which was also a soul contract. If you wish to enter the secret realm, you must accept this. In the mist, the four did not hesitate. They reached into the contract. Contract formation. The mist gradually dispersed, revealing a town that became clearer with the Xiangxian building showing its towering figure. Wang Ban was merely astonished by the scene before him, while the members of the Tianqing sect could not express their astonishment. They had learned from Yi Xingtian about the appearance of the secret realm and knew about its current dilapidation. They also knew that the spiritual energy in the secret realm was roughly 5 times that of the Tianqi realm. Yet only a few days had passed, and such a grand town had appeared in the secret realm, with the spiritual energy far exceeding the concentration that Yi Xingtian had mentioned, reaching 10 times, or even more. Without anyone's help, this senior was able to achieve such a level. What could they possibly do for the senior? They could hardly imagine how rich and powerful this secret realm was at its peak, and to what extent the senior planned to elevate this place. Lin Bo strolled through the town with everyone. You are the first batch of residents and merchants here. You may choose a shop for yourselves. We are to do business here. He wanly asked cautiously. Lin Bo cast a light glance at the Tianqing sect members. You have seen the items that Yi Xingtian brought back, haven't you? He wanly nodded, hurriedly preparing to say something. But upon glancing at Wang Ban beside him, he obediently closed his mouth. Such an important secret should not be carelessly spoken of. He had already made a huge mistake, and now he needed to be cautious with his words and actions. Lin Bo had initially wanted He Wanli to flatter him, but he only received He Wanli's reassuring look indicating that he would keep quiet. Lin Bo smiled. No need to hide. Oh, everyone here is on the same side. What the senior has bestowed is pure faith power. The Tianqi realm has not seen such a thing in 1,000 years. I wonder how the senior obtained it. Wang Ban initially in a daze understood after hearing this. He looked at Lin Bo's increasingly kind smile, and his face turned pale. Knowing such a secret, he would definitely not be able to leave on his own. Lin Bo was very satisfied with everyone's performance, nodding with a smile. All those items are consumed through the people here. They call it money. And your job here is to help me, which is also helping yourselves to earn money. We can earn directly. He Wanli's expression was one of shock. Lin Bo shook his head. You naturally cannot use it directly. He took out some copper coins. They were the game coins he had ordered from the antique city, stamped with the logo of the Shu Ling Bao. All visitors entering this place can use these copper coins to trade with you or participate in activities. At the end of each business day, based on the number of coins each shop turns in, 1 copper coin can be exchanged for 1 unit of faith power. If you want spirit stones, you can also exchange 1 copper coin for 1 spirit stone. Lin Bo smiled at everyone. He planned to sell the game coins for $5 each. It was reasonable for him to take a small cut as the platform. Letting them directly earn money, the power of faith in the realm of cultivation wouldn't suffer from inflation. I have truly thought this through. While Lin Bo was feeling self-satisfied, He Wanli was extremely excited. Fortune, this is a tremendous opportunity. He Wanli was now full of regret. After personally experiencing the contract formation process, he confirmed that this was indeed a constraint on their actions within the secret realm. They had actually interpreted such a friendly senior with the utmost malice. Previously, he had thought that 50,000 spirit stones were excessively costly. Now, he only felt that it was worth every penny. Wang Ban was unclear about what faith power was, but it seemed important. Even without mentioning faith power, just hearing that this copper coin could be exchanged for spirit stones made him extremely happy. Spirit mines were mostly controlled by large sects. Loose cultivators could usually only obtain a few spirit pearls. This place could actually earn spirit stones. 1 copper coin could be exchanged for 1. Who knows how many could be earned in a day? After all, many outer disciples of large sects only received 1 spirit stone per month. Seeing Wang Ban's excited appearance, He Wanli inwardly scoffed. Only fools would exchange for spirit stones. The spiritual energy here is so abundant, as the faith power increases, the secret realm will recover and spiritual energy will become even more plentiful. Practicing here for a day would yield spiritual energy equivalent to over a dozen ordinary spirit stones. Not only did they get a place to cultivate, but they were also given the opportunity to earn faith power. The senior treated them so generously that Wanli was truly moved. What do you need us to do, senior? Lin Bo smiled. You can run the shops yourselves. If needed, I can help you plan and coordinate performances with the scenic area. Of course, I will take a cut from your earnings. The first 3 months of trial operation are rent-free, after which you will need to pay a fixed rent each month along with 20 of the earnings. Wanli listened, his heart surging with excitement. How benevolent. The senior was truly too benevolent. Yes, senior cultivator. Wanli nodded. Only upon truly beholding this town and the immortal palace in the distance did he awaken to the sobering realization that his senior cultivator's ambitions extended far beyond this mere realm. Must the senior cultivator choose them? No. They were selected solely because the senior cultivator happened to summon Yixingtian. In time, ever more cultivators would surely pledge themselves as vassals. If they failed to prove themselves now, there might be no place for them beside the senior cultivator in the future. Wanli finally steeled his resolve. When grasping a mighty benefactor, one must grip with unwavering tenacity. Wanli withdrew from his robe a square stone, 2 chi on each side, its obsidian surface so deep it seemed to swallow all light. A faint chill emanated from it. Wanli presented it with both hands. Senior cultivator, the Qingqing sect has utterly exhausted its spirit stones. This is Tianyi cold iron, a tier-grade treasure material I chanced upon a century ago. I humbly offer it to you. Pray grant the Qingqing sect leniency and allow our entire sect to serve you faithfully. A soft chime sounded. The system activated once more. Detected Xian Yu cold iron usable as construction material, enhances structural integrity of scenic sites. Enables structures to withstand attacks from any 4th-tier combatant across realms. E.g. nascent soul cultivators in the Tianshu realm, conventional ballistic missiles on Blue Planet, maintains cool interior temperatures, increases scenic site revenue by 20. A scenic site defending against ballistic missiles. Preposterous. Yet its natural cooling effect and revenue boost were both highly advantageous, perfect for the Sixian Tower. Lin Bo intended to manage the tower entirely himself. The additional 20 revenue would accrue solely to him. Very well then. Lin Bo flicked his fingers, and the black stone vanished into his inventory. He gave Wanli a slight nod. The scenic site requires personnel, and certain matters in the Tianshu realm also demand your assistance. From Wanli's eyes, long dormant, blazed an astonishing radiance. Indeed, the senior cultivator's designs were vast, and indeed they transcended a single world. He would surely restore the Qingqing sect's former glory. No, under the senior cultivator's patronage the sect might ascend even higher. Other matters can wait. Choose your shops first. After finalizing terms on revenue sharing and commissions, Lin Bo swept his hand outward, and the system map manifested before them all. He turned to Wanli and instructed, I have witnessed the Qingqing sect's sincerity. Provided you can pay rent 3 months hence, you may select several shops, but no more than 3. Yes, yes, yes. Wanli beamed. His earlier offering had been impeccably timed. After brief deliberation, he swiftly reached a decision. The Qingqing sect chose 1 shop near the entrance, another beside the river, and a third at the mouth of an alley. Total monthly rent 20,000 spirit stones. They poured every last spirit stone into this venture, fearing they might lack sufficient funds after the 3-month rent-free period. Thus they dared not claim prime locations. Meanwhile, Wangban, after prolonged scrutiny, settled on a modest alleyway shop costing only 2,000 spirit stones per month. A painful expense, yet an indispensable token of allegiance. On the map, the buildings lit up with markers indicating they were now leased. Simultaneously, small jade tokens appeared in the hands of Wangban and the Qingqing sect members, proof of tenancy and keys to the secret realm. Lin Bo dismissed the map. Consider carefully. Suppose those entering are ordinary mortals seeking immortality. As reclusive immortals dwelling here, how would you test them and extract copper coins from them? Once decided, inform me. I shall offer guidance. All shops will undergo standardized renovation with costs deducted from your deposit. Any shortfall will be drawn from future revenues. Lin Bo glanced toward Wangban. Do not leave until your debt is repaid. Wangban trembled uncontrollably with excitement and bowed deeply. Understood. Until I fully repay the senior cultivator's boundless grace, I shall never depart. How could the senior cultivator bestow such extraordinary favor upon him? In the Tianshu realm, a cultivation cave of such spiritual energy density would cost 5,000 spirit stones per month, yet remain unattainable. Watching Wangban's ecstatic expression, Lin Bo almost suspected some peculiar proclivity, only to notice the 3 Qingqing sect cultivators gazing at Wangban with undisguised envy. Just as he pondered this, Xiao Yuer summoned her courage, stepped forward, and performed a formal bow. Senior cultivator, may we also remain? Lin Bo nodded indifferently. The courtyards behind the shops are habitable. You may stay if you wish. This would further enhance the authenticity of the visitor's experience. Wanli's heart swelled with profound gratitude. The senior cultivator embodied such noble integrity and magnanimity, so effortlessly forgiving their prior misunderstanding and transgression, and permitting them to remain to cultivate within this sacred space. His spirit surged with renewed vigor. Thank you, senior cultivator. This old man shall return immediately to bring more disciples. Though I fear, if we remain within the secret realm, the Qingqing sect's defenses may grow perilously thin. Hu Wanli voiced his concern about the sect's vulnerability, yet hesitated to burden the senior cultivator with such mundane internal affairs. Worry not. You shall understand upon returning. Lin Bo, as though reading his thoughts, offered a gentle smile, then paused, furrowed his brow slightly, and added one more instruction. By the way, henceforth do not address me as senior cultivator here. Call me Master Lin. Hu Wanli recalled Yi Shengtian's words, that Lin Bo delighted in masquerading as an ordinary mortal. Now it was confirmed. He bowed repeatedly, assenting eagerly. He resolved inwardly to brief all accompanying disciples thoroughly before departure. By the horizon, dawn's pale light had already begun to bleed across the sky. Unbeknownst to them, an entire night had slipped away. With matters settled, Lin Bo, a young man of mortal constitution, could scarcely endure competing with a group of centenarian cultivators. Moreover, other concerns weighed upon his mind. He declared he needed rest, and dismissed the others to make their own arrangements. All bowed respectfully as Lin Bo departed. Upon returning to his chamber and settling into a chair, he prepared to review the video data accumulated over the night. Crack! The chair splintered beneath him. Lin Bo barely managed to brace himself against the floor, heart pounding as he stared at the wreckage, narrowly avoiding impalement by a broken leg. Ding! The system chimed, luck attenuation debuff, countdown active, 995959. Fortunately, the scenic site was closed for several days. Hiding safely indoors would see this pass. Enduring misfortune for a few days to gain control over the scenic site's temporal flow. Hardly a loss. Quite the contrary. Hu Wanli entrusted Xiao Yuer and Gao Mingfeng with overseeing shop operations, then departed for the Qingqing sect himself. This matter required his personal attention. Disciples selected must possess impeccable lineage and unimpeachable moral character. Reflecting thus, he realized his earlier decision to release certain individuals had indeed been wise. Once completed, and provided the sect remained unharmed, he resolved to remain within the secret realm indefinitely for cultivation. Already after just one night, he sensed his spiritual decline had begun to stall. He truly had no desire to leave. Hu Wanli stepped out of the secret realm, scarcely registering the dawn's hue, then formed a teleportation seal and vanished, reappearing instantly at the Qingqing sect. As he brushed dust from his robes, preparing to visit his neighbor Xiao Yu for consultation, a startled cry rang out, "Master, how have you returned so swiftly? Where are little sister and elder Gao Mingfeng?" Hu Wanli saw Yi Shengtian still clad in the same attire worn during last night's farewell, sword in hand, drenched in sweat. Hu Wanli lifted his gaze incredulously. The night remained pitch black. "What hour is it now?" His voice trembled. "Master, have you lost your wits? You've been gone barely over an hour. Was the matter resolved?" Harmonization of the Tao. Hu Wanli murmured, fingers flying as he performed a rapid temporal calculation. Tenfold. The secret realm's time flowed 10 times faster than the Tianqi realms. Only a Tao-harmonized sovereign possessed mastery over time itself. That youth within the secret realm was truly a sovereign of Tao harmonization. Yi Shengtian felt a weight on his shoulder. Hu Wanli's hand pressed down, the warmth of his palm seeping through the fabric, causing his shoulder to feel slightly heated. "You did well. From now on you must work diligently in the secret realm and not be lax." Yi Shengtian saw his master's rare seriousness, and though he did not understand why, he nodded. Hu Wanli's steps were firm, yet his heart was tumultuous beyond words. The Tao of harmony. The pillar of our Tianqing sect is a master of the Tao. Yi Shengtian returned to his courtyard. He had only one set of disciples' robes, which he usually cleaned directly with magic. However, in respect for the upcoming long-awaited workday, he decided to bathe and burn incense. But just as he took off his upper garment, his waist badge suddenly glowed brightly. When he regained his senses, he found himself in the very center of an ancient town. The rich spiritual energy in the air pierced into his body, making him involuntarily stretch, close his eyes, and let out a comfortable sigh. "Senior brother Yi." Yi Shengtian turned stiffly, seeing Xiao Yuer holding several rolls of blueprints, staring at him in disbelief. How can senior brother be undressed during work hours? What if a senior mistakenly thinks our Tianqing sect is so casual? What shall we do then? Wait, is it work time? Where is this? Yi Shengtian turned back in disbelief. Beside him was a large area of 2-story buildings resembling those in mortal towns. In the distance, like something out of a cloud, stood the abandoned celestial palace he had seen before. Is this the senior's secret realm? In just a few days, such a monumental change had occurred. Did the senior not say to call him Boss Lin? Also hurry, and put on your clothes. But why was I in the secret realm in the middle of the night? Yi Shengtian hurriedly took out his clothes from his bag and put them on. Is it still the middle of the night at Tianqing sect? It's already past a whole night here. Yi Shengtian was so shocked that he couldn't utter a word. In that moment, he understood why his master had been so joyfully foolish about time. Is this truly the strength of the senior? No, the boss. My habits mean nothing if the boss demands come first. Yi Shengtian repeatedly chewed on the words boss, striving to adapt as soon as possible. The boss is resting, we must keep our eyes on our work. I just checked the road outside the town is still a bit uneven, and there are places piled with waste by the town. Shall we deal with it all at once? All right. Yi Shengtian was full of energy. He treated the time spent working in the secret realm as cultivation. This way he would have several times more cultivation time than those outside. He truly did not want to leave work at all. With a silly grin revealing his teeth, there was no longer a trace of the cold, sharp demeanor of a sword cultivator. Yu Yang was a fourth-year student studying in Rong City with his job already secured, temporarily free from internships. His thesis was nearly prepared, just waiting for the defense. Finally, he didn't have to rush for the 8 o'clock class and could start scrolling through his phone as soon as he opened his eyes. In the past few days, he had some free time and planned to take a weekend trip with his classmates to relieve the stress from his thesis before the May Day holiday. While browsing the scenic area guides on his phone, a video suddenly caught his eye. In the darkness, a beam of sword light shot out as if to pierce through the screen. The boy wielding the sword was dressed in simple white, his gaze resolute. A striking scar on his face, yet it did not diminish his handsome appearance. Yu Yang curled his lip in disdain, preparing to scroll past, not knowing when such negative energy had appeared. A bunch of scenic spots began to use handsome guys for seduction, flaunting their muscles for show. But just as his finger hovered above, the boy turned with his sword, unleashing a flurry of strikes, one sword chasing another. In a dazzling display, the boy turned, using his foot to kick the sword, which flew straight towards Yu Yang on the other side of the screen. In that instant, as the sword approached, he leaped up and grasped the sword, executing a series of sword moves. Even with the screen between them, Yu Yang was drenched in cold sweat from the sword that had just aimed at him. Is there any human capable of such movements? In that boy's hands, the sword seemed like an extension of his body. As he danced with the sword, it was as if he himself was a sword. The sharpness of his aura overshadowed his features with only the sword in view. With full force, he struck out as if he were cleaving through the screen, sending forth the sensation of sword wind. The camera suddenly pulled back. The boy was kneeling with his sword in hand, seemingly exhausted from the battle, having drained all his strength. In the dim twilight, under the towering and eerie abandoned buildings, a layer of sorrowful colors enveloped them. In the final frame, the boy looked up, his hair damp with sweat, eyes bloodshot, and the veins in his hand stood out. A line of flowing cursive script slowly appeared. Come to the Shu Ling Secret Realm, March 24th, seeking treasures, stepping on the immortal path. Wow, has the quality of scenic area promotions become this high now? Yu Yang liked the post and continuously rewatched the video. This fight scene definitely showcased real skills, far surpassing many of today's television actors, stirring up a rush of blood. Glancing at the copy, it mentioned that a week before the scenic area opened, there would be a treasure hunt event. Those who found a gold ingot could receive a reward of 5,000 yuan. March 24th, Saturday. Not much to do today. Is Thursday, still some time left. Yu Yang counted the days while opening the comment section. I absolutely hate this world, the Sixian Secret Realm, huh? Just wait, I hope it's still there when I come. Invincible Big Orange, with just one leap, he can exhaust my medical insurance card. Pig Hero, humph, just a face, trying to trick my like. Pig Hero replied, Pig Hero, you're serious, huh? Immortal, great. Little Flame, the boss, is giving away money. Yu Yang liked each comment and clicked into the account to see more. Unfortunately, there was only one video and the account had a scenic area ticket listed at the original price of 30, with an early bird ticket at 9. Yu Yang forwarded the video to his dorm group. Potato Dumpling, shall we go take a look? His roommate quickly sent a picture. Najou Mountain, the rating is so low, are we going to see a half-finished building? There's an event where you can find gold ingots. If you find one, you get 5,000 yuan. That's too fake. Wang Boyu clicked the link and started scrolling. The early rising worker with a reluctance to go to work stepped onto the subway bus. The countdown to the work week had begun, and the desire for rest grew stronger as videos were precisely pushed to their phones. Due to the admiration for the handsome guy and the yearning for freedom, the video went viral. As it gained popularity, more and more people filled the comment section. Negative reviews began to emerge. Don't go, it's just a commercial ancient town with only a year of history. It's the same wherever you go. As a local, I went there last year when it opened. There's nothing, and it's remote. It said the big boss ran off owing a mountain of debt. Is he going to pay? Whoever believes it is a fool. Some travel bloggers, smelling the traffic, came to promote right under the video. Wang Lele is everywhere. Early bird tickets are bought. I'll help everyone taste the flavor. Those interested can follow me. I'll live stream the whole process to show you the handsome guy. Find gold ingots. Yu Yang hesitated, wondering whether to check the feedback first, but thinking of the recent video made him itch with curiosity. Which young person doesn't have a fantasy of immortals? Moreover, maybe he could make a little profit. He had a job in Haicheng and was preparing for a defense soon, so he needed to get busy. Missing out on this opportunity might mean who knows when the next one would come, so it's better to seize the moment. He looked at the map. The place wasn't too remote, and there was a bus to the nearby area. Let's go take a look. Early bird tickets are 9. You can't lose anything by checking it out. If it's no good, we can detour to climb Shu Ling Mountain. Yu Yang tilted his head and spoke to his roommates Zhou Shan and Wang Boyu, who were clearly in the dorm, yet were still messaging on their phones. Zhou Shan, who was on the opposite bed, poked his head out. That works. I just happened to want to pay a visit to Shu Ling Mountain. He didn't have much going on lately. He didn't know if it was bad luck, but these past few days he had been restless. Whenever he went out, he either lost something or bumped into something, getting hurt a little. He wasn't interested in that so-called secret realm scenic area, but going to Shu Ling Mountain could work. I'm fine with it. I can go home. I'll buy a ticket for my boss too. His experiment should be wrapping up, and I'll drag him out to clear his mind. Ji Ziming was the dorm leader, diligent in his studies and responsible in character, but after failing the graduate school entrance exam this year, he had been buried in the lab working on his thesis and had become increasingly silent. His roommates noticed this, and while they didn't speak of it, they were worried and thought it would be good to go out together to relax. Wang Boyu stretched and got up. All right, what do you want to eat? I'm heading to the cafeteria. 1 chicken cube, 1 potato beef stew, thanks. Call me father. Get lost. The plan for going out was thus finalized. In the scenic area, Lin Bo procured a bunch of soft cushions through the system to wrap up fragile and easily damaged items. He ensured the safety of the surroundings. Lin Bo comfortably nestled in bed, reviewing the data. The video itself had a high quality far exceeding the current platform's average level. Yesterday was merely the beginning of breaking the barrier. With the boost of the reputation, Horn this morning welcomed a real explosion. Although not many tickets were sold as the popularity surged, the view count gradually reached 1 million. Not everyone could remember the name of Shu Ling Secret Realm, but even if it was just 1%, that was not a small number. Lin Bo lay in bed watching his rapidly increasing reputation value, and he was overjoyed. System notification reputation value surpasses 1,000. System notification reputation value surpasses 10,000. System notification reputation value surpasses 50,000. Just as the notifications kept climbing, the system suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. System detected abnormal values. System under maintenance. Maintenance progress 10. Lin Bo anticipated the system might fix the issue, but didn't expect it to react so quickly. Surely the system didn't know about rollback. When the video view count reached 6 million, the system maintenance was completed. Update reputation formula corrected. Reputation value popularity points 0. 1 number of visitors to the scenic area, number of negative reviews, current rating. Due to the system error, the resulting income will not be recovered. Current popularity 50250. Well, for the first 1 million views the income was 500, and for the next 5 million views the income was 250. Right. The system's cut was quite harsh. However, after carefully examining the formula, Lin Bo saw that while the weight of popularity was reduced, the weight of actual visitor numbers and reviews was increased, which was still fair. Given the current gains, Lin Bo was already quite satisfied. With the system's learning ability, it would eventually discover the problem. At least he managed to reap a substantial profit before the bug was fixed. The reputation value for repairing the immortal Cultivation Tower was just 9,750 points away, and with the video fermenting it should grow a bit more. The rest would depend on accumulating visitors to the scenic area and positive reviews. Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Lin Bo. Lin Bo answered the phone, and before he could speak, Lin Bo's loud voice erupted. Are you crazy? Have you fixed your scenic area? Why are you so anxious to open? Are you questioning the infrastructure level of our eastern country? The town of Xian is just a bit lacking with investment in place. It will be resolved quickly. He was counting on opening early to earn money and pay debts, and couldn't afford any delays. Are you coming to take a look this weekend? There was only silence on the line. Lin Bo genuinely felt Lin Bo was a bit too anxious. He indeed couldn't make it this weekend. After hesitating for a while, he said, I have something during the day on Saturday, but I'll come in the evening. In the evening, people tend to be in a bad mood. He was worried that if business was poor, Lin Bo might get depressed. That's fine. Lin Bo had no idea he was overthinking and hung up the phone without a second thought. Lin Bo opened the Time Management Master and adjusted the scenic area's time to Blue Star to 10 times speed. This means that 10 days in the scenic area equates to only 1 day passing on Blue Star. 10 days was enough to prepare for the arrival of weekend visitors. Once visitors could enter the scenic area to avoid chaos, this feature couldn't be turned on casually. 10 days in the scenic area passed quickly. He Wanli soon brought along selected disciples, the 2 elders Tai Xuanji and Su Xian Jinren, as well as the leader of Tianqing sect, Xiao Yue, into the scenic area. He Wanli believed that this would sufficiently demonstrate Tianqing sect's sincerity to their predecessors. The core disciples of Tianqing sect were few, especially in recent years, as it had become increasingly difficult to find talented disciples. There were only 4 or 5 inner disciples, and the extra spots were given to outstanding outer disciples. As many disciples entered the scenic area and felt the spiritual energy in the air, they realized that their destinies were irrevocably changed at this moment. They were immensely grateful they had made the right choice and hadn't left the sect just because the spiritual mine was destroyed. Several elders decided to take turns to ensure that Tianqing sect wouldn't be left vulnerable. Wang Ban observed the scene and felt increasingly that he had struck gold. He firmly resolved to hold on to this big leg and perform well. Lin Bo summoned everyone one by one, provided them with suggestions on management direction and assigned tasks. Everyone worked together and quickly finalized the plan. For the upcoming venture, everyone needs to work together. I'll handle the basic renovations of the shops first. If there's anything needed, you can add it yourselves. Lin Bo smiled. As for the renovation funds, consider it a loan from us to our predecessors. He only felt a bit bashful. They indeed had very few spirit stones left. Lin Bo submitted the requirements for several shops to the system, and the system collected the spirit stones. A cloud of smoke rose and the shops entered a countdown for renovations. Within the scenic area's 24 hours, the construction would be completed. Lin Bo's recently acquired 50,000 spirit stones were completely depleted, but compared to hiring someone from outside for renovations, it was incredibly cost-effective. The members of Tianqing sect gradually became somewhat numb to Lin Bo's constant miraculous appearances in a short time. A master of the Tao, it should be so. Having resolved the shop issues, Lin Bo gathered a group of cultivators and asked the most pressing question on his mind. One question that related to whether the grand finale he had planned in his heart would succeed. Lin Bo, under the realm suppression, can you still control your swords? How many can one person control? He Wanli's spirit was invigorated. The senior's test had come. Sword control was a basic skill for chi refinement. Everyone use all your strength to control your swords and show the senior your capabilities. He Wanli shouted sternly. The disciples of Tianqing sect obeyed and summoned their swords, and for a moment swords danced across the sky. Lin Bo looked at the multitude of flying swords and revealed a satisfied smile. Very good, we need to rehearse next. I hope to incorporate some other performances into it. The first day of business. Grandpa Zhang woke up early and tore off April 1st from the perpetual calendar. He saw the 4 ominous words not suitable for any business on the yellow calendar. The day doesn't seem too good. Wrong. With a sharp clap, Lin Bo put the previous perpetual calendar back on. Today is the 25th, suitable for opening, groundbreaking, and attracting wealth. Did I really tear off that many? Grandpa Zhang blinked, sighed deeply. I really am getting old and confused. Lin Bo nervously changed the subject. How could that be? The scenic area still relies on you. Are you ready as we discussed before? Grandpa Zhang nodded, donned his bamboo hat and raincoat, slung his fish basket over his back, and carried the hanging rod. Leisurely he walked to the entrance of the scenic area, leading a cow out. Lin Bo looked outside the scenic area where a total of 514 early bird tickets had been sold, wondering if anyone would come today. At this moment, Yu Yang and his dorm mates were on a bus heading towards the scenic area, watching as the bus drifted further off course, unexpectedly turning onto a mountain road. Is this what you said is very close to Shu Ling Mountain? We've been on this bus for almost an hour. Zhou Shan scowled, arms crossed. They had arrived in Shu Ling City the night before, had some barbecued food, and set off early today. The straight line distance is indeed not far. Yu Yang coughed to save face. Look at how dizzy the boss is. Zhou Shan supported a bespectacled boy. It's alright, I can still hold on. Ji Ziming waved his hand as his roommates kindly bought him tickets. Having failed the postgraduate entrance exam recently, his graduation thesis and job hunting were delayed, all thanks to his roommates' support and help in finding resources, and now they had specially taken him out to relax. He couldn't spoil the fun. We've arrived. Yu Yang pointed excitedly at the sign partially revealed in the distance, nearly jumping up. However, the bus drove straight past the entrance of the scenic area and continued for several hundred meters before stopping. Xiao Village Group 2 has arrived. Passengers, please disembark. There's not even a bus stop. Seeing this scene, Yu Yang began to feel like backing out. Since we're here, let's at least go in and take a look. The bespectacled one decided he really didn't want to sit on the bus any longer. The 4 of them slowly walked towards the scenic area. They should have already entered the scenic area range, but they hadn't seen the ticket booth yet. It was past 10 a.m., and there was still a bit of mist in the mountains, the air filled with the unique freshness of trees. The air is quite nice, but if not, we can consider it a hike. Yu Yang walked a few steps ahead, turning back to encourage his roommates, trying to liven up the atmosphere. After all, he led the group, and if it turned out poorly, he would feel guilty. However, none of the 3 roommates responded. Instead, they all pulled out their phones. Zhou Shan reached out a hand to push him away. Come closer, don't block the way. Yu Yang turned back in surprise to see several beams of sunlight filtering through the trees, and not far ahead was a small river with a stone bridge. After crossing the bridge, a blue stone path wound towards an ancient town, the layered blue tiles giving off a quaint, tranquil vibe. At this moment, an old man was slowly leading a cow across the bridge. In the hazy mist, a casual snapshot could create a beautiful scene. It wouldn't charge a fee, would it? Yu Yang took out his phone, mumbling to himself. The old man seemed to notice them and stopped on the bridge. Oh no, we've been discovered. The 4 of them felt uneasy. A girl next to them walked by holding a phone stand, seemingly communicating with her live stream audience. Family, I've arrived. Let me take you to see what the Shu Ling Secret Realm scenic area is like. Everyone please give the streamer a thumbs up. Weekend trips, first-hand information about Shu Ling City around Lele will take you to explore. The girl pointed at the old man with the cow, indicating the direction of the ancient town. That's where the scenic area is. Let's cross the bridge first. What? Is that old man taking pictures? They'll go ask him for you. The streamer, named Lele, walked directly towards the old man, and Yu Yang and the others hurriedly followed. Having collected her money, she couldn't possibly take ours too. Just as they reached the old man's front, they wanted to inquire. But they saw the old man slowly raise his head, his eyes and wrinkles conveying an indescribable weariness. Are you here to seek immortality? The group was intimidated by the old man's demeanor and didn't know how to respond. Is this entering a story? The old man shook his head and sighed. You've come too late. The path to immortality has been severed. If you can't seek it, then don't seek it. He led the cow away. Originally lacking enthusiasm, Zhou Shan slapped Yu Yang. This is great. We just entered a story. A blind cat met a dead mouse, and you stumbled upon it. I want to see more. Let's hurry in. Only then did Yu Yang feel happy. The comments in Wang Lele's live stream suddenly became lively. Wow, it really had that fairyland feeling just now. Streamer, hurry in and see what fun they can have. Little Heart 1 Wang Lele was a small streamer, and seeing the number of people in her live stream increase, she became full of energy. Thank you, sister, for the little heart. The streamer will go in right away. The group continued walking straight ahead. They reached the entrance of the town and finally saw the ticket office, where a few of them went inside. The ticket office, however, was different from other places, located in an ancient building that felt like stepping into an ancient ticket office. Behind a tall counter sat a man in ancient attire who raised his eyes upon their arrival. Fellow travelers from afar. Do you have a travel document? Wang Boyu chuckled. The NPC had quite a strong sense of belief. He initially thought it would be boring after all, and his eyes Shu Ling Mountain was nothing special, usually just wandering around the foot of the mountain, let alone this obviously counterfeit scenic area. However, as a host, he naturally prioritized his roommate's wishes. He didn't expect that after being away for half a year, the family scenic area had developed to this extent. He couldn't help but get into character, handed over the mobile verification code, and said in a playful tone, "Please check, sir." The person behind the counter was Lin Bo, who couldn't leave the task of collecting money and verifying tickets to those cultivators, so he had to do it himself. Lin Bo verified the ticket, pulled out a few copper coins as game currency from the counter, and pushed them out. "As a fellow traveler coming from afar, you likely have no silver on you. Please take these 6 copper coins. If you need more." Lin Bo pointed to the price list beside the counter. "You can choose to exchange or find a way to earn in Sixian Tower." The price list was simply ordinary rice paper with a few lines written in brush strokes, 5 yuan for 1 coin. Not knowing the situation in the scenic area, the group decided not to buy for the time being. We'll hold off on buying game currency for now, but is the activity to find ingots for real? Of course, that's the blessing of the god of wealth. Finding it will yield a reward. Are there any hints? Just walk around the scenic area more and don't miss any details. Lin Bo smiled, or if there were hints, he would have looked for them himself. Wang Boyu wanted to talk to Lin Bo about what it meant to not see an immortal, but unfortunately Zhou Shan, being impatient, pulled his roommates out quickly. "Let's go." Into the scenic area? Having experienced so much misfortune, it was time for some luck to come their way. Meanwhile, the streamer, after asking the audience for gifts, exchanged them for 100 yuan in copper coins. In front of the camera, she weighed the coins, looking like a little wealthy girl. "Lele will take everyone on a spending spree today." Did the streamer not hear? "Go find the ingots. Look for special ingots in the scenic area." Okay, got it." The girl hurriedly ran towards the entrance of the ancient town. However, she saw the 4 college students standing still under the archway of a mortal asking town, and before she could wonder, she was stunned by the sights of the ancient town. The ancient street bore no traces of commercialization. It was quiet, adorned with flags, and scattered with pedestrians. However, everyone wore traditional costumes, and upon seeing them, they couldn't help but stop and reveal curious expressions, as if they had never seen modern people before. Wang Lele felt a bit nervous and involuntarily moved closer to the 4 vibrant college students. "We didn't enter some ghostly scenic area, did we? The actors' reactions are too real. It's fine nowadays, murder mystery games are like this, it's called immersion. But generally speaking, such scenic areas would also have places to rent clothes." Wang Boyu, a veteran of murder mystery games, analyzed the plot here probably has a lot to do with seeking immortality. "Are you several friends from outside seeking immortality here?" A clear and playful voice of a girl echoed in their ears. Turning around, they saw a girl in ancient attire with her hair styled up in a bun, wearing a pale yellow dress, and a few decorative wooden handles hanging at her waist resembling some kind of toy. With a cheerful smile on her face, she appeared lively and enthusiastic. Is there really a plot? Wang Boyu, as an experienced player, blocked the others and took the initiative to communicate with the NPC. "Indeed, but we heard that there are no immortals here anymore." The girl shook her head, appearing regretful. Opportunities to meet immortals are hard to come by, who would easily grant their chances to others. The ladder to immortality has been broken for 1,000 years. As she said this, she cautiously looked around and lowered her voice. However, the people here have never given up on reopening the path to immortality, and tonight, there will be a ritual held. Those who obtain the token can participate. You foreigners' attire naturally raises suspicion. "Oh, would you like to change into some clothes?" "How can we obtain the clothes then?" Wang Boyu asked while winking at his companions. "See, I told you I was right. Why don't I rent a piece from my store for you at a reasonable price?" Wang Boyu was about to refuse. But looking in the direction the girl pointed, he saw a small clothing store with a sign for the Shao family clothing shop and a banner hanging at the entrance advertising a rental fee of just 1 copper coin. Just 1 copper coin. 5 yuan. No, they had early bird tickets bringing 6 copper coins, which meant it would only cost 2 yuan to rent clothes. How absurd. Lele raised her selfie stick, passing by others to grab the sweet smiling girl. "Let's go, but can I film in your shop? I'm live streaming." "Of course." Xiao Yue nodded. She wasn't very clear on what live streaming was, but the boss had said not to miss any promotional opportunities. Streaming was one such opportunity. With permission granted, Lele raised her phone and walked towards the store. "Everyone can come in and take a look. It's fine if you don't rent anything." Xiao Yue also did not forget the 4 big boys behind. After waiting for a long time, they finally got their first batch of customers today, and naturally, they couldn't let them slip away. "Let's take a look first, it doesn't seem expensive." Zhou Shan led his roommates in behind Lele. The number of viewers in the live stream gradually increased to 200 or 300, and the comments began to roll in. 1 copper coin means 5 yuan. So cheap. You know, it's probably the worst quality. This is just the usual trick for scenic area photography. One is just a gimmick. Better clothes will surely raise the price. Adding makeup, it probably won't be less than 399, right? Scenic photography packages are all the same boring styles. It's not interesting at all. But the scenery here is not bad, which should look good in photos. I wonder how many people have worn these clothes. The new scenic area should be alright. Lele raised her phone, finding a good angle, and smiled at the camera. The streamer will test the waters for everyone and see if it's a scam. "What clothes do you want to see me wear? Don't be too revealing, okay? Everyone help the streamer choose." Wang Lele turned her phone towards the clothes, and for a moment the entire live stream was dazzled by the clothing in the shop. The store wasn't large, probably around 50 square meters, but it was filled with clothes. Half of it was women's clothing, and the other half was men's clothing. From simple cotton and linen styles to luxurious palace garments, from neat short outfits to exquisite wide-sleeve palace dresses, it was almost all-inclusive. We also have more women's styles on the second floor. The ladies can choose upstairs, and the fitting rooms are on the second floor. Wang Lele touched a water dress beside her, the fabric cool and silky to the touch with exquisite embroidery that felt like genuine silk, not synthetic. She had been to countless scenic areas, at least 100, and as a semi-influencer, she had done plenty of travel photography. Which travel photography shop would casually hang out genuine silk dresses like this? How much is it to rent this for a day? Lele's voice trembled slightly. This one is a bit expensive. Xiao Yuer's voice was somewhat heavy. See, I told you. Good quality clothes will definitely raise the price. It's all a trick. The netizen who had predicted this earlier was instantly excited. 2 copper coins. Are you sure? Lele could hardly believe her ears. 10 yuan to rent for a day? Xiao Yuer nodded, saying that these clothes were brought from the Tianshu realm. Although Tianqing's sect was poor, they only lacked spirit stones and magical treasures. For cultivators, these clothes were just ordinary garments. However, according to Elder Lin, items brought from the cultivation world could only exist or be used within the scenic area and could not be taken outside, hence they could only be rented. Otherwise, selling directly wouldn't be impossible. A room full of ordinary clothing could be exchanged for faith power. It was unthinkable. I'll rent it. Lele did not hesitate at all. She decisively took it and held onto the dress, not wanting to let go. Goodness. The fabric and craftsmanship, how much would just the outside wide sleeves cost? Could 4,000 cover it? Moreover, she had never seen similar styles online. They might be custom-made. 10 yuan for a whole day was simply charitable. Wang Boyu was also stunned by the low price. Wearing something stylish wouldn't be a problem. He put down the NPC-like clothing in his hand and turned to pick up a noticeably more handsome black outfit with a golden dragon pattern. The others began to choose as well. Lele added 1 copper coin for styling. What was the harm in getting styled for just 15 yuan? Xiao Yuer happily had the employees do Lele's makeup. In just 10 minutes, an ancient-style makeup look was complete. Wang Lele looked at the ancient maiden in the mirror, completely restored with an authentic ancient feel, and she stuttered. This is me. The makeup is amazing. Xiao Yuer smiled. The Facian makeup style, a look popularized in the virtual realm, was naturally exquisite. All the employees in this shop were Xiao Yuer's puppets. Rounding up, it was like Xiao Yuer herself had done the makeup. She felt immensely proud. Who would have thought that in just a short while she had earned a full 11 copper coins, which could all be exchanged for faith power by night. Xiao Yuer tightly held the copper coins in her hand, filled with motivation. This was only the beginning. If it was truly as the elders said, then their business would only get better and better. The 5 tourists in the audience in the live stream also felt it was unbelievable. Until they dressed up and walked out of the store, the boss surprisingly did not recommend them to add on photography packages. What on earth are these prices? Is it the 1990s? In what year are we that the scenic area doesn't have so many activities? Adding eyelashes, taking photos, selecting pictures, and extra fees for retouching. There are no extra charges for any items. Does this scenic area really exist? Address. I need the address. Having been fooled many times, encountering someone who wasn't deceitful made Yu Yang and the others feel nervous, even a bit scared. Should we exchange some coins again? Yu Yang tentatively asked. The scenic area is so considerate. He was genuinely afraid that if they didn't spend more, the owner would go out of business. That's not impossible. Zhou Shan adjusted his collar. Whether the clothes were good or not could be determined once worn. Not only did the clothes fit well, but the fabric was breathable, not at all stuffy. Such quality would probably cost 200 to 300 a day elsewhere. Wang Boyu was busy taking photos, frequently posting in the family group chat. Aren't I handsome? Guess where this is? Haha, you all haven't been here. Unbelievably cost-effective, really. Tomorrow, I'll bring the big lady and the second lady along. So comfortable. Ji Xiang pushed up his glasses, having chosen a scholar's robe. He looked at the ancient-style architecture in the scenic area. This place indeed had some charm. In less than half an hour, Lin Bo saw several college students come back together, exchanging 200 yuan and leaving with 40 game coins. Just looking at the game coins wasn't cheap, but the cost-effectiveness in the scenic area was high. Meanwhile, in Lele's live stream, the chat was ablaze. Holy cow, I'm at Shu Ling Mountain. Wait for me to come down. Rounding it off 9. 9 covers the entrance fee, costume styling, and still have money left to play games. I disagree, there are no secret realms in the capital. The boss should build one. So close and so beautiful. Boss, come to Jiangbei. No wonder the scenic area almost went bankrupt. With such good intentions, if he doesn't go bankrupt, who will? Not implying anything bad about the boss. Local people don't even know. Huh. Shu Ling Culture and Tourism, what are you doing? It's currently a trial operation. Formal operations might raise prices. Don't rush, let's see. How can there be such good luck? I don't believe there's a scenic area without pitfalls. Don't rush, let's look slowly. It seems like there are NPCs over there. Following the ancient street with traditional Sichuan West buildings on both sides, after just 200 meters, a bamboo pole was holding a red flag with big iron characters written on it. Lele walked over. It was a blacksmith shop. Even before entering, she could hear the sound of metal striking. At the request of the viewers in the live stream, Lele walked in, peeking to see several furnaces burning inside with anvils, bellows, and everything complete. A burly man half-naked was by the outermost furnace, holding a red-hot iron sword in one hand and placing it on the anvil while wielding a large hammer. Not knowing how heavy it was, he used his leg as the pivot, powering his shoulders with his waist moving in large motions, sparks flying with each strike. The hammer fell quickly and accurately, each strike more powerful than the last, as the sword's body rapidly took shape. But he didn't stop. He switched to a smaller hammer, took some water, set it aside, and continued striking the sword's body while dipping the hammer in water. Just a few moments passed. He raised the sword and dipped it into the quenching pool. With a sizzling sound, the quenching was complete. At this moment, the chat was once again excited. Holy cow, what did I just see? A sword forging competition. What a master. So cool. I wish he could forge one for me personally. What kind of super masochist is upstairs? What the heck, looks lively but without any abs? You have no idea how terrifying packed fat muscles are. If he moves, you might not be able to withstand one punch. In ancient times, he would be a fierce general. Tai Xuanji wiped his sweat, turning around only to find an unfamiliar girl standing at the door. He couldn't help but panic. This was a tourist. A tourist who could earn merit. Leaving his guests aside was truly disrespectful. He could only blame the abundant spiritual energy in the secret realm for his distraction. A few days ago, at Lin Bo's request, he forged many swords and several small items. During the forging process, he faintly felt a sense of clarity in his Dao heart. If possible, he could forge non-stop for 3 days and nights here. Tai Xuanji hurriedly tossed the sword and hammer aside, and in an instant the sword and tint around him diminished significantly. The muscle-like aura vanished as if by magic. With a hearty smile, he looked somewhat like a cartoonish fireball. Sorry I didn't see the esteemed guest earlier. Our shop has souvenirs for sale, and you can also personally forge talismans or longswords. Lei stood at the door, stunned, finally snapped back to reality. Let me take a look first. Tai Xuanji scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward since he had never done business before and unsure how to entertain guests. Pointing into the shop, feel free to browse and choose. Lei held her phone, guiding everyone through the shop. On the table near the entrance lay various hanging ornaments, the specific material indiscernible, but the patterns on them were beautiful. Lei picked up a pendant with a bit of silver in it. The intricate patterns were exquisite, and she raised it. Boss, how much is this? Tai Xuanji chuckled, 1 copper coin each. The patterns on them can ward off evil and ensure safety. So cheap. Lei's eyes widened. She didn't believe in those functions, but handmade crafts for only 5 yuan. What kind of 5 yuan scenic area was this? The number of viewers in the live stream had increased from 200 to 500, and a string of exclamation marks floated by in the chat. Adding a magnet would make a nice refrigerator magnet. Can the host buy on behalf of the viewers? Requesting proxy purchasing. Host, let's go. Tai Xuanji noticed the expressions of the customers and felt a bit guilty. Was it too expensive? After all, these materials weren't costly. They were all scrap from his failed attempts. He had mixed crushed common iron and reprocessed it here, inscribing some talismans for warding off evil. Selling this made him feel a bit embarrassed. He originally planned to sell for 1 copper coin. However, Boss Lin said it wouldn't do and forced him to raise the price. Just as he thought of saying that a lower price would also work, he saw the girl turn to him and smile brightly. Give me 10. Tai Xuanji was overjoyed. Sure. He'll wrap them up for you. Lei held the things she just bought and shifted to the front camera, showing in front of the camera. I've bought them for everyone. Please send a little gift or like and join the fan group. After I go back, you'll draw for the fan babies. Let's see what else there is. Before she finished speaking, a message suddenly appeared in the chat. Isn't the host going to forge something before leaving? Lei pretended not to see and skipped to answer other viewers' questions jokingly. What are you talking about? I dressed up so beautifully today. Forge. Are you kidding me? However, to her surprise, more and more people in the chat began to send messages about forging, and some even started sending gifts. The gifts were small, but the momentum picked up. Lei found herself unable to leave or stay, only able to laugh it off. You all want the host to forge, huh? At that moment, a golden account entered the chat, ID Rich Brother, directly sending a carnival gift. Lei was ecstatic, looking at the special effects on the screen. Holding the gifts she just bought, she winked at the camera. Thank you, Big Brother, for the gift. Wishing you wealth and prosperity. Big Brother, please provide an address in the background, and I'll send you a gift. Rich Brother forged 10 carnivals. Lei gritted her teeth and forced a smile. All right. If the Big Brother has money, when he says forge, you'll forge right away. I can't go against money. At the scenic area ticket office, Lin Bo saw more tourists arriving and quickly turned off his phone, curling his lips into a scheming smile. Having just sent a message in the chat saying, I want to see the host forge, he had sent a few small hearts to set the rhythm. He didn't expect to have really hooked a Big Brother. Host, do your best. I can only help you this far. What else can be done? Can we go against money? Wang Lei turned to the owner and asked, Boss, how much does it cost to experience blacksmithing here? 1 copper coin can forge a protective talisman, and 3 copper coins allow you to try forging a weapon. Only counting materials, no time limit. You can take your finished item with you. If you're afraid of danger, then don't play. Tai Xuanji used pliers to hold a piece of iron until it glowed red, then raised a small hammer the size of a fist, and without much effort struck out a small pendant. He demonstrated to Lei, saying, see, it's quite simple. Then he handed her a piece of iron and pointed to the nearby table. After you finish, you can go to the side and engrave a pattern yourself. The path to immortality is arduous, but with this token you can ensure your safety. Lei watched Tai Xuanji's actions and felt relieved. It didn't seem difficult at all. With newfound confidence, she picked up the small hammer that Tai Xuanji had placed down. Instantly her shoulder felt heavy, nearly causing her to drop it. It's not big, but why is it so heavy? But for the sake of the show, Lei didn't switch hammers. She set up her phone and tied her sleeves with a piece of rope. Exerting all her strength, she raised the hammer high and struck down, shouting carnival. Sports car. Big airplane. Gift effects erupted on the screen. One strike was worth hundreds. This hammer was indeed valuable. Gorgeous clothes, beautiful women rolling up sleeves to blacksmith. In an instant, Wang Leilei's live stream soared up the entertainment charts. Let's get those gifts rolling. The top 10 streamers will personally forge commemorative items. Wang Leilei hammered eagerly, one strike after another. She was now firmly controlled by the gifts in the blacksmith shop. Meanwhile, Yu Yang and the others in the dormitory distributed the game currency they had exchanged and continued to explore the town. Just as they were about to head towards the main street, Zhou Shan suddenly discovered a small path leading to the riverbank. His sharp eyes spotted a flag under the willow tree by the river inscribed with the words, Daily Divination. Zhou Shan thought about his recent bad luck and realized he might not have time to visit Shu Ling Mountain today. Regardless of whether it was accurate or not, it was inexpensive here, so he decided to try a divination. Moreover, there were some things he preferred not to let his roommates know. So he cleared his throat and casually fabricated a reason. Clearly, this scenic NPC has a story. With 4 of us acting together, the efficiency is too low. It's better to split up and gather clues separately. That makes sense. From what that lady said earlier, there will be activities here tonight. Yu Yang nodded, saying, I'll go find Yuan Bao. Why are you all looking at me? It's settled then. At noon, let's meet in the town center to compare clues. Ji Ziming smiled and said. After reaching an agreement, they dispersed. Zhou Shan headed straight for the divination stall by the river, which was very simple. An old man with a white beard sat behind it, exuding an aura of immortality. Zhou Shan sat down and extended a hand, saying, Master, could you help me take a look? He wanly glanced at the young man before him and waved his hand, saying, No need for that. 1 coin for 1 matter, fair to all ages. Zhou Shan took out a copper coin and placed it down, saying, Lately my shoulder has been feeling heavy, my luck has been poor, and things keep going missing inexplicably. I've also sustained some minor injuries. More importantly, Zhou Shan lowered his head, parting his hair to reveal a nearly bald spot in the middle. Last week, I suddenly started losing hair. I went to the hospital, but they said I could only get a hair transplant. I'm only 22. He wanly counted on his fingers and said, It's a minor issue. Just sit tight. He took a branch from the side, dipped it in some water, and patted it on Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan instantly felt much more at ease. I can cleanse your impurities for now, but if you want lasting peace and stability, you'll need to find a few items. Go seek them out. Zhou Shan immediately perked up and listened attentively. He wanly handed him a note that marked 7 locations scattered throughout Sixian Town. Once you gather them all, come back and find me. Zhou Shan took the note and headed off immediately. He wanly pocketed the copper coin, coughed several times, and Yi Xingtian appeared from nowhere handing him tea. The previous customer doesn't seem to have any evil spirits on him. He wanly shot a glare at Yi Xingtian, saying, There aren't that many evil spirits. It's all from staying up late. Poor rest leads to blood stagnation and scattered thoughts, naturally causing misfortune. Today I opened his meridians. After running around for a day, he should return home for a good night's sleep without any issues. The master, a dignified, nascent soul cultivator, actually engaged in such charlatanry at a scenic spot. Yi Xingtian hadn't even had the chance to respond. He wanly suddenly remembered something and glared at him while raising the nearby flag. You little brat, who allowed you to slack off here? Is the evening performance ready? With such blessings from a master, if you don't perform, well, I will personally break your legs. Master, please don't hit me. I'm going right now. He wanly watched Yi Xingtian's hurried departure. This kid could earn 40 yuan in wish power daily. He had to work overtime tonight and would even receive overtime pay. Who in the secret realm wouldn't envy him? He still dared to slack off. Didn't he see that he was still finding ways to generate income? There were only 3 shops, but Senior Lin said he could set up a stall. He guarded the spot, letting customers go to his disciples stationed at various points to take on tasks. The tasks varied in difficulty, and to clear all of them, one had to spend some copper coins. He wanly felt the abundant spiritual energy in the secret realm. It was already great to remain here, and as for the rest, that could wait for later. Meanwhile, Zhou Shan was busy accumulating steps in the scenic area. The remaining 3 in the dormitory also separated. Wang Boyu dove straight into the blacksmith shop, immediately noticing the swords lining the walls, and Wang Leilei wildly hammering in the corner. There's a task. Are those swords for sale? Wang Boyu pointed to the swords hanging on the wall behind Tai Xuanji and asked cautiously. Of course not. Those swords are all pre-ordered by someone. Though these swords were intended for performances, they were genuine spirit swords. Ordinary people couldn't handle them. Wang Boyu's eyes lit up. I heard there will be a ceremony tonight to open the path to immortality. Are these swords going to be used for that? Tai Xuanji's eyes flashed, recalling the task given by the boss. The word slipped out. Outsider, this is a dangerous matter. I cannot help you. But if you really like swords, you can forge one yourself. Task alert received. Wang Boyu handed over the copper coins to Tai Xuanji and excitedly approached the blacksmithing platform. Let's get started. Tai Xuanji observed the youth, who began blacksmithing without a second thought. He also glanced at Wang Leilei, who was already exhausted, clearly calling out, Brothers, I can't do it anymore. Stop sending gifts. Don't send any more. Yet her body remained wholeheartedly engaged in blacksmithing. It's known that in the Tianshu realm, crafting favored melting materials into liquid form, then shaping them directly with spiritual sense, considering traditional forging methods too crude. Being adept at forging, he was ostracized. He never expected to find so many like-minded individuals in this world, and Tai Xuanji couldn't help but feel tears welling up. Great. Tai Xuanji felt delighted recalling the rehearsals from a few days ago. Being a bit tired now was worth it. Once these people saw tonight's performance, they would surely be satisfied. Ji Ziming and Wang Boyu parted ways at the entrance of the blacksmith shop and walked towards another alley. A small archway appeared in the alley inscribed with the 3 large characters questioning Heart Road. A couplet hung from the archway: each step is a trial at the heart's gate. The Tao is beneath your feet, do not ask the heavens. A cold voice came: this path is impassable. Leave now, there is still a way back. Continue forward, and the future is uncertain. Do you wish to proceed? Ji Ziming furrowed his brows. The words "the future is uncertain" struck right at his predicament. Looking at the scene, it seemed like some sort of maze-like amusement attraction. Mysterious as it was, he was determined to walk through it. Ji Ziming stepped in boldly. The previous voice echoed softly: just keep moving forward, do not look back. Ji Ziming pressed his lips together, gazing at the increasingly thick fog ahead. Taking a deep breath, he walked straight and disappearing into the dense fog. In an instant, a multitude of bizarre and terrifying sights surrounded him. Shadows flitted around him. Ji Ziming bit his lips, steeling himself not to turn back. This facility should appeal to Wang Boy. Once we get out, I must throw him in here. However, after a short, while the shadows receded, the surroundings felt eerily silent. A pin drop could be heard. Mingming. In the stillness, an elderly and gentle voice called out. Mingming, walk slowly, don't fall. Ji Ziming paused in his steps. This voice. It couldn't be. Mingming has grown up. Grandma can't keep up with you anymore. Ji Ziming ultimately couldn't hold back and abruptly turned around. It was Grandma. Grandma smiled. As long as Mingming is healthy and happy, Grandma is delighted. Her figure gradually faded away. Ji Ziming's eyes suddenly felt warm. He had been raised by his grandmother. That summer during the college entrance examination, Grandma had passed away, and to avoid affecting his studies, no one in the family told him. By the time he finished his exams, Grandma had already been buried. He still wanted to talk to her, but the scene vanished in an instant, leaving behind a small red box, and the clear voice echoed again. Challenge failed. You may choose 1 copper coin to try again, or 2 copper coins to leave directly. I want to try again. Ji Ziming nodded at the copper coins in his hand, taking 1 copper coin and dropping it into the red box, resolutely looking in the direction from which the voice came. The fog spread once more. Outside the thin mist, Gao Mingfeng was sitting in a small, inconspicuous shop. This was the last shop rented by the Tianqing sect, as they had run out of money, and the shop was in a remote and small location. At the end of an alley in Winshan Town, beyond it lay the mountains. While everyone was worried about how to do business, Gao Mingfeng stood up and said, how about we simplify the questioning formation from the Tianqing sect's entrance examination and move it here? It should be quite interesting, right? Now he's a bit worried it might be too difficult, and they shouldn't ruin the visitors' fun. Ji Ziming walked forward, and the same voice appeared again. This time Ji Ziming did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned around directly and smiled brightly at the shadow. Grandma seemed relieved. The image vanished, and the merit box appeared again. Ji Ziming dropped another coin into it. This time Grandma did not appear again. The burden that had pressed on his heart for years seemed to loosen. Ji Ziming continued forward as classmates, teachers, and family members from his upbringing appeared one after another, and he bid them farewell. Until the very last moment. The surroundings transformed into an examination room, and before him lay a set of exam papers. He gazed at the questions, each one he had pondered over in his mind. If only I had done this back then. If only I hadn't checked and revised this question. Just 2 points. Just 2 points away from getting into my dream school. The sound of writing filled the air. Ji Ziming lifted his pen, then set it down again. It's all fake, but it's already in the past. Is there still someone waiting for me? Ji Ziming stood up. The proctor stared at him in shock and pulled him. Student, what are you doing? You can't walk around. Ji Ziming shook him off and strode out of the examination room. Life is not just an examination, it's time to let go and move forward. As he spent his 8th coin, he finally walked out of the mist in one breath. Ji Ziming found himself standing in front of a small shop where a man with a scholarly face sat, unfortunately confined to a wheelchair. Was that hypnosis? Ji Ziming swallowed hard, though everything felt too real. What you think is what it is, the man said with a faint smile, pushing over an envelope. Since you were able to navigate through the mist to see me, it shows you have a connection to the immortals. If you are willing, you can join our ceremony. Ji Ziming opened the envelope, which contained a compass pendant and an invitation card. 8 p.m. in front of the immortal ruins at Wulong Beach. Ji Ziming had no time to ponder the nature of the previous mist, whether it was hypnosis or something else. His heart raced. There really is a hidden event. Seeing that time was running out, he went to the town center to find someone to meet. When he arrived at the meeting point, he only saw Wang Boyu and Zhou Shan with no sign of Yang. So did you find the ingots? Zhou Shan asked. No, but I forged a sword at the blacksmith shop. Their ceremony might be related to swords, and I can disguise myself as a sword cultivator to enter. Wang Boyu finally remembered the ingots and said blacksmithing makes one unconsciously focus. It's really too engaging. Zhou Shan took out a triangular peace talisman. I met an old Taoist by the river who could dispel evil. I must say he knows a thing or two. The tasks he gave were too scattered and fragmented. After we finished everything, he gave me a protective talisman and told me to head north for good fortune. I received a letter inviting me to participate in the event located at Wulong Beach in front of the immortal ruins. Ji Ziming took out the envelope. All the clues aligned as the three looked northward. At the end of the ancient town, there seemed to be a tall, ancient-style building in the distance, though it was not clearly visible. In an instant, all three felt their scalps tingle and goosebumps rose all over. Wow, it looks like that's the place. If one wants to experience all the plots alone, they might not finish in a day. Galoyalu. Wang Boy's stomach suddenly erupted with a loud growl. Feeling the gaze of the other two, he blushed a bit. What are you looking at? I've been hammering iron for 2 hours. This scenic area is great, but how come there's not even a place to eat? Ji Ziming pulled out a bag of biscuits from his backpack. Let's eat a bit to tide us over. Where's that kid Yang? Why hasn't he shown up yet? The three exchanged glances, and in their excitement, they had completely forgotten about him. Just then Zhoushan's phone rang. Brothers, come help me out, I've been detained. A group of 3 people marched towards the location mentioned by Yu Yang. Yu Yang was trapped inside wearing a face full of bitterness. Wang Boyu did not rush to rescue him, instead bursting into a loud barbell-like laughter, taking out his phone to snap a series of prison-themed photos. Yu Yang's face flushed red. Hey, enough. Let's figure out how to unlock this. A person dressed as a waiter came out from the shop. Welcome. This is the Lubon Lock Challenge. It only costs 1 copper coin to participate. There are a total of 10 Lubon locks, and you can take home as many as you can unlock within 10 minutes. You can pay in copper coins to extend your time. This guest has reached the last one. If he can get out of the cage, he will win a mysterious grand prize. Yu Yang sighed in frustration. I was just passing by wanting to see if there were any ingots in that box. It's not that simple. Zhoushan retorted. Wang Boyu stepped forward saying, all right, let's get him out first, then we can try to unlock it. Sorry, but only those who participate in the challenge can attempt to unlock it. Can we challenge it together? Wang Boyu asked. Wang Ban pondered for a moment. It's not impossible. Before long, several people found themselves locked in Yu Yang's cage together. You crazy idiots. I asked you to come save me. Oh, why did you come in instead? Wang Boyu handed the phone to the shopkeeper boss. Let's take a group photo, ha ha ha. Wang Ban took the box-like magical item. He had seen it in the boss' hands, but what did taking a photo mean? Seeing Wang Ban's confused expression, Wang Boyu couldn't help but admire him. Amazing. The actors in this scenic area had such strong conviction. They even acted out the part where someone from the outside world wouldn't know how to use a phone. Actively pointing, he said, press here. Wang Ban fumbled and took a photo. The image before his eyes was captured on the magical item incredibly clear. He secretly praised it. What a good thing. Stop taking photos, quickly unlock the lock. Yu Yang was about to break down. He had been locked in for half an hour. This group of so-called friends was too busy taking photos. After half an hour of struggle, they finally managed to unlock the Lubon lock and receive their reward, a small ingot-shaped token. They also each received a Lubon lock blind box for free. Please keep it safe. Ooh, if the ceremony goes well, it might come in handy. Wang Ban bade farewell to the group. The 4 had extended their chances 3 times plus the coins Yu Yang had spent, totaling 18 copper coins. When Yu Yang emerged, he looked dazed. As the shopkeeper sent them off, he had a smile that could split his face. Taking out a price list. What you just experienced was a beginner's difficulty. The other levels here have higher difficulty and better gifts. The group pushed their hands in confusion. We're not playing anymore, really not playing. Wang Ban wasn't disappointed. Ew, just a few wooden crafts could exchange for so many spirit stones. He couldn't even dare to imagine that in the Tianqi realm. Woodworking was a small hobby his father developed after he couldn't advance in his realm. A boss Lin said this could make money, and he still couldn't believe it. He just didn't understand why, although his surname was Wang, the boss insisted on calling it a Lubon lock. Wang Ban stroked his chin, but who cares? As long as it makes money. Leaving the Lubon lock shop, the 4 from dorm 304 strolled leisurely towards the north, preparing to wait for the evening's event. Yu Yang raised the token in his hand to take a photo. Pretty interesting. Even if we didn't find a real ingot, it was worth it. Wang Boyu saw the distant hills through the photo, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Ingot? Who said an ingot must be a physical object? Just as he spoke, the hill seemed to emit a slight golden glow. What the hell, special effects? Yu Yang was shocked and pressed the shutter to capture the image of the ingot. Lin Bo's ear rang with a prompt. Congratulations, visitor number 032-5003 found the first ingot. You have received a prize of 100. Task progress 110. Did we just find it? He swallowed hard and activated the scenic area broadcast. Congratulations to visitor number 032-5003 for being the first to find the lost ingot of the god of wealth, winning a prize of 500 yuan. Please gather at Wulong Beach. After the performance, prizes will be awarded to tourists who complete the hidden tasks. The 4 young men exchanged glances. Did we win a prize? That was so easy. In the blacksmith shop, the live broadcast room was buzzing with activity. Did you hear what the broadcast just said? The prize is real. Stop forging, go out and take a look. Listen to the broadcast. It seems there will be a performance tonight. Are there so many ways to play with tickets? Did we really just spend a whole day forging? How cost-effective is that? Try renting a costume in the scenic area for 5 yuan. In other places, the forging experience costs 299 yuan an hour. The streamer spent 100 for a whole day. Seeing the barrage, Wang Lele went crazy. Did you finally remember that the scenic area has other attractions? I can finally be liberated and my arms have never been this sore. If I forge for a bit longer, I might be done for. But thinking about the gifts received today, the fatigue was worth it. Should we go out and prepare to watch the performance? The protective talismans made today will be sent to the big brother, who gives gifts tomorrow. Big brothers, remember to message Lele your address. Lele put away the protective talismans she made and raised the selfie stick, ready to head out. Just as she reached the door, she saw Tai Xuanji waiting there with a serious expression stopping her. Fairy, wait a moment. Wang Lele turned back in surprise. What? He called me fairy. How embarrassing. Tai Xuanji handed her a sword. You possess astonishing will and a pure love for forging. You may come to Wulong Beach to participate in our ceremony. Please do not tell others. The live broadcast room erupted with excitement. Wow, hidden plot. Has this blacksmith ever given anything to anyone before? Didn't a guy earlier forge a sword for himself? Can he still give something away? Not to mention how much the streamer has forged. Look at the pattern on the sword. Definitely made of high-grade steel. The streamer profited big time. 100 yuan for a whole day of forging and still got a gift. What scenic area is this? I'm coming right now. Genuine sincerity is the strongest killer move. Lele took the sword move to the point of forgetting her shoulder pain. Tomorrow I will come back. It's a promise. Tai Xuanji watched Lele leave feeling emotional. Though the people here are all mere mortals, they truly possess a pure passion and strong will, and no wonder such powerful belief and willpower can arise. At 6:00 p.m. people began to gather at Wulong Beach in the scenic area. Lin Bo glanced at the ticketing system. Thanks to Lele's live stream, quite a few locals came in the afternoon, totaling over 200 people. With ticket revenues of over 2,000 and game coins sold for over 1,000, the total was nearly 4,000. Lin Bo felt quite pleased with this outcome on the first day. The scenic area stopped allowing entry at 5:30 p.m. Lin Bo tidied up his things and walked into the scenic area. Whether he could become famous would depend on tonight's performance. At a critical moment, he had to be present. Lin Bo sneaked up to Wulong Beach as the sky grew darker. A full moon hung above the treetops of the distant mountains just as the audience was becoming bored. What kind of performance will it be? Doesn't it feel eerily quiet around? Where did all the NPCs go? This scenic area is a bit creepy. As the clock struck 7:00 ding. At that moment, a melodious chime sounded from afar. As the bell rang, the river water gradually receded, revealing a beach covered in white pebbles. The pebbles shone with a gentle white light under the moonlight. Look at the beach. The water has receded. Yu Yang shouted in surprise. It's about to begin. The sound of drums echoed through the heavens and the earth. Thud, thud, thud. A row of young men in loose white robes danced barefoot, swords in hand. Moving to the beat of the drums, they stepped onto the water, performing with synchronized movements, singing as they went. In the beginning of ancient times, who imparted the Tao? In a formless void, how can one inquire? With each question, the voices of the crowd grew louder, resonating in the valley. In the dimness of the netherworld, who can reach it? In the vastness of the cosmos, how can one recognize it? It seemed as if heaven and earth were responding to their inquiries. In brightness and darkness, what is the purpose of time? In the unity of yin and yang, what is the essence and transformation? The questioning continued, the voices gradually turning somber. It sounded like a buzzing emanating from their chests. Whom I? It's whom I? It's a voice that resonates in the mind, so mesmerizing. Wang Boyu exclaimed in surprise, only to be silenced by Ji Zimian covering his mouth. Stay quiet and watch. Amidst the continuous questioning, an old man parted the waters, standing in the center of the stage, light shining upon him. His staff struck the sand, and the ground trembled with each impact. The youths surrounded him, following his lead, drawing their swords and splashing water. Wang Lele held up his phone, captivated by the spectacle before him, no longer speaking. The comments were unusually quiet, as if everyone was watching intently. The sword dance grew increasingly intense as swordsmen drew water with their blades, raising their arms, and water orbs flew into the air, shattering upon being struck. Boom! Water exploded, transforming into golden sparks in midair. The cascading waterfalls suddenly burst forth. At this moment, the singing reached its climax. At the edge of the 9 heavens, where does one belong? In the depths of the corners, who knows the numbers? Where is the sky? How do the 12 divisions manifest? Where do the sun and moon belong? How are the stars arranged? It seemed to respond to the questions, silver flowers dancing. In the water, in the air, there was a shimmering galaxy. In such grandeur, everyone felt a sense of daze. Ji Zimian murmured, knowing the brilliance beyond the heavens, how can one be trapped in the mortal realm? The road is long and winding, I shall seek it above and below. The old man raised his staff. Open the path to the heavens. Forge the celestial ladder. In the midst of the fiery brilliance, the sword held by the dancer slipped from his hand, soaring into the sky, splitting into several blades, connecting to form a long ladder that reached straight to the heavens. Please assist me ascend to the heavens. A young man holding a sword glowing with fire dashed out from the crowd, stepping onto the celestial ladder and swiftly climbing upward. The crowd gasped. Is this a special effect? Isn't that the handsome guy from the promotional video? No way they set up special effects live. Must be a wire. Those swords must have been tied up in advance. Someone analyzed. Climbing with a wire and a soft ladder is impressive enough. I can't even imagine how strong this kid's waist must be. No, it's not a special effect. Oh my god. My sword just flew out too. Someone in the crowd shouted. Wang Boyu was extremely excited. His sword was gone and had just flown away. Was there some sort of mechanism in that sword? Wang Lele and the people in the live stream went crazy. The host's sword just flew away. Is this real? Is it controlled? What kind of control can make a sword fly? Did they install a drone in it? Heaven above, how is this even possible? Whatever, just enjoy the show. Amazing, amazing. This ticket was a steal at 9. The young man stepped onto the sword-made ladder, soaring upwards as if he were the only one left in the cosmos. He gazed toward the distant celestial palace. With a swing of his sword, flames erupted. A rain of fire fell from the sky. What is this? So beautiful. Lin Bo looked at the fireworks, revealing a nostalgic smile. Upon learning that the swordsmanship of cultivators was not filled with as many special effects as in animations, he felt disappointed. However, Yi Shengshan's sword had been modified. With a hollowed-out tip, it contained burning charcoal. The charcoal flowers danced and nearly lost intangible cultural heritage. Let's have a feast of fire today. Look behind. A shocked audience member pointed at the fireworks in the sky. As the fireworks burst, the buildings in the background seemed to be illuminated. A dilapidated building viewed from afar during the day suddenly radiated brilliant light. Like a fairyland. It's a fairyland. It's a fairyland. What the hell is this? This small scenic area was filled with things never seen before. Projection, it must be laser projection. The young man on the ladder seemed to see hope and leapt toward the fairyland. Fireworks surrounded him, resembling a dragon, lifting him into the sky, just as he soared with the flames reaching out toward the fairyland. The ladder collapsed. The fairyland suddenly dimmed. Everyone instinctively held their breath. The light in the young man's eyes faded, and he reached out to grasp something. But in the end, he could only grasp at emptiness. After exhausting his strength, all that remained was the fall. No. The audience gasped. The boy's despair seemed to resonate within their hearts. With a splat, he fell into the water like a bird with broken wings. It failed. The audience felt their hearts tugged. A gigantic paper puppet emerged from the water, lifting the young man who had just fallen. The young man slowly awakened, gradually raising his body on the puppet, dancing with a sword. The ancient ballad resonated once more, this time with a longer melody, as if praising the brave. In the beginning of ancient times, who imparted the Tao? In a formless void, how can one inquire? For thousands of years, humanity has never given up on exploration, exploring the unknown and the distant. The youth's sword dance froze in the moment of gazing at the starry sky. The blade, a true blade. But beauty indeed is beautiful. Lin Bo slowly walked to the center of the stage, bowing deeply to the audience. Thank you all for your help, but sadly our strength is still inadequate, and the attempt to open the path to the immortal world from Sixian Town has failed once again. However, for countless years they have never given up. Lin Bo held two swords in his hands, slowly walking into the crowd, returning the swords to Wang Boyu and Wang Lele. Thank you, young heroes, for your assistance. With everyone's help, I believe that one day we can tread the path to the heavens again. Then he turned to Yu Yang, handing him the prize money. This brave guest helped us find our lost treasure. Please accept this small gift. Yu Yang was stunned receiving the red envelope and feeling its thickness, realizing it was truly 5,000 yuan. I hope everyone can lend us a helping hand in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the actors deeply bowed, slowly retreating and bidding farewell to the audience. The stage was once again covered by the river water. The performance concluded. The audience was still left wanting more. Was everything they just saw real? Could we all participate in the performance? Is 9 for real? Has the boss gone mad? Ji Ziming looked at the talisman in his hand. If the sword can be used, then the talisman and the Lu Ban lock should be useful too, but the plot hasn't progressed to that point. The subsequent performances should be unlockable according to the actions of the visitors. So powerful, simply too powerful. Let's come back tomorrow. Let's each get a sword first. Then let's look for ingots. Yu Yang looked at the red envelope in his hand. I'll treat. Outside the scenic area, another person was in a daze. It was Li Mo who had just arrived. Was it all an illusion? Even outside the scenic area, he could still see the ladder reaching for the sky, the fire dragon blooming in midair, and the fairyland resembling a mirage. He stood on the roof of the car, looking at the hastily pulled-out camera in his hand. His heart wailed. Heaven, what have I missed? Will there be more tomorrow? How could Lin Bo not call him for such an event? Just a few days and Lin Bo has managed to create such a grand scene at the scenic spot. Is there no justice? The performance concluded and the visitors prepared to leave. The four young men from room 304 felt reluctant to part, but without a car, they wouldn't make it to the last bus. Everyone in Lele's live stream room was still savoring the spectacle they had just witnessed. Such a scene was truly rare in a lifetime. Wang Lele's phone was almost out of battery. She looked at the camera and said, "Promise me you must see it with your own eyes." Okay. After she finished speaking, the phone died. Clips of Lele's live stream had already been shared by well-meaning people, attracting more and more visitors. Until a high-definition video flowed onto the platform. The video was short, only 10 seconds, and it seemed to capture the moment from a distance as if peering in. But it recorded the instant when the fireworks bloomed and the fairyland appeared and then vanished. Initially, the comments below were filled with wishes, and then more visitors surged in. This is the performance video from tonight's Shu Ling Secret Realm. Coming from Lele's side, an incredible value. A god-tier merchant 5 yuan for a Hanfu experience. An absolutely incredible 5 yuan scenic area. The iron-making experience creates small accessories, and it only costs 5 yuan. Can you believe it? You can also take the finished products home. Aside from the lack of dining options, there are no major complaints. How can such a large scenic area not have a single restaurant? Just to add, the restrooms are also inadequate. Did you see tonight's performance? It was amazing. The immersion and participation were top-notch. The preliminary tasks were all useful. Let's build a task thread on the forum. Together, we can help Wenxing Town embark on the path of immortality again. The sword you forge will be used in the construction of the heavenly ladder. Can you believe it? What high-tech is this? The picture of the handsome guy falling from the sky, JPG attached, is a high-definition image of Yi Xingtian plummeting from the air. Heavens, please share the scenic area address. I have my bullets loaded. Is that dilapidated building in the back a Sun Tupin dungeon? I want to go. How do I get there? There are other tasks. The most comprehensive task summary follow me. People from Shu Province come out and say how come you all are eating so well. We don't know either. Shu Province cultural tourism come out and speak. Am I the only one who thinks the chant in the middle was quite moving? What was that? So impressive. Lin Bo smiled as he browsed the comments quoting Chu Yuan's Tianwen. How could it not be impressive? The history of this world has deviated since the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Many historical figures from previous lives did not appear in the long river of history. Thus Lin Bo boldly drew inspiration, applying it passionately. As Lin Bo continued scrolling, he was surprised to find that someone had already begun updating the scenic area's plot notes and strategies. Is this efficiency? Today went well. Lin Bo closed his phone and called everyone together to start the general accounting. Today was the grand opening. The business isn't too bad, but has already exceeded expectations. I hope everyone keeps up the good work. Most visitors who entered the scenic area rented clothes from Xiao Yuer. A significant portion also opted for additional services, so Xiao Yuer collected a full 150 copper coins today. Lin Bo took a 20 commission and settled 120 yuan with Xiao Yuer. Xiao Yuer stared at the surge of incense power in the jade token, somewhat dazed. Just one day, and so much. Is this considered poor business? Xiao Yuer swallowed hard and looked at Yi Xingtian beside her. Yesterday she envied senior brother Yi, but now she felt only pity. In the boss word, senior brother Yi who works for others is called a worker. Poor worker. In just one day her income was about to exceed his earnings from 3 days of work. Listening to the boss was indeed not wrong. I didn't expect that mortal clothing would be so popular here. The blacksmith shop earned more than 50 copper coins with over 20 contributed by Lele. The number of people who liked blacksmithing isn't high, but more bought small accessories. Converted, the earnings were 45 yuan. Iron Xuanji was very satisfied today. He earned incense power and met like-minded friends. Very good, very good. The team led by Hu Wanli earned a total of 200 copper coins, but with so many people to share it wasn't much. Gao Mingfeng's low-risk approach yielded only 30 or so coins. However, Wang Ban sighed due to the low threshold for participation, won prizes even at increasing levels of difficulty. Many people spent money impulsively, unexpectedly becoming dark horses. In just one day, they earned 250 coins, becoming the highest earners of the day. Wang Ban was a bit dazed with joy. In just one day, 250 spirit stones minus the commission, that's a full 200 coins. At this rate, it would take just over 200 days to pay off the debts. Not to mention changing his family's inherited craft name. He could even call himself Luban. Once the deposit is returned, whatever comes next is his. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to even think about it. I will convert everything into spirit stones to repay the debts. Upon hearing this, the people from Tianqing sect choked on their water, coughing violently. What a wasteful operation. Didn't we say there was faith power? You can exchange some first to enhance your strength. Hu Wanli couldn't help but remind him. You can choose to keep some with you. Lin Bo's gaze fell on Wang Ban. Wang Ban chuckled honestly. The secret realm is great. I don't need to go out. They'll pay it all back first. The sooner it's cleared, the more at ease I feel. Lin Bo nodded. This rogue cultivator was a bit too honest. He earned exchange rates and took a cut. It felt a bit awkward. He should take care of him more. Once there are more people, business will improve. Hu Wanli observed Lin Bo's satisfied expression and discreetly glanced at Wang Ban. He coldly snorted in his heart. This kid knows how to please the seniors. Lin Schemer Bo looked at the people from Tianqing sect. Everyone did well today. There will be even more visitors tomorrow. Everyone should rest early, cultivate well, and prepare for tomorrow's performance. With that, he let everyone disperse, and the cultivation was not mentioned. Lin Bo returned to his room to check the system data. The operating income wasn't much. The early bird tickets were sold cheaply. Once the prices return to normal, it will be fine, and the real bulk will come from future visitor spending in the park and revenue from investments. More valuable is the reputation built from low prices along with the prestige earnings it brings. Today, the positive reviews rose to 5 stars, and the prestige from visitor entry reached 500, plus the shares and likes online accumulating over 1,000 prestige points today. At this rate, in a few days, the prestige needed to build the Xianlu will be sufficient. One must know that the dilapidated building cost 200 million just to complete half of it. Where could he find another 200 million? Thankfully, there is a system. Online, everyone is worried about him losing money. Indeed, he might not make a profit, but he would definitely not incur losses. The only thing lacking in the scenic area is a place to eat. After all, aside from himself and old Zhang, everyone in the scenic area are cultivators following the path of abstention from food. Let alone meals, these people wouldn't even drink a drop of water while working. They could be described as the finest of beasts of burden. However, visitors still need to eat, and Lin Bo noticed that the positive reviews on the platform had already reached 40. At this rate, should he be able to recruit more employees tomorrow? If only he could hire a chef, but he couldn't really let the precious visitors go hungry. Early the next morning, Lin Bo drove the last remaining Wuling Hongguang of the company to the town, bringing back several boxes of mineral water, instant noodles, sausages, tea leaves, and a kettle. He called out to Yi Xingtian, I'll clear a space for you by the small creek by the river. You can set up some tables and chairs for a tea stall, and during the day you can sell water and food. If you sell a lot, I'll give you a commission. Really? Yi Xingshan's face lit up with surprise. Yesterday, seeing his fellow disciples earn their wish power, he felt delighted. But he suddenly realized that as a worker, he seemed to see no upward mobility. His work enthusiasm was greatly impacted. He didn't expect that the next day his boss would assign him a new job, helping him to generate income. How could there be such an understanding boss? But how do we sell these things? Yi Shengtian looked curiously at the pile of unfamiliar items before him. The water was surprisingly stored in transparent bottles. This bottle was made of a material he had never seen before, and he wondered if it was expensive. Lin Bo took out a bottle of water, instant noodles, and sausage. These 3 items can be sold for 2 won per set. You can boil hot water. If someone wants instant noodles or tea, you can help them brew it. Those who eat or drink tea can take a seat, and tea is 1 copper coin per cup. The remaining water should be set aside, 2 bottles for 1 won. Yi Shengtian sighed inwardly, thinking that indeed it was good stuff, but it wasn't cheap. He wondered what it would taste like. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Lin Bo pondered for a moment and waved to Yi Shengtian. Let me give you another tip. Are you listening? Yi Shengtian nodded. If someone wants to buy instant noodles or tea, let them choose whether they want you to brew it or do it themselves. If it's you brewing it, once it's done, you can serve it to the customers with your sword. Before Lin Bo could finish, Yi Xingshan's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a way to cultivate while working? The senior had indeed considered everything. You can handle the tables and chairs yourself, right? Bamboo chairs and stools would be fine. Yi Shengtian nodded. He had some in his chinquan bag. He found that tourists liked things with an ancient charm, and since many disciples had left the sect, he had gone back to the sect after work yesterday to move some idle tables and chairs into his chinquan bag. These days the virtual realm was night, and he wasn't planning to return for the time being, as cultivating in the secret realm was the real deal. Yi Shengtian conscientiously unloaded the goods one by one, putting them into his chinquan bag. He immediately set up a stall. Just as Lin Bo had arranged everything for the scenic area, customers started arriving. Lin Bo sat at the ticket booth, watching the long line form in front of him, feeling somewhat shocked. He knew that online promotion was effective, but he didn't expect it to be this good. There weren't many tourists from out of town, but the local ladies were always at the forefront of the county's trends. A few aunties brought a grandpa with a DSLR camera, marching in with great enthusiasm. The grandpa had just finished shooting cows outside and was furiously posting his location in the photography group I asked. That old guy took the cow out in the morning, fished until evening, and brought the cow back at sunset. It can all be photographed. Come quickly. With this momentum on weekdays next week, as long as the weather is good, there will be tourists coming. Not to mention those who come to stroll with children and those looking for a good deal to save money. Yesterday, they saw a video and took the opportunity to come today for the weekend. Yu Yang and the 5 others stood at the end of the line, looking at the lobby that was completely different from yesterday. They were astonished. Why are there so many people? Wang Boyu smiled faintly. I told you to come earlier. When I went back yesterday, my mom saw the photos and said their square dance group was coming here to have fun today. There were even customers inquiring about whether they could store game currency and if there were any discounts for doing so. Lin Bo smiled. We are still in trial operation. Once we officially open, there will be recharge events. Damn it. I just became a businessman and forgot about the storage activity. I'll set it up next week. By the end of the day, at least 300 or 400 visitors had entered. Everyone was busy flying around. Xiao Yuer's makeup puppets had increased from 2 to 5. It was all about the details, and by the end of the day, her mental energy felt like it was being drained. But it was truly exhilarating, especially when the scenic area closed and received the shared wish power. The wish power and the abundant spiritual energy in the air of the scenic area surged into her dry meridians in an instant. The speed of cultivation was more than 10 times faster than in the Tianqing sect. Xiao Yuer squeezed the jade token in her hand. She had only used half of the wish power inside. Her father, as the sect master, was indeed unable to leave. He couldn't come to the secret realm to earn wish power. She needed to save it for him. In a few years, he should break through to the nascent soul stage. Lin Bo noted his gains from today. He was pleasantly surprised. He had found 4 golden ingots, getting closer to opening the God of Wealth Temple. The 400,000 reward from the God of Wealth Temple made Lin Bo feel much more secure. The business income was approaching 10,000. Parents with children really had strong purchasing power, especially the Lubon Lock Experience store run by Wang Ban, which was particularly popular among children and parents. There were even people who specifically came to check in, wanting their families to be neatly organized while playing. There was another unexpected surprise. The scenic area had gone viral again on the short video platform. Lin Bo clicked into the local trending search, and the first thing that appeared was a scene of Yi Xingtian pouring tea with a sword. Even the performance video, meticulously shot by Li Mo, was overshadowed. You say this scenic area has handsome guys feeding me water with swords. Wake up upstairs, he's just passing you tea, not feeding you. But wasn't this move too cool? It's a replay. Live at the scene. Really go check my homepage for the video. Force analysis. JPG. Sword cultivators really have slim waists. Upstairs, a pair of shorts flew into my face. I hate not having a holiday. I want to go now. Lin Bo clicked on the video and saw that Yi Xingtian indeed had a talent for showing off, dressed in tight clothing, wearing a bamboo hat, and had somehow managed to find a mask. It half covered his face. With a sword and a bowl of water, his movements were graceful and his gaze cold. After a series of movements, even Newton at 3 in the morning would want to lift his coffin, pondering whether the principles of mechanics were problematic. With looks and skills, he captivated a group of aunties who were eager to introduce him to potential partners. Some people queued 3 times drinking several bowls of tea just to see him perform a few more times. After all, the water wasn't expensive. 5 yuan for a serving of tea with a seat and a performance to watch it was worth it. It was such a great deal. Just from Yixingtian's stall today, he earned a full 500 yuan equivalent to 2,500 yuan, topping the charts. Lin Bo, feeling delighted, directly gave Yixingtian a commission bonus of 50 yuan. Yixingtian took the money, hesitated for a moment, and knelt on the ground holding the money. I can't accept this money. Lin Bo looked surprised. This is your deserved commission. There's no need for this. Yixingtian shook his head. Xingtian already has a benefactor and knows he isn't qualified to be your disciple. But you first guided me on the principle of the myriad swords returning to one and taught me the way of sword balance. Xingtian has already benefited greatly. How could I dare to take your money? As a disciple, I shall repay you. All right. Lin Bo waved his hand. Get up quickly. This is what a boss should do. If the employees are good, the scenic area can truly thrive. Although it was unintentional, you are indeed setting a good example for the Tianqing sect. The stronger you are, the better. Li Mo looked at his 4K ultra-clear video with multiple camera angles and exquisite composition, banging his chest in frustration. Today he had specifically brought equipment to prepare for a big project, but the hype was overshadowed by a passerby, filming directly. Regardless, the scenic area truly became a little popular. Lin Bo checked the comments section of the scenic area again. The number of good reviews finally reached 99. Lin Bo logged into his secondary account and wrote a big positive review for the scenic area, successfully reaching 100. Ding. Reputation reached the standard. Hurry up and recruit new employees. Yay. Yixingtian's little tea stall was ultimately not a long-term plan. But these cultivators really don't eat food. It would be best to hire a chef to come over. Directly arrange a cafeteria for the scenic area. Today, 3 additional yuan bao coins were discovered. Lin Bo's personal treasury, blessed solely by the god of wealth, yielded a net reward of 3/8 yuan after deducting bonuses paid to visitors. Revenue over the past 2 days had also surpassed 10,000 yuan. He decided to leave this sum untouched for now and immediately convert the full 3/8 yuan reward into system currency. Luxuriously, Lin Bo first spent 1/0 yuan to stack 10 layers of a luck buff upon himself. Enduring 10 hours of misfortune seemed quite bearable. Then he selected a relatively open area, just in case another newcomer like Yixingtian suddenly plummeted from the sky and crushed the buildings. He initiated the recruitment draw. A streak of blue light flashed across the interface, followed by a system notification: recruitment completed. 1 junior chef has been enlisted. Please await their arrival for an on-site interview at the scenic area. Was it really this ordinary? A faint sense of disappointment flickered in Lin Bo's heart. Was this truly the same uniquely eccentric system he knew? The chef would not arrive today. The interview could not possibly occur before tomorrow. With numerous vacant courtyards scattered across the scenic area, Lin Bo selected a spacious 3-courtyard compound beside the river to serve as the restaurant. Given the overwhelming number of cultivators within the scenic area, it was imperative that all staff be trusted insiders. Precisely why Lin Bo remained resolute in using the system to recruit his chef. Lin Bo opened the in-system marketplace. First, he needed to construct the kitchen. Only then could the chef prepare sample dishes upon arrival. Moreover, weekday visitor traffic remained comparatively light, offering an ideal window to address pending operational issues. Visitor feedback highlighted several persistent concerns: inconvenient parking, excessively long queues at the ticket booth, insufficient dining options, cumbersome game coin exchange procedures, substandard restroom conditions, and a notably high proportion of families with young children. Now flush with funds, Lin Bo began spending freely within the system marketplace, starting with architectural items. Asphalt parking lot, 10 yuan per square meter, 500 yuan. Restroom renovation, 300 yuan per unit, 51500 yuan. Mother and baby rooms, 500 yuan per unit, 210 yuan. Cultivation benches, 200 yuan per unit, 2400 yuan. Game coin exchange kiosks, 500 yuan per unit, 200 yuan. Restaurant kitchen renovation, 500 yuan. Instantly, 1400 yuan vanished from his treasury, leaving him with 2500 yuan remaining. Lin Bo mused inwardly. System pricing likely reflected a composite valuation derived from the monetary standards of both worlds, and no labor costs to consider. For such extensive upgrades, only 130 yuan was required, a fraction of market rates elsewhere. Yet why were the cultivation benches priced so exorbitantly? Cultivation benches integrate a self-sustaining spirit stone circuitry system, enhancing cultivation efficiency during seated meditation. Even ordinary mortals who sit upon them experience rapid restoration of vitality. A vitality recharging apparatus. Excellent. Visitors to the Shu Ling Secret Realm would never need to endure fatigue. Lin Bo proceeded to place each newly purchased structure precisely on the system map. Next, he opened the skill interface he'd previously hesitated to explore in depth. Staff development was undeniably vital. Currently, the marketplace offered foundational skills, applicable exclusively to employees and resident merchants. Each learning opportunity cost 1000 yuan. Having previously allocated all funds toward renovations, he now possessed modest reserves, yet faced a dilemma: should he conserve the money to repay debts or invest it in cultivating talent? Strictly speaking, most members of the Tianqing sect did not qualify as formal employees. But if their current capabilities could be further elevated, Education must never be compromised, even in poverty. Purchase confirmed. Lin Bo considered his needs while browsing the marketplace. Foundational dance expressive artistry for disciples of the Tianqing sect. Mastering handicrafts from the official Lu Ban construction manual for Wang Ban. Puppetry manipulation and performance, ideal for Xiao Yuer. Foundational forging materials science fundamentals for Tai Xuanji. Applied augmented reality and theatrical scenery design, perfect for Gao Mingfeng. As he continued purchasing, a sudden golden flash illuminated his vision. Total expenditure reached 15,000 yuan. Fortune Limited mode unlocked. Lin Bo noticed a newly appeared icon shimmering on his interface. Fortune Limited. It activated only upon reaching the spending threshold. Indeed. Keep earning diligently. What a shrewd profit-driven system. Heroic entrance passive skill. Automatically synchronizes cinematic background music and dynamic close-up framing upon activation, delivering a breathtaking audiovisual impact to spectators. Price 10,000 yuan. He desperately wanted to acquire it for himself. Yet the upcoming performance of Seeking Immortality paving the celestial path demanded grand scale. Yixingtian would ascend to extraordinary heights. Its visual storytelling precision would perfectly compensate for the current lack of nuanced expressiveness. Very well, let him have it. Having purchased the skill, Lin Bo opened the system map's Immortal Seeking Town layer, which displayed all existing shops, each clickable to reveal its assigned personnel. He meticulously assigned the selected skills to their respective recipients, then collapsed onto the floor, eyes closed though his mind refused to rest. His reputation score still lagged by over 4,000 points. He hoped to reach the target before April, ensuring the Sixian Pavilion could open before the May Day holiday. Today had been utterly exhausting. How wonderful it would be to have someone assist with ticket collection. Cultivators could faintly sense the incense power aura lingering upon Chinese yuan notes, but could not directly absorb or harness it. Still, Lin Bo remained reluctant to let them handle physical yuan notes directly. Local residents would be far more suitable. When might he become the kind of proprietor who merely sipped tea, napped, and chatted idly, all while wealth flowed ceaselessly? Drifting into blissful reverie, Lin Bo finally sank into deep slumber, unaware that at that very moment every cultivator in Immortal Seeking Town who had received a skill, including everyone except Yixingtian, simultaneously opened their eyes. Within their spiritual consciousness, torrents of text and vivid imagery surged forth, concepts utterly unprecedented, unimaginable even in their deepest cultivation lore. Over the past 2 days of operation and performances, they had already reaped immense benefits. Yet an unexpected boon arrived in the dead of night. Facing Lin Bo's direction, they performed 3 solemn kowtows, then settled inward, immersing themselves fully in study. Those assigned dance instruction immediately began practicing movements. Even great Tao comprehenders renowned for their austerity bestowed such profound teachings with unparalleled generosity. Such an opportunity demanded absolute, unwavering devotion. Dawn broke. Monday arrived. Lin Bo, having likely fallen asleep near 2 a.m., awoke at 8 a.m. to chaotic clamor, his morning irritation flaring instantly. He hastily donned clothes and thrust open the window. What in the world is all this racket so early? His residence sat directly behind the visitor center. The open window amplified the outside din tenfold. Boss, hurry up and collect payments. Why can't you open earlier? Still bleary-eyed, Lin Bo peered out and recoiled in astonishment. Such crowds on a weekday. Retired aunties were one thing, but who were those individuals in outdoor gear laden with tools? Lin Bo scratched his head. Before the scenic area stabilized, perhaps Mondays should remain closed for operational adjustments. Within 5 minutes, shower, shave, dress, he rushed downstairs. Among the crowd stood a young woman unfamiliar to him, around 20, her hair tied back in a neat, energetic ponytail, guiding visitors into orderly lines. Ticket verification begins in 5 minutes. Please remain patient. Upon spotting Lin Bo, her delicate face paled. She swiftly turned away, refusing to meet his gaze, only shouting to the crowd, the ticket seller is here. She turned to leave, but Lin Bo, struck by vague familiarity, perhaps a prior acquaintance of his original self, reached out and gently grasped her arm. Don't go. Help me through to the end. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she slapped his hand away. Let go. Lin Bo released her, then handed her a staff vest. I recognize you. You're a local student, right? You worked here before. Smiling warmly, he added, please help verify tickets. Hourly wage 50 yuan. She refused to look at him, puffing indignantly as she snatched the vest straight from his hand. She strode toward the ticket gate. I'm certainly not doing this for you. Lin Bo found it amusing. The little girl was kind-hearted yet proud. But just as she reached the ticket booth, she seemed to remember something, and her smile froze on her face. This girl was not a student from the nearby village. She was the granddaughter of old Zhang. She was attending university in the city, having grown up under old Zhang's care. A couple of years ago, when Lin Bo arrived here, the little girl was still in high school, and he found her pure and adorable. He drove a flashy sports car to school to impress her, only to end up being reported to old Lin. He was fiercely scolded by old Lin, and that was when she began to avoid Lin Bo coming around less often. Today she probably saw the chaos and wanted to help, not expecting Lin Bo to be here, working as a cashier, which led to their encounter. On the surface, Lin Bo sternly instructed the adventurers dressed in gear. Tools are not allowed in the scenic area, and you cannot damage the facilities within, otherwise not only will there be no bonuses, but we will also demand compensation. However, he couldn't help but recall the embarrassing memories of his former self. Youthful recklessness, oh youthful recklessness. After finally sending the morning group of visitors into the scenic area, Lin Bo grabbed a bottle of water and handed it to Zhang Xiaoxiao. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you at first, though I was young and ignorant back then. Just pretend I don't exist. Feel free to visit your grandfather when you want. Zhang Xiaoxiao took the water, lowered her head, and slowly twisted the cap open, sipping a mouthful. She nodded awkwardly. The changes here are quite significant. I originally thought it wouldn't last through this month. I was thinking of picking up my grandfather. No need. Uncle Zhang is now a pillar of the scenic area, and my dad promised to take care of your grandfather, which counts here. I heard you are working part-time on weekends. If you don't mind, come help out here on weekends. You can also keep your grandfather company. If you're worried about me, I can put you in charge of the ticket booth from now on. Zhang Xiaoxiao pursed her lips. The early spring breeze lifted the fluffy hair on her forehead. I saw my grandfather leading the cow and fishing by the river. He seemed quite happy. From now on, he'll come every weekend. If you need anything, contact me. I can come when I don't have classes. That's great. With that, it seemed like a chapter had closed. Lin Bo sighed in relief. Turning around, he saw a man in his 30s walk in, looking around and not appearing to be a tourist. He had dark skin with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing strong arms. His clothes were tidy and clean. How do I get to the office? I'm here for an interview. Lin Bo's eyes lit up. Today was indeed a day where desires came true. A cashier was secured, and now a chef had arrived. Lin Bo directly handed over the ticket booth to Zhang Xiaoxiao and led the chef, who came for an interview, into the scenic area. The location of the shop is already decided. You can check the environment. There are some basic kitchen utensils inside, and we can try a few dishes first. All right. Liu looked around the scenic environment as they walked. There weren't many people, and the scenery was quite nice, similar to what he had seen online. However, after just a few steps in the scenic area, for some reason, he felt completely at ease. Before long, the two arrived at the shop. The shop had a great location situated on the main path to the performance venue. One storefront faced the bustling main street, while on the riverside there were buildings extending to the second floor. Of course, one would want to keep the best spot for their own shop. Lin Bo showed Liu around. The shop's area is sufficient, but there isn't much inside right now. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll stock up in the next few days. Can people stay here? Liu asked. If you want to stay, of course, it's no problem. There's a yard in the back, and if you bring family, they can stay too. Not family, but it's my master. He isn't in good health. I think the environment here is quite nice. If possible, I'd like to bring him here to recuperate. Looking out of the shop's window, there were green mountains and clear waters, which made Liu very satisfied. His master should like this environment. Lin Bo was astonished, thinking how filial. His character was undoubtedly good. Liu looked around the environment, feeling satisfied. Shall I show you my cooking skills first? Okay, you wait here for a moment. I'll go check the kitchen first. Lin Bo had already bought the ingredients during his shopping trip yesterday morning and kept them in the system's backpack. When he took them out, they were as fresh as when he had just bought them. After placing them properly, Lin Bo called Liu in. Liu put on an apron and walked towards the back kitchen. The kitchen had few utensils and stoves, but at first glance they were all new. There were only some common ingredients: a piece of pork belly, a pig's liver. Beside them in a basin, there were 2 crucian carps caught by old Zhang by the river. Old Zhang now spent his days fishing. He would sit by the river all day. After several days, he had only caught these 2 fish. Additionally, there was a radish, a handful of garlic sprouts, a bundle of Chinese tune sprouts, and some seasonings like scallions, ginger, and garlic. Liu glanced over, frowned slightly, and roughly decided what to make. The rhythmic sound of chopping echoed in the kitchen, and soon a fragrant aroma wafted out. Lin Bo stood at the kitchen door, smelling the aroma, and his mouth watered continuously. Heaven knows how he had been living these days. That group of cultivators rarely ate. In this forsaken spot of the scenic area, let alone takeout, even ingredients were hard to come by. Except for that bowl of beef noodles that Lin Bo had brought once. Lin Bo had been having porridge with old Zhang every day. His palate was becoming bland. Finally, he could eat something good today. In just over 20 minutes, the dishes began to come out one after another. Whitewater radish, hot mixed crucian carp, twice-cooked pork. These dishes should suit the local palate. I also made a stir-fried liver dish. It's one of my signature dishes. Please try it. All right. Lin Bo's gaze swept across the table. Stir-fried liver was a classic Shandong dish. The ingredients weren't expensive, but the knife skills, cooking time, seasoning, and thickening all had to be precise. If one aspect was off, the liver would become tough or have an awful taste. Since it was specially made, Lin Bo took a mouthful of the liver. Tender, crispy, fragrant. Lin Bo scooped a large mouthful of rice with the liver. He felt alive again. Finally, he felt revived. Lin Bo's chopsticks moved quickly as he dug into the hot mixed crucian carp. The crucian carp from the river was exceptionally fresh and fragrant, though it had many small bones. But to Lin Bo's surprise, when he took a bite, the fish meat was soft, tender, and fragrant, and he didn't encounter a single soft bone. The crucian carp was intact, and Lin Bo examined it closely to see that several cuts had been made on its back. Did you cut the bones, eh? Liu revealed a somewhat shy smile. Yes, when eating crucian carp, one fears getting caught by bones, so I made a few cuts on the back with a knife to break the bones. First, I steamed it with scallions and ginger slices, and then made a sauce with green peppers and small chili peppers to mix it, sprinkling some Chinese tune sprouts on top for flavor. How does it taste? Lin Bo swallowed hard. With just these 2 dishes, he could tell the chef's skill. The system selection criteria were indeed not bad. Lin Bo was all smiles as he handed a bowl to Liu. Come sit down and eat together. After we're done, we can discuss work and contract matters. Saying this, he picked up some twice-cooked pork with his chopsticks. The meat was sliced thin and the oil had been rendered out. In addition to garlic sprouts, Liu also added some fermented black soybeans and pickled mustard greens, making it fragrant on the palate. Although this world has many differences, thankfully humanity's pursuit of delicious food remains the same. As Lin Bo tasted the familiar flavors, his eyes became a bit red. If the scenic area can eventually open its doors in the cultivation world, is it possible to open a door in the world he once knew? Lin Bo shook his head, dispelling his homesickness and fantasies. Just as he was about to continue eating, a fluffy head tied with 2 light yellow ribbons peeked in from the door. Boss, what delicious food is that? It smells so good. Where are you busy today? There's not much going on at the store. Xiao Yuer waved the puppet control handle in her hand. After a day of intense work and training, the number of puppets she could control increased from 3 to 5 and the distance expanded from 10 meters to 100 meters. If I reduce the number of puppets, the distance can increase exponentially. I left 2 subordinates to watch the store. I was about to find the Grand Elder when I suddenly caught a whiff of something delicious and came over to check it out. As she spoke, Yuer dashed over to the table, her eyes widening at the sight of the array of dishes. What are these? Want to eat some? Lin Bo naturally handed her a pair of chopsticks. Isn't this inappropriate? We, usually, don't eat these things, Xiao Yuer said while struggling to hold back her saliva. Cultivators believe that grains carry impurities and should not be consumed in excess. Since the start of the Celestial and Demonic War, to increase efficiency, the entire Tianshu realm has promoted the use of fasting pills. Even mortals take pride in eating fasting pills, and only the impoverished families resort to eating contaminated rice husks and grass leaves. Xiao Yuer had never seen proper food in Tianqing sect, and now that she did, she found it fragrant and was hesitant to try it. Lin Bo directly placed the chopsticks into Xiao Yuer's hands. If you want to eat, just eat. Since the seniors consume it, it should be safe, right? Xiao Yuer mentally prepared herself before reaching for the Christian carp. She picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. The fish meat was tender, and the flavor burst in her mouth, making Xiao Yuer feel so happy she could almost cry. What is this? It's too delicious. Xiao Yuer covered her mouth, unable to swallow in time, and expressed her genuine admiration. It turned out that mortals could eat so well. If it's good, eat more. Liu pushed the dishes forward. As a chef, the happiest moment is seeing diners genuinely enjoy the food. But if there are such delicious things in the world, why do you still like eating instant noodles, boss? Xiao Yuer asked, questioning the soul while eating. You wouldn't understand. Oh, just enjoy your meal. There were no conditions for that before. Moreover, no matter how good the food is, everyone still craves instant noodles every now and then. Lin Bo let Xiao Yuer eat first. Turning to Liu, he said, Master Li, I acknowledge your skills. Let's discuss salary and benefits. Lin Bo cleared his throat. Remembering the initial salary for junior recruitment set by the system, he felt embarrassed. I must be honest, if our scenic area is just starting and the base salary isn't high. Only 30 yuan a day. This. Liu felt his facial muscles stiffening, unsure of how to respond. He had not expected the employment situation to be this poor. He previously worked as a chef in a hotel in the capital, earning over 10,000 a month. However, the previous owner always thought the back kitchen costs were too high. They installed a relative as the executive chef who constantly meddled in the back kitchen, changing suppliers and altering portion sizes. To cut costs, they would often find excuses to deduct money, and in previous years he could earn over 10,000 in bonuses for working overtime during the new year. This year he worked from the 30th to the 7th day of the new year, making many mistakes, and his bonus was reduced to only 500. Just as he encountered his master falling ill and wanting to return home, he decided to accompany him. He was mentally prepared for a pay cut, but he never expected the salary to drop to 1/10. The salary is really too low. Liu sighed, ready to politely decline. Wait a minute, I haven't finished speaking, Lin Bo interrupted. Salary is one thing. I plan to entrust the entire management of this restaurant to you. Consider it a technical investment. How about we split the net profit of the restaurant after deducting costs? 6,040. You get 40. I take 60. Liu's words of refusal got caught in his throat. The salary was meager, but the profit split was generous. Normally, for a technical investment, getting 2 parts would be the best. How could this person be so contradictory? 60-40. You trust me that much? To be honest, our scenic area is just starting and my salary offer is indeed low. Having you such a master chef is a benefit for me. Lin Bo could tell from Liu's surprised expression that he had drawn the right picture. Damn system restricting the salary. I can only paint a bigger vision to keep people here. If I don't paint it bigger, it won't stand out. But I believe our scenic area has potential. Last weekend, the foot traffic exceeded 500. In the future, more people will come here and we'll also have tour groups. Just tell me, can you do this job? Yes, of course. Liu had been around and noticed that the highest salary in the county was only around 7,000, and the working hours were long with many responsibilities. Although the base salary in this scenic area is not high, the potential is great. When he first arrived, he noticed that today was Monday, and the foot traffic was still considerable. If the boss figures are accurate, with 500 visitors over the weekend, even if only 300 dine in the scenic area, with an average of 40 per person and a gross profit of 40, that would yield 4,800, and the property still belongs to the scenic area. Initially, he would just send one person and hire more based on the situation. After years of work, he had some savings, so he wasn't afraid of taking the base salary for a few months. The most important thing is that the environment here is really good. He would bring his master over and take good care of him when there weren't many people at first. He signed the contract on the spot. Lin Bo smiled as he stored the contract. It's settled then. You can go back and tidy up today. If there's anything the store needs, make a list and send it to me and he'll get it for you. Sure, he'll send it to you tonight. Liu was satisfied that this boss was generous, unlike the previous employer who made him pay for a new knife. Lin Bo was also happy he had managed to get something for nothing. Such chefs in the county probably earn at least 7,000 to 8,000 a month. He had just heard it clearly. Liu was even bringing his master along. This meant Liu was bringing along a high-level consultant. It's just a matter of giving him a share of the restaurant. As the scenic area expands, he will also need to build a dining system, and having an experienced chef with connections as a consultant would be exceedingly efficient. By securing the younger one, the elder one won't run away. What is lacking in the 21st century? Talent. Who knows which restaurant is blind to their worth, and let them go cheaply. People need to eat, and if the dining business is good, the profits will soar. Lin Bo glanced at Xiao Yuer beside him. The plate in front of her was already empty, and she was licking her lips, clearly wanting more. She hadn't paid attention to what Lin Bo and the others were saying earlier, but she heard that Liu was coming to work. Pulling her head out of the food, she asked, "Does this mean there will still be chances to eat these in the future?" "Exactly. That's wonderful. I'll treat the Grand Elder and Iron Elder to a meal another day. I wonder if I can take some out to let my father taste it." That night, Lin Bo received Liu's list and sent it to the system for renovations. In 2 days, Liu could bring his master over. If things went well, tourists would be able to enjoy fresh, hot food in the scenic area over the weekend. That night, Lin Bo lay in bed thinking. They would operate in trial mode for a week, and according to the plan, they would officially open on Sunday, but it still felt a bit off. Suddenly, Lin Bo recalled something and opened his eyes wide. God of Wealth's ingots. Lin Bo sat up with a start, opening the scenic area map. Today, all the visitors were looking for ingots. 2 more God of Wealth's ingots had been found, leaving 4 remaining. Online, there were even guides for finding the ingots. Some took the shape of mountains, others were shaped like leaves, and some were traces of green bricks. After all, they weren't real ingots. The answers could be as abstract as possible. Lin Bo marked the coordinates of the already found ingots one by one on the system map. The 6 ingots had no apparent pattern. Lin Bo dragged the map looking for a pattern, but found nothing. Just as he was about to give up, a flash of inspiration struck him. His map was 3D. When he adjusted the angle aligning it with the mountain on the right side of Sixian Tower, he realized that the projections of 4 of them on the plane formed the shape of a square hole of a copper coin. The eye of the copper coin was located on the hillside east of Sixian Tower. Lin Bo created a right-angle coordinate system based on the center of the projection plane and projected the discovery locations of the other 2 ingots. The discovered projection points were equidistant, so using the distance from the center of the square hole to one of the points as the radius, it perfectly formed a circle. It was exactly the shape of a copper coin. The remaining ingots were likely on the axes of this circle, but the range was still too large. Lin Bo stroked his chin and rotated the map 90 degrees to the right. A fragmented ingot appeared. The intersection of the 2 patterns should be the coordinates of the ingot. This pattern was likely something only someone with an overarching perspective like himself could discover. "You Brett, you're really clever. There is a point located just beneath the Wulong Pool where the daily performances take place. That spot is not easy to find, making it perfect to utilize for a plan." Lin Bo was struck by inspiration, pushed open the window, lit the lamp, and began to write fervently, taking advantage of the cool breeze brought by the night. In the courtyard across from Lin Bo, Xiao Yuer suddenly opened her eyes. A rumble echoed from her stomach, followed by a sharp pain. In an instant, Xiao Yuer turned pale. "Am I poisoned?" She hastily got up, clutching her stomach in agony. She stumbled out only to remember that they were in a tourist area, and Elder Su Xin and her father were not around. Should she look for Elder Hu? Xiao Yuer knelt on the ground in pain, pulling out a paper puppet from her bosom and sending it away to seek help from Elder Hu and Senior Brother Yi. As she watched the paper figure leave, a voice like that of an angel sounded in her ear. "What's wrong, boss?" Upon turning her head, Xiao Yuer saw a familiar figure, and the tears in her eyes could no longer be held back. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Lin Bo was startled by Xiao Yuer's pale face. He had just stepped out to use the restroom after writing halfway through his plan. He saw Xiao Yuer holding onto the staircase, collapsing onto the ground. "Senior, save me. My stomach hurts so much it feels like I've been cursed. Something seems to want to come out of my body. I can't hold it anymore." The air fell into a brief silence, and Lin Bo hesitantly spoke. "Perhaps you need to use the restroom." "Edge, I'll take you to the restroom." That filthy place of mortals." Lin Bo led Xiao Yuer to the restroom. Xiao Yuer looked at the freshly renovated building before her, feeling a bit less conflicted. "Go on in, you should be able to handle it yourself. I'll leave you to it." Senior." Xiao Yuer turned back only to see that the senior had already left only a shadow behind. The senior had departed. Gathering her courage, Xiao Yuer thought, if mortals can do it, why can't I? She bravely stepped into the restroom. Moments later, after the sound of flushing, 2 figures rushed towards the restroom. "Yuer, are you alright? What happened? What are you doing here?" In an instant, a brilliant golden light flashed past the window. Xiao Yuer stared blankly at the tardy elder Hu Wanli and Yi Xingtian. I advanced. Although her realm was still suppressed to chi refinement by the secret realm's rules, she was certain that she had successfully entered the 2nd layer of foundation establishment. This speed is rather too fast. Very good, but there was no need to notify us to come here. By the way, why are you cultivating here? The old and the young had completely different focuses. I'll treat the Grand Elder and Senior Brother to a meal another day, and you'll understand. Xiao Yuer left, her face a mix of red and pale. Lin Bo returned to his room, gazing out at the round moon. He couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Cultivators truly don't need to use the restroom. Lin Bo couldn't help but laugh thinking about preparing a meal for everyone once the shop was ready. Once everything was settled, dawn was fast approaching. He looked at his account, which had swelled due to the task from the God of Wealth Temple. Even with the system, it was still a mere drop in the bucket. It was still not enough to cover that personal loan, and in a few months the bank loan repayment deadline was approaching. This money was barely enough. Now that the Sixian Town had been restored, perhaps he could mortgage some money to pay off part of the previous debts. Business was slow these days, but he still needed to make a trip to the bank to sort these matters out and discuss the travel group. After all, this place had inconvenient transportation. Currently, it was fine with mainly local tourists, as buses and private cars could solve the issue. In a few days, it would be the Qingming holiday, and transportation would significantly affect the visits of tourists from afar. It seemed the original owner had collected quite a few business cards before. He could ask Zhang Xiaoxiao tomorrow morning, as she mentioned she had no classes then and could come help. Lin Bo fell asleep peacefully. In his daze, his phone rang. Without opening his eyes, he fumbled for the phone and answered it by instinct. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? This is the Shuxin Rural Development Bank. A deep male voice came through the receiver. Lin Bo jolted awake. Hello, Mr. Lin. You have not paid the interest on time for a quarter. We noticed that your company's account cannot support interest payments, and we need to confirm your scenic area's revenue situation. A middle-aged man's voice continued. If there is still no improvement in the scenic area, I suggest you consider selling or transferring the scenic area's assets now. Lin Bo, who had just been engulfed in drowsiness, instantly became alert. So what? How could he sell with the system bound to him? Lin Bo sat up, abruptly moved his face to make his voice sound more energetic. Actually, I was preparing to contact you. Recently, our scenic area's operational status has improved. Before Lin Bo could finish, he was interrupted. I'm sorry, but we really can't extend the loan for you again. We have already applied for it once before. The voice on the other end sounded quite displeased. No, I meant to say I want to borrow more. On the other end of the line, the rural bank's customer manager thought Lin Bo had gone mad. What could that broken scenic area possibly have to mortgage? How about this? Do you have time this Sunday? I know this isn't your working hours, but Saturday is the last day of our trial operation, and Sunday will be the official operation, which can better reflect our scenic area's operational status. You can come for a site visit. After assessing the current properties and revenue of the scenic area, we can discuss further. The customer manager on the other end was astonished by Lin Bo's organized output. Was this still the wasteful and decadent young Lin? He covered the phone's microphone, cautiously glancing at the other two people in the office. President Chun, President Wang, he says he wants to take out a loan and has invited us to the scenic area this weekend. On the sofa, President Wang Weiren was dressed casually with neatly styled hair and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly demeanor. He leisurely lit a cigarette and said, no problem, agree to him. When he truly needs the money, we can push the price lower. The customer manager didn't immediately agree and looked towards the vice president behind him, who nodded in approval. Only then did he reply to Lin Bo before leaving the office. Sitting behind the desk, Chen Degui finally spoke. Last weekend, didn't his scenic area gain a bit of popularity online? It seems this young Lin is not giving up, thinking he can revive that broken scenic area. Wang Weiren slowly exhaled a smoke ring. President Chen, you can rest assured that kid is merely struggling in his final throes. Everyone knows that the Shu Ling Secret Realm is a ticking time bomb. We are here to help you defuse it. I know as long as you all are aware, I will still handle things according to regulations here, no matter what. Once the issues are resolved and we secure that piece of land, we will need President Chen's help for the scenic area's transformation later on. In their banter, the two had already settled on the future of the scenic area. With this matter weighing heavily on his mind, Lin Bo could not sleep a wink and rose from bed at once. Regardless, he needed to devise a way to convince the bank that the scenic area would generate stable revenue. Its current organic visitor flow was far from sufficient. Securing long-term contracts with travel agencies was undoubtedly the best solution. Travel agencies represented steady patronage and consistent cash flow. Lin Bo picked up his phone and scrolled through his contacts. In the past, when the previous occupant of this body had thrived in Shu Ling, numerous travel agency owners had proactively approached him, exchanging business cards and expressing eagerness for priority cooperation upon the scenic area's official opening. Lin Bo had retained all those contacts. He rummaged through a corner of his desk, unearthed the stack of business cards, and began dialing several numbers, only to be met with busy signals every time. Frowning, Lin Bo wondered, had he been blocked? Of the few who answered, most hung up immediately upon hearing his name. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed Lin Bo. You're filming here. Do you work with any local travel agencies? Could you possibly introduce me? Actually, yes. They handle our ground transportation, accommodations, and catering. Let me check with them. If it works out, I'm free this afternoon, and I'll take you there myself. Perfect. Thanks, bro. You're my real brother. Enough flattery. Just remember, when your scenic area flourishes, grant me a modest location fee for future shoots. Not so dismissive of my scenic area anymore, are you? Soon after, Lin Bo called back, confirming it was possible. As Lin Bo prepared to drive the scenic area's Wuling Hongguang, he spotted Lin Bo's car already parked at the entrance. Lin Bo leaned out the window and waved. Forget your little Wuling. I've asked our production manager to brief the travel agency. They've expressed genuine interest in your scenic area. Let's go straight there. That efficient. Lin Bo didn't hesitate. He hopped into the front passenger seat, and Lin Bo drove toward the city center. Shu Ling City, named after Mount Shu Ling, had transitioned from a county to a county-level city over 2 decades ago, administered by Nanan City. Modest in scale, yet livelier than most county seats. Lin Bo sped directly to the city's most bustling square, then turned inward and spotted a modest blue storefront sign. Yuan Shan Travel Agency. That's the one. They manage our production's logistics. Established and reputable, run by a Mr. Lu who knows how to navigate relationships. Lin Bo guided Lin Bo inside, while quietly sharing what he'd learned. According to my intel, many organizations from Rongqing choose Yuan Shan for team-building trips to Mount Shu Ling. Our production manager was referred by a friend, and all their clients are high quality. Whether you'll secure this partnership remains uncertain though. If needed, I can ask him to make an introduction. He'd watched Lin Bo's relentless efforts, but the scenic area was still in its infancy and collaboration remained unpredictable. Lin Bo nodded. Understood. Regardless of outcome, I'll treat you to dinner at the scenic area soon. No need. I know an excellent barbecue joint. Tonight I'll take you. Lin Bo paused, recalling the instant noodles at the scenic area, and sighed. Was it truly that desolate nearby? The receptionist greeted them warmly. Boss, guests have arrived. Inside, a man appeared preoccupied, smoke curling from a cigarette clenched between his lips as he sifted through documents, not glancing up, merely gesturing toward the chairs ahead. Wait a moment. Lin Bo frowned. The attitude was unmistakable. He gripped the chair back, but remained standing, then smiled politely at the receptionist. It seems Director Lu is deeply occupied. We've clearly come at an inopportune time. We won't intrude further. Oh, it's young Director Lin. No rush, no rush. As if only just noticing them, the owner of Yuan Shan Travel Agency pushed aside his papers and rose to greet them, then shot a sharp glance at the receptionist. Why didn't you call me? He ushered Lin Bo to a seat and motioned to the receptionist, Xiao Wang Ti, for Director Lin. Quickly, the owner studied Lin Bo with an easy smile. I hear your scenic area's development has been going well, opened successfully. It's not exactly thriving, but we've finally found our footing. Director Lin, young yet already accomplished. The owner held a cigarette between his fingers, lit it without haste, and drew a file from beside him. After scanning it briefly, he inhaled deeply and pointed the cigarette toward Lin Bo. This morning your production manager mentioned you to me. So I looked into your situation. Frankly, it's not promising. Director Lu, perhaps that's putting it too harshly. Lin Bo began to interject, only to be cut off. Hear me out first. Young Director Lin, your family once owned mines, true, but tourism is new terrain for you. I checked online reviews, everyone praises your affordability. But how precisely do you intend to profit? If you're sincere about partnering, begin by raising prices within the scenic area. Hanfu rentals, for instance, start at 199 yuan per person. That blacksmithing experience, at least 239 yuan per hour. As for souvenirs, add a silver trim, brand them traditional artisanal crafts, and price them at 1 or 2,000 yuan. Is that unreasonable? At 5 yuan apiece, what margin do I retain? First implement these changes, then we'll discuss commission terms. Lin Bo's smile chilled. He arched a brow. And what commission would you demand should we comply? I don't even glance at your admission fees. 5% will suffice. As for visitors spending within your premises, he formed an 8, with thumb and forefinger. 80%. Agree, and I'll send a few trial groups your way. Lin Bo, temper flaring, slammed the table and stood. 80%. Why not just rob them outright? What's wrong with you? I agreed to meet you only out of respect for your production manager. Do you think a mere cinematographer holds real clout? The owner jabbed his cigarette toward Lin Bo, then turned to Lin Bo with a mocking smirk. I'm offering you a path to prosperity. Do the math yourself. If you raise prices to 300 yuan and retain 20%, you still earn 60 yuan per transaction. Isn't that more than you scrape together now? If you refuse to walk this path, don't blame me. Turning away profit is sheer folly. How much debt still weighs upon young Director Lin's shoulders? You simply haven't learned your lesson yet. And what if you fold within days of launching? You, Director Lu. Lin Bo stepped in, halting Lin Bo's eruption. He rose slowly, eyes locking coldly onto the smug, middle-aged man seated behind the desk, a quiet, contemptuous laugh escaping his lips. Tell me, why do you suppose we dared set such low prices to draw visitors? That's some. I can afford to burn it. A jolt ran through Director Lu. Could this young man truly hold hidden leverage? Before Lu could respond, Lin Bo took Lin Bo's arm. Let's go. We'll speak instead with Directors Qian and Sun. A dry chuckle escaped him. Some people simply refuse to see reason. Lin Bo casually named 2 contacts from his morning calls, then turned to leave. Wait, have you spoken with old Qian and old Sun? Only after they departed did Director Lu spring to his feet, whirling to question his secretary. Did he say old Qian and old Sun? Wanyan Travel Agency and Chongqing Travel Agency, the 2 wily old turtles. Has he already visited them? What did they say? Surely they wouldn't secretly accept bookings behind my back. Shall I call them? They'd tell me the truth. All outward candor, inward cunning. Seasoned schemers to the core. The more he dwelled on it, the tighter his chest constricted. These old foxes, Blackheart and calculating. Director Lu's mind raced. He dismissed his secretary and lifted the phone. Hello, Director Wang. Haha, your instructions are etched in my memory. That young man just came to see me. Rest assured I tested his resolve. Stubborn as a mule, he refuses to raise prices. With such recklessness, his scenic area will collapse before its first season ends. I look forward to deeper collaboration with you in the future. Listening intently to the voice on the other end, he nodded assent. Until near the close of the call, something occurred to him. Though I'm unsure if others have mentioned it. Young Lin seemed remarkably confident, as if he'd secured powerful backing. No. Then please keep watch. Some have operated unreliably for years. I fear certain parties may pay lip service while hedging their bets elsewhere. With that subtle barb cast, Director Liu ended the call. Director Wang's conglomerate monopolized several of Shu Ling City's largest commercial districts and hotels, and now had its sights set on the land housing the Shu Ling Secret Realm. No one knew his grand design, but aligning closely with him was always prudent. Securing the lowest possible hotel rates would translate into immense savings. Wang Weiren set down the receiver and shook his head. Old Lu's habit of whispering veiled criticisms behind others' backs remained uncorrected. He flipped open the preliminary planning dossier before him. The first page displayed a map of the Shu Ling Secret Realm and its surroundings. Within a village less than 1 kilometer beneath the realm, a red X marked the spot. Not long ago, underground hot springs had been discovered there. Geological surveys confirmed the geothermal source lay squarely within the Shu Ling Secret Realm scenic area. That land was non-negotiable. Lin Bo's strategy of undercutting the market was playing with fire, and Wang Weiren saw no harm in stoking the flames higher. With that thought, Wang Weiren lifted the phone once more and dialed another number. Lin Bo and Li Mo departed from Yuanshan Travel Agency. Li Mo felt slightly embarrassed. I've taken up too much of your time. How about I accompany you to visit a few more agencies? Lin Bo casually draped an arm over Li Mo's shoulder in reassurance. Don't mention it. Without you, I might never have found anyone at all. The larger local travel agencies were few in number, and several had already blocked his contact information. It didn't feel like coincidence. After a moment's thought, Lin Bo said, let's go straight to the railway station. Smaller and mid-sized agencies often solicited customers right there at the station. Rather than knocking on doors one by one, it made more sense to head where the crowds gathered. The owner of Yuanshan had reminded him, those who walk different paths cannot stand together. Blind outreach only invites endless indignities. When the two arrived at the station, a train had just pulled in. Tourists poured out in a dense, bustling tide. Black market drivers, lodging hawkers, and travel agents lined the entrance. Every loudspeaker blared at once. Free consultation for Shu Ling Mountain tours. Public buses have long queues. Want a ride to Shu Ling Mountain? Miss, where are you headed? Found accommodation yet? Lodging right at the mountain's base. 100 yuan per night. Lin Bo and Li Mo stepped off the train, preparing to approach and observe, when suddenly a heated argument erupted from a nearby minibus. Hey, what are you doing? You promised us an official shuttle. Why are you cramming us into these tiny cars? What group fee? I'm not joining any tour. Don't yank my luggage. Hey, you're slandering us. We're here to buy your tickets. Then let's see what kind of tickets you're selling. I certainly don't want to visit the World Heritage Museum. Lin Bo glanced at the bus. The sticker on its side was partially peeled, revealing faded lettering beneath that looked strangely familiar. Sure enough, it was Yuanshan Travel Agency, a so-called major agency, yet secretly profiting from such underhanded schemes. Just as he stepped forward, a tall, broad-shouldered man exuding quiet authority seized the tour guide by the arm. Enough. When guests come to our land to travel, do you really resort to coercion and forced sales? The guide cast a quick glance at the newcomer, then spotted the official tour guide badge hanging around his neck. A rival stealing our clients. Do you have any shame left? He lunged, reaching for the man's collar, only to be evaded with lightning grace. A swift joint lock twisted his wrist sharply backward. The young guide cried out in sharp pain. Seizing the opening, the young woman broke free, clutching her suitcase as she dashed aside, shouting, "Thank you, sir. I'll go get help." Before her words had even faded, 3 youths in garish shirts charged forward, brandishing their welcome signs like cleavers. Each sported a different hair color, blonde, red, and blue, and immediately encircled the guide, who laid hands on our big brother. Swinging their sign, "Veteran Travel Agency welcomes you." They aimed a blow straight at the guide's head. The righteous man intercepted it in one fluid motion. "What do you think you're doing?" The sign clattered to the ground with a hollow thud, leaving only bare wooden poles in their hands. The guide, seizing the man's momentary distraction, slashed toward his face with clawed fingers. Nearby, the young woman, just freed, stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Was this noble stranger actually a gang boss? Yet, something about him didn't quite fit. As she hesitated, another youth, this one with dyed yellow hair, strolled up late, flashed a practiced smile at the girl, and reached for her suitcase. "Little sister, are you all right? No need to rush off. The bus has already left. Let us take you to the scenic area instead." No, I'm fine." She jerked her suitcase away in terror and fled, shrieking, "It's terrifying. I can't tell who's good and who's bad anymore." Chaos reigned, until Lin Bo stepped calmly from the crowd, holding up his phone. "Enough. I've reported you for illegal solicitation. You just wait." Seizing the distraction, the guide wrenched free, scrambled aboard the bus, slammed the door shut, and shouted for the driver to speed off. "Hey, that dog just got away. Brother, if you're not soliciting clients yourself, why jump in to play hero?" One of the shirt-clad youths wiped his nose, smirking with undisguised disdain. "No one's left behind, and today's been a total bust." The yellow-haired youth approached, disappointed. "And who exactly are you?" Someone finally noticed Lin Bo and Li Mo standing quietly to the side. Passing strangers moved by goodwill, Lin Bo replied, glancing at the bare wooden pole still gripped in the youth's hand. "I'd originally intended to call the police, but feared you'd all get swept up together." Ignoring the bewildered stares of the multi-hued youths, each radiating bafflement, Lin Bo extended his hand to the heroic man. I'm Lin Bo, director of the Shu Ling Secret Realm. Are you running a travel agency? Would you consider partnering with us? The Shu Ling Secret Realm's proprietor. That money-losing scenic zone. Shut up. If you can't speak properly, stay silent and get back to work. Zheng Jiong, the man who defended the young woman, kicked the loudmouthed youth squarely on the rump. Button up your shirt properly, or you'll run 20 kilometers tonight. Oh no, I'm going now. But if you won't let us use flashy gimmicks, how can we possibly compete? Even if I go, it'll be pointless. Grumbling under his breath, he fumbled with his buttons while walking past Lin Bo and shot him a sharp warning glare. Glare again tonight, and you'll be getting a haircut. After finishing his reprimand, Zheng Jiong strode over and handed Lin Bo a vintage enamel teacup. These kids are raw and unrefined. Have some water first. Thank you. Lin Bo accepted the cup. It was a dignified military green. Zheng Jiong, having heard their proposal, had led them directly to his office. Veteran Travel Agency. At the name, Lin Bo instinctively straightened, his respect palpable. The interior bore no frills, old-fashioned desks and chairs, everything arranged with meticulous order, fabric items from tea towels to sofa cushions folded into perfect crisp cubes. A row of commendation banners for acts of valor hung along one wall. It hardly resembled a travel agency, more like a rescue command center. It was hard to imagine such rowdy staff belonging here. As if reading Lin Bo's unspoken question, Zheng Jiong explained. In rural areas, education lacks. Some boys drop out, drift into gangs, so their families, fearing they'll stray further, send them here to me. Please forgive their rough edges. No wonder the atmosphere was so distinctive. Lin Bo cut straight to the point. Our scenic area has recently gone viral on Doudu. You might want to take a look. It's just that transportation remains inconvenient, especially for out-of-town visitors. We're hoping for a long-term partnership. Why not start by sending a few trial groups our way? Let me check, Zheng Jiong murmured, pulling out his phone as they spoke. Scrolling through the scenic area's promotions, he murmured, 5 yuan. That price. I know it's unusually low, leaving little room for commission, but Lin Bo sighed, resigned to offering alternative solutions if negotiations failed. You won't arbitrarily change it later, will you? Zheng Jiong fixed Lin Bo with a serious gaze. No, we won't change it. Good. I expect every group I send to have precisely the same experience. If prices suddenly rise after others visit, it would undermine trust entirely. Lin Bo's eyes widened. This was the vision of a true veteran. Absolutely not. All activities in Sixian Town will maintain accessible pricing. This week, our scenic area will launch its restaurant as other facilities, hotels, souvenir shops. Gradually open, commission terms can be revisited. That can wait. Group meals may not be held within your scenic area. We'll sample your restaurant offerings once your menu stabilizes, then decide accordingly. Zheng Jiong retrieved a black leather notebook from beside him and flipped through its pages. Here's the plan. Tomorrow afternoon, we're dispatching a small group that passes near your site. Perfect timing since you're still in soft launch. You still have those 9 yuan Ulibud tickets, correct? Yes. At that price, adding your scenic area as a last-minute stop should be perfectly acceptable to travelers. This time I'll waive all fees. If results prove promising, we'll discuss future arrangements. Lin Bo hadn't expected such smooth progress, let alone zero cost, and a delighted smile lit his face. Brother Zheng, your generosity moves me. I won't take advantage. Our scenic area hosts a nightly performance at 7 o'clock. We can't let your group arrive hungry. We'll prepare your meal. Consider it a collaborative tasting. Just arrive around 3 or 4, explore at leisure, dine, then enjoy the show. Agreed. Zheng Jiong made a few decisive strokes in his notebook, marking the time. Deal sealed. Lin Bo finally exhaled. Though he'd contributed little, the outcome was undeniably favorable. After Lin Bo and Lin Bo departed, Zheng Jiong tossed the notebook to a green-tinted youth behind him. Call the Saturday guests. Inform them of the itinerary change. Speak politely. We're truly not charging the scenic area. I've never met that young man, but I did meet his father many years ago. Zheng Jiong paused, lost in memory. He was a good man. Even the finest bamboo sometimes sprouts a crooked shoot, the youth lamented inwardly. That young Mr. Lin seemed decent enough, but everyone in this trade knows how disastrous his father once was. Great. So boss is playing philanthropist again. He rushes headlong into every crisis, shouting about duty, willpower, sacrifice, spending fortunes, derailing business left and right. He's been home for years, yet still can't let go. Lin Bo bid farewell to Lin Bo and returned to the scenic area by nightfall. Strangely, no one from Tianqing sect was cultivating indoors today. Instead, they had gathered on the plaza before Wulong Beach, practicing dance. As the group rehearsed, an argument broke out. Several practitioners suddenly drew boundaries and engaged in sparring. They incorporated the very techniques they had just practiced into their combat. Elder Gao Mingfeng stood nearby without intervening. Instead, she tossed a formation disc onto the ground. Upon the small sparring platform, rain poured down. One moment, cherry blossoms drifted the next, and thunder occasionally cracked overhead. Xiao Yuer manipulated several puppets at the edge, watching the spectacle with amusement. One puppet clutched its head and cried, "Stop fighting. Please stop." Another, brash and defiant, declared, "Loser calls the winner dad." The scene was utterly schizoid. Just as the duelists clashed with fervor, one stepped on a banana peel conjured by the formation and teetered straight toward his opponent's sword tip. Yi Xingtian descended like a celestial deity, gliding sideways onto the platform. With one hand, he caught the stumbling disciple before he fell. With the other, he extended 2 fingers to clamp the incoming sword tip midair. A sharp crack echoed. The blade tip shattered. Sparring among fellow disciples must cease when appropriate. Understood. At that precise moment, Elder Gao Mingfeng's formation shifted to falling snow. Framed by the first snowfall, Yi Shangtian looked effortlessly divine, down to the very tips of his hair. An absurdly surreal tableau. What on earth had transpired in just one day? Hu Wanli rose promptly upon spotting Lin Bo's arrival. Master, you're back. Senior cultivator Qinya delivered profound Tao teachings late into the night. Since then, disciples have been diligently studying and debating concepts they find perplexing. Might you offer some guidance? Lin Bo rubbed his nose. He couldn't guide them, not even slightly. Ahem. What I imparted is foundational. How it manifests depends entirely on the individual and the context. Hu Wanli nodded. Enlightened. The master's teachings embodied the great Tao itself, simple in essence yet infinitely mutable in application. Lin Bo withdrew a stack of documents. It was the performance plan he drafted the previous night, working deep into the hours. Review this. It outlines this weekend's show. I've added new narrative sequences. Saturday will draw many visitors. Apply what I've taught you. Bring it vividly to life. Present me your first draft by Thursday. I'll provide feedback. Understood. Hu Wanli accepted the documents, reverently flipping through them thoughtfully. This was the master's trial. He would not fail it. Days passed swiftly. At last the weekend arrived. As the first golden light of dawn filtered through the trees at the scenic area's entrance, Elder Zhang led his ox along the forest path, preparing to release it, then head to the riverbank to fish. Beneath a towering banyan tree, he instinctively slowed his pace. The instant he did, a commanding shout rang out from over 300 meters away. Attention, everyone. In characters, reach your designated positions. In auto white balance, ISO 100 F11. Ready, on my mark. Roll. And the command echoed. A rapid staccato of shutter clicks followed from afar. At first, Elder Zhang had tensed at that sound, but now he stood as a seasoned model. When the clicking subsided, he resumed walking, reaching the bridge just as dawn's glow sculpted his silhouette. Again, he slowed his steps. From the distance, over 100 lenses pivoted in unison. Another volley of sharp percussive clicks erupted. Cut. Shift positions. Prepare to enter the scenic area. In half an hour, the fisherman's dawn fishing sequence. Over the past week, veteran photographers had mapped Elder Zhang's routine. Each morning, he released his ox by the riverside, then entered the scenic area to fish. Filming the ox release segment required no fee, but further shooting demanded entry into the scenic area. Having traveled so far, they'd surely purchase full access. After all, they'd already invested in high-end gear, surely not balk at a modest admission fee. This landscape, this light, this elder, truly cinematic. Supported by an army of photographers, and aided by today's status as the final day of soft launch offering Hollywood tickets. The scenic area hadn't even opened officially yet. Reservations had already surged past 500. Zhang Xiao stared speechless at the back-end analytics, then at the first wave of veteran photographers assembling outside. This, so many people. More will come. Lin Bo smiled. Among the crowd, a man and woman stood side by side, cameras slung across their shoulders, sunglasses perched low as they whispered intently. Brother Bao, do we really need to dress like this? Didn't we schedule our visit for tomorrow? And how can you be certain they won't hire actors or fabricate metrics tomorrow? Only by arriving secretly today can we gather authentic intelligence. If you wish to excel in business, you still have much to learn. Observe closely. Absorb thoroughly. Lei Bao was the bank's account manager overseeing the Shu Ling Secret Realm scenic area project. Having scheduled a meeting yesterday, he'd resolved to conduct an unannounced site inspection today, a decision driven by the project's direct bearing on his professional future. Not a single misstep could be tolerated. Meanwhile, Li Mo arrived early, fully equipped, not only with drones, but also 3 distinct camera lenses. Outshone by amateurs in prior visits, he vowed to redeem himself this time, capturing every trending moment without exception. He aimed for nothing less than a legendary feat. Yu Yang and his dorm mates reappeared collectively at the scenic area. I'm just home on break. I thought I'd drop by for fun. Why are you all here too? Wang Boyu gaped at his roommates who'd insisted days earlier they wouldn't attend. The official account announced 3 golden yuan bao remain unfound, and I figured if I locate 2 more I'll have enough seed money for post-graduation rent. Yu Yang's mental arithmetic clicked sharply. I'm returning to give thanks. The moment I got home, my sleep deepened, my appetite improved, and even the wallet I'd lost 2 weeks prior reappeared. I must consult the old immortal again about my fortune. Zhou Shan rubbed his palms together eagerly. My research is complete. I deserve real rest. These final months matter. I'll cherish every moment with you, and certainly won't miss the latest walkthrough. Ji Mingza held a notebook. After returning last time, he'd synthesized his dorm mates' collective experiences into the most comprehensive guide to the Shu Ling Secret Realm, including its lore and narrative clues. It had quietly gone viral online, and he intended to keep updating it. Well then, everyone had their reasons. Plain truth, they simply hadn't had enough fun yet. As the 4 young men approached the entrance, a minivan screeched to a halt outside. A team of cameramen tumbled out, uniformed, coordinated, purposeful. One adjusted equipment while speaking directly into a lens. Welcome to Sixian Tower's live stream. Today, Brother Zhua guides you through an immersive fact-checking mission. Folks, we've arrived at the newly viral Shu Ling Secret Realm resort scenic area. Sixian Tower tells no lies. We're delivering hard evidence live and on-site. Just how deceptive is this place? What hidden traps lurk beneath its bargain pricing? Today I'll expose them all, for you. Comments flooded the feed exactly. What were those 5 yuan costume changes promoters thinking? Even basic hygiene costs exceed that. In a week those outfits would reek. That blacksmith Lyle in the forge. A woman, live streaming 7 days straight hammering iron. Highly suspect she's a paid influencer hired by the scenic area to stage authenticity. Hurry up. Such low prices, there's definitely drama brewing. Are the golden yuan bao rewards real? No such luck. Obviously scripted shills. Nothing to discuss. Zhao Gang scanned the comments, deeply satisfied. Several debunking live streamers had recently surged in popularity, prompting him to pivot decisively into this niche, distinguishing himself by embracing raw first-person unconventional footage. His immersive perspective and fearless confrontations with dishonest merchants, captured in real time, had catapulted him to fame. He now commanded hundreds of thousands of devoted followers. Alright, settle down everyone. Same old rules. From now on I won't glance at comments. Today remains strictly first person. I tread the pitfalls, for you. Exposing deceitful bosses. Smashing fraudsters. We trust only Xiantoa for fact-checking. Comments erupted in fervent unity. Zhou Shan frowned deeply as he listened, ready to step forward and reason with them. Wang Boyu grabbed his arm and held him back. Don't bother with these attention seekers. We know better than anyone else what's really going on. Let them wait for their inevitable humiliation. When it came time to purchase tickets, Wang Boy noticed a young woman unfamiliar to him seated behind the counter, likely a newly hired ticket agent. Before leaving, he tapped lightly on the counter surface to catch her attention. Miss, please inform your manager that some troublemakers may show up today. Do keep an eye out. As he spoke, Wang Boy gestured subtly toward a small group in the crowd. Those people over there, traveling together. Zhang Xiaoxiao pressed her lips tightly together and nodded silently. Understood, thank you. Lin Bo stood at the adjacent window, warmly explaining the scenic area's promotional activities and most cost-effective packages to visitors. His tone and demeanor bore no resemblance to the arrogant, reckless young master he had once been. A prodigal who turns back is worth more than gold. When someone finally strives earnestly to do something right, others inevitably appear to sabotage it. An unbidden flame of indignation flared in Zhang Xiaoxiao's heart. Sensing someone watching him, Lin Bo flashed a broad, toothy grin. Zhang Xiaoxiao shot him a sharp glare. What on earth was there to smile about? Don't you realize trouble has already arrived? Zhang Xiaoxiao placed a closed for break sign on her counter and hurried over to Lin Bo, recounting everything she'd just overheard. Lin Bo raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, it'll be fine. One who stands upright fears no crooked shadow. Free publicity. Why refuse it? Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded uneasily before returning to her station to resume work. Soon after, the live streamer reached Lin Bo's window. Lin Bo scanned his voucher, dispensed 5 metal tokens, handed over a flyer, and offered a warm, affable smile. Greetings, these are your starter game tokens. Additionally, today marks the final day of our trial operation, and we've launched a special surprise campaign. Preloading tokens now grants VIP status as a Sixian young cultivator. Once Phase 2 of the scenic area opens, all tokens already spent will be automatically credited back to your account. An exceptionally high-value offer. Well worth your consideration. Who in their right mind demands payment before even trying the service? What if I change my mind later? Won't that be a waste? Worse yet, what if you vanish overnight? Before Lin Bo could finish speaking, the so-called table flipper slammed his palm hard onto the counter, cutting him off with a loud challenge that drew startled glances from nearby tourists. Lin Bo noticed the streamer's sunglasses had unusually thick temple arms gleaming faintly under the light, surely housing a miniature camera. Lin Bo adjusted his angle, carefully positioning himself directly facing the streamer. Please remain calm. We've also enabled preloading via our Daodu platform, where deposits of 100 or more qualify for discounts. Once inside the scenic area, topping up online will prove far more economical. For token exchanges, automated kiosks are available throughout the site. Load as needed, and unused tokens can be refunded anytime. Is that really how it works? The table flipper had originally intended only to stir up drama for entertainment value. His real name was Zhao Gang, a figure who rose to fame precisely because of his boldness and readiness to confront authority hidden. Just days earlier, he'd received an anonymous tip claiming serious flaws within this scenic area and a generous fee to expose the truth. He'd reviewed the site's documentation and, drawing upon his limited industry experience, concluded that such aggressively low pricing almost certainly concealed hidden pitfalls. Yet now, glancing at the live chat feed, every comment read, the scenic area seems quite decent, offering discounts proactively. They're not forcing anything on you. I checked. The online top-up offers a 20 discount, and if fully spent, Phase 2 grants an equal value bonus, effectively a 60 discount. Extremely reasonable. That affordable. I'm heading there now. Tokens credited for consumption probably can't be refunded though, right? What? Do you expect to get something for nothing? Did anyone else notice there's a Phase 2 coming? Stop dragging it out. Get inside already. A flicker of stiffness crossed Zhao Gang's face. Wasn't he inadvertently promoting the place instead? Fine. I'll load 100 right here. Lin Bo counted out 200 tokens and handed them over. Enjoy your adventure. Zhao Gang accepted the tokens, but he still wanted to provoke conflict. With such impeccable service, what recourse did he have? He'd wait until inside, then see how things unfolded. He refused to believe that a site previously rated 0 stars, with uniformly negative reviews, could in just 1 week become flawlessly polished and universally acclaimed. In a corner lay Bao and his junior apprentice hadn't entered the scenic area, yet instead they crouched beside each other jotting notes into a small notebook. Brother, aren't we going in yet? Not yet. We'll first tally the morning's visitor count. Typically 30% of daily visitors enter between 8 and 10 a.m. We'll estimate today's total footfall first, then inspect the facilities around noon. Can't we just ask them directly? Do you really think they'll hand us honest data? Lin Bo tapped his apprentice's head lightly with the notebook. Speak less. Don't blow our cover. But honestly, this feels extremely conspicuous. All the other veteran photographers had already entered, yet the two of them remained outside clad in drab fishing vests and slinging cameras across their shoulders. It felt as though eyes were tracking them from every direction. Meanwhile, Lin Bo calmly verified vouchers while stealing glances toward the two suspicious figures huddled in the corner. Today promised to be an unusually lively day at the scenic area. Perfect, plenty of surprises awaited. As for Zhao Gang, the moment he stepped inside, he headed straight for the costume rental booth and selected 4 outfits before vanishing into the changing room. Holding the garments up to the camera, he announced, "Here are 2 pieces priced at 5 each and 2 at 10, available in both men's and women's styles. The scenic area claims all clothing is made from pure natural fibers, safe and comfortable to wear." Zhao Gang pulled out a UV lamp from his pocket. "First, let's use this UV light to verify whether each garment truly undergoes individual laundering." More and more viewers flooded into the livestream. Zhao Gang's broadcasts thrived on immersive first-person unconventional perspectives, making audiences feel like undercover investigators themselves. Comments exploded across the screen. "That'll be tough. I once paid $299 for a studio photo shoot, and even there they rarely wash every single garment per client. But studio wear is brief, no running around. Here you wear it all day long. Just thinking about someone else's bodily fluids on the fabric makes me nauseous. Sweat is sweat. Why say bodily fluids? Who knows what the previous wearer did while wearing it?" Zhao Gang watched the comments scroll by and smiled faintly. Even high-end shops charging hundreds per item struggle with individual laundering during peak hours, let alone a budget establishment like this. Zhao Gang felt certain under UV light abundant sweat stains would surely appear. Look, how filthy these clothes truly are. With a sharp click, he switched on the UV lamp and shone it onto the fabric. Not a single trace appeared, spotless pristine. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Impossible. Could it be because this set was more expensive? Hastily, he swapped it for a 5 per day rental. UV light illuminated the fabric, again utterly clean. He'd underestimated them. A cascade of question marks cascaded through the chat. They actually laundered every piece. Good heavens, this owner must be running a charity. Ahem, seems this shop excels at individual laundering after all. Zhao Gang offered the praise, though it tasted hollow in his mouth. He should have prepared more thoroughly. He'd fallen victim to dogmatic assumptions. Yet this scenic area defied all logic. Still, Zhao Gang remained confident garments rented at this price simply couldn't be genuine natural fibers. Regaining composure, he continued, "They claim these are cotton, linen, or pure silk. Let's test that." He plucked a few threads from a seam and produced a lighter. He ignited the fibers, but instead of curling into a tight ball as expected, they disintegrated evenly into fine ash. Silence fell, absolute suspended silence across the entire livestream. Then, chaos erupted. Comments exploded. "Genuine silk. No way, that's impossible. I sew regularly. The thread the host pulled came from a hand-stitched seam. I'm certain of it. This scenic area grows increasingly surreal. I need to go there." Could the host and scenic area be colluding? Come to think of it, it's strangely improbable that every single expose livestream goes undetected. Seriously, why did the host smuggle a lighter into the scenic area? Weren't they warned at the entrance not to bring one? And lighting things near clothing, what if a fire breaks out? 2 stream moderators stationed in the vehicle swiftly banned those raising objections. They exchanged a glance. This time truly no script had been written. Who could have foreseen this? They'd assumed the costume rental section would be foolproof. Zhao Gang broke into a cold sweat. He had to uncover something, anything. Otherwise his credibility would collapse entirely. Zhao Gang left the changing room without even switching clothes, dumped 4 outfits into Xiao Yuer's hands, and walked away immediately. "So you're not renting them after all?" Xiao Yuer stared blankly at the man who had departed in such haste. How peculiar. He'd taken women's garments yet refused to wear them. Was he simply embarrassed? Xiao Yuer noticed faint grayish-black smudges on the clothes. She casually cast a purity-dispelling art. In an instant, every trace of dust vanished from the fabric. The shop owner had emphasized hygiene above all else. Senior Elder Gao had specially laid down formation arrays throughout the store. Each evening after closing, the entire shop activated both the purity-dispelling art and the golden light formation, purifying not only visible grime and sweat, but even invisible impurities. Xiao Yuer gave it little thought and turned her attention to other customers. With so many visitors today, the shop's performance might well set a new record. I just checked for fans. The costume rental service at the scenic area poses no major issues. We're heading to the blacksmith's now. Zhao Gang steadied his breathing. This scenic area couldn't possibly be that bizarre. A 5 copper coin iron forging experience. It was little more than child's play. Not even labor or venue costs could be justified, not to mention raw materials. Viewers watching the live stream grew increasingly excited upon seeing the blacksmith signboard. Lulu is live streaming too. She's forging again, and she's upgraded to a larger hammer. That's absurd. Just 1 week. This feels more like stage performance. These store review influencers are clearly paid promoters. Unlike our brother Zhua, who embodies authenticity. Go expose her. Zhao Gang glanced at the stream's scrolling comments, the weight lifted from his chest. It seemed viewers had ceased fixating on the clothing incident. He'd told them he wouldn't monitor comments once inside the scenic area, but how could he possibly ignore them? After all, how else would he gauge the livestream's rhythm or discern what truly captivated his audience? We've arrived at the blacksmith's. Zhao Gang strode straight in, and there tucked into a corner of the workshop was Wang Lele, utterly immersed in forging. Today she'd specially asked Xiao Yuer to craft a delicate fragile appearance, a paler foundation, finely drawn brows and eyes. Her twin brows arched like soft, unspoken sorrow, her eyes shimmered with quiet, tender affection. Holding the hammer shyly before her face, she gazed into the lens and murmured, "Brother, would you like me to strike?" Any man would feel an irresistible pang of tenderness. Then, suddenly, a flashy car effect animation streaked across the phone screen. And there stood that seemingly frail beauty, sleeves rolled up, voice booming. "Yes, brother. Thank you for your generous gift, brother. Brother, watch closely." She began swinging the massive hammer with cool, commanding precision, its speed so fierce it nearly sparked. This week Wang Lele discovered that whenever she grew weary from forging, a brief stroll outside, especially resting on a park bench, restored her stamina and eased her muscle soreness almost instantly. Was this the famed 20-minute park effect? Once she grasped its pattern within mere days, she wielded ever larger hammers with growing confidence. Zhao Gang dared not act rashly as before. He observed Wang Lele carefully, her slender arms, her delicate frame, and reached a conclusion. She truly did not appear supernaturally strong. His confidence surged. It had to be staged. Last week she used a small hammer. Now she wields a colossal one. Even if she ate protein powder for every meal, muscles couldn't develop that fast. Confidently, he handed Iron Xuanji 3 copper coins, requesting a sword and a souvenir. Xuanji beamed selected materials and guided the guest to an empty workbench already equipped with a full set of tools. He asked which task Zhao Gang wished to begin first, and promptly heated the metal. Forging was demanding, physically taxing, and thus not the most popular attraction among tourists. Yet those entering the shop were genuine enthusiasts, fellow devotees of the craft. Iron Xuanji's demeanor was exceptionally warm, even overly so. Zhao Gang found no fault in him, and declared he preferred to try alone, watching as Xuanji stepped back. He sealed the smaller materials into a plastic pouch. "We won't use these. We'll take them back for testing. First, let's try the same hammer used by that livestream host." Zhao Gang immediately grasped the large hammer beside him, the very same size as Wang Lele's. So light. His arm trembled violently like fluttering butterfly wings, yet the hammer barely lifted from the tabletop. Zhao Gang stared in utter disbelief. What the hell? How could he not lift it? Was the shop seriously placing such a monstrously heavy hammer on the counter for guests? Seeing this, Iron Xuanji hurried over, effortlessly removed the massive hammer, and handed Zhao Gang a smaller one, first demonstrating proper forging technique. "Beginners should start with this one. No rush, take your time." "I've got it," Zhao Gang replied, his expression cold and rigid. Noticing the guest's reluctance to accept assistance, Xuanji returned to the counter, though his divine sense remained fixed upon every tool, maintaining full control. Across the livestream, a wave of laughter flooded the comment feed. "Ha ha ha. Brother Zhua needs serious training. Looks tough, but turns out he's all bark and no bite. Can't even match a woman. Maybe that female host's hammer is just a prop." But the master lifted it so easily. Zhao Gang gripped the small hammer, humiliated beyond measure. That female host's hammer must be a prop. For some reason, that comment lingered stubbornly in his mind. Having just failed to lift the large hammer, he felt even more certain Wang Lele could never have hoisted it on her own. His resolve hardened. Aloud he muttered, "Not necessarily," while simultaneously swinging the small hammer faster and higher with each strike. Suddenly, at the apex of his swing, the hammer tore free from his grasp, hurtling straight toward Wang Lele's corner. Startled, Wang Lele froze, instinctively tilting her head aside and raising her hammer to shield her face. At the last possible instant, the hammer halted inches before her. Deprived of all momentum, it clanged onto the tabletop. Zhao Gang recoiled in shock. He'd intended only a minor controlled mishap, never real harm. He rushed to Wang Lele's side. "I'm terribly sorry, my hand slipped. Are you alright?" Even as he apologized, he kept his original objective firmly in mind. "Let me help you hold it." He reached out and gripped Wang Lele's hammer. "Thank you, I'm fine. Be careful, it's rather heavy." "No problem." Still pretending, Zhao Gang thought. Wang Lele, still shaken, released her grip. Instantly, Zhao Gang felt crushing weight descend, his entire torso yanked downward with brutal force. Assuming her hammer was a lightweight prop, his grip was all wrong. A sharp crack echoed. The hammer drove his elbow outward, slamming it flat onto the table. It hurts, help me." This forge does not welcome those with ill intent, Zhao Gang realized, without noticing when the shopkeeper had already appeared beside him. Iron Xuanji's face bore no smile, his hair and beard billowed as if stirred by inner fury, his presence now that of a wrathful Vajra guardian. "What do you mean? I'll file a formal complaint. You're liable for my injury here in the scenic area." Just get it off me, quickly." Xuanji snatched up the hammer. "Don't sully my tools with filthy hands." Then gripping Zhao Gang's arm firmly. Another crack rang out, His dislocated joint snapped back into place. There. Done. Wait. Before Zhao Gang could utter another word, Xuanji seized him like a chick and hurled him bodily through the shop's doorway. Get out. How dare you treat a customer like this? I'll report you. Convinced he'd uncovered the scenic area's fatal flaw, Zhao Gang prepared to stage a full-blown confrontation. Yet suddenly he noticed the comments weren't trending as he'd hoped. Why is the host acting like this? Honestly, he was advised to go slow as a beginner, and the master even demonstrated proper form. Yet he swung recklessly high and fast. Seems intentional. It's practically attempted murder. Besides, wasn't it he who insisted on grabbing that hammer himself? And wasn't it his failure to lift it that caused his own dislocation? The master even reset his joint for him. I've disliked him for ages. He acts like some gangster sometimes. Amid a flood of criticism, only a handful of comments supported him. Still, does the scenic area bear no responsibility? Forging is inherently dangerous. Maybe we shouldn't go there at all. Normally, any sign of poor service would grant him perfect grounds to escalate dramatically. But now he met Iron Xuanji's calm, unwavering gaze, and the hammer held lightly in his hand. A hammer he couldn't even lift, yet Xuanji wielded it with effortless ease. Could he possibly overturn this table? Onlookers gathered. 2 NPCs dressed in period attire approached, clearly intending to escort him out. Zhao Gang turned and fled. No, this won't do. He recalled the 1 million coins deposited into his account 2 days ago, and the second million awaiting completion of this job. Monetization in this niche hadn't lived up to expectations. This contract was unusually lucrative. He would not leave. If no problem existed, he'd create one. There had to be a way. Head bowed low, Zhao Gang hurried down a quieter alley, desperate to devise a plan. He failed to notice the 3 large characters carved above the archway at the alley's entrance. Path of self-examination. Zhao Gang walked for quite some time, yet failed to exit the alley. Only then did he realize something was amiss. Mist had begun to rise along the path. He checked his phone, no signal. Zhao Gang grew increasingly agitated. What kind of godforsaken place is this? The network is abysmal. Surely the live stream has cut out. Yet contrary to his expectation, the stream remained live. The chat feed buzzed with fervent commentary. Is the camera glitching? Why can't I see the road clearly? Looks like fog rolling in. I recall a traveler mentioning a scenic spot where he saw his late grandmother, giving him courage to keep moving forward. So deeply healing. Haha, seriously. I'd sooner believe I'm Qin Shi Huang. Wait, surroundings just changed. From within the mist emerged a wall tiled in pristine white porcelain. A round-faced boy 12 or 13 years old crouched in the corner, arms shielding his face, bruises mottling his skin, tears and snot streaking his cheeks, lips trembling silently. He seemed to utter something, but his voice vanished beneath the relentless rush of water from a nearby faucet. Holy hell, what is this? A projection? Is this magic? It's unnervingly lifelike. Could that post actually be true? If memories truly manifest here, was the host bullied as a child? So pitiful. Impossible. This must be staged by the scenic area. The audience reeled in shock. At that very moment, the boy erupted, sobbing, sprinting straight toward the lens. He brandished a mechanical pencil, thrusting it forward. Bro Zhao rules. Bro Zhao never bowed to authority, not even as a kid. This first-person perspective is utterly immersive. I feel like I'm about to get stabbed. Even viewers behind their screens felt it viscerally. How much more so Zhao Gang immersed in the scene. Environment, sound, light, scent. Every sense dragged him back 2 decades to an afternoon long buried in memory's deepest vault. Zhao Gang trembled, not just with fear, but with fury. Instinctively, he seized the pencil before him and drove a fist into the boy's face. Demons possess you, brat. Stop your ghostly charade. Get out of my sight now. The boy crumpled onto the ground. Zhao Gang tilted his head upward, glaring into the hazy sky. Who's behind this? I fear neither heaven nor earth. Let me out now. Where's the manager? Come out. I'll sue you. The boy, blood streaming down his brow, crawled forward and grasped Zhao Gang's pant leg with a trembling hand. Zhao Gang recoiled as if struck by lightning, then lashed out with a brutal kick, sending the boy flying into the corner. Shut up. Enough already. You always tattled. Always meddled. You chose to die. What do I care? After all these years, you still haunt me. Picking fights again. Do you think I'm afraid? No signal here anyway. I'll do as I please. Kick after kick followed, until with one final shattering blow he obliterated the entire scene. The restroom dissolved. Only white mist remained. Ha ha ha, you dare toy with me. Once I'm out, I'll raze this wretched scenic area to the ground. Let's see what else you've got. Courage was etched into every fiber of Zhao Gang's being. He knew no word for cowardice. He dashed forward, unaware that every second had streamed live to the world. So he bullied others. Did we misread everything? He's lost his mind. I even bought stuff from his live stream, utterly nauseating. Outside, Zhao Gang's crew spun in panic, unable to reach him. What's going on? Weren't staff members assigned to shadow Zhao Gu inside the scenic area? No one's answering. None at all. Didn't you tell Zhao Gu? This isn't scripted. The cameras were upgraded for optimal livestream quality. Satellite transmission feeds directly to our broadcast server. When has Zhao Gu ever listened to technical briefings? Chaos reigned aboard the vehicle, until someone finally noticed the livestream was still live, just shut down the stream first. And so viewers bore witness to Broge with Teenage Delinquent Prison Chronicles, just as anticipation built for a sultry Southeast Asian romance. When with a sharp pop the stream went dark. Netizens swiftly dug deeper, just confirmed. The host is Zhao Gang. That boy died at 13. Due to insufficient evidence, and Zhao Gang being under 14, he faced no criminal charges. Later he served 2 prison terms for gang brawls and intentional assault. Revoltingly vile. Never imagined he was like this. Normally I oppose doxing and online witch hunts, but this, pure self-immolation. Thank goodness surveillance is ubiquitous now, and laws far more robust. We need accountability, but opportunists like him deserve justice. When Zhao Gang finally spotted the coin-operated exit kiosk, he inserted his coin without hesitation. At the instant he stepped free, his phone's signal returned, and his world collapsed. Ignoring his lucrative contract, and whether final payments would clear, he fled the scenic area in blind panic. Moments after exiting the gate, a police car waited. We've received multiple reports. You're suspected of repeated provocation, extortion, defamation, and malicious reputational damage. Please accompany us. Head bowed, Zhao Gang was led away. Lin Bo instructed Zhang Xiao to guard the ticket booth, confirmed with officers he'd return around noon, and headed to the station. Among the aggrieved parties filing formal statements. Unexpectedly, Gao Mingfeng had just upgraded the path of immortal inquiry formation. Learning that visitors might wish to capture mementos, he integrated advanced virtual reality augmentation to heighten emotional resonance. This was its inaugural test, and Zhao Gang stumbled right in. In theory, only one memory manifestation appears per visitor. If unresolved guilt lingers, one may either attempt again, or simply depart. But Zhao Gang, he carried no such burden. So he bulldozed through, not with reflection but brute force, shattering each illusion until the entire structure imploded. Ironically, the incident served as a valuable stress test. After all, this attraction manifests uniquely for each soul, and most visitors are resolute, virtuous individuals. Hence, such flaws rarely surface. Inside the patrol car, Lin Bo jotted down adjustments first. The immersion level proved dangerously intense. It must be tempered, and emergency protocols drafted for psychologically vulnerable guests. Second, explicit content must be prevented at the formation level. Otherwise, parental complaints loom inevitable. Third, the signal blackout inside the formation must be resolved. Visitors must never feel stranded without recourse in crisis. Note. With Zhao Gang's stream terminated, his audience migrated en masse to Wang Leilei's channel. This sister is stunning, kind-hearted, and strong. I always suspected Broge was staged. That table flip nearly hit the sister. Sister Wang, have you visited the path of immortal inquiry? Wang Leilei stretched her arms, then smiled, answering the barrage of comments. Of course I have. It's fascinating. They say every visitor sees something entirely different. There I met my high school crush. The love affair was passionate, epic, and heartbreakingly tragic. And if one round isn't enough, just relive it again. Amazing. You can replay romance. So does that mean I could? Stop right there. What are you thinking? Hey, it's not me who knows your thoughts and telling me to stop. Heh. Sister, skip blacksmithing today. Take us back to the scenic area. We haven't seen the tea-serving young man yet. Wonder if glue really holds the cup to his sword. Sounds perfect. Follow me. Wang Leilei picked up her phone and led her livestream audience from the forge toward Yixingtian's stall. Before reaching halfway, thunderous cheers erupted, like ocean waves crashing against cliffs. A crowd swarmed the tea stall, so dense that Yixingtian vanished beneath a sea of heads. All Wang Leilei could see was a porcelain teacup, soaring, tumbling, suspended midair. Each time Yixingtian caught it flawlessly, the crowd roared anew. Wang Leilei raised her selfie stick high. Her own view mattered less than ensuring her viewers witnessed every miracle. At the moment of tea delivery, collective shrieks exploded. By noon, soaring above the crowd weren't just teacups, but occasionally instant noodle bowls too. This defies physics. Not a single drop spills. Pure circus artistry. Those accusing him of glue or cheating, time to stay silent. Quick, line up. At the scenic area's entrance, Lei Bao tallied statistics. While his apprentice grew impatient, thrusting his phone into Lei Bao's face. Bro, there's a debunker who just imploded inside. Stop guarding. Let's go see. Upon entering the scenic area, the sight before Lei Bao startled him. Unable to help but take a few steps back, he carefully examined the sign of the scenic spot. Heaven Buddha, he couldn't have taken a wrong turn right. Is this the Shu Ling Secret Realm? 2 months ago when he visited, there were no windows in the houses and the roads were poorly constructed. Now it was as if it had been completely transformed. His disciple Fong Wenshan pulled him towards the Shao family clothing shop. Come on, let's change clothes. The guidebook says one must change in this lifetime. We are working right now. Lei Bao said sternly, is there overtime pay? Striking right at the heart of the matter, Lei Bao fell silent. He waited outside for Fong Wenshan to come out. Unable to restrain himself, he gently touched the nearby door pillar, lifting his head to closely examine the beams and tiles. This house, no matter how he looked at it, seemed so old. How could something newly built look like this? It seemed there used to be an old village here, but the villagers had all moved away. Yet he remembered that the old houses had been completely demolished and rebuilt. How could this be valued? He feared he would have to hire an expert from the city. Based on his estimation of the foot traffic from 8 a.m. to after 11 a.m., there had been over 400 people. He guessed today's traffic would likely exceed 1,000. Compared to the same period last week, this is a 400 increase. It's the off-season before the festival, and to have such data after just 1 week of opening is impressive. He just didn't know how profitable the entertainment projects would be at such low prices. But given the current facilities and data, if Lin Bo really refuses to sell the scenic area and wants a loan following the normal procedures, might actually allow that kid to get it. Lei Bao was anxious, unsure of what Director Zhou was thinking. The intentions of leaders are hard to fathom, and the future is uncertain. Fang Wenshan jumped out after changing clothes, pulling Lei Bao along. Master, I don't know what you're worried about every day. Since we're here, we must have an immersive experience to judge whether the tourists like the scenic area. Let's go play. At this moment it was noon, yet the Shu Ling Hotel had very few people. Liyu's master Wang Difu had gone out for a stroll. Liyu sat alone in the shop. He had brought his master to the scenic area the day before and saw that the shop had been tidied up nicely. The first floor was open, furnished with bamboo tables and chairs, and beautifully partitioned with bamboo fences. The second floor had private rooms and a tea house elegantly decorated. Even their lodging had been set up. His master's room had handrails and various age-friendly features which he hadn't mentioned, but Lin Bo had thought of. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. To accomplish all this in just a few days, the boss was incredibly impressive. Although they had just opened, he didn't expect much business. However, Liu still couldn't figure it out. The noodle shop in front had a line stretching 200 meters, yet his place had no customers. What's the rush? I observed that the previous scenic area had no restaurant, and there wasn't much food nearby. So many people brought their own snacks and weren't in a hurry to eat. Just wait. When they get tired from playing, they will definitely want something warm to eat. Wang Difu came back wearing a new outfit. What do you think of this outfit? Looks good. Master, you should take a good rest. There are many people at the scenic area today, don't wander around. Liu hurriedly helped his master sit down. His master had just had a stent placed last year and shouldn't exert himself too much. Don't say that. This scenic area is quite nice. I feel quite comfortable. Walking 20,000 steps in a day is no problem. No, I signed a military order with master and my brothers. I cannot let you have any issues. You still need to recuperate. Alright, stop talking. Wang Difu waved his hand, impatiently interrupting Liu. At such a young age, how can you be so long-winded, just like your master's wife? Your cooking skills are decent, but your management could use some work. The most important thing in running a shop is customer traffic. In the scenic area, tourists are most afraid of high prices. Your shop is so big, but looks like you're out to fleece people. You need to hang up a price list. Make the prices more visible. Aren't you primarily preparing noodles? At the very top, write beef noodles, $8 for a tail. Wait, does this scenic area use copper coins? Then it would be 2 copper coins for a tail of beef noodles with a braised egg. Add 1 copper coin, and you can refill the noodles and toppings. Also, didn't your boss tell you that there's a tour group coming in the afternoon for group meals? Have you prepared all the ingredients? This is the important matter. Master Wang, over 70, had only been in the scenic area for 2 days, his voice booming, brimming with energy, taking care of everything. Alright, master, please rest. Don't work too hard. Liu quickly followed all instructions. Just as he hung the noodle sign outside, he noticed someone peeking in. Is it really only $10? At the entrance were 4 people who just happened to be from Yu Yang's dorm. Rest assured, we treat everyone honestly. Besides beef noodles, there are dry sauce noodles, pea noodles, and spicy chicken noodles, all for 2 copper coins with a braised egg. Liu had specially prepared many Sichuan-style toppings. Alright, they'll have one of each. Let's taste the flavors. This scenic area is indeed great. Last week they said there was no food, and this week they opened a restaurant. The prices are also reasonable, the same as outside. Then I carried my snacks in vain today. The 4 were chattering away, exchanging their spoils from the morning. In less than 2 minutes the noodles were served 4 bowls that looked generous despite being labeled as a tail. Our toppings have unique flavors, you can try them first. If it's not enough, you can refill for 1 copper coin and order more toppings. The boss is generous. The chicken and pea noodles from Yu Yang and Zhoushan were dry noodles with the condiments at the bottom. They mixed everything together. The aroma of chili oil penetrated their noses. This flavor. Exactly right. The taste was spot on. Wang Boyu generously picked the beef and bamboo shoots from his beef noodle bowl and placed them into the other bowls. Our beef noodles come with smoked bamboo shoots. You can't find this flavor anywhere else. You guys should give it a try. Indeed, the beef was tender and fell apart upon entry. The bamboo shoots were crunchy and carried a hint of smoky flavor. The taste was excellent. Boss, another bowl of beef noodles. Alright. The shop gained a bit of traffic, the fire was lit, and the aroma wafted out, drawing more people in. In no time the first floor was surprisingly half full. Liu was surprisingly overwhelmed. Wang Difu took off the rented clothes, revealing a chef's outfit underneath, and entered the kitchen, take care of the outside. Liu stared in shock at his master's attire. Master, what are you doing in here? Master Wang raised an eyebrow and shoved a bowl of noodles into Liu's hands. Leave this to me, you can't let the guests go hungry. Liu left with a mournful face, holding the bowl. This is it, he was going to be scolded by master's wife. He brought his master here to rest, not to make him work. He underestimated the foot traffic at the scenic area. How could it be so busy? Fortunately, he thought of testing the waters by starting with noodles after just opening. If he directly served large dishes, he truly wouldn't be able to manage, let alone take care of his master. Little did he know Wang Difu was in the kitchen grinning from ear to ear. After the surgery, he hadn't touched the stove for 6 months. It had driven him mad. But now he seized the opportunity. It was still good to follow his disciple. Lin Bo returned from the police station just as it was 3 in the afternoon. He could have returned by 1 or 2, but a captain seemed very interested in the questioning route. He kept asking Lin Bo about the principals back and forth. Lin Bo had no idea, so he made up some stuff. As a result, the other party became increasingly enthusiastic, even saying they would come to check it out during their holiday in a few days, and that they might need Lin Bo's cooperation for the investigation. What investigation does a scenic area like mine need to cooperate with? Why do other scenic areas recruit cultural tourism directors while we recruit police? Lin Bo sighed deeply at the entrance of the scenic area. At least he learned that Zhao Gang was the one sent to investigate him. Secretary Song from Kong Rin Tianxia Construction Company, he really didn't understand why they targeted his newly opened small scenic area. Lin Bo shook off the distractions. He saw a minibus coming from the rural road in the distance. The old soldier travel agency had finally arrived. Zheng Jiong got off the bus wearing sunglasses. Behind him were two shiny bald heads holding up red flags. We have arrived at the Shu Ling Secret Realm. Everyone get off. Recognize the bald heads and don't get lost. A group of elderly men and women in their 60s gradually got off the bus. An old lady couldn't help but touch the shiny head of a young boy as she got off. Little Mao, is your head cold? Here, let me put a hat on you. Last week that young man who acted all tough in the store now spoke with a much shyer tone. No need, Grandma, hurry up and get ready to enter the scenic area with your tickets. What a good boy. Oh, not at all. You're really capable. Want some cake? I have sunflower seeds and peanuts too. Here's a peach for you. Brother Young said we can't eat the tourist's food. Such a well-behaved young man. There aren't many like him. After all, people brought out by Brother A. Young are reliable. The former yellow-haired boy, now bald, felt his head glow red at the kind praises. Tisk, what kind of serious person shaves their head? And you all agreed to the temporary addition of attractions. A discordant voice emerged among the crowd of praises. Before the words finished, a punch landed. Shut up, you brat. You think I can't trust the travel group, but I can trust little Zheng. Recommended by Aunt Wang, next door, reliable. I didn't even want to bring you along. Tisk, half the strangers are a trap, familiar faces are a jackpot. If it weren't for the usual channels, I wouldn't have come. I'm just afraid you'll be scammed. Be quiet, young man, go take pictures for everyone with your phone. Suja, the only young person in the travel group, was hit by the old man and obediently closed his mouth, picking up his phone to take group photos. Such trust in strangers, not even knowing who his real grandson is. Doesn't he know the tricks of this travel group? This travel group charges $499 for 3 days and 2 nights. It must be a scam without kickbacks. Not a single purchase in 2 days. What temporary attractions, but rather temporary spending spots. All the money saved these days will have to be spent here. Suja followed his grandfather into the scenic area. Old Master Su weighed the copper coins in his hand proudly. Look, they're even giving out money. Suja rolled his eyes. Small gifts and game currency can only be used in the scenic area just to fool the old man. A young man's voice rang out ahead. Welcome to the Shu Ling Secret Realm. This is Wuxian Town, where it is said that 3,000 years ago this place was abundant in spiritual energy, and countless cultivators rode the winds on their swords dedicated to their cultivation, safeguarding the living beings. Countless seekers of immortality gathered here to build this town. Lin Bo prepared to personally welcome and explain. Considering this group was mainly composed of middle-aged and elderly people, he would briefly explain the background of the scenic area. Unfortunately, the heavenly path changed abruptly. The heavenly ladder broke. The road to immortality was severed. The spiritual energy vanished, and for 500 years people have been unable to catch a glimpse of the immortal realm, leaving behind only this ancient town today. This scenic area is quite novel, with an interesting story to tell. The houses are well preserved. They must be a few hundred years old. The air is great, and there's a river too. The elderly listened to the introduction with great joy. Suja secretly scoffed, still talking about spiritual energy. Next, they must be selling health products. But there are still those who haven't given up. Tonight, they will hold a ceremony at Wulong Beach to break the shackles of the heavenly path. If you wish to participate, you can bring your swords and blessings. Suja stared at Lin Bo. If they weren't selling health products, they must be selling souvenirs. All right, everyone, feel free to explore. Just remember to gather at the Shu Ling restaurant for dinner at 530. Aren't we going to the shops together? Why are we jumping straight to dinner? Suja sneered as if he could see everything, whispering, it must be that kind of group meal that's expensive and tastes terrible. As if to slap him in the face, Zheng Xiang's calm and composed voice rang out. Because the restaurant in the scenic area has just opened, this group meal is a complimentary experience, so don't miss out and gather at the restaurant on time. Dismissed. Really? That's great. I just saw a beautiful view by the river. Let's go have a look. There's an acrobatics performance over there. So many people. The elderly quickly scattered in groups, leaving Suja standing there in a daze. Wait, is this scenic area doing charity? Nothing for sale, and just free activities. Didn't the entrance ticket cost $9? Why are you standing there like a fool? Hurry up and follow. Grandpa Su glared at his grandson, frustrated. He told him not to come, yet he insisted on tagging along. Now he had to take care of him too. Half an hour later, in front of the clothing store, old Master Su scratched his head. 5 yuan just to rent it, isn't that a bit expensive? Suja excitedly replied, Grandpa, how is that expensive? It's so cheap. All right, go ahead. Let's go together. We've come all this way. Grandpa Su looked at his 20-year-old grandson, who was still acting spoiled, replying coldly. At 70, he still had to take care of his grandson. It was really annoying. Suja happily used his game currency, helped Grandpa Su use a few coins, but it wasn't enough, so he exchanged for an additional 200 yuan. Finally, at 530, he arrived at the restaurant holding 2 swords, 10 different styles of protective talismans, and a bunch of Luban locks, successfully becoming the person who spent the most in the entire travel group. Suja's impression of the scenic area had greatly improved. This place was truly a conscientious destination. Old Grandpa Su sat down, sighing deeply. He didn't even have time to sit with his grandson. It was really exhausting. Yet looking at the other old men and women, they were all full of energy, which made him question life. Aren't you all tired? An old lady leaned in, mysteriously lowering her voice. Let me tell you, the benches in this scenic area are high-tech. If you sit for a while, it's extremely comfortable. Really, I sat on the bus for half the day. My back was already hurting, but after sitting for less than 20 minutes, oh wow, it was incredibly comfortable. I don't know what high technology it is, but my home's far infrared and tourmaline cushions aren't as good as this chair. I really want to buy this chair. Could you ask little Zhang if the scenic area sells them? Hearing this, Suja looked up from his pile of souvenirs. Wait, buying benches in the scenic area is too absurd. Dinner is ready, just in time for the dishes to be served. For a group meal, there are usually 1 or 2 signature dishes, and the rest are homestyle dishes. Suja didn't have high expectations. That didn't matter if the group meal was terrible. After all, it was free and could be tolerated. Until the first dish was placed on the table. The food on the plate was as white as jade, resembling a plate of snow sprinkled with a few red bits of ham. It looked like seeking plum blossoms in the snow. Snowflake chicken, a signature dish from our chef. Everyone, please have a taste. Is this chicken? Suja was shocked. He waited for the elderly to start eating before he took a little. The moment it entered his mouth, it was soft, slippery, fresh, fragrant, and tender. All adjectives fell short. It looked light, but the rich flavor burst open in his mouth instantly. This cloud-like soft texture was actually chicken. Such a fantastic dish. Is it really available in the scenic area? Considering that our group has many elderly people, the food is mainly soft and easy to chew. This dish is made by shredding the chicken, then mixing it with egg batter and chicken broth, and pouring it into warm oil to cook. The finished product resembles snowflakes, hence the name snowflake chicken. This must be expensive. Is this really a group meal? What's the meal standard? Suja looked at the price list in the restaurant. 50 yuan for 10 pieces. Not expensive. Not expensive at all. This is a gourmet dish. Ooh, just this one dish makes this meal worth it. Next, more dishes were served one after another. Braised eel strips, red braised lion's head, stir-fried liver and kidneys, stir-fried bamboo leaf vegetables, bitter bamboo shoot and meat soup. All the dishes used local specialty ingredients. Each was visually appealing, aromatic, and flavorful. Delicious, simply delicious. Suja was eating happily. He could have 3 bowls of rice with these dishes, and the table full of uncles and aunts looked on with smiles. They couldn't help but feed him. Watching the young man eat is such a delight. Liu went around the table collecting feedback. He was in a great mood today. The foot traffic in the scenic area was much larger than he had expected. Another reason was the snowflake chicken. When deciding the menu, the boss casually mentioned this dish he had never heard of. After carefully asking about the preparation method, he tried to replicate it, and it was indeed a huge hit. Not only can he earn money, but he also learned a dish. This job was truly a good deal. Lin Bo found Zheng Jiong, who was waiting on the side. So you've seen the kitchen. This is a meal standard of 60 per person. I'll give you an 80 discount. How you charge is up to you. Collaboration. No problem. Then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Get your people ready to watch the performance. Oh, once you see it, you'll know collaborating with me is definitely worthwhile. At 7 o'clock, as the sun began to set, people started to arrive at Wulong Beach before the performance. Watch closely. This is what professionalism looks like. I refuse to believe it's not my turn for my video to trend. Lin Bo changed into a dark-colored outfit adorned with golden patterns and went to check by the edge of Wulong Beach. This week, Gao Mingfeng was inspired by the knowledge provided by the system and set up some formations throughout the performance area. For instance, a sensory amplification formation to enhance the immersive experience. In the performance area, on the water, illusions and formations such as the Little 5 Elements formation and the Golden Light Exorcism formation were added to enhance the performance. With abundant spiritual energy, using it alongside the Gathering Spirit formation would elevate the performance to its peak. Lin Bo couldn't contain his joy, thinking to himself how much equipment they saved. The light stage mechanisms and screens used in the performance are not cheap, but with Gao Mingfeng's formations, it was like a cultivation technique that boosts productivity. He warmly placed great importance on this performance. To achieve the perfect presentation, he even took on the role of casting director. For one role, he reviewed all the disciples in the scenic area, but found none satisfactory, so he specifically brought Elder Suxin into the scenic area to perform. With everything ready, Lin Bo picked up the communication jade talisman from the Tianqing sect. Attention all units, the performance is about to begin. Are you ready? Let's come together and let the audience below witness the miracle. The members of the Tianqing sect excitedly responded through the talisman. In the past, performing for mortals with low magical power was unthinkable. As long as one becomes a cultivator, they are already superior. But after performing a few times, didn't they still feel a thrill? They were now eager to show everyone the brand new performance they had meticulously prepared. Xiao Yuer wiped the sweat from her hands, knowing her task today was formidable. She was determined to complete it perfectly. This is everyone's stage. She wanted all the audience below to gasp in amazement and laugh. It was unclear when they had developed such a belief. Ding! In the mountains, a clear sound akin to a dragon's roar attracted everyone's attention. Is it starting? This feels different from last week, doesn't it? Wang Lele, who had been there last week, murmured softly while holding up his phone. White mist began to rise from the water's surface. The mist was dense, obscuring everything as if shrouded in chaos. Lin Bo, holding a red umbrella, emerged from the mist. Welcome everyone to Wenqing Town. Lin Bo stood still and bowed slightly to the audience, with the mist forming a backdrop behind him. Thank you all for your contributions to the reconstruction of the Heavenly Ladder. As fellow travelers, we should no longer hide the past of Winxing Town from everyone. I hope our ceremony today goes smoothly, and one day we will together open the path to immortality. Before he finished speaking, Lin Bo threw the umbrella high into the air. The red umbrella floated upwards. Amidst the clouds and mist, flashes of sword light sparkled, splitting the umbrella in half, red on the outside and black on the inside, swirling in the air and stirring the mist. Like the yin and yang, the grand curtain opened. The audience's gaze was drawn to the umbrella, exclaiming in surprise. They then realized that the announcer who had just appeared had vanished. No way. A magic trick. Was that person the same one who sent me money last week? Yu Yang whispered to his roommates. Really? They'll check again when the rewards are given later. Wang Boy shot him a glare, thinking, are you trying to show off? The remaining 3 yuan treasures actually led him to find it. If they weren't in the same dorm, head suspect, he was in on it. Look quickly, there's someone in the water. The horn buzzed and the drumbeats began. From the mist, a swordsman in white stood holding an umbrella which was black, rotating in his hand. He strode confidently, walking on water, the umbrella dancing in his hand. Dressed in white against the black water with white mist and a black umbrella, he embodied the eye of yin and yang. The swordsman moved across the water, his body, the umbrella, the water, and the mist all in sync. The splashing water hit the umbrella, creating a sound akin to falling jade. Under his movements, the mist gradually dispersed and the water receded. Just as the water was left with only a shallow layer, the music suddenly stopped. The swordsman abruptly opened the umbrella and knelt on one knee in the water. Is this saying, in the beginning the heavens and earth were separated and yin and yang divided? Are they really starting from the very beginning? Ji Ziming excitedly took notes. Can we see the entire background story of Winxing Town today? I'm glad I came. Just as everyone held their breath, the wind carried a melody from a flute. Everyone looked up to find the source of the flute sound. In the distance, a tall phoenix tree extended from the cliff. A woman stood atop it. With a light veil covering her face and wide sleeves fluttering in the wind, she resembled a celestial maiden. Behind her was a round, bright moon. In her hand, she held a pan flute, placing it to her lips. The soft and melancholic tune flowed with the wind. As everyone immersed in the beauty of the scene, the melody suddenly became lively. The woman lifted her bare foot and leaped directly from the tall phoenix tree. Oh! The audience gasped, fearing she might fall. A line of celestial cranes appeared in the sky. It seemed they were summoned by her, gracefully soaring in the air. She actually used the cranes as a ladder, enveloped in moonlight, descending gracefully. Thank goodness for the safety wires, that was scary, one visitor said, patting their chest. The swordsman holding the umbrella finally looked up, raising the umbrella and gazing at the celestial maiden dancing in the sky, chasing after her on the cranes. However, he stumbled and almost fell at times. Whenever he did, he would open his umbrella, floating for a moment before finding a new foothold to climb up again. It was as if he were swinging among the flock of cranes, each time filled with thrill, yet without danger, and he never gave up. It was so beautiful, so beautiful. This is what Chinese aesthetics is all about. Does the woman symbolize the teacher? Does the swordsman symbolize the seeker? Then the flock of cranes represents the heavenly ladder and trials. Ji Mingze was incredibly excited, writing down all his guesses. Lin Bo smiled slightly. How do you know where this segment comes from, eh? It was to integrate the God of Wealth storyline. I spent an entire night thinking to make the God of Wealth's appearance less abrupt. It was a challenge to finally tie the storyline together. I truly rock. He wanly wiped the sweat from his brow. Oh, indeed, only Su Xin from the Tianqing sect could create such an ethereal feeling. However, the Tianqing sect currently felt genuinely empty. Let's hope nothing goes wrong. Oh my. Suja was next to his grandfather in shock, looking at this spectacle, wondering how the ticket was just 9. It was only 9. Originally priced at 39. Even at 399, it would still be a great deal. Is this boss a philanthropist? Or? He furtively glanced at Zheng Zhiyong sitting upright in the back, whispering to his grandfather. Is our tour group's leader a fool? Adding such attractions, can it make a profit? Su's grandfather shot him a glare. Shut up and enjoy the show. That's your Aunt Wang's son's old class monitor. He used to be a soldier. Can he deceive us? Go away, don't ruin my view of the celestial beings. Suja pouted, but sat quietly. In the blink of an eye, he was drawn back into the performance. The swordsman finally caught up with the flute-playing maiden. His hand brushed against the celestial maiden's robe sleeve. The maiden smiled gently, her bone flute glowing softly, and it seemed she exerted a strong breath. The flute sound suddenly became clear and soaring like a phoenix singing in the heavens. As if in response, a clear chant echoed from the horizon. Look over there. Tourists pointed excitedly at the west, enveloped in moonlight. Colorful clouds chased the moon. A phoenix comes to grace. The enormous wings of the colorful phoenix spread wide, shimmering feathers like molten gold, trailing starlight, dazzling beyond measure. It's a phoenix. Gasps of disbelief erupted among the tourists, their phone cameras frantically snapping at the sky. Almost simultaneously with the echo of the phoenix's cry, a water dragon emerged from the river, raising its head towards the sky. The harmony of the dragon and phoenix was it for the two people in the sky. Tourists internally questioned, only to receive an answer shortly. No. The cranes gradually descended, placing the celestial maiden and the swordsman on the ground. Then they flew back to the sky, where the dragon and phoenix perched. A colossal divine statue emerged. The statue had 2 horns draped in simple clothing with palms forming a bagua gazing down. Dragons danced, phoenixes flew, and the dancers surged onto Wulong Beach, The tune instantly became lively, the deities of heavens rejoicing with the people. People celebrated, danced, and hurried to present gifts to the deity. What more could be said? What level of special effects is this? Ji Mingzi stared blankly at the scene before him, jotting down a few words in his notebook. Act 2, Seeking the Tao, absolutely spectacular. However, as a recorder, he cautiously did not let the beauty before him dazzle him. His heart involuntarily tightened, gripping the pen tightly. If he guessed correctly, a sudden change was about to occur. It seemed to confirm his suspicion. The drum beats surged. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy drum beats pulsed, resonating with the very heartbeat of the people. The sky suddenly darkened. A curtain of water rose from below, nearly obscuring the divine features. Alongside, a row of transparent plum blossom stakes emerged. At that moment, a black beast leaped ferociously from the water. It landed directly on the high platform. Another boom resounded. The creature stood boldly on the central plum blossom stake, shaking its head to gaze at the audience. The people who had just offered their tributes fell into a state of panic. The black fur flew wildly in the wind. The painted green face of the beast grinned, baring its fangs in a terrifying smile. Bang! Black ink-like smoke erupted from the sides of the plum blossom stakes. The black mist spread, causing the celestial cranes to scatter in flight. The black aura coiled around the dragon and phoenix, which struggled to escape, but ultimately succumbed, gradually fading into wooden puppets. In an instant, chaos ensued. He is provoking the divine. This prop is incredible. I can't imagine how it's set up. What kind of beast is that? It doesn't look like a lion. Chaos. It resembles the chaos from mythological tales. Is a person acting inside? So impressive to leap up from such a high platform. The swordsman holding an umbrella and the flutist along with other actors stood together to confront the black mist. Meanwhile, the gods receded, leaving only the original deity to protect them. The drum beats grew more urgent and the light dimmed further. It seemed as if everything would be swallowed by darkness. All the nerves of the crowd were tightly strung. The face of the divine has changed. A gasp echoed among the audience. The giant beast danced to the rhythm of the drums, taunting. The face of the statue in the back appeared as if masked from its initial gentleness and smile, suddenly transforming into a golden mask. The golden mask was undeniably majestic and solemn. However, as the black mist encroached, the mask changed once more. Purple, yellow, red, green, black. Although the statue made no movement, one could sense its unwillingness and fury. The cultivators below drew their swords to battle the black mist. Boom. The drumbeat abruptly ceased at its most intense moment. The last mask of the statue fell away, revealing the raw wood beneath. The statue vanished. The people looked despairingly at the sky as the light gradually converged, ultimately resting upon the smiling face of the beast. Oh my, I have goosebumps all over. Two bald men clung to Zhang Jiong, their faces filled with lingering fear. The deity has ultimately departed from his followers. Ji Ziming sighed, deeply jotting down notes. Act 3, Silence of the Divine. What will they do now? Will they be devoured by the beast? A child accompanying a parent tugged at his mother's hand and asked. They will have to rely on themselves now. The fourth act commenced as the gentle sound of the flute rose again like an unending breath of life. Weak yet resolute, the melody gradually grew tragic and melodious. The swordsmen grappled with the black mist, binding all the dark energy within Wenxing town. Yet they found they could not escape. Their prayers to the divine fell silent like a cow sinking into the sea with no response. The young swordsman aged, leaning on a cane as he questioned the heavens. If they were blocked, if there was no way out in all directions, what good would it do to pierce a hole in the heavens? Build a heavenly ladder. Break through the heavens. Forge a path to seize greater power. The ascension ceremony began anew. The young men from room 403 loosened their grips on their swords, ready to engage. Many tourists who had studied the strategy drew forth their crafted swords. Soon they would witness this scenic area's unparalleled central control technology. Swords raised. The audience spontaneously lifted their swords. Long, short, clumsy, exquisite, all sorts of peculiar and bizarre swords trailed with golden tails. Like shooting stars, they streaked across the sky, ultimately surging towards the heavenly ladder, forging its very structure. There is my sword. Inside is the sword I forged. My sword just flew out. Did you see it? Suja lost control, grabbing Sudi's clothes and shaking him frantically. You? Take it easy. Your clothes, they might tear. Sudi felt a bit dizzy. He hated babysitting. Amidst the fervent music, the young swordsman soared again, climbing the ladder. Though they were far apart, the audience seemed to see the young man's resolute and clear gaze. His hair danced in the wind. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. The faint outline of his chest. No, the focus is not here. Wang Lele shook his head, casting away inappropriate thoughts. Boom. Lightning descended from the sky, striking the heavenly ladder fiercely. It emitted intense light. Lightning. This is real tribulation transcendence. I captured the lightning. The effects of the performance are truly spectacular. It wasn't like this before. Are the actors all right? As the light faded, Yi Xingtian charged towards the top of the heavenly ladder, facing the lightning. He is still in it. This is too cool. The young man surged forward, carving a heavy slash. The heavens cracked open a fissure. This special effect is incredible. Gao Mingfeng furrowed his brow below, needing to adjust the illusion array as the color of the effects was off. However, a single fissure was far from enough. The distant heavenly palace flickered away and a stronger force pushed back. The young man, unwilling to give up, reached a hand into the ruptured gap, seemingly grasping something. A new tourist let out a delighted shout. My talisman lit up. It's the one given by that fortune-telling grandfather. That prop can be used here. The method to unlock the second prop has been revealed. Ji Ziming looked excitedly at Zhou Shan. Where's your talisman from last week? Zhou Shan took it out dull and lackluster. Ji Ziming turned to record. The talisman has a time limit. Points of starry light flickered in the audience, though not many. Many people had failed to receive the talisman due to Huan Li's numerous fragmented tasks. Yet the limited light still surged towards Yi Xingtian. It coalesced into a hand, pushing him, granting him strength, helping him to tear the gap wider. Zhou Shan held his now dim talisman, gazing at the scene before him, murmuring, "Partners, do you believe in light? Don't play around." But ultimately the immense force still flung the young man away. It was just a little more. How can we break it open wider? A reluctant roar erupted from the audience. It's the talismans that are insufficient. Next time I won't mind the old man's many tasks. Lin Bo coughed nervously from a distance, knowing that no amount of talismans would matter. I need to finish repairing the Immortal's Tower, but it should be soon. At this moment, seeing the young man about to fall, the experienced ones had slowly accepted this reality. It didn't matter. After all, there were safety wires, he would be caught, and they could still enjoy the sight of the drenched handsome youth. But this time the heavenly ladder remained intact. The young man executed a beautiful somersault using the power of the heavenly ladder to directly land in the water. Only then did the ladder collapse, and the flying sword return to its place. Everyone's emotions remained somewhat disheartened. We still failed. Wait, look at his hand, it seems he is holding something. A sharp-eyed tourist pointed at the young man who had just landed. The young swordsman opened his hand, revealing a golden ingot. The ingot of the god of wealths. Oh my, does this mean the god of wealth's final gift is hidden in the immortal realm? An elderly man approached the young man, his aged voice ringing out. Though we have still failed with everyone's assistance, we have reclaimed a glimmer of hope for further progress. Ding. At that moment, Lin Bo heard the system's notification in his ear. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest of the god of wealth's temple. Would you like to open the god of wealth's temple? Of course, it's for this vinegar-wrapped dumpling. Just as Lin Bo confirmed, the golden ingot in Yi Xingtian's hand shattered. Under the moonlight, floating gold filled the sky. Look over there on the mountain, something golden is shining. It is a ginkgo tree. A massive ginkgo has appeared on the mountainside east of Sixian Tower with thick branches that seem to be at least 1,000 years old. It is still growing, sprouting new branches and budding leaves. Although it is clearly summer, its leaves shine in a dazzling golden hue. There is not a single light on the mountain, only that golden ginkgo radiant against the night. As the wind blows, the ginkgo seems to come alive, shaking its massive crown, and the leaves flutter, crossing the mountains and waters. It showers all those present with a rain of gold. So beautiful. The audience is entranced. Is this the level of a tourist county's program? Overrated. We locals have never seen such a scene. This is too romantic. Everyone is immersed in the breathtaking, miraculous spectacle before them. Tap. A visitor catches a leaf. The leaf is made of some kind of metal perfectly resembling a real ginkgo leaf. The leaf veins are vividly detailed. The visitor puts away the leaf, a treasure worth keeping. Amidst the golden rain, Lin Bo slowly walks onto the stage, his fingertips delicately picking up a golden leaf that has landed on his shoulder. He walks among the crowd, accurately reaching Yu Yang's side, handing him an envelope with a ginkgo leaf inside. Thank you for finding the other 2 ingots today. Without everyone's efforts in the early search, we would not have been able to awaken the wealth god. Lin Bo steps back a few paces and extends his hand to the audience. With everyone's help, the wealth god temple in Sixian Tower will soon open. This rain of gold is a gift from the wealth god. Last week our flames were for battle, and today let us use fireworks as a tribute to the gods. One day we will grow our strength to the heavenly ladder, to break the heavenly gate. The ginkgo tree gradually dims, and the golden rain from above ceases. The rain on the ground has just begun. Fire trees and silver flowers. Stars everywhere. Welcome everyone tomorrow to the mountain to worship the wealth god. The wealth god temple. The wealth god. This wealth god is truly divine. Wang Lele beams with joy. Today an unexpected anti-fraud blogger collapsed, leading a swarm of fans to her live stream. She gained 74894 followers in a single day. Over 70000 in just one day, and it's still increasing. Last year her follower count was only about half of this. Now she is also a major influencer with double-digit followers. Now there are a group of big brothers sending gifts for her to collect a few more leaves to take back as gifts. Isn't this the wealth god's manifestation? She even wants to change her name to reside in the Shu Secret Realm. This place is thriving for her. Are we coming back tomorrow? It would be great if there were places to stay in the scenic area. Running around is too inconvenient. Zhou Shan asks for opinions from his roommates. Ji Ming presses a ginkgo leaf into his book. Come on. I believe the scenic area will get better and better. Zhang Xiang's face is illuminated by the brilliance before him, while 2 little bald heads next to him are even more excited than the tourists. Wow, it's so beautiful. Awesome. The bald head has no culture. He can only offer the simplest praise. Cursing will cost you a 5-kilometer run. Bald head no. One covers his mouth and then compliments Zhang Xiong. The boss has a good eye. It was decided to collaborate the moment we met. Zhang Xiong squints, recalling an afternoon many years ago. Back then he had just enlisted and was dispatched to the mountainous area for a disaster relief mission. The situation arose suddenly, and the terrain was poor, so the initial supplies fell short. Every day, he opened his eyes to eat a bit of dry rations. When tired, he would lie down and sleep directly on the ground. That day, he opened his eyes to see someone distributing supplies. A team of private enterprises from surrounding counties coming to assist. A slightly plump, middle-aged man shoved a warm bun into his hand. He refused, saying he wanted to give it to the crowd first. The man skillfully pulled out a photo. "Look, my son is not much younger than you. To me, you are like my son. Eat, you need to eat to have the strength to save more people. Don't worry, more supplies are on the way. We won't let the common people go hungry." When he first saw Lin Bo, he recognized him as the child in the photo. It seems he did not bet on the wrong person. All right, it's almost time to disperse. Make sure to get the good people counted, and don't forget anyone here. Once the process is familiar, you two can handle this route yourselves. Zheng Jiong gives each bald head a light smack on the head. They stood up. Ouch! The two bald heads covered their heads, extremely excited that this clearly profitable route would be given to them. The boss is brilliant. The flower fire celebration has ended. Tourists begin to leave one after another. Lei Bao places the ginkgo leaves in his notebook and hurriedly heads out. Tonight, I need to write a report. The situation in the scenic area must be immediately reported to the bank president. No master with you working so hard, how can others survive? The small officer beside him is shocked by Lei Bao's statement. Suzhou is still dazed as he boards the tour bus at the entrance. He tugs at Grandpa Su's clothes. "Grandpa, take me with you when you go out to play in the future." "No, I don't want a grandson as troublesome as you." Grandpa Su is furious. He speaks of accompanying him, yet doesn't know who is taking care of whom. Grandpa Su strokes the golden leaves in his pocket, planning to share today's experiences with his partner back home. The tour bus is lively. When they see the two little bald heads and Zheng Jiong get on, the tourists start asking questions. "Really impressive. When I came, it was winding, and I was worried about where you would take me, but turned out to be so much fun. How did you find a place this remote?" "Of course. Our boss is a good brother with this scenic area's owner. Once a little yellow-haired kid, now a little bald head, grins, smiling brightly. Can I have a business card from you? Oh, this scenic area is so fun. I showed it to my family, and they also want to come. They'll have them consult with you." An aunt wearing reading glasses excitedly types on her phone, suddenly looking up, peering over the top of her glasses at the little bald head. "Is this a fixed route?" Yes. Zheng Jiong watches the two little bald heads enthusiastically working. Today in the tour group, these two have received plenty of praise from uncles and aunts. The originally mischievous youths have changed a lot. If they lead a few more times and let Lin Bo keep an eye on them, this route can be entrusted to them. People exited with the blessings of the wealth god and full of expectations. Everyone felt unsatisfied. This scenic area has great potential. It makes one wonder, does the divine truly exist? Soon the Shu Spirit Secret Realm seemed to provide an answer. Lin Bo returned home, dropped his equipment, and immediately began editing footage, looking at hundreds of gigabytes of material. The only thing troubling him was one matter. There are simply too many iconic scenes. He didn't know which one to choose. After eagerly editing 10 exciting clips in one breath, he uploaded them with enthusiasm. Yet he discovered a certain topic shooting up the trending search list. Godly resort giving tourists gold. Which resort is so incredible? Lin Bo curiously clicked in to take a look. It was a very rough first-person perspective. From the blurriness of the footage, it was evident that the person filming was extremely excited. "I just came out of the scenic area." The blogger held a ginkgo leaf that looked very familiar. He also had one. "This is the leaf they gave me, but feels off like it's made of gold." At that moment, the comments were all, "The blogger is dreaming. If this is gold, he'll eat shit. The blogger must be crazy for money." The scene changed. The blogger opened the door to a shop where the lights were off, clearly having come specifically. "Just so happens my family owns a gold shop. Let's test it." The scene shifted again, focusing on a crucible as the blogger tossed the leaf inside and started burning it with a blowtorch. Real gold is not afraid of the fire's test. If there are impurities, they will be burned away. The leaf quickly melted, then shrank into a tiny gold bead. "Look, it's gold. Gold. Wow. It's truly pure gold. Where is the resort located? I want to go." Don't get your hopes up, but definitely won't happen every time. No matter what, their wealth god temple is definitely very effective, so the location. Lin Bo, dazed, picked up the phone and dialed the reckless person's number. "Lin Bo, have you struck it rich? Are you with a rich lady? Or have you sold your body? You can't mess up." Huh. Lin Bo had just finished settling accounts with the denizens of Tianxi Realm. He had no time to scroll short videos. Only now did he open Daodu and Bobo and see the video trending on the hot list. The ginkgo leaf is pure gold. Lin Bo was astonished. "You didn't know? Could someone be hyping this up on purpose? If this is exposed as a fake, you're finished." On the other side, Lin Bo heard that Lin Bo seemed unaware and felt his blood rush to his head, nearly fainting. "Wait a moment, I'll ask my partner." Lin Bo urgently called the system. "What happened with today's ginkgo leaf? Is it truly pure gold? Did you do this? I won't waste money playing along. A little effect is fine, but why go so far?" "Not me. It was that one in the temple who finally awakened. He was so glad that he wanted everyone to share the joy." Lin Bo fell silent. "The temple? That one? Hold on, slow down. Are you saying there is really a wealth god in the temple?" A playful reply followed. "Rest assured, only leaves that are properly taken and preserved will gradually turn to gold. All leaves that fall to the ground will sink into the earth. It will have no other effects." What did that mean? It meant I cannot retrieve them. He had casually given that leaf he picked up to a tourist. He had meant to wait until the park closed to retrieve it, but now there was no chance. Lin Bo dazed picked up the phone. I confirmed it was my partner who did it. Well, that explains why the park has taken off recently. Is your partner reliable? Such a grand gesture. You're not selling equity, are you? Don't worry, he's reliable. We are like one person and he asked for no equity. So it was selling charm then. I know what you're thinking. There is no wealthy benefactor. Well, rest up, tomorrow will likely be a hard fight. Lin Bo ended the call and opened the system. Should I go meet the one in the Sixian Temple? The system displayed. He has not fully awakened yet, and he was overly excited today. You may go meet him another day. Besides, you are the true master here. All that exists in this place depends upon you. Lin Bo raised an eyebrow. Don't flatter me. Check today's results. He had muted the park notifications while busy, now they all flooded in at once. Today's attendance reached 999 visitors, nearly achieving the 1000 mark. Congratulations, host. Daily park revenue exceeded 5000. Achievement unlocked. Daily gold. Congratulations, host. Sixian Temple check-in unlocked. Sixian Town development progress increased by 10. Reward funds have been credited. Congratulations, your title level has reached LV2. Please visit your profile to equip it. The title Shu Ling Master could level up. Lin Bo dismissed the notices and opened his character information at once. There had been considerable changes since the beginning. Host Lin Bo. Realm Mortal. Title Shu Ling Master. Title level LV2. Current title effects LV1. Park owner. No one may harm him within his park. LV2. Park omniscience. Nothing within the park can escape his sight. Toggle to activate. Operating days 11. Park level LV1. Current attractions 1. Park reputation 58972. Some renown. Today's revenue 67638. Staff 3. Yen coins 1315000. Equipment none. Park rating 3. 2 stars. Positive negative reviews 30,026. The situation had improved considerably. Lin Bo activated the Shu Ling Master LV2 effect. Suddenly the entirety of the park's information poured into his mind. Whenever he wished to see a place, the scene appeared before him with the immediacy of thought. To be precise, he was not using his eyes but his brain to perceive it. The sensation was uncanny. Sixian Town's visage lay before him in every meticulous detail. People from Tianqing Gate had occupied all the benches at night and were cultivating. Xiao Yuer, having expended her spirit tending the puppet, slept soundly. Hu Wanli was detoxifying and healing, so thoroughly drained, he looked like a clay figure. All merchants who entered the park through recruitment were displayed in blue. Employees like Li Yu and Yi Xingtian appeared in green. Lin Bo glanced toward the mountain temple. There was a small glimmer of gold inside, vaguely shaped like a child. Though seemingly unnoticed, Lin Bo dared not stare longer. Suddenly, he detected something amiss. 2 small red dots had appeared in the river on the park's west side. Red denoted intruders. Lin Bo considered for a moment, opened the shop, and purchased park effect items River Mist and River Breeze, placing them upon the water. It was late, so he would not disturb Gao Mingfeng's cultivation. The River Mist item could fog the entire river, creating a dreamlike immortal scene, but might cause people to lose their way and impede boats. River Breeze could summon a pleasant wind across the river to cool visitors. At the same time, the 2 people in the river were villagers nearby. They had been drinking and saw the video of the park giving away golden leaves. They realized the park was right next to their village. They agreed at once and sneaked into the park to search for gold. Swimming onward, they suddenly found the river fogged, and the breeze pushed them farther from shore. They grew colder and more fearful by the minute. In the end, they returned to where they had come ashore, cast a long look at the park, and left in defeat. Lin Bo smiled with satisfaction. This skill proved more practical than the previous one. He could also directly inspect where the park needed adjustments. Lin Bo opened the Sixian Town map to examine the town status. Sixian Town development progress 40. Today's footfall 999. Attraction description: a picturesque ancient town, a must-traverse route for those seeking immortality. Shops with storefronts 23. Open check-in points 13. Sixian Temple check-in effect. If daily check-ins exceed 100 people, that day's attraction revenue increases by 10. Exceeding 100 people increases that day's revenue by 20. Tenants for clothing shop, blacksmith, Luban lock shop, Wenxin Pavilion. Staff 3. Yi Xingtian golden core, cultivator skills, Yuanshu sword, 10,000 swords, converge heroic entrance. Liu mortal skills level 1, chef mastery of Shu cuisine, Lu cuisine, Huayan cuisine. Zhangde mortal skills, camera presence, fishing posture. Today's visitor count 0. Current air quality negative, oxygen ion concentration 200 per cm superscript 3. Spirit ion concentration 100 per cm superscript 3. Monthly revenue 67638. Today is April 1st, adding the end of last month revenue in recent days should be a little over 100, and that despite conservative pricing. With the Sixian Hall's opening, Sixian Town's spiritual energy and negative oxygen ions had risen considerably. Ignoring debts, there was no shortage of money or reputation now. Reputation would be reserved for the construction of Sixian Tower. But before Sixian Tower was completed, visitors would only grow more numerous. The goal was to expand Sixian Town's scope beforehand. Sixian Town proper was a small town, yet on the map its jurisdiction included the river encircling the town, the adjacent reservoir, and the mountain eastward where the Sixian Temple stood. Lin Bo closed his eyes, activated the omniscient view, and meticulously inspected the entire park. The reservoir is overgrown with weeds. To transform it into a fishing or camping site, 500 reputation points, and 2 days are needed. The riverbank faces the same issue. Hundreds of years ago, this river was one of the main transportation routes for Shu Ling to deliver goods, but with the development of highways, this stretch of the river has lost its function and is gradually shrinking. Developing it will also take time. Logically, he could secretly speed things up during the dead of night when the tourist area is empty. However, with Li Yu and Zhang Dai among the staff, too much time has passed, and they are bound to notice something amiss. Lin Bo thought for a moment and ultimately chose to optimize the road to the Sixian Temple, avoiding major renovations and not requiring reputation points. Paving with bluestone and adding fences will cost 5,000 coins. It can be completed in one night. Incense and prayer ribbons for the Sixian Temple also need to be prepared. Fortunately, everything can be handled at the scenic area with the wholesale price for prayer ribbons at 1 yuan for 10 pieces and incense at 1 yuan per set. Lin Bo plans to start selling at 10 yuan. The location of the Sixian Temple is not too high. Lin Bo contemplated. He cannot make it too easy for tourists to climb the mountain, otherwise it might lead to crowding and shorten the visiting time. The capacity for tourists at the Sixian Temple is also relatively limited. It's better to increase the difficulty slightly. Only those who are truly devoted and can overcome challenges will receive the blessings of the Sixian. Lin Bo flipped through the scenic area props and indeed found relevant items. Gravity brick 1. 0 costs 500 coins each and can make climbers feel 11.25 times gravity. Gravity brick 2. 0 costs 1,000 coins each and can make climbers feel 1.251 5 times gravity. Each climb completed can enhance 0.5 points in physique. The effects in physique and strength decline with increased climbing attempts. Lin Bo is now financially abundant and decided to buy 50 of each. He placed the 1.0 bricks at the halfway point of the mountain, increasing the gravity value by layer, and bought a pavilion to serve as a viewing platform. The 2.0 bricks will be laid on the section leading to the peak. Since they have come this far, they might as well exercise more. Moreover, Lin Bo suddenly thought of a way to increase revenue. He'll discuss it in the morning meeting. There's no need to disturb them tonight, letting them focus on their cultivation. After all, tomorrow will be tough. The schedule for the official operation is a bit tight. It's because he really needs to make money. Most importantly, he must quickly demonstrate the potential for profit to the bank to provide space for further development. Once they get through tomorrow, they can rest on Monday and recruit more staff, arranging for a new round of investment. Lin Bo looked out the window. After the title of Lord of Shu Ling rose to level 2. Even without using the omniscient power, his senses seemed to have become considerably sharper. He felt as though he could hear everyone's breathing. There are still many places in the scenic area that have not been explored. Lin Bo stretched and lay back on the bed, letting his consciousness drift. As his consciousness wandered through the scenic area, he had not yet explored 1/3 of it before falling asleep. Unbeknownst to Lin Bo, many others were also sleepless throughout the night. Wang Weiren sat in his office, staring at the computer screen, the light from the screen casting a cold, unfeeling glow on his face. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Have the issues with that table flipper been handled properly? On the other end, it seemed they said something, and Wang Weiren nodded. Just don't involve the group company. Before securing that piece of land, the higher-ups do not want any negative news to leak. Be more reliable when looking for people in the future. What kind of table flipper? Such a loose tongue, just a coward. Wang Weiren lit a cigarette, casually listened to the report from the other end, while keeping his eyes on the video on the computer screen. There's nothing to worry about. That piece of land is definitely ours. I'll make further arrangements later. Just cooperate. Wang Weiren hung up the phone, slamming it down, and shut the computer. What kind of strength allows one to scatter gold? He still doesn't know the Lin family's background. It's just a show of bravado. Let's see how long he can keep it up. That kid from the Lin family is throwing money around. Who knows when he can recoup his costs? The more tourists come, the more he loses. Giving away gold to attract customers, can he keep it up? When the benefits run out, how long can he hold out? On the other side, Lei Bao was staring at the gold leaf in his hand, looking dazed. Is this how it looked when I first got it? But I can't recall. How did I not realize this was gold at first? Such a disgrace to bankers. How should I write this report? From the perspective of visitor flow, revenue, and construction status, the prospects for Shu Ling Secret Realm are quite optimistic. But casually scattering gold like this is terrifying. Can the costs hold up? Gold prices are currently 270 yuan per gram. There were nearly 1,000 people on site. Even if each person only had 1 gram, that would be 2,700. Or is it true that there are other investors in the Shu Ling Secret Realm? He presented all his speculations and doubts in the report. Tomorrow is the official opening of the scenic area. According to the agreement, he should go check it out again. Meanwhile, on the other side of Shu Ling City, at Shu Ling Mountain Central District, 2 inspectors were patrolling the mountain, confirming that no tourists were stranded passing by the Nine Elders Cave. Suddenly, they heard a crisp sound coming from inside the cave. The 2 exchanged glances. The Nine Elders Cave is an unopened area. Did a tourist mistakenly enter, or did a beast go in? The 2 turned on their flashlights and cautiously entered the cave. It was empty inside. However, the stone bed where the Sixian was said to have meditated and slept had quietly disappeared. Quick, call the police. Someone has stolen the stone. Such a large stone, over 2 meters long. How did they steal it? Meanwhile, in the back hall of the Sixian Temple in Sixian Town, a golden light sphere rolled around on a huge stone bed. It's still more comfortable to sleep on its own bed. Regaining freedom, it excitedly scattered half of the power it had slowly accumulated over the years. I'm hungry. Where's the offering? Incense, or offerings? Sweet ones, salty ones, meat. Ah, is that the one from the mountain? Didn't the system say it needed to rest? Now it says it's hungry. Lin Bo checked the time. It's 5 a.m. Where can I find something to eat? The person and the light sphere stared at each other for a moment. Lin Bo finally remembered that when he went to wholesale instant noodles, the boss had given him a lollipop. He rummaged through his bag. He tore off the packaging and offered it. Please try this first. The light sphere took a bite, sucked on it a couple of times, and commented the taste is acceptable and the method is fresh. You can offer more. Understood. But if you wander around like this and someone sees you. The light sphere rolled its eyes at Lin Bo. I know better than you how to be a deity. You have much to learn. Remember to offer when there's good food. After saying that, it suddenly flew out of the window and disappeared. Hey. Lin Bo wanted to call out to the light sphere to tell it about the layout of the hiking trail to the Sixian Temple. But the light sphere vanished. The little Sixian should be quite easy to get along with. Lin Bo lay back down thinking about where he had wandered to before falling asleep. He could still sleep for another half hour. 6 a.m. Just as Lin Bo was about to start another round of sleep, a luxury car with the license plate number 8888 pulled up at the entrance of the scenic area. The person inside looked around the scenic area with satisfaction. There wasn't a single person in sight. Indeed, he has the keenest business sense. He is certain he will secure the first incense offering at the Sixian Temple of the Shu Ling Secret Realm. As Lin Bo got out of bed, the current situation of the scenic area flooded his mind. He thought there might be a lot of people. He didn't expect there to be so many. The parking lot outside the scenic area was almost full. Most of the vehicles were business cars with an average price of over 5,000, and there were even cars with provincial city license plates. The most extravagant was a young man at the very front of the turnstile, dressed flamboyantly and slightly overweight. Behind him stood 2 bodyguards, briefly separating him from the other people in line. Is it really necessary to be this extravagant? Jean Ruelin, who was also in line, felt speechless. He had previously seen a live broadcast of the scenic area and had casually sent a tip to the host. Last night, he discussed the scenic area with friends, mentioning the arrival of the god of wealth, not realizing the old man was listening. He insisted that he come to compete for the first incense. What else could he do? In previous years, when he wanted to burn incense, he would always contact someone in advance to arrange accommodation on the mountain or drive up. But in the middle of the night, he managed to find the contact information of the person in charge of the Shu Ling Secret Realm. It was unreachable. He had no choice but to get up early. To his surprise, so many others had the same idea. He even heard a few voices with a Cantonese accent in the crowd. No way you guys believe in the god of wealth and come to such a remote temple. This was his first time queuing at a scenic spot with so many people. Just thinking about possibly competing for the first incense with over 100 people made his scalp tingle. Fortunately, the mountain wasn't high. Jean Ruelin looked at the people behind him, most of whom were in their 40s or 50s. He couldn't help but feel proud. His greatest advantage was his youth. Jean Ruelin raised his hand to check the time. It was 7:05 and the scenic area should be opening soon. In the scenic area, Lin Bo took a deep breath. The god of wealth is said to manifest, and it truly is a divine spirit. Fortunately, with the coin exchange machines, many people began to choose to enter directly through the turnstiles. There was no need to pick up tickets and coins at the ticket office, which diverted some of the crowd. He borrowed 2 disciples from the Tianqing sect to guard the turnstile. He also borrowed 5 to go to the god of wealth temple. He effectively left Hu Wanli as a mere figurehead. However, hearing about the commission, Hu Wanli's disciples were very happy. Lin Bo pushed through to the ticket counter and exchanged a glance with Zhang Xiaoxiao. Looking at the crowd in front of him, it hadn't been long since he last felt relaxed. Only 2 words filled his mind: hire people. He wanted to find a place to recruit people immediately. The scenic area was open. As soon as the turnstile opened, Zhang Ruelin strode in, heading straight for the back mountain, where the god of wealth temple was located. He thought he was walking quite fast. Suddenly, someone zoomed past him. Zhang Ruelin looked at the guy in front wearing a quick-dry tank top and off-road shoes, stunned. Is there a professional competitor here? His dress shoes immediately felt uncomfortable. Just then, a wealthy laugh came from behind. Haha, isn't this young Ruelin? Are you here to offer incense for your father? Zhang Ruelin turned around to see who it was greeting politely, while not slowing his pace. Uncle Song is here too. Haha, yes, I heard this place is effective, so I came to take a look. I'm getting older and my legs aren't good, so I asked someone to go up and offer incense first. Would you like to walk with me, Ruelin? Zhang Ruelin politely declined. I'm afraid it won't be sincere enough. The god of wealth might think our hearts aren't sincere. I'd better go up first. With that, he turned and left. Left behind, old Song thought. No way, I have to move faster. He hurriedly followed behind. Most of the first 200 or 300 entering the scenic area were there for the god of wealth temple. Xiao Yuer saw for the first time that everyone entered the scenic area without even glancing at the clothing shop, heading straight up the mountain, feeling quite disappointed. After sending off this batch of tourists, Lin Bo, who had just caught his breath and was out for a stroll, saw her and offered some consolation. Don't worry, this batch came specifically for the god of wealth temple. Ordinary tourists are still behind. You should display more clothes that are convenient for movement. As soon as he finished speaking, several young women came over to look at the clothes. Do you have anything more convenient for movement and shorter skirts, since we're preparing to climb the mountain? Xiao Yuer excitedly thanked Lin Bo, praising him as a master whose words follow the laws. She turned and hurried back inside to attend to business. Lin Bo's gaze swept across the God of Wealth Mountain Road. The first batch had probably reached the gravity-enhanced zone by now. Huff! Zhang Ruilin gasped for breath, waving to the bodyguard. After gulping down several mouthfuls of water, he finally felt a little better. This mountain didn't look high, but climbing it was quite exhausting. After climbing halfway, his legs felt as heavy as lead. Zhang Ruilin glanced sideways. Uncle Song had already passed him and was walking ahead, seemingly only slightly sweaty. No way is this right. Uncle Song must be over 50. My health is worse than his. That's impossible. Zhang Ruilin dismissed the idea of taking a break, took a deep breath, and began to climb upward with determination. Seeing more and more uncles and aunties surpass him, he felt the distance to the first incense growing further away. The bodyguard secretly reached a hand under Zhang Ruilin's arm, whispering, "Young master, should we carry you up?" Zhang Ruilin's eyes widened. Is there such an operation? Just as he was about to agree, he looked up and saw Uncle Song standing at a higher point, turning back to smile at him. If he really did that, it would definitely be remembered. One day during a meal, he might casually mention it, turning it into a joke over dinner. It's fine, I'll walk by myself. Zhang Ruilin gritted his teeth and slowly climbed up. When he finally reached the viewing platform ahead, he saw drinking water and chairs. It felt like a savior. Zhang Ruilin collapsed onto the bench, gasping for air. Climbing dozens of steps felt like doing several sets of strength training in the gym. What first incense? Forget it. Oh, just making it up here is good enough. If incense is to be burned, let the old man do it himself. His health might even be better than mine. Zhang Ruilin was sprawled out when he suddenly noticed a corner of the platform where three short-haired young men stood, wearing only half-sleeves, exposing a little bit of their chest and abs. Each was well-muscled and stood upright, clearly trained. They held up a sign, "Assistance up the mountain. 10 coins per trip." A few disciples from the Tianqing sect were a bit anxious, whispering to each other, "Can we really make money this way, eh?" This was arranged by the boss. But it costs 10 coins, isn't that too expensive? Just listen to the boss. A trip can bring in a whole 2 yuan worth of incense power. But why is no one here? The group was engrossed in their private conversation when they saw a few girls approaching, panting. "Can you really take us up the mountain?" The three young men shyly nodded but reminded, "But if you're coming to worship the god of wealth, it's better to go up by yourself." The three girls exchanged glances and shared a few secret signals. "I can't hold on anymore. Ew, I'm really exhausted. My makeup is smudged if I don't get a good photo later." "Handsome guy. I'll try it first, you all follow me." One of the girls immediately took out 10 coins. She pointed to the first disciple on the left. "You're the one." The Tianqing disciples were stunned, thinking so straightforward. The young man from Tianqing sect effortlessly lifted the person and leaped up the stairs, ascending 7 or 8 flights in one breath. Everyone around stared in disbelief. Was this even scientific? Who has a good person who can ascend so many flights of stairs in one go? I wanna carry someone. Is a princess carry okay? I wanna try too. Zhang Ruilin watched this scene, internally lamenting, but he felt a bit embarrassed if Uncle Song saw this. Zhang Ruilin was still frantically shaking his head when he heard a weak voice from the side. "Can I help, sir?" A chubby hand reached out from below the stairs. "I need it right now. You won't just carry beautiful women, will you?" "Okay, you rest for a moment. When the ones above return, it will be very soon. Just 5 minutes." Zhang Ruilin's eyes widened. The distance between the upper and lower sections was about the same. It took him a full hour and a half to climb up. Were they kidding? The remaining disciples of Tianqing sect didn't notice any of this. He sighed inwardly. Such a short mountain, though the owner must have added some mechanisms, the business was still so lucrative. 5 minutes for a round trip, 12 times an hour. That's 24 yuan of willpower. However, disciple no. 3 looked at the remaining little girl and sincerely asked, "Excuse me, what does a princess carry?" The little girl blushed. What a naive young man. How could one answer that? So she could only point it out with her hands. Disciple no. 3 of Tianqing sect lifted the girl, unsure of where to place his hands, forming a fist to press down the girl's skirt. His handsome face flushed as he quietly said, "I apologize." He took off running. In one breath, he dashed nearly 20 meters. The girl felt a sudden gust of wind rushing by, and the scenery around her flew back like a blur. Nervously burying her face in the young man's firm chest, a scent of bamboo and iron wafted in. The girl silently covered her nose, too flustered to feel embarrassed. Her mind was filled with excitement. It was just too thrilling. She had already thought up a title for her post on the Great Red Potato. Can't see the god of wealth, but can see an 8-pack abs ferryman. At that moment on the viewing platform, Zhang Ruilin critically checked the time. What was the first incense offered was no longer important. He couldn't compete with those older men, but it was better to enjoy the spectacle. Watching the time tick to 4 minutes and 56 seconds, there was no one at the end of the mountain path. Zhang Ruilin chuckled. He had said it. How could that be possible? Even a 5-minute round trip was too exaggerated. Just as he thought this, a young man in white suddenly jumped down from the side slope with a swoosh. Who was next? I. The little chubby boy hadn't even caught his breath yet. He was scooped up and carried like a princess. "I heard from my colleague that this is popular here." The little chubby boy abruptly found his feet off the ground, his clever mind completely incapacitated. It's not impossible. This was the first time he had been carried like a princess. After all, he weighed 200 jin. "Then let's set off." The young man from Tianqing sect no. One had a polite smile on his face, speaking gently, and took off at light speed, as if the chubby boy in his arms was as light as the girl from before. Zhang Ruilin watched, his jaw almost dropping. This world. No, this scenic area suddenly felt utterly unscientific. Could this scenic area truly allow for cultivation? Zhang Ruolin stood up in surprise. He was delighted to find that his legs, which had just been trembling from exhaustion, seemed to regain their strength. Could it be? Zhang Ruolin swallowed hard. This scenic area indeed had something extraordinary about it, and his heart couldn't help but feel more reverent. Let's go. Have you rested well, young master? It's nothing. After a bit of exercise and rest, Zhang Ruolin felt that his strength had greatly improved. An hour later, Zhang Ruolin, covered in sweat, looked at the final 36 steps and couldn't help but doubt his own strength. Could it be that I am really a weakling? He had clearly been working out during this time. It was just because he ate a lot and had some fat covering his muscles. The young man in white had for some time now left one person nearby. He did not charge any fees, specifically responsible for assisting tourists who were about to collapse before dawn. He did not feel that it was hindering business at all. Watching those people moving freely up and down the stairs, Zhang Ruolin gritted his teeth and climbed up the mountain with his trembling legs. Just hold on a little longer and walk to the end. Once at the top, sitting in a chair will make everything better. Zhang Ruolin stepped onto the last stair and, panting, sat down on the nearby bench. Before him was the main entrance to the God of Wealth Temple. Inside, he could vaguely see the solemn main hall with its sloped roof. Outside the main gate stood the giant ginkgo tree from the video. Gone were the golden leaves. Like the other ginkgo trees, now it sprouted tender green buds. But no one could forget the magnificent scene from last night. Under the tree was a person selling prayer ribbons which were different from others. Tied below was a small copper coin hanging on the tree. As the wind blew, the two copper coins clinked together, producing a sound. It was the sound of money. 2 copper coins could tie one ribbon for just 10 yuan. Zhang Ruolin had already let go of his initial goal, relaxing against the bench, enjoying the view before him. The most beautiful moment of climbing the mountain was precisely this one. Ha ha, my nephew's speed is still too slow. Must exercise more. Zhang Ruolin turned his head and saw Uncle Song coming out of the temple, followed by a runner who had bought incense for him, grinning widely. Of course, today's mountain climbing was so enjoyable. Perhaps the God of Wealth is telling us that a healthy body is wealth. How could that not be the God of Wealth manifesting? Tomorrow I'll let the old man come to offer incense himself. He definitely can't do it. The visitor shook his head. Zhang Ruolin glanced at the stubborn old man. Did Uncle Song really come up by himself? Cough, cough. I burned the incense anyway. I'm off. After catching his breath, Zhang Ruolin felt his stomach rumble. So hungry. Let's eat after burning incense. I heard a restaurant opened in the scenic area that's quite good. Zhang Ruolin tied his copper coin wish ribbon, adding his ice jade talisman to it, admiring it hanging from the tree. That sounds nice. When struck, he headed towards the God of Wealth Hall. The prices of incense in the temple were uniform, 3 sticks for 1 copper coin. Zhang Ruolin could only stuff more money into the merit box and pray sincerely. At this moment, the little God of Wealth in the back hall was unhappy, rolling over on the stone bed twice. He had said he wanted lollipops. Why was it all incense offerings? Although incense offerings were nice. After thinking it over, he decided to give a good reminder. Using the incense power he just received, the little God of Wealth stretched out his arms and legs, transforming into a child, and slipped out. I'm coming for the good food. It was an ordinary afternoon. As lunchtime approached, the number of visitors entering gradually decreased. He instructed Zhang Xiaoxiao to go eat first while he watched over things alone. Finally, as the hall emptied, just when he wanted to take a breath, his phone suddenly rang. Lin Bo took a look and saw it was Zheng Jiong from the Old Soldier Travel Agency. We have 3 tour groups who strongly request to add attractions and want to come to your scenic area. Can you arrange the group meal for tonight? Sure. Lin Bo readily agreed, feeling pleased that the promotion had worked so quickly. Just after he hung up the phone, he realized something felt off. Why were there more and more people coming to the ticket office? In just the time it took to make one call, the ticket office was once again bustling with patrons. This shouldn't be happening. Why were there so many visitors right before mealtime? Are you done? I'm hungry. Take me to find something delicious to eat. A childish voice suddenly chimed in nearby. Lin Bo turned around in shock to see a child sitting on a chair behind him who had appeared out of nowhere. Dressed in casual attire with a touch of gold and red in the center of his forehead. Little God of Wealth. The mystery of the sudden increase in people was solved. Please use your divine powers to wait for someone to replace me, the little God of Wealth said, spreading his hands. I can't use my powers to collect, it's passive. Lin Bo managed a smile that looked more like a grimace. Even as the boss after a busy morning, he still wanted to slack off. Today alone, nearly 1,000 people entered the park in the morning. While more guests were better, he was worried about whether the scenic area could handle it. Finally, when Zhang Xiaoxiao arrived, Lin Bo quickly closed up his booth and hung the sign indicating he was on break. Leaving Zhang Xiaoxiao to face the sea of visitors, Zhang Xiaoxiao stared at the bustling scene in the hall, bewildered. What had happened while she was away? Had our scenic area suddenly become popular? Lin Bo, holding the little God of Wealth, walked through the scenic area, thinking since they were here, they might as well visit every shop. Get some good luck. Everyone should share in the good fortune. Others didn't notice, but Tai Xuanji and Hu Wanli, with a bit more experience, felt awkward as they saw Lin Bo approaching with the child, unsure where to place their hands. They felt both standing and kneeling were inappropriate, feeling an itch all over. The child clearly did not appear to be human. He seemed to be a being of some status. Logically, they should have performed a bow of respect. Yet he seemed particularly close to the boss. Lin Bo had a penchant for playing the mortal who knows if his friends were the same. They could only maintain a stiff smile and respectfully greet him. Goodness casually carrying a deity while walking down the street. What was the true identity of this boss? And why had he fallen to this place? They dared not speculate further. In any case, they were now the boss subordinates. Wherever the boss pointed they would go. In just over 10 days in the secret realm, the gains far exceeded more than a decade of effort in the Tianqi realm. Choosing is more important than hard work. Lin Bo with the little god of wealth arrived at a restaurant and found a private room. Due to the rushed opening and limited promotion, there weren't many people in the restaurant at this time. Lin Bo found Liu and asked him to prepare a few signature dishes. Thinking of the little god of wealth enjoying a lollipop, he guessed his taste and ordered a few more items. Also make a guobao roe and some candied sweet potatoes. However, Liu looked puzzled, saying, I know candied sweet potatoes, but what is guobao roe? Is there really no guobao roe in this world? That's quite unimaginable. Just as Lin Bo was about to explain, an old man squeezed in beside him, stroking his beard. Ahem, apprentice, aren't you going to tend to the guests in front? Don't delay the important matters. They'll take care of Lin Bo's dishes myself, he said while ushering people away. Liu, you just want to create a new recipe? It's fine, there aren't any guests outside yet. Just as Liu was about to protest, calls from customers came from outside. Boss, where's the boss? 2 bowls of noodles, please. Liu turned around to see that the outside had suddenly filled up. Business was so good today. The customers arrived too suddenly. Wang Difu waved his hand proudly, saying, Why aren't you going yet? I know. You take your time, I'll remember to teach me tonight. The master was a first-class chef who had cooked for national banquets and truly loved cooking. Hearing about a new dish, he couldn't help but feel excited. Thinking that his master's complexion had become rosier in recent days, Liu didn't hold him back any longer. Forget it, let him cook. Liu went out to face the incoming tide of guests. With this momentum, he would need to recruit some help. Tomorrow he would ask Lin Bo what arrangements he had. The old man led Lin Bo to the kitchen. After Lin Bo explained the general method and taste of guobao roe, the old man pondered for a moment and prepared the ingredients. Soak potato starch, slice the pork, season, coat with batter and deep fry. Stir fry the sweet and sour sauce, add the side dishes, add the meat, and serve. Although the old master was getting on in years, his skills were still steady and solid. Though he was confident in his cooking, Wang Difu still tasted a piece himself first. Upon tasting the guobao roe, his eyes lit up. The batter was crispy. Of fried foods typically risk being greasy, but the sweet and sour sauce and the fragrance of cilantro wrapped around it balanced it perfectly. The seasoning was perfectly balanced between salty and sweet, making it irresistible. What a genius method. He plated it and handed it to Lin Bo, the old master smiling widely. Lin Boss, take a look and see if it's right. In the future, bring the child to the restaurant more often. If there's anything you want to eat, just call me. That's not. Lin Bo was just struggling to figure out how to explain when he was interrupted by Wang Difu. You go ahead, I'll have Liu bring up the other dishes for you. In no time, a table full of dishes was placed in front of the little god of wealth. Come on, didn't you say you wanted to eat? Lin Bo picked up a piece of guobao roe for the little god of wealth, saying, I see you like sweet things. You have good eyes, the little god of wealth replied, taking a bite. The texture was crispy with a savory flavor amidst the sweetness. Wow, do mortals eat this well? 1,000 years ago, before he fell asleep, even rich families would only offer 3 meats and pastries, which would be left cold and lose their flavor. Lin Bo smiled as he picked up a piece of candied sweet potato for him. The thread stretched a meter long. Dipping it into cold water instantly transformed it into a translucent crispy shell. You need to eat this while it's hot. It won't taste good when it cools down. The little god of wealth set down his chopsticks. The outer shell was cold while the inside was hot, and the sugar shell was crispy, akin to a candied hawthorn. It was marvelous. After eating something sweet, he also enjoyed a bit of savory with spicy stir-fried meat and fragrant lamb chops. Eating spicy and then sweet with sweet and sour ribs and pineapple sweet and sour pork. Wonderful. People today are getting better at enjoying life. The table full of dishes delighted the little god of wealth, making him squint his eyes in joy, radiating golden light. The ginkgo trees on the mountain seemed to sense the god of wealth's joy. Their branches swayed along with the strings of copper coins hanging from them. The sound of the coins clinking produced a melodious tinkling. Though the sound was not loud, it seemed to travel far. Those climbing the mountain felt their steps lighten, and their previously heavy footsteps turned brisk. Everyone in the scenic area couldn't help but look up at the large tree on the mountain. They saw it radiating a hazy golden light, as if the leaves that had fallen last night had somehow regrown. Zhang Ruilin happened to walk out of the temple and saw this scene. The golden wasn't leaves, but the copper coins on the red ribbons, transformed into gold. The ribbons he had just tied were among them the golden coins and jade tokens shining brightly together. The god of wealth truly showed his divine power. Did you go to the Shu Ling Secret Realm? Today the god of wealth has manifested again. Have you ever seen a giant money tree? Copper coins turning into gold coins. Can you pick some for me? The one upstairs is making wishes to the god of wealth. Really, I just finished praying and found the diamond ring I lost earlier. If that's the case, tomorrow I will take my scratch card to hike. You can hike that mountain, but it won't make a sound. It looks not high, but it took a whole 3 hours to climb. Don't be afraid. If the sisters can't make it up, there are handsome guys who can carry you up, and you can specify the position. Strong physique with abs, fast speed, experience the feeling of flying. This guy really can't stand some women hugging and cuddling with strange men, not keeping to their morals. No need to be jealous, men can hug too if they need. I see they also have lifting tools. I heard that those who go up like this are not sincere. Money and beauty can always have one a charge ahead. Not to mention after climbing that mountain, I don't know if I got any wealth, but my body feels much better. People need to do more outdoor exercise. The manifestation of the god of wealth has successfully maintained the popularity of the Shu Ling Secret Realm from the previous day. Some even posted climbing guides marking where there are young men to help where to rest and which spots are the hardest to climb. Lin Bo was scrolling through the comments online while using his title ability to scan the general situation of the scenic area. The greatest advantage of having a system is that the cleaning does not need to be done by oneself. The garbage in the scenic area is handled cleanly every day. However, the intensity of the crowd in recent days has made the elite group of Tianqing sect look a bit exhausted. For most disciples of Tianqing sect, the number of people seen today could match the total they would see in 60 years of cultivation. As for physical ability, the 5 disciples who were borrowed to go to the mountain returned and passionately shared that the mountain road to the god of wealth is particularly suitable for body training. This batch of disciples is mostly at the early stage of foundation establishment. In just one day, their physiques have improved by a level almost catching up with the physical cultivators of Xuanwu sect. When others heard this, they immediately prepared to muster their spirits and go to the mountain to practice. The loose cultivator Wang Ban was carving a Luban lock nearby, looking at the scene and sighing. Those who can enter a sect are indeed different. With more customers, the demand for Luban locks also increased. He has now mastered the production method skillfully and recently made 6 mechanical arms to attach to his back, asking Gao Mingfeng to set up several formations at the joints to increase flexibility and speed. This allows him to use all 8 hands to work on different tasks simultaneously. In return, he modified Gao Mingfeng's wheelchair a bit. Watching everyone begin further cultivation after a day's work, Lin Bo called everyone to a stop. Alright, everyone has been working together for a long time without a proper gathering. This week we welcome new employees, so let's have a staff meal together. Is it made by Brother Li from Shu Ling Restaurant? Can we eat twice-cooked pork and stir-fried kidney again? No, today we are having barbecue. Xiao Yuer's expression dimmed for a moment. She had heard of barbecue, but it had no flavor, definitely not as delicious as twice-cooked pork. The other members of Tianqing sect looked in surprise at Xiao Yuer's change in expression. What's going on? They felt like they missed something. As cultivators, what do we eat? However, looking at the boss' determined expression, they couldn't refuse the boss invitation. A group of people set off grandly to Shu Ling Restaurant. Liu had already received Lin Bo's arrangement, reserved some meat in advance, and marinated it early. He set up a barbecue grill by the river and prepared the charcoal. The members of Tianqing sect and Wang Ban found it fresh. For most of them, they didn't need to eat. Even when they ate a long time ago, it was just to complete a task. Meat and vegetables were served one by one, fresh meat sizzling on the grill. The aroma and grease wafted up together. Lin Bo smiled and greeted, "Today, let's take a good rest, everyone dig in." Although the members of Tianqing sect were reluctant, they still reluctantly picked up their chopsticks. The seniors have done so much for us, oh, what's wrong with cooperating to have a meal? Only Xiao Yuer, smelling the aroma, took back her earlier disdain and immediately started eating. Is the barbecue in Tianshu realm really this delicious? What is this aroma? So delicious. Even Hu Wanli, who had been fasting for hundreds of years, couldn't help but swallow. Wang Difu, who looked like the second oldest in the scenic area, sat next to Hu Wanli smiling. He grilled a piece of meat for Hu Wanli and placed it in his bowl. Dab this barbecue sauce on it, wrap the meat in perilla leaves, and add a couple of slices of garlic. It tastes the best. Hu Wanli noticed at a glance that Wang Difu had a problem with his heart pulse, but the latter's face showed no worry, only enthusiasm for the barbecue. Mortals only have a mere 100 years of lifespan, yet they live so richly. Hu Wanli thought to himself as he followed the recommendation and ate the barbecue. The taste in his mouth was initially a bit stimulating, but as he chewed, the meat's grease wrapped around these special aromas, bursting forth with an even stronger meaty fragrance. Hu Wanli suddenly realized. In hundreds of years of cultivation, he seemed to have only lived for his goals for an unknown period. Had he truly looked at the scenery along the way? A warm current full of vitality surged down his throat into his dantian and then spread to his limbs. His long unmoved stomach growled. Hu Wanli stood up and quickly left. He felt that those stagnant toxins seemed to finally be expelled. Wang Difu, holding a freshly grilled piece of meat, looked in bewilderment as his old companion suddenly left. He had said it was hard to meet someone of a similar age and could chat well. What a pity. Lin Bo leisurely took a sip of wine, watching the gradually bustling Tianqing sect members devouring barbecue, and grilled a piece of meat for the nearby child. Exactly, we can't just work and cultivate, we need to take a break sometimes. The next moment, voices of surprise erupted from the Tianqing sect camp. What the little junior sister said is true. After consuming it, the qi circulates throughout the body. It can expel the accumulated toxins. My realm seems to have loosened a bit. Really? Then I want to eat more. Let's see who can eat more and who has better effects. The boss is still here. Everyone act like mortals. Don't get carried away. Hey, I heard that. Lin Bo shot a glare at that group of people. At that moment, Gao Mingfeng's fingers were tightly gripping his wheelchair. At the moment the food entered his body, he felt the shackles that limited his realm advancement loosen. Without hesitation, he slid his wheelchair to Lin Bo's side. Boss, the formations in the scenic area have been mostly adjusted. There's no need for too many changes. Let Su Xian stay here, as she can solve any problems that arise. The spiritual power I've accumulated is already sufficient. There are realm restrictions in the secret realm, so it may not be easy to break through. I plan to go back and close myself off for a few days to formally break through to Golden Core. Lin Bo nodded. Congratulations. By the way, I have some investment matters to ask of you. However, what they didn't know was that at this moment a team from Jiuxiao sect was heading towards Tianqing sect in full force. Gao Mingfeng concluded his pending affairs and returned to the Tianqing sect. The barbecue gathering continued until past 9 o'clock, after which disciples gradually dispersed. Sated and reinvigorated, the Tianqing sect disciples agreed to climb the rear mountain together. Xiao Caishan, thoroughly satisfied, mused, food from a millennium later is truly exquisite. Especially this lively, boisterous atmosphere, jostling playfully for skewers of roasted meat, delighted him immensely. With a flick of his wrist, the fortune-attracting tree before the Caishan temple blazed with golden radiance. Its light illuminated the mountain path. Lin Bo returned to his quarters, opened the system interface, and, thanks to Xiao Caishan's blessing, saw today's visitor count surge to nearly 2,000. With increased attendance, the inadequacy of reception capacity became glaringly apparent. Negative reviews multiplied accordingly. Ticket-checking queues were far too long. Uninitiated visitors might mistake this for some grand scenic resort. The attendant at the gate seemed quite inexperienced. The restrooms across the entire scenic area are woefully insufficient. There's only one noodle shop throughout the entire park. How exorbitant. Yet overall positive feedback still prevailed, and the scenic area's average rating rose to 3.5. Reputation points successfully surpassed 6000, reaching 66228, even exceeding those of several peers. Lin Bo immediately upgraded the Sixian Pavilion, inserting the cold iron ingot presented by Hu Wanli into its material slot. 60,000 reputation points vanished in an instant. A pang of regret tightened his chest. Still, the 30-day upgrade cycle would just align with the upcoming May Day holiday. Though ghost houses could be established in the ancient town, resolving the accommodation bottleneck for large numbers of tourists demanded the Sixian Pavilion's expansion within the scenic area itself. He refrained from spending the remaining reputation points hastily, choosing instead to first assess the caliber of potential recruits. Positive reviews had already accumulated beyond 400, and unlocking the Caishan Temple had rewarded him with a Tier II recruitment voucher. It permitted 5 simultaneous recruitments, modest perhaps, yet better than none at all. Lin Bo cast a sidelong glance at the system interface. With crowds swelling, you'd best keep a low profile. No more dramatic descents from the heavens. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Rest assured, master recruitment proceeds smoothly. Lin Bo rolled his eyes. Nothing irritated him more than a system that feigned cuteness. He tapped recruit. A violet flash followed by 2 azure flashes, and 2 white ones streaked across the room. Congratulations, master. You've drawn a rare employee. Your luck shines brilliantly. Then plop. A silvery dragonfish, a silver-gray puppy, and a jet-black kitten tumbled from the ceiling. The fish flopped desperately on the floor, mouth gaping in silent despair. The dog and cat, barely upright, launched into furious combat, claws flashing, fur flying, a whirlwind of chaos. Barks and yowls erupted in rapid succession within Lin Bo's chamber. A dog hair and cat hair drifted through the air like erratic snowflakes. 3 employees have arrived. 2 more will reach the scenic area tomorrow. Lin Bo's lips trembled with indignation. Were the system embodied, he'd seize it without hesitation and administer a thorough thrashing. Where are my staff? I need human hands, not this menagerie. Is that fish on the verge of death? Lin Bo ignored the dog and cat, still locked in ferocious combat since their arrival. He fetched a wash basin, filled it with water, and dropped the fish inside. It swam 2 languid circles. Thus the basin now held a silver dragonfish. Upon contact with water, the fish elongated like dough stretched by a master noodle maker. Its form grew sleek and serpentine. 2 delicate horns sprouted from its head, 4 tiny claws unfurled beneath, and its silvery scales shimmered with regal dignity against the basin's pink porcelain. Lin Bo glanced at the system's display. AO gun. N-species fish dragon cultivation realm peak 3rd rank equivalent to golden core peak improficiencies wealth accumulation evasion skills transformation into dragon upon contact with water cloud dispersion dragon sovereigns edict daily wage 40 units in the slender dragon-shaped creature wore an expression of unapologetic hauteur. A pauper among mortals. You possess but this meager expanse of water. Lin Bo lifted the basin slowly, tilting it to pour the water out. The hapless dragon clung desperately to the rim. Cease. Cease. I'll relieve myself sparingly. The surroundings may be crude, yet His Majesty can endure them if reluctantly. Humph. Lin Bo sneered coldly, pretending not to hear. A wretched dragon, moments from desiccation on the floor, dared challenge him. He was already seething over failing to draw a humanoid staff. You are the sovereign of this realm. Since we shall work side by side henceforth, I concede. I erred this time. This time. The water was nearly drained. I stand corrected. I am A.O. Gun, 13th Prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Please grant me sanctuary. I should never have questioned your arrangements. Henceforth absolute obedience shall be my sole vow. A.O. Gun, ever pragmatic, yielded swiftly. After all, he knew he could always retreat if matters soured. Very well. Lin Bo turned on the faucet and refilled the basin. Though not human, the dragon's placement had already taken shape in his mind. But what of the cat and dog ahead? And surely the system's recruits bore no rabies. Lin Bo struck like lightning, gripping both animals firmly by the scruff of their necks. The cat spoke first. Foolish dog. Even in a foreign realm, you cling blindly to brawling. Look where it's landed us. I'm a wolf. Proud scion of the Silver Moon Wolf clan. Their squabbling gave Lin Bo a throbbing headache. Rather charming, aren't they? Xiao Kaishan appeared at the window, lollipop between his teeth. May I have the cat? I am Moen leopard, not meow. Gagaga. Look at you. Clearly just a little kitty. The black cat frowned sternly. Foolish dog. Can't you sense the divine aura emanating from that child ahead? Lin Bo handed the cat over instantly upon Xiao Caishan's request. These two brawl incessantly, so I'll keep the dog for now. I'm a wolf. Wolf King Wanhua. The pup attempted to protest further, until a derisive snort cut him short. He whirled around, only to see his arch-rival, normally defiant and untamable, meekly licking the child's fingers. Wanhua looked up and met Lin Bo's gaze, calm, unyielding, promising immediate disposal should the quarrel resume. He lowered his tail and whimpered softly. Until now he dismissed Lin Bo as merely mortal. Yet held in this man's grasp, he felt utterly powerless, an anomaly demanding explanation. Very well, let him be a dog. That one possessed poor moral fiber and a wretched temperament, but his intellect remained sharp. If the dog submitted, so would he. Prudence dictated no less. Lin Bo massaged his temples, hoping tomorrow's recruits would prove more conventional. Still with the dragon, now secured, planning for the reservoir could finally begin. He kept the dragon in the basin and tethered the dog to the base of the wall with a rope, fashioning a makeshift nest from old clothes beside it. Was he truly being treated as a dog? Silence, all of you. Any matters may be discussed tomorrow. And, in the Tianshu realm at the Tianqing sect, Xiao Yu felt genuine joy upon learning Gao Mingfeng stood on the cusp of golden core formation. He bustled about preparing essentials, spirit pills, spirit stones, protective artifacts. Suddenly the sect's guardian formation activated spontaneously, an unmistakable response to hostile intrusion. I'll investigate momentarily. Brother, focus solely on your golden core formation. Under no circumstances must disturbances arise. Xiao Yu hastened toward the mountain's outer gates. From afar he beheld the Jiuxiao sect's aerial vessels, 10 or more colossal ships gliding in perfect formation. At their vanguard stood Qingming Jinjuan, the same cultivator whose marriage proposal had once been rejected. Xiao Yu frowned, preparing to inquire why they had arrived unannounced, when a deep resonant command thundered forth from the Jiuxiao formation, reverberating across the entire Tianqing sect. The Tianqing sect consorts with heterodox sects, and secretly hoards the supreme treasure of the Tianshu realm. The Jiuxiao sect arrives to purify the orthodox path for all righteous cultivators. Disciples of the Tianqing sect, if you renounce your sect now and embrace righteousness, your transgressions shall be pardoned. Xiao Yu soared into the sky, angrily rebuking, nonsense. It is clearly your Jiuxiao sect that covets our sect's treasure. When your proposal for marriage failed, you resorted to this despicable method, first destroying our spiritual vein, then framing us. Do you dare to come here? Do you have any evidence? The disciples of Tianqing sect, seeing the flying vessel in the distant sky, felt a wave of panic. Although they had heard that the spiritual mine had been destroyed in recent days, the sect leader seemed unfazed. Yet just the day before, several elders and elite disciples had suddenly vanished from sight. It seemed to align perfectly with the claims of Jiuxiao sect. At this moment, one disciple suddenly stepped forward, directly flying out on his sword, heading straight for the mountain gate. It was all the elders of Tianqing sect who did it. We ordinary disciples had no idea. We are willing to follow Jiuxiao sect. Several disciples immediately followed him out, flying towards Jiuxiao sect. Evidence. Isn't that coming right now? Protect the evidence. Activate the formation. In an instant, sword formations rose up with thousands of flying swords charging towards Tianqing sect. Xiao Yu closed his eyes and then opened them again, his gaze turning crimson. He disregarded the incoming flying swords. With a swift motion, his hand conjured dozens of phantoms in the air, seizing several fleeing disciples and hurling them towards the direction of the sword formation attacking Zixiao sect. The leader cried out loudly, "True monarch, save me. Songming Jinren has said." Before his words could finish, his body was pierced by a sword, losing all vitality. All disciples, heed my command. Retreat to the Divine Pillar Peak. Xiao Yu ordered his disciples to fall back, knowing that senior brother Gao was at Divine Pillar Peak. Fortunately, Tianqing sect now had an escape route. He had heard that the powerful beings in the secret realm were in need of manpower and might be willing to lend a hand. Even if they could not, senior brother and his nephew were in the secret realm. As long as one person survived, Tianqing sect would not perish, and he aimed to buy time for the hope of Tianqing sect. Xiao Yu floated before Divine Pillar Peak, his name echoing like a mountain. Looking at the multitude of flying swords and relying on the tattered formation of Tianqing sect, could he withstand it? Just as the flying swords were about to breach Tianqing sect's mountain gate, a buzzing sound resounded. A golden barrier unfolded around the mountain gate, with the phantoms of the four symbols protecting the four directions, creating a net woven from incense power and enveloping the entire Tianqing sect. At the moment the sword formation of Jiuxiao sect contacted the golden barrier, it sank into the barrier like a mud bull entering the sea, the spiritual energy dissipating and shattering with a thunderous crash. The disciple manipulating the sword formation for Jiuxiao sect spat out a mouthful of blood. They were astonished to discover that their connection with the spiritual sword had been severed. The four symbols transforming evil protecting mountain formation. Xiao Yu gazed at the sky in disbelief. The great protective formation left by the founder of Tianqing sect was now driven by incense power. This formation had long been abandoned for 1,000 years, yet today it had been reactivated. Was it Mingfeng? Xiao Yu thought of the jade tablet, given to Gao Mingfeng by the powerful beings in the secret realm. In just a few days it had accumulated a wealth of incense power. But to maintain such a large formation, how long could it hold? A faint glimmer of hope arose in his heart as he sent a message for help to Hu Wanli. Senior brother Gao was working so hard. Was he seeking the protection of powerful beings, or was he risking everything? He had no right to make that decision for senior brother. You all have seen it. If it weren't for colluding with the evil demons, how could Tianqing sect possess this formation? And where did the long-lost incense power come from? In the flying vessel of Jiushao sect, Qingming Jinjuan spoke to the representatives of various sects beside him. Before departing, Jiushao sect had specially issued a notice inviting all major sects to accompany them. Only Feihua Palace did not send anyone, while the other sects sent at least some representatives. Tianqing sect has secretly concealed this method for years. Are you all truly at ease? I ask you all to assist me, and Jiushao sect will surely share the gains with you. The members of Beastmaster sect hesitated. Although Tianqing sect is now in decline, they must have made significant contributions during the battle between immortals and demons. This formation may well be a relic from the past. Why would they have the incense power to maintain the formation today? Do they truly intend to monopolize the path to ascension? The eyes of Qingming Jinjuan darkened. They currently only have a decrepit nascent soul. Do not forget Hu Wanli was once known as the first person under the transformation god. If we do not take advantage of his illness to claim his life, if we wait until they figure out the path of incense power, will there still be a place for us in the Tianshu realm? With that said, the decision to come or not is entirely up to you. After speaking, Qingming Jinjuan strode out of the flying vessel. Then let me see how long your Tianqing sect's protective mountain formation can hold out. Behind him, two nascent soul elders from Xuanwu sect and Shu Ling sect chased out. We are willing to aid true monarch Qingming. The three nascent soul practitioners acted simultaneously, and in an instant the sky changed dramatically. Thunder and lightning roared. 9 underworld mystic evil banners. 9 ghostly banners waved, and enormous bone claws emerged from the ground. Surging black mist flowed into the barrier. Mountains and rivers cauldron of Jiuzhou. With the mountain as the cauldron body and peaks as the cauldron legs, the earth-colored giant cauldron smashed down from above. The two attacks struck fiercely upon the protective mountain formation of Tianqing sect. At the core of the formation on Tianzhu Peak, Gao Mingfeng held the jade tablet, fully manipulating the formation. Countless strands of spiritual energy flowed into the formation disk through him. But the power of wish within the jade tablet was rapidly depleting. Just one more second, even just one more second would suffice. If only he could grow a bit stronger. Could that allow him to hold out a little longer? Yet the jade tablet shattered. Along with it, Gao Mingfeng's foundation also crumbled. Qingming Jinjuan looked at the collapsing 4 symbols, transforming evil formation, revealing a hint of a smile. As he expected, Tianqing sect's control over the incense power was not going to last long. They simply lacked the strength to endure. At such a level, Hu Wanli had not even shown himself. It seemed the intelligence was correct. He truly had fallen in realm, and was already on the brink of death, that genius who had always overshadowed him. Qingming Jinjuan raised his hand, and the sky, filled with lightning, coalesced into a giant sword. Let him personally send Hu Wanli to his end. Qingming Jinjuan turned his back, and the giant sword slowly descended. It was over. Qingming's thunder punishment sword. Boom. Qingming Jinjuan sensed something was off, and suddenly turned around. He saw the sky filled with lightning surging back towards him, seemingly with a counterattack. Qingming Jinjuan hurriedly summoned his treasure to defend. What on earth was happening? Who in Tianqing sect could withstand his attack? The lightning obscured his vision, preventing him from noticing the approaching figure from the side. By the time he noticed, it was already too late. A giant sword swept toward him, striking hard at his waist. His protective treasures were gradually shattering. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, flying several meters away. He crashed heavily onto the flying vessel of Jiushao sect. Who could have imagined that a dignified nascent soul true monarch could be crushed through all defenses by such a simple sword? In midair, an old man in a black robe with white hair stood suspended, wielding a black gold giant sword. Although his figure was stooped, he emanated an astonishing and trembling pressure. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over every person on the flying vessel. His tone was calm and grave. You wish to move against Tianqing sect? Qingming Jinjuan's lips drained of color. The first person under the transformation god, Hu Wanli, had returned. Witnessing this scene, the two elders of the Xuanwu sect and the Shu Ling sect secretly felt regret. They should not have acted impulsively earlier, which led them to this awkward situation. However, the enmity has already been established. If they do not eliminate the root of the problem, they may face retaliation from the Tianqing sect in the future. The two exchanged glances from a distance and simultaneously charged towards Hu Wanli. Suddenly, from the flying vessel, a figure emerged, striding forward with a fierce demeanor, shouting loudly. Wait, there must be some misunderstanding. Let's hear what the Tianqing sect has to say first. As soon as the words left his mouth, this person summoned a giant bear, which blocked the Jiuzhou cauldron of the Xuanwu sect. Isn't he the elder from the Beastmaster sect who was just on the flying vessel? A group of brutish fools who only deserve to be with beasts. He should not have been invited. On the flying vessel of the Jiuxiao sect, the true Lord Qingming cursed inwardly upon seeing the Beastmaster sect intervening unexpectedly. Hu Wanli's earlier single strike had already shattered his rib, injuring his lungs. Observing the battle, it was clear that Hu Wanli was already lacking strength. Although he had recovered, he was still not at his peak. What can he do alone? The true Lord Qingming's gaze darkened. Go, he beckoned to the Tsangming true person beside him. Since Hu Wanli is occupied, let's clean up the disciples of the Tianqing sect first. I want to see how many he can stop. Understood. The Tsangming true person accepted the order and drew his sword. The great formation has been broken, and now the Tianqing sect is vulnerable. Fellow disciples, follow me. Let's take down the Tianqing sect. Hundreds of disciples from the Jiuxiao sect ascended from the flying vessel dressed in pure white robes with golden edges, rushing into the Tianqing sect like locusts under the leadership of the Tsangming true person. Does the Tianqing sect really think we are defenseless? Just as the Jiuxiao sect disciples flew into the mountain gate, a booming voice resounded. A young man appeared riding a sword. For some reason, a thunderous melody echoed in the ears of the Jiuxiao sect disciples. At this point, please imagine the music from Xianjian flying with sword. MP3, suddenly a resolute and handsome face appeared before them. This face abruptly filled their vision, causing them to momentarily lose track of the source of the attack. When their vision cleared, that person's attack was already upon them. What a vicious technique. Why had they never heard of it before? It's him. The Tsangming true person instantly recognized the figure as the sword cultivator who had escaped from his grasp that day. Only a few days had passed, yet not only had he healed, but his cultivation had nearly caught up to his own. Thankfully, his sword technique is quite simple to comprehend. The Tsangming true person predicted Yi Shengxin's attack trajectory and surged forward, intending to intercept him. However, he saw the opponent feint a few times. The sword energy aimed straight at his wrist, forcing him to reluctantly drop his sword. In that brief moment, the young man passed him, moving gracefully like a dancing dragon, weaving through the disciples of the Jiuxiao sect, like a butterfly among flowers. The true Lord Tsangming was astonished to find that the young man's sword had undergone a complete transformation, with sword intent flowing more steadily and harmoniously. He intended to pursue further. Suddenly, the young man appeared behind him bizarrely. Looking for me. When did he? Place the sword against his throat. Do you still remember what you did that day? Suddenly, a gigantic puppet appeared in front of the Tianqing sect's Tianzhu Peak. The puppet spread its arms wide, its belly opening up, instantly transforming into a stage-like structure. With a clap, a formation lit up, projecting the events Yi Xingtian witnessed the day the spirit mine was destroyed. A group of evil cultivators shamelessly used the sword techniques of the Jiuxiao sect to chase after Yi Xingtian. Everyone, please take a look. Is this how the Jiuxiao sect sets an example of righteousness? Xiao Yuer stood atop the puppet, manipulating the mechanisms of the Yulong and Wufeng puppets to knock down the Jiuxiao sect cultivators attempting to attack the projection puppet. The scene of the Jiuxiao sect destroying the spirit veins was looped continuously. This puppet was created by Gao Mingfeng after studying the scene construction design provided by Lin Bo, incorporating the principles of mobile imaging. Or perhaps like this. The scene shifted to the true Lord Qingming leading his disciples, flaunting their power and coercing others into marriage proposals. Upon witnessing this scene, the true Lord Qingming swallowed the blood in his mouth. Wretched person. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed streams of sword light resembling snow blades. The target was none other than Xiao Yuer atop the puppet. Seeing this, Hu Wanli, entangled with the two elders of the Xuanwu sect and the Shu sect, felt a surge of anxiety. He had just recovered and rushed back, not truly returning to his peak state. He strained to mobilize the power of incense from his jade talisman. With a single sword strike, he shattered the magical artifacts of the two, enduring the coppery sweetness in his throat, and hurled his sword towards the true Lord Qingming on the flying vessel. The fine blood sword was repelled by the heavy sword. The defense system of the flying vessel was instantly shattered. The energy had firmly locked onto its target. The true Lord Qingming had not anticipated that Hu Wanli still possessed such strength. There was no time to dodge. He was forcefully pinned to the ship. Then Hu Wanli loudly declared, "Since you have come for the power of incense, I must admit that the Tianqing sect indeed encountered a chance in the secret realm to obtain the power of incense. 3 days from now, the Tianqing sect will hold a recruitment event for immortals, inviting all major sects to compete for entry into the secret realm." Upon hearing this, the two elders of the Xuanwu sect and the Shu sect exchanged glances and immediately ceased their attacks. So it is. We have all been deceived by the Jiuxiao sect and nearly caused a grave mistake. Upon hearing this, the true Lord Xianming was thrown into disarray. Such an important resource like incense power the Tianqing sect is actually willing to share directly with all major sects. Then why did he press them so hard earlier? Having gained nothing, he ended up creating a great enmity. Now if Hu Wanli wanted to kill him, he would not even need to act personally. In a flash of lightning, the true Lord Qingming resolved himself. First, he must preserve his soul. The true Lord Qingming decisively abandoned his physical body, separating his nascent soul to flee in the direction of the Jiuxiao sect. On the way, the true Lord Qingming encountered a massive hammer. Want to escape? Perhaps others still have a chance to survive, but you must die? Taiyek Xuanji had been waiting here for a long time. He had forged hundreds of spirit swords with this hammer in the secret realm, incorporating numerous materials, even mixing in the ginkgo leaves he had found the other day. He successfully refined this hammer, making it a treasure capable of shattering the nascent soul and spirit. Boom. The true Lord Qingming was completely obliterated in the Tianxi realm. Moments later, an envoy from the Feihua Palace appeared at the gate of the Tianqing sect holding gifts and a congratulatory letter. Feihua Palace congratulates the Tianqing sect. The four symbols shine anew and the mountain gate is strengthened. Today I present a handwritten congratulatory letter from our palace master along with a 9-turned spirit-nurturing jade tree, which can aid your sect in reviving its spirit veins. Feihua Palace wishes for the Tianqing sect to maintain peace together and to explore the profound mysteries together. The two elders of the Xuanwu sect and the Shu Ling sect were drenched in sweat, looking incredulously at the elegant envoy from the Feihua Palace. The people from the Feihua Palace are truly beautiful, but their hearts are so dirty. Just tell us how many different congratulatory letters you have hidden in your sleeves. And they even brought gifts, so what are they to do now? To be the good people here. They saw that simpleton from the Beastmaster sect scratching his head. Indeed, it is worth celebrating. From his sleeve, he pulled out 2 Beastmaster bags. I didn't bring any gifts today, but this pair of jade lions isn't too valuable. They would be quite good for guarding the gate. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Huwanli glanced over at the two from the Shu Ling sect and the Xuanwu sect. The two felt a chill in their hearts, with a member of the Shu Ling sect secretly nudging the elder of the Xuanwu sect. What are you waiting for? Check your bags. The two nearly turned their bags inside out. This is our apology, please accept it. Huwanli said with a cold smile. You two should stay as guests in the Tianqing sect for now. The expressions of the two elders from the Shu Ling sect and the Xuanwu sect turned pale. The other two might be guests, but they were likely to be detained. Huwanli turned and returned to the Tianqing sect. The boss was right. As long as one's strength is sufficient, one would find that there are good people all around. I just wonder how Mingfeng is doing. I must quickly resolve the affairs here and return to the secret realm. The mortals in the secret realm are lovely and their voices are pleasant. If it weren't for the senior forbidding it, I would really want to move the Tianqing sect directly into the secret realm. With the crisis subsiding, Huwanli hurriedly rushed towards the core of Tianju Peak. He was anxious about how Gao Mingfeng was doing. The crowd arrived underground only to be stunned by the scene before them. Gao Mingfeng was at the core of the 4 symbols calamity suppression. Eerie whirlpools of spiritual and wish power surrounded him, with countless array symbols flickering around. Mingfeng. The crowd called out his name, trying to get closer, but were instantly repelled by the surrounding array. Huwanli blocked others from attempting to approach. This is a tribulation that Mingfeng must face on his own. You all keep an eye on the people in the sect. The boss orders must not be neglected. I will guard him here. The wish power is his opportunity. If he can turn this danger into safety, what awaits him afterward will be an unobstructed path. It seemed they had already grown accustomed to calling Lin Bo the boss without realizing it. It was as if there was a special connection making Tianqing sect and the boss particularly close. At that moment in the scenic area, Lin Bo was discussing with Li Yu about what new items to introduce in the restaurant and how many more staff were needed. He also inquired about how to prepare dog food and cat food. It felt a bit odd to pay salaries to small animals, so Lin Bo planned to allocate half as food with the rest used to create small collars for them. Li Yu spoke passionately and immediately began to prepare. For dogs, it doesn't need to be too elaborate. Just make sure it's not too salty. As for cats, we need to pay attention. Although cats eat fish, poultry like chicken and pigeon is their main diet. We can also include some chicken liver and heart. Fish oil can improve their fur. But since we're making it, let's let the dogs have a taste too. Wang Yu listened below, barking. Lin Bo added a supplementary clause for these small animals. They couldn't talk in front of people. At that moment, he could only express his dissatisfaction through barking. This person was biased. Jin Bao, stop messing around. Woof. I am Wang Yu. Alright, let's call you Wang Kai, then they all have the surname Wang. Just like Zhao Kai, they all belong to the financial lineage. Look how well-behaved Zhao Kai is. While speaking, Lin Bo pinched the dog's head, forcing it to look to the right. Next to him, a beautifully sculpted child was eating candy-coated peanuts while playing with the phone Lin Bo had bought. On the table, a black cat lay obediently, exposing its belly. The little fortune god casually picked up a peanut, tossed it out, and when it hit the ground, it turned into a golden bean. The cat zipped out and soon returned with the golden bean. The dog was dumbfounded, barking in disbelief at the cat. Are you a dog, or am I a dog? Oh no, I am a wolf. No, didn't you hear? He just called you Zhao Kai. Don't you have any pride as a Moen leopard? The cat didn't even glance at him, elegantly licking its paws while spitting out golden beads. The dog was barking happily when suddenly a cylindrical object was stuffed into its mouth. The dog froze, wondering what it was. Chewing it tasted something meaty, but it didn't seem like meat. Delicious. If you're hungry, just eat a bit, don't bark. Lin Bo tossed aside the casing of the sausage. Seeing the dog eat so happily, Lin Bo smiled. Claiming to be a wolf, what kind of dog is this? As the dog was eating, it suddenly caught a whiff of an even richer meat aroma. Its eating motion paused. Before it, next to that stinky cat, a food bowl suddenly appeared. Wang Kai stared at the food bowl, swallowing its saliva. Hey, the aura released from this. I don't know what it is, but it's so enticing. Eat. Hearing the command, the dog exchanged glances with the cat on the table. The two little animals began to eat heartily, both afraid that the other would finish first and snatch their food. Li Yu held a ladle with a gentle smile. Whether human or animal, seeing them enjoy the food he made truly made him happy. Lin Bo watched the cat and dog eat, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. It seemed that Li Yu's cooking had some special quality. Ordinary people might not feel it, but it seemed to improve the physiques of cultivators. Could it be due to the wish power? Since people love money, does that mean wish power condenses in wealth? Li Yu's love for cooking made his dishes another form of wish power expression. Yesterday late at night he received news from Tianqing's sect that as soon as Hu Wanli emerged from seclusion, he brought everyone back to Tianshu Realm. Lin Bo opened the Time Management Master and set the time speed of the scenic area against Tianshu Realm to 101. That is 1 day in the scenic area equals 10 days in Tianshu Realm, exactly the opposite of before. He didn't know if their actions were going smoothly. If all went well, the investment promotion would be completed in the next 2 days. Uncertain when they would return, Lin Bo still sent out a video announcement. From Monday to Friday this week, only the Caishan Temple and Shu Ling Restaurant will be open. New projects will launch in Wuxian Town over the weekend. The video quickly garnered many comments. Are we already going to make adjustments so soon after opening? I was planning to go on Thursday when there are fewer people. Am I the only one concerned about new projects? Scenic area projects are cheap and interesting. We need more of these. 1,000 people petition asking for overnight venues. 1 day is really not enough to play. It's not that exaggerated. I went to the scenic area last week and it wasn't that big. Upstairs must not have collected all the props. Don't you want to participate in every critical moment of opening the immortal path? Lin Bo selected a comment inquiring about the project and pinned it saying, temporarily confidential, stay tuned. Then holding onto AO gun, he walked towards the reservoir behind Wuxian Town. Even if the investment promotion didn't go smoothly, he had alternatives. From afar, he saw the reservoir and the little fish dragon excitedly rolled around in the water basin. Oh, you do have a large water area. Mortal, hurry and take me over. Lin Bo walked to the edge of the lake and threw the little fish dragon in. The originally palm-sized little dragon instantly grew to 5 meters. However, as soon as it entered the water, it emerged angrily, spitting water out, using its paws to scrape off 2 apple snails from its body and fling them to the shore. Pa pa pa, what a broken place. Full of algae and thick mud. And something is laying eggs on me. You messed up my beautiful silver scales. The little dragon swished its tail and smashed the apple snails. Didn't you want to go in yourself? Lin Bo remarked blandly. Oh, the little dragon's expression turned proud upon hearing this. How would you mortal bumpkins know the splendor of the Dragon Palace? We use gold for tiles, white jade for doors, coral for pillars, pearls for curtains, and we decorate our palace with beautiful jade and shells. You should be able to achieve at least half of that. Besides architecture, the Dragon Palace features long whale songs, giant crab dances, turtles playing music, and mermaids singing for us. Have you ever seen a mermaid? The clothes we wear are all made from mermaid silk. The little dragon opened its mouth and couldn't stop talking. Lin Bo opened the system. Referring to the little dragon's description, he entered a renovation command. M5000 prestige. That exceeds the budget. Then let's simplify it. Lin Bo input: level the ground, clear mud, floating algae, and harmful invasive species, improve water quality, and make the landscape more natural. Done. For only 500 prestige, and in 2 days. Perfect. What do you mean it's done? How can it be done? This water basin is still very dirty. Aren't you going to build me a dragon palace? Hey, where are you going? I still can't leave the water on my own. Take me with you. I'm dirty. Lin Bo turned a deaf ear, finally shaking off the nagging dragon. He happily returned to Wuxian Town, picked up the contract, and was ready to officially sign with the Old Soldier Travel Agency before heading to the bank. At this moment in the bank, in the Vice President's office, Vice President Zhou had a report placed before him. President, this is the report from our 2 days of investigation on the operations of the Shu Ling Secret Realm over the weekend. Based on the current asset value and revenue growth rate of the scenic area, I believe they have great potential to achieve profitability and repay the loan. At this moment, Lin Bo was enjoying tea at the Old Soldier Travel Agency. A group of bald men crowded around Zheng Ziyong, examining the contract Lin Bo had brought. Lin Bo was immensely pleased. Previously, the colors were too loud and distracting. They will grow in 2 weeks. Zheng Ziyong flipped through the contract. Bald Man 1 pointed at a line in the contract with excitement. Why isn't there a commission for the gaming project? This part is included in the discount for game currency exchanges, Lin Bo explained leisurely. After all, the price per game in scenic areas isn't high, and calculating it specifically is troublesome. However, we must look at the long term. First, the scenic area tickets will give you a 20 share, and the game currency recharge will be the same as the restaurant group meals with an 80 discount from me. As for how much you charge tourists, that's up to you. Additionally, I can clearly state that in the future there will be accommodations and souvenir shops within the scenic area, and the specific discount ratios can be negotiated further. In any case, you won't be short on money. Lin Bo spoke confidently, and Zheng Ziyong nodded in agreement, adding a remark. No matter how the scenic area develops, I need a fixed quota of 100 visitors per day and priority reservation rights. Hey, that's foresight. No problem. Lin Bo agreed readily. If you can handle it, it'll give you exclusivity. Really? Young Lin is generous. Greedy. Zheng Ziyong was about to shake his head when a few younger brothers grabbed him by the head. The boss wasn't interested in money if they had enough. Then thank you, young Lin. Zheng Ziyong's face darkened as he pushed away the hands on his mouth. Get out. Run. Well, run 10 kilometers and come back to continue celebrating the new year with young Lin. It's almost summer. What new year celebration? 20 kilometers. A bunch of young men ran out. In less than a week, their spirits had completely changed. Zheng Ziyong closed the contract, his expression serious. Just in time, you're here. I have something to remind you about. You need to pay attention to the fire safety in your scenic area. Should I find someone to have a look for you? Last time he went around, he noticed many issues. These past few weeks had been so busy that Lin Bo hadn't really paid attention. You are my brother. My eternal brother. Completely relying on the system, he indeed neglected these real-world issues. It would be terrible if he got reported. Just in time, our scenic area is adjusting this week, so we can rectify everything together. After setting a time, Lin Bo confidently headed to the bank with the prepared materials. Bank division line, Shu Development Bank. Lin Bo looked at the thick stack of documents next to the shredder. Just now, Vice President Zhou barely looked at it and sent him out saying the report speculated too much and needed to be redone according to the current situation. A colleague next to him, seeing his dejected look, teased him, still busy with that unfinished scenic area project. I told you to stop worrying about it. It's a wasted effort. They say your name is unlucky. Lin Bo, violent thunder, the project you're responsible for will inevitably face disaster. This scenic area has potential for a turnaround. Lin Bo looked at his documents, which listed current data and future expectations. The revenue for Shu Ling Secret Realm was projected to hit a small peak during the May Day holiday. What turnaround could there be? That young Lin is just a useless person we've seen before. And even if it improves, it doesn't concern us. Isn't it said that Hongyuan Group is considering acquiring the land? Why should we who are merely workers worry so much? You should find a master to change your luck and get a more favorable name. Anyway, Vice President Zhou told you not to meddle, so just don't. If there's anything, go find him directly. If you want to get rich, it's better to go worship at the God of Wealth Temple. Although work has not been smooth these past few days, scratch-off lottery tickets can still win 10 or 20 bucks. Today, he even found a wallet on the road, and the owner insisted on giving him 200 yuan in gratitude. Lin Bo was feeling puzzled. Suddenly, the lobby manager brought someone up. Manager Lei, someone is looking for you. Lin Bo walked out from behind the uniformed girl. I am Lin Bo, the person in charge of Shu Ling Secret Realm. We've spoken over the phone. Oh, I'm here to discuss the loan. When Lin Bo first saw Lin Bo, he was a bit confused. He had been at the scenic area for 2 days. Wasn't this the ticket seller? Oh, and he also played the role of the final host. He had seen young Lin before, but he didn't look like this. Where was the hair gel? Where was the big logo belt? They were all missing. The person in front of him was wearing a black t-shirt and dark gray casual pants with neatly trimmed hair. There was no trace of the spoiled rich kid's demeanor. Lin Bo glanced at the documents next to Lin Bo. The 4 characters, Shu Ling Secret Realm, did not escape his keen eyesight. He took out some materials from his bag. I was quite busy over the weekend, and since I didn't hear from you at the scheduled time, I came over. This is our scenic area's subsequent investment budget revenue growth model, visitor increase forecast, investment recovery period analysis, along with the new collateral list and value assessment report. Lin Bo looked at the pile of things Lin Bo had prepared, impressed by his execution. He sold tickets all day and still had the energy to handle all this as a part-time host at night. Lin Bo smiled. Although he mentioned that Hu Wanli and the others were doing investment promotion in Tianshu Realm, he couldn't just sit idle here. Lin Bo thought of Vice President Zhou's instructions and said dejectedly, "They'll take you to see the president." Wait, is it progressing so quickly? That's fine. He followed Lin Bo to Vice President Zhou's office. As soon as Vice President Zhou saw Lin Bo, he frowned. What are you doing here? Don't you understand yet? Don't worry about that scenic area. Good day, Vice President Zhou. Lin Bo interrupted before Zhou could finish, stepping out from behind the door. I am Lin Bo, the person in charge of Shu Ling Secret Realm. Zhou Fuhong looked deeply at Lin Bo. Lin Bo had an innocent expression. He said, if there was anything, go find you directly. Lin Bo began to take out items from his bag one by one. Finally, he presented the new collateral list. I would like to optimize the debt situation of Shu Ling Secret Realm. Collateral is meaningless. If you collapse the buildings, and such will still cost money to demolish. Before Lin Bo could finish, Vice President Zhou impatiently interrupted. What's more important is your business capability and future revenue potential. Lin Bo raised an eyebrow and took out a document. This is the pre-sale situation of the game currency Phase 1 recharge cards for our scenic area. As of yesterday, a total of 23000 people have purchased this product, with total sales approaching 4 million. Although it hasn't been redeemed, yet it can be seen that in the coming month these people have expectations of visiting the scenic area. Thanks to the enthusiastic promotion by the anti-counterfeit brother. Then he slapped down another contract. This is my long-term cooperation contract with the travel agency, which can guarantee revenue of over 300 every month. Vice President Zhou picked up the document and glanced at it, his expression gradually softening. I understand, but these are just expectations, and young Lin. Zhou displayed a rather complicated expression. I took a look, and your company's payment period is after the May Day holiday. How about this? Let's base it on the revenue data from May Day. If your daily revenue on May Day reaches 3 million, we can consider adjusting the repayment plan. If they could achieve that revenue, there would be no need to adjust the plan. Lin Bo narrowed his eyes, sensing the hidden difficulties within. All right, since President Zhou has said so, we will wait until after May Day to see. Lin Bo took his things and left. As soon as he walked out, Zhou Fuhong picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, is it President Wang? You need to pay attention to your acquisition plan. If Shu Ling Secret Realm's various indicators show an inability to repay the loan, our bank can freeze assets for auction. But, you know that risk control is the most important for us. Compared to a project that needs reinvestment, a potentially stable and profitable project is more attractive to the upper management. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat dissatisfied. Zhou Fuhong was also a bit unhappy. Didn't they know how strict the bank's internal review was? It was already quite good that he could give them a heads up. Could he forcefully auction off someone else's scenic area assets? The repayment window on the other side is tight. you still have considerable operational space before May Day. If it truly comes to it, you can discuss it with the scenic area's person in charge again. On the other side, Wang Weiren hung up the phone with a dark expression. It was really strange. How could a scenic area that was on the verge of collapse suddenly turn around? He found someone to investigate counterfeiting, and it turned out not to be marketing, but genuine products. Since it was real, how could they conduct a price war on such a large scale? It was clearly a loss, and labor costs wouldn't even be covered. But according to the bank's information, could there actually be profits? The expectations sounded quite promising. How could that be? President Wang, how about we find someone to go in and take a look? Such a large scenic area, there must be some issues to uncover. The assistant brought over a cup of aged pure tea, offering strategies. For scenic areas, the most profitable time is May Day, if they miss the entire Golden Week. All right, you arrange it. Lin Bo ran outside for a whole day, while 3 days passed in the Tianshu realm. Except for the Jiuxiao sect and some small sects that completely relied on it, all the prominent sects in the Tianshu realm were present. The disciples of the Tianqing sect were busy receiving guests, their hearts surging with emotion as they watched the flying vessels coming and going in the sky. It had been many years since the Tianqing sect had such lively activity. The sect leaders of the Feihua Palace and the Beastmaster sect personally attended, and even the reclusive Yaowang Valley sent an elder along with disciples. The leaders of the Xuanwu sect and the Shu Ling sect nervously followed behind. Seeing the welcoming Xiao Yu, they hurriedly pulled him aside. The leader of the Shu Ling sect was the first to stuff a Qiankuan pouch into Xiao Yu's hands. We were all deceived by the Jiuxiao sect. Here are 3 Zhengguo spirit stones and some refining materials as a token of our apology, hoping to make up for the losses suffered by the Tianqing sect. Our elderine. Haha, don't worry. Xiao Yu wore a false smile of a mature man as he accepted the Qiankuan pouch. The Tianqing sect distinguishes right from wrong and will not wrong any good person. Xiao Yu's expression suddenly turned pained, but my junior brother has yet to awaken and I do not know what to do. At that moment, the leader of the Xuanwu sect stepped forward, handing over several jade boxes. Inside are the nourishing qi pills, solidifying yuan pills, and 9 revolutions revitalization pills from Yaowang Valley, as well as a piece of Xuanwu sect's Xian turtle shell capable of withstanding a full force attack from a nascent soul cultivator. We only wish for Elder Gao to be safe and sound. Additionally, there are 2 Zhengguo spirit stones as our heartfelt offering. Please accept them. Xiao Yu accepted them without hesitation, but refused to let them see their elder. The two exchanged glances, silently pulling out another Qiankuan pouch. Initially hoping to save some, they now found themselves truly out of options. For these medium-sized sects, their entire sect had only 2 or 3 nascent soul cultivators. Even losing one would greatly impact their status in the Tianshu realm. Not every sect could be like the Tianqing sect, which had such good fortune to make a comeback. This incident was their own fault, and it was most important to ease relations and retrieve their people. If possible, they also wanted to participate in the recruitment of a mortals conference. Xiao Yu accepted the 2 Qiankuan pouches, and then slowly spoke. The 2 elders are currently helping the Tianqing sect to refurbish. After the conference, the Tianqing sect will personally send the 2 elders off. Then that recruitment of a mortals conference. The leaders of the Xuanwu sect and the Shu Ling sect looked at Xiao Yu with some expectation. The Tianqing sect will not refuse any sect from participating due to personal grievances, Xiao Yu said with a squinting smile. The 2 leaders were ecstatic. If they could learn something about the incense wish power, then the money just spent would not be in vain. Moreover, they had heard rumors that the incense wish power came from a certain secret realm. They had participated in many gatherings like the recruitment of a mortals conference, where various sects sent their elite disciples to compete. Disciples ranking high would have the opportunity to enter the secret realm. Since the Jiuxiao sect did not come, they felt that there were no opponents here for the contest. They immediately went to the venue with great joy. Xiao Yu watched the 2 leave, maintaining a naive smile, but his gaze was cold. He was aware of these people's opportunistic faces. They spoke sweetly now, but might turn around and inform the Jiuxiao sect. However, the Tianqing sect had just started to gain momentum and should not make enemies everywhere. The Tianqing sect only needed to focus on the Jiuxiao sect's big banner, and the small ones relying on it would naturally realize who the true big brother was. These enemies who actively sent money were more than welcome. It didn't hurt to take advantage of them. At noon, Hu Wanli stood on the stage, which had been hastily set up in recent days. The elders of the Xuanwu sect had done quite a bit of work, and Hu Wanli sighed, noting that earth attribute spells were indeed suitable for construction. If it were in a scenic area, it could be transformed to be even more majestic. Indeed, now, whenever he sees something good, he can't help but think about how to use it in a scenic area. He had been away from the scenic area for 3 days. He missed it. Hu Wanli looked at the multitude of cultivators below and secretly vowed to quickly handle this matter well for his boss, slowly announcing. The recruitment of a mortals conference is officially opened. You all already know that the Tianqing sect has discovered a secret realm where one can earn incense wish power. Today, various sects will compete here for the qualification to enter the secret realm. Is one day enough? Someone in the audience questioned. The various cultivators below looked around, unable to find where the contest stage was. With so many sects, wouldn't many places need to conduct competitions simultaneously? How could they determine a winner in just 3 to 5 days? That's enough. The qualification for the secret realm is not based on martial strength. Hu Wanli waved his hand, and several rows of chairs appeared on the stage ahead. Please send representatives from each sect who can embody your sects will to the stage. What does that mean? Aren't we competing in martial arts? How will we decide which disciples can enter the secret realm? The crowd began to stir again. Interesting, is this an exam? A charming voice instantly captured everyone's attention. Seated at the center, the master of the Feihua Palace, Hua Qianshu, wore a smoky pink dress, a color that would typically appear gaudy was strikingly beautiful on her. Her jewelry was exquisite and elegant, with a light veil covering her face, obscuring her appearance, yet her mature charm was palpable. Her eyes flowed as she swept over the assembled crowd and spoke with a playful reprimand. What? Is it just this palace that finds it interesting? Interesting. Everyone she gazed at felt as if she was questioning them, unable to help but reply. Especially some young disciples, for some reason, felt their faces heat up, a surge of impulse rising within. The leader of the Shu sect clutched his chest. The old witch's charm was becoming increasingly natural. They, the Shu sect, had nearly mastered the art of the living dead, and even a glance from her stirred their hearts, let alone those young disciples. Hua Qianshu lightly pointed at the cold-faced girl in white beside her. Luoer, you will represent this palace and go. The girl nodded and strode onto the stage. She sat down in the central position. With Feihua Palace setting the example, the other sects did not struggle and immediately selected their representatives to go up. Once everyone was seated, the disciples of the Tianqing sect brought test papers in a flowing manner, placing them down one by one. Huanli took out a long incense stick and placed it in the incense burner embedded in the center of the stage. Within the duration of an incense stick, answer the test papers according to your sect's specific circumstances and your own true thoughts. Those who pass can participate in tonight's auction for the qualifications to enter the secret realm. Though brief, the information was substantial. Auction. The qualification to enter the secret realm actually depended on an auction. Has the Tianqing sect gone mad from poverty? But then again, the Tianqing sect's last spiritual vein was completely taken by the Jiuxiao sect. They did seem quite poor. Among the various sects below, some were delighted while others were worried. Some sects that were not very strong but loved to manage their affairs suddenly had their eyes light up. They secretly began passing messages to go home and get money. Some sects focused primarily on cultivation, especially sword cultivators, felt as if the sky had fallen. The leaders of the Xuanwu sect and the Shu Ling sect had grim faces. All their spirit stones had been handed over. They didn't even mention it was an auction. If they had known, they would have saved some. Huanli observed the reactions of the various sects below, maintaining a composed demeanor as he announced, "Start answering the questions." Everyone flipped open the first page of the test paper. The first question, multiple choice: which of the following situations can a mortal survive? 10 days without drinking water. B. 10 days without eating. C. Pierced through the heart by a sword. D. Falling from a flying sword at a height of 200 meters. The cultivators frowned. It was so difficult. Is it only one choice? It seems like none of them would easily die. Why should we as cultivators care about what happens to mortals? A group of cultivators looked at the question before them, growing more astonished with each passing moment. What kind of question is this? What should one do if a mortal speaks harshly and accuses you loudly? Where in the world is there a mortal brave enough to speak up against a cultivator? What should one do if a mortal is gravely injured and collapses before you? Mortals are frail beings. Their birth, aging, sickness, and death are predetermined. How can we interfere with their karma? Which of the following expressions truly represents a mortal's happiness? Is this asking us to read a mortal's subtle expressions? This is simply going against the heavens. What is the purpose of mortals arguing over whether salty or sweet tofu pudding is better? Eat salty tofu pudding. B. Eat sweet tofu pudding. C. Provocation, attempting to incite conflict. D. For fun, what is salty and sweet tofu pudding? Why eat it? Can't one just consume pills? Creating trouble for no reason, it must be a provocation. From the moment they stepped into the sect, cultivators severed their ties with mundane affairs. Even when occasionally tasked with exorcising demons in mortal towns, mortals treat them with utmost respect, revering them as guests of honor. So, why would they need to gauge a mortal's feelings? Moreover, many sects today are from celestial clans. From a young age, apart from going out to train, they have rarely seen any mortals. Many sect disciples frowned, having barely managed to complete the first part, which involved bizarre questions about mortals. They were then left bewildered by the second part's competency test questions. Light 10 candles, extinguish 4 with sword energy. How many remain? Please select the correct answer and provide reasoning. 10B. 6C. For D. 2 this. Probably 6. Please choose the one sword that is different from the others among the 4 swords below. Long sword. B. Short sword. C. Soft sword. D. Broken sword. It should be the broken sword. After all, the others are all intact. But it could also be the short sword, as the lengths of the others are the same. Damn it, which one is it? There are still many questions behind, but the incense is getting shorter. Which of the following does not constitute legitimate self-defense? Please deduce based on the following figures and choose the most suitable figure to fill in. Please read the text and table, calculate the question. Know what are all these? Are these questions for cultivators? Those answering the questions felt increasingly that all the questions were ambiguous, breaking out in a cold sweat. The disciples of the Tianyan sect even began to practice divination directly in the examination hall. The elders observing the examination looked anxious. They sent their most outstanding disciples. One could only wonder what kind of difficult cultivation problem made them struggle like this. If I had known, I should have gone myself. But seeing that Feihua Palace only sent a disciple if they lost when they went themselves, it would be a huge embarrassment. As the incense burned down, Hu Wanli waved his long sleeves and collected the papers. Alas, I haven't finished answering yet. I wanted to change my answer to that question. But the papers had already been collected. Hu Wanli smiled at everyone and said, please take a short break. In an hour we will announce the list of forces eligible for the auction. Some heads of the immortal families pulled their descendants down from the stage and asked, how was it? What kind of questions were there? The descendants of the families having their spiritual roots tested since the age of 6 selected talents and started their cultivation from body refinement, progressing steadily step by step. Ordinary questions should not be difficult for him. All the questions were related to mortals. I truly do not understand them, but I tried my best to answer. The descending disciple frowned and scratched his head. The family head froze. It's over. Hu Wanli quickly looked over the papers, reviewing them as per Lin Bo's instructions. The boss said to mainly focus on the first half. If there is no understanding of mortal sex without good intentions, should be eliminated this time. Hu Wanli looked at the answers on the papers, unable to help but gasp in cold air. The proud sons of heaven from the cultivation sects had a very shallow understanding of mortals. Only then did he realize why the Tianqing sect had fallen over the years, not favored by the cultivation families. Most disciples in the sect were chosen due to their experiences in the mortal realm, which is why they adapted so quickly in scenic areas. Otherwise, the boss probably wouldn't have taken them and let alone entrusted them with important tasks. From now on, one must remain vigilant and not be arrogant towards mortals. As for the latter part of the exam, the boss said that answers are not important. What matters is attitude and thinking methods. Anyway, this part of the questions must exist. He did not understand but respected it. As long as the boss is happy, Hu Wanli quickly filtered out the qualified papers. For the recruiting event, nearly 100 sects and families came, but only 15 passed the test. Hu Wanli held the list and walked out, announcing loudly, now announcing the list of those eligible to participate in the subsequent auction. Feihua Palace, Yusho Sect, Wanjin Hall, Tianyan Sect, Kanglin Family, Ruoying Sect, Xingu Gate. We are not convinced. As soon as Hu Wanli finished naming the sects, some sects and cultivation families below began to shout. It's one thing for Feihua Palace, Yusho Sect, and Tianyan Sect to be on the list, but what qualifications do the Kanglin family and Xingu Gate, such fallen families, have to participate? A man in a purple gold robe and a golden crown stepped out from the crowd, visibly unsatisfied. He was the young master of the Lu family, the #1 family in Tianxi realm. Once someone spoke out, voices of opposition echoed throughout the crowd. If it comes to saving the world and being kind to others, isn't Yaowang Valley capable too? Yes, let them participate in the auction. How much money could they possibly have? Why wasn't my paper on the list? What's wrong with it? Could it be that Tianqing sect is manipulating things behind the scenes? Yes, we had good relations with Jiuxiao sect. They are using this as an excuse to eliminate us. Isn't this a bit unfair? Everyone please calm down. Hu Wanli spread his hands, revealing the answer sheets. You must have noticed that all our questions are related to mortals. And in the secret realm we visit to gain the power of incense wishes, we must coexist harmoniously with mortals. If the sincerity in our cohabitation is lacking, even if we qualify for the auction, we will be expelled from the secret realm. So we also do not wish for everyone to waste their qualifications. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Looking at the selected sects, it seems they indeed mostly had ties with mortals. Even Feihua Palace, Yusho sect, and other large sects have business or collaborations in the mortal realm. Although Yaowang Valley is famous for its elixirs, it is too reclusive and most of its spiritual herbs are for cultivators, hence they did not qualify. As for Tianyan sect, their answers were all calculations. One can only say they indeed calculated accurately. All the sects felt frustrated and fell silent. Hu Wanli smiled. However, just because there's no opportunity this year doesn't mean there won't be one next year. After this conference, the Tianqing sect will hold a training program for immortals and mortals targeting the exam content. For only 1,000 spirit stones, you can participate with a 1-month crash course or a 6-month long-term course available, helping everyone move one step closer to the secret realm. The Tianqing sect was unexpectedly considerate. Indeed, rather than spend a large sum and waste the qualifications obtained from the auction, it's better to prepare well for competition. That previous examination paper, especially the latter half, was indeed difficult to understand, and one would want to hear an explanation. On the other hand, the current specific situation of the secret realm relies entirely on the Tianqing sect's word. It's just right to use this period of learning to further observe and understand. After realizing this, the young master of the Lu family, who initially made the most noise, was the first to make a decision. My Lu family wants to sign up. 1,000 spirit stones is not much for a family. Better to secure a spot first. And us. Let's pay now. When is the next exam? Seeing the rising voices of registration below, Hu Wanli felt delighted. The boss strategy is truly brilliant. Friends who wish to register, please go to the back hall for payment and registration. And for the sects participating in tonight's auction, in order to avoid malicious competition, we will implement a blind bidding. Hu Wanli took out 15 jade tokens, waving his hand as they fell into the hands of representatives from various sects. Please everyone fill in the intended amount for entering the secret realm. The top 3 bids can enter the secret realm. If there are identical amounts, the jade tokens will be destroyed and the qualification to enter the secret realm will be completely lost. To protect the bidders when submitting the jade tokens, a deposit of 10 of the bidding price must accompany it. If malicious identical bids occur, the deposit will be withheld. Everyone can discuss with their respective sect members within the barrier as long as it is submitted before the U-hour. After the U-hour, we will announce the 3 sects entering the secret realm. Hu Wanli smiled as he announced the auction rules, and the venue fell silent. Only a light laugh was heard from below. After several years, Elder Hu has become much more interesting. Without saying a word among each other, we cannot communicate, yet we dare not reveal our cards to one another. Hua Qianxiu smiled as he stood up holding the jade token and glancing back with a smile. I will offer a price that will satisfy everyone. After saying this, he placed a hand on the arm of the white-clad girl who had just stretched out and walked gracefully towards the barrier belonging to Feihua Palace. Those who were originally rushing to sign up could not help but stop. This auction rule is quite thrilling. Why not pay the fee, watch the auction tonight, and then leave? 15 sects gradually entered the barrier to discuss their bids. Meanwhile, the major sects outside, eager to make connections, immediately sent people to contact the disciples left behind by each sect. Upon seeing the two sides whispering to each other, that disciple turned and entered the sect's barrier to convey the message. The other sects instantly understood. Though only 3 sects could join, they could still bribe with money or personnel. After all, among the 15 sects, only Feihua Palace and Yusho sect were significant, while the others were merely mediocre. It is likely that they would be happy to collect some money and bring a few people to secure the qualification to enter the secret realm. Thus, sects with some financial means began to move about the venue. A clever thought struck someone: as long as 2 sects offered the same price, they would both lose their qualification. To win at the lowest cost, the quickest method was to eliminate the competition. Sects that had no particular plans suddenly realized that if they failed to enter the secret realm, their rivals could seize resources and overpower them in the future. They could not allow their opponents to succeed. In just a moment, this auction had transformed from a competition among 15 sects into a battle of wits among all sects present. All major sects employed various means to gather information, leaving people dazzled. Hu Wanli pulled Yi Xingtian aside and took out a recording pearl, documenting while observing. Watch closely and learn well. In the future, when working for the boss, one must have a deep understanding of the relationships between the various sects in the Tianshu realm. TCH, the Liu family is indeed wealthy. This is the 3rd sect we've seen. That person who went to find the Kanglin family seems to have a good relationship with Jiuxiao sect. Humph, that old man Ling Xiao doesn't dare to come and reason with us, yet he wants to use underhanded tactics. How the people from Ruiying sect actually turned into insects to eavesdrop. How embarrassing that no one noticed. Master, I heard that last time Wang Ban turned into an insect to enter the secret realm with you. Hu Wanli glared at Yi Xingtian, annoyed that the little brat brought up such a topic. Ahem. Don't worry, once everything is settled, we'll finalize the contract and submit the list to the boss. Only with the jade tokens can we enter the secret realm, ensuring that such situations won't happen again. Hu Wanli scanned the venue and noticed that the entrance to the Xingu sect was particularly deserted. Why is no one approaching Xingu sect? The sect leader of Xingu has been stubborn for quite some time. They're probably unwilling to agree. After all, they prefer farming, so whether they enter the secret realm is of little concern to them. I wonder what the outcome will be. Hu Wanli's eyes brightened as a jade token appeared in his hand, inscribed with the words Feihua Palace. Feihua Palace has already submitted their bid. As Hu Wanli announced loudly, the crowd tensed up. All sects were on edge, vying for the opportunity to enter the secret realm. In the scenic area, Lin Bo was walking his dog outside the reservoir while inspecting the renovation progress of the system. With the enhancement of the time management master, more than 3 days had passed in the Tianshu realm, but only 8 hours had elapsed in the scenic area, and it was just evening. The entire reservoir was surrounded, and faint sounds of construction could be heard from within. Ao Gun seemed either fatigued from barking or had settled down, remaining silent within. With no outsiders present, Lin Bo loosened the dog's leash, letting it run freely. Wang Sai, if you mess around and poop, you'll have to eat it yourself. Woof woof. Firstly, I want to eat poop. Secondly, I would never mess around. Wang Kai barked angrily twice, feeling humiliated as a silver moon wolf. After barking, he realized there were no outsiders around, and he could actually speak. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Lin Bo had already walked out of the forest. Lin Bo checked the time. Hu Wanli had previously sent him a message about preparing for an exam, and by calculation it should have already concluded. He wondered whether those cultivators enjoyed taking civil service exams. He chuckled at the thought of cultivators also being tormented by exams. His expectations for the cultivators were not high as long as they could complete the latter half with reason and evidence. That would indicate their basic cultivation was up to standard. The questions were designed to increase difficulty. Civil service exams required study and practice. They would see the benefits of entering the scenic area. They could pay tuition and learn. A portion of this income would go to Tianqing sect as a high percentage, serving as benefits for the elders. Once the investment recruitment ended, the time in the Tianshu realm would be reset to its prior state. Only when no one could threaten their own forces in the Tianshu realm could the time in the Tianshu realm synchronize with that of the scenic area. The greatest function of the time management master was to provide opportunities for those with poor development. This time, the design of the recruitment conference aimed not only to profit from the Tianshu realm, but also to screen friendly forces. Although there would be fewer opportunities for investment recruitment in the future, Lin Bo still had plans for them. Lin Bo sighed. Running the scenic area involved many worries. The system of the Sixian building was repaired, but the soft furnishings and project renovations required significant funds, all hinging on this recruitment conference. Additionally, if necessary, it could be counted towards the scenic area's revenue. After returning from Zhengjiang, he suddenly realized the identities of so many people in the scenic area and the accounting issues. It was fine if unchecked, but if someone audited, it would be problematic. He specifically called the system to inquire, and the system promptly displayed several certificates. Rest assured, boss. During this period, I have already studied the regulations of this realm and will ensure reasonable presentation of personnel and finances. Very good, very spirited. Even when not summoned, it has been learning silently. In short, after this recruitment, Inza can meet the basic commercial needs of the scenic area, and large-scale recruitment won't be necessary in the short term. I hope everything goes smoothly. Auction segmentation line in the Tianshu realm Tianqing sect. During the Shun time, all jade tokens had been collected. Hu Wanli looked at the crowd below. He announced the bidding amounts in the order they were submitted. Feihua sect, 300,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Adding a medium spirit vein. A bid of middle-grade spirit stones. Although it was worth 3 million spirit stones, the quality of middle-grade spirit stones could vary greatly. Plus, there was a spirit vein. They knew Feihua Palace had extensive trading routes throughout the Tianshu realm and was quite wealthy, but they didn't expect them to be this rich. Hu Wanli couldn't believe it as he read. After confirming several times, he realized a medium spirit vein could yield hundreds of middle-grade spirit stones and hundreds of thousands of ordinary spirit stones in a year. Previously, the spirit vein damaged by Jiuxiao sect could only be considered a small spirit vein. The fortune of my Feihua Palace is all here. Is there anyone who can offer more? Hua Qianxiu chuckled, her eyes flickering as she scanned the various sects present. She knew precisely how much wealth those present had and how many spirit stones they could access. The simplest method to win was to surpass everyone else. Furthermore, Hua Qianqiu's expression turned ambiguous. Over the past 2 years, Jiuxiao sect had become increasingly domineering, allowing their disciples to extort money along trading routes. They were secretly encroaching on Feihua Palace's spirit veins. Now, Hua Qianxiu smiled. At least everyone knew that all of Feihua Palace's wealth was now with Tianqing sect. Hu Wanli looked deeply at Hua Qianxiu. Although this woman was young, she was quite cunning. Oh, why was she suddenly so generous? Hu Wanli managed to calm his emotions somewhat and opened the second jade token. Lansong family, 110,000 spirit stones. Although the spirit stones were considerable, with Feihua Palace's bid preceding, all other offers seemed somewhat dim. The representative of Lansong family was vaguely excited. They were merely a medium sect and could not produce many spirit stones. Someone had just approached them offering to fund them as long as they relinquished 2/3 of their quota. Naturally, they readily agreed, and the other party directly provided them with a guarantee of 110,000 spirit stones. Feihua Palace was far too wealthy for them to compete, but how many others could produce so many spirit stones at once? They were determined to secure second place. The bidding continued, and his smile suddenly froze on his lips. Ruoying sect, 110,002 spirit stones. Repeated. How could that be possible? Bid invalid. Temporarily withhold the guarantee. Hu Wanli's voice was devoid of emotion, only filled with the joy of receiving spirit stones. In an instant, the Lansong clan grasped the crux of the matter, and abruptly turned their gaze toward the Lu family of the first clan standing among the crowd. Lu Feng, the young master of the Lu family, lazily fanned himself while glancing idly about, carefully avoiding eye contact with those on the stage. A mere minor clan like Lansong dares covet incense offering devotion and hopes to overtake us. Preposterous. Dream on. The moment they learned someone had contacted the Lansong clan, they swiftly reached out to several minor sects. They invited them into a partnership, offering upfront funding and promising each participating sect one guaranteed entry slot into the secret realm upon final qualification. Ultimately, they succeeded in persuading these sects to serve as sacrificial pawns, eliminating rivals at minimal cost, then securing victory at a carefully calibrated price. Meanwhile, the sect truly orchestrating the acquisition of the secret realm's qualification would wait until the very last moment to confirm its bid and submit its jade token. In that fleeting interval, multiple sects' offers collided, disqualifying them all. Only 4 remained unannounced: the beast-taming sect, the Divine Valley sect, the Tianyan sect, and an obscure minor sect, the Wanjin Hall. A flash of sharp calculation lit Lu Feng's eyes. Wanjin Hall was his contingency. Among the remaining sects, the beast-taming sect was a major power, untouchable. The Tianyan sect specialized in celestial divination. To preserve their lives, they spent lavishly. 200,000 spirit stones would stretch their coffers to the limit. No one had approached them visibly just now. In any case, their final bid would scarcely exceed 300,000 spirit stones. As for the Divine Valley sect, a bunch of farmers penniless to the core. Tianyan sect, 260,000 spirit stones. Lu Feng arched a brow, higher than anticipated. Beast Taming sect, 450,000 spirit stones. Divine Valley sect, 10,000 spirit stones. A sly smile curled Lu Feng's lips. Everything unfolded precisely as planned. Their predetermined bid exceeded 300,000, ensuring third place beyond doubt. Just as triumph swelled within him, he turned his head and froze. On stage, the master of that minor sect stood deathly pale. Surely not. Wanjin Hall, 260,000 spirit stones, matching Tianyan sect's bid. Bid invalidated. Guarantee deposit temporarily seized. What a... Lu Feng pointed a trembling finger at Wanjin Hall's representative on stage, breath catching in his throat, utterly speechless. With a sharp clap, the Wanjin Hall delegate dropped to his knees before Lu Feng's face twisted in abject despair. Young Master Lu, we reasoned that at the final hour the Tianyin sect, so notoriously impecunious, could never coincidentally match our figure. Why waste over 300,000 spirit stones unnecessarily? Every coin saved counts. Fool. Utter fool. Lu Feng nearly lunged onto the stage to slap the man across the face. Not only had he deviated from the agreed bid, but now kneeling publicly to apologize, he openly implicated Lu Feng as the architect, inviting universal enmity. The thought of the spirit stones already dispersed sent a fresh pang of anguish through his chest. Gritting his teeth, Lu Feng fixed a venomous stare on the departing Tianyin sect delegation and hissed, "Why interfere, Tianyin sect?" Their leader offered a faint serene smile. The Tianyin sect merely follows the Tao's course. The Divine Valley sect is destined for this opportunity. We simply align with Heaven's will. Heaven's will? Are spirit stones irrelevant to you? Lu Feng raged inwardly. On stage, Hu Wanli collected the list and smiled gently. Thus concludes the Summoning Immortals Assembly. Congratulations to the Feihua Palace, the Beast-Taming Sect, and the Divine Valley Sect on securing qualification. Deposited guarantees will be reviewed by the Tianqing Gate for signs of malicious bidding, bribery, or cheating. If none are found, deposits will be fully refunded. At the mention of guarantees, Hu Wanli's smile grew ever warmer. Our master is a genius. Never imagined an auction could yield such layered profits. Below the stage, sect elders exchanged bitter, wordless glances. Only hearing Hu Wanli announce the assembly's jubilant conclusion. Such a rare gathering deserves celebration. For those seeking sparring and exchange, the Yanjing Peak Arena stands open for your use. The Tianqing Gate humbly apologizes for any shortcomings in hospitality. No matter. A chorus of hollow chuckles rose from the crowd. Hu Wanli echoed the laughter, then escorted the Feihua Palace Beast-Taming Sect and Divine Valley Sect away. As the Divine Valley Sect's master followed Hu Wanli toward the rear hall, he remained dazed. How did it fall to us? Wasn't the contest fiercely contested? The Divine Valley Sect was genuinely destitute. Only after Hu Wanli departed with the 3 qualified sects did everyone drop their smiles and instantly lock eyes with rival factions who'd sabotaged them moments earlier. Come on. Dare you play dirty yet refuse a fair duel? Fine, let's go. Scared of you. If not for your underhanded tricks, we'd have claimed victory with absolute certainty. Bring it on. I've been pinned up all day. Smash them. In moments, the Yanjing Peak Arena overflowed with combatants. Amidst the roaring crowd, Xiao Yu sat atop the main hall roof of Shinju Peak, sharing wine with his daughter Xiao Yuer. Distant clashing sounds carried on the wind, prompting a wistful sigh. The last time Tianqing Gate buzzed with such energy, you were still my age. The century-long heroic assembly, where prodigies from across the realm gathered for months of duels, feasting, and soaring sword flight home beneath starlit skies. Afterward, Tianqing Gate lost the privilege to host such grand assemblies. Xiao Yuer produced Li Yu's braised beef, setting it before her father. Things will only improve from here. Still, tomorrow we escort newcomers to the scenic zone. We'll be leaving soon. Work diligently under Master Lin. Xiao Yu took a hearty bite. Delicious. I wish father could come too. Xiao Yuer cooed, nestling against his arm. Someone must hold the fort, Xiao Yu murmured, gently stroking her soft hair. Rest assured, I'll cultivate rigorously in the Tianshu realm and never let you catch up. Though I wonder if your third senior uncle can make it back in time to reopen his shop. Otherwise, we'll need a replacement. At the heart of the formation array beneath Shinju Peak, Gao Mingfeng's condition gradually stabilized, yet he remained unconscious. Still faintly, a voice called to him from the void. Go to work. Open the shop. Go to work. Open the shop. Go to work. A strange, irresistible force surged within him, and his eyes flew open. Combatants across the arena froze mid-motion, lifting their gazes skyward. Within 100 li thunderclouds roiled violently, lightning crackling as storm-racked layers churned. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. A golden core tribulation. Someone is forging their golden core. A bolt thick as a water barrel lanced straight toward Shinju Peak. Xiao Yu hastily packed wine and meat, slung Xiao Yuer under one arm, and sprinted toward Yanjing Peak. Is senior brother Gao undergoing tribulation? Boom. The moment he fled, the thunder struck. Xiao Yu swallowed hard. Can this possibly be a golden core level tribulation? Xiao Yuer's eyes sparkled, equal parts anxious and exhilarated. Is it because he cultivates using incense, offering devotion? Though intensified tribulation raised the risk of failure, success would forge Gao Mingfeng into a far more formidable cultivator. Antagonist interlude. Lingshu Peak Main Hall, Jiuxiao Sect. A hoarse, anguished cry echoed through the vast empty hall. Qingming's remains are scattered to dust, his death unjust. We beg the elder ancestor to avenge Qingming. Qingming acted solely for your elder ancestor's ascension grand plan. Yuan Wuzhou, nascent soul elder and sect patriarch of Jiuxiao Sect, sat motionless upon his lofty jade throne, gazing blankly at the sky beyond the hall, then raising a single finger in silent command to cease. The woman dared not weep further. Rank upon rank of elders and disciples stood frozen in utter silence. A celestial anomaly. The tribulation has begun. Yuan Wuzhou seemed lost in reverie before finally lowering his gaze upon them. How did the Summoning Immortals Assembly at Tianqing Gate conclude? Elder ancestor, our planted agents failed to infiltrate the qualified roster. Yuan Wuzhou gave a slight, thoughtful nod. Understood. Tianqing Gate is but a glove displayed for public show. What truly matters is identifying the power behind it. This matter lies beyond your involvement. Withdraw. The hall emptied like flowing water. Yuan Wujiu slowly closed his eyes and withdrew a chain from his chest bearing a simple ring. He had acquired it during Foundation establishment. A fateful boon containing the fragmented soul of a cultivator who'd fled from the upper realms to Tianxu realm. A century ago, Yuan Wujiu aided his return and received a solemn vow to assist in his own ascension. Was Tianxing Gate likewise backed by forces from the upper realms? Yuan Wujiu projected a nascent soul avatar, ethereal and drifting, and departed Jiuxiao sect. He would investigate in person. Yuanli had just brought the representatives from Feihua Palace Beastmaster sect and Xingu sect to the rear hall and took out the investment proposal that Lin Bo had prepared for them. Of course, the page regarding the 50,000 deposit was omitted. Please study it carefully and be prepared to enter the secret realm where you will establish a contract with your primordial spirit upon entry. Everything within the secret realm is confidential to outsiders. Why didn't you say this earlier? Hua Qianxiu frowned as he perused the documents. The qualification to know this information itself requires a purchase. Whether you go or not, you can decide for yourselves. Yuanli maintained a calm demeanor with a smile. Outside, thunder rumbled heralding the golden core phenomenon of Gao Mingfeng. The three inside the room looked up at the sky. They had all heard some tales about Gao Mingfeng from the Tianqing sect. Being able to become an elder of a sect at the Foundation establishment stage was due to his talent in talisman formations. However, due to issues with his spiritual roots, he could not progress further after reaching Foundation establishment. Now, however, there was such a grand golden core event. They exchanged glances. Wherever elder he goes, we naturally will not be afraid. Under the thunder, Yuanli handed each of them a jade token. Please trust me, you won't regret it. Is that so? Hua Qianxiu smiled. Then we must take a good look. The three activated their jade tokens, and a flash of silver light passed, making them disappear. In the unnoticed air, a strand of primordial spirit targeted the moment of spatial fluctuation when the jade token was activated. It broke in. At that moment in the scenic area, Lin Bo had just finished walking his dog and was happily collecting money. Ding. Received a deposit of 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones from Feihua Palace, equivalent to 3 million spirit stones. Would you like to convert it to yuan currency? Ding. Obtained external assets 1 spirit vein. Would you like to dispatch staff for management? Ding. Received a deposit of 450,000 spirit stones from the Beastmaster sect. Would you like to convert it to yuan currency? Ding. Obtained a deposit of 10,000 spirit stones from Xingu sect. Would you like to convert it to yuan currency? Why is this one so low? Ding. Received a penalty fee of 590,000 spirit stones for auction violation. Would you like to convert it to yuan currency? Forget it, low is low. I trust Yuanli's judgment. The investment personnel have arrived in the mustard seed space. You may enter the scenic area after signing the contract. Since the investment personnel had arrived, Lin Bo activated the time management master and adjusted the flow of time back to its original speed, allowing the scenic area to progress faster. Then he took out a chain, preparing to secure Wang Kai before entering the mustard seed space. Suddenly, the system emitted a fierce alert. Buzz. Intruder alert. The image of the entire scenic area instantly appeared in Lin Bo's mind, and a small red dot approached from the sky. What is that? Lin Bo cast his gaze towards it. A white, jellyfish-like spirit, an apparition. What the heck? Lin Bo paused in his action of securing the dog as Wang Kai dashed towards the unfamiliar scent. Within the Jiuxiao sect, Yuan Wujiao was also thinking, what the heck? He had merely separated a strand of primordial spirit as his eyes, and was prepared to sever the connection and self-destruct at any moment. But the moment the primordial spirit entered the secret realm through the spatial crack, the sensation of tearing space and time almost shattered his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit was struck with a soul-shattering pain. Oh! Just as Yuan Wujiao regained his senses from the intense pain, he discovered that his primordial spirit was completely suppressed and was being violently attacked by something. He had no choice but to quickly sever the connection with his primordial spirit, abandoning that strand. Yuan Wujiao collapsed in his chair, panting heavily with a solemn expression. Behind the Tianqing sect was a mighty being who mastered the laws of time and space. Not someone he could contend with. In the scenic area, Wang Kai returned proudly, carrying the white apparition in its mouth, wagging its tail to please Lin Bo. Keep it for yourself to play with. Lin Bo waved his hand, looking at the apparition with some disdain. The system could even detect non-natural creatures, impressive, very powerful. The dog seemed to indeed have some use, capable of dealing with some dirty things. Wang Kai gulped and directly swallowed the apparition. It licked its lips, grinning with joy. The primordial spirit avatar of a transformation realm cultivator is a great supplement, a great supplement. Being a dog seems pretty good. Life here is more comfortable than in the demon realm. After all, in the demon realm, one ends up being a steed for the immortal beings from the upper realm. It might not even be as good as the food here. Lin Bo thought for a moment, picked up the dog that had just made a contribution, and entered the mustard seed space. Meanwhile, the three inside the mustard seed space vaguely heard wails coming from outside. Feeling apprehensive, they watched a misty area, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the mist holding a small dog and casually asked, "Do you all know the rules here?" Hua Qianxiu squinted. She vaguely guessed that there must be a powerful person behind the Tianqing sect. However, she did not expect this expert to be so young and handsome, yet exuding an enigmatic aura, appearing just like an ordinary mortal. Thinking of the questions posed at the gathering for recruiting immortals, she immediately understood. One must indeed understand mortals well enough to cater to this person's taste. Of course we knew before coming. Hua Qianxiu smiled slightly. Lin Bo's eyes brightened upon seeing the mature beauty before him. A profile of Hua Qianxiu popped up before him. Hua Qianxiu, master of Feihua Palace Realm, midstage nascent soul skills, rain of blossoms, drunken peach blossom breeze. Specialty, letting people die in sweet memories. Lin Bo shivered. Oh, she was a formidable woman. Remembering the additional 3 million and a spirit vein on his account, which seemed to come from Feihua Palace. His respect for her grew even deeper. My goodness, she's a wealthy woman. Before he could learn more, he felt a warm gaze locking onto him. Lin Bo looked towards the source of the gaze. A tall man, nearly 2 meters, was intensely staring at him, at the dog in his arms. Can I pet it? See. Lin Bo raised Wang Kai a bit. Yes. Xiong Tiangang was overly excited, wanting to approach. He had actually seen the legendary Silver Moon Wolf here. Since the Qingqiu demon domain became independent, he had not seen the Silver Moon Wolf clan again. The Silver Moon Wolf is a proud and noble species that only appears on moonlit nights. Yet here it was so obediently being held. If he wasn't mistaken, this Silver Moon Wolf had a crescent moon mark on its brow, likely a descendant of the Silver Moon Wolf King. He felt a surge of excitement and instinctively wanted to get closer, but was stopped by Hua Qianqiu's gaze. She signaled to Xiong Tiangang to look at the Silver Moon Wolf's mouth. Only then did Xiong Tiangang notice that there was a faint aura of transformation realm emanating from the little wolf's mouth. What did it just eat? Looking again, he found the little wolf looking at him with eyes full of threat and disdain. That makes sense. Only a mighty being like the master here could keep a Silver Moon Wolf as a pet. How could he dare to? Xiong Tiangang immediately retracted his hand, awkwardly laughing. Never mind, it's truly valiant and handsome, ha. Lin Bo glanced at the man's information. Xiong Tiangong, elder of Beastmaster Sect Realm, early stage, nascent soul skills, bear attack, beast forest specialty, taking care of small animals. Lin Bo nodded. The skills were quite good and practical. Finally, Lin Bo noticed the master of Xingu Sect standing to the side, dressed in a coarse short robe, looking more like an old farmer than a cultivator. Zhang Gu, master of Xingu Sect Realm, peak, golden core skills, minor 5 elements technique, rain summoning technique, sunfire curse soil, loosening technique. Specialty planting. Lin Bo narrowed his eyes. This was the Xingu sect that had only contributed 10,002 spirit stones. Zhang Gu, he felt somewhat uneasy. He still thought he had picked up a bargain. If the expert was dissatisfied, then he might as well leave. He wondered if he could get a refund on the 10,000 spirit stones, as after all 10,002 spirit stones could buy quite a few spirit seeds. Just as he hesitated, he saw Lin Bo excitedly approach, casually tucking the dog under his arm, eagerly grabbing his rough hand with both of his. Great. We need talents like you. Zhang Gu, he was momentarily at a loss. For the first time, he had never felt so valued. As the gray mist faded, the town of Wenxian suddenly appeared before everyone. A pure and rich spiritual energy rushed towards them. The 3 individuals were visibly shaken. No legend or speculation could compare to the shock of experiencing it in person. Without the enhancement of spirit stones and formations, the gentle spiritual energy flowed like water, filling every pore. Not far away on the mountainside stood a massive ginkgo tree adorned with golden coins that jingled in the wind. It exuded strands of divine essence. Could the Tianqing sect really earn incense and wishes in such an environment? No wonder they all stayed away from their sects. It lured the greedy and foolish Qingming Zhenjuan, who believed Hu Wanli was incapable and attempted to seize the Tianqing sect. Choose a shop then. Lin Bo wore an expression that suggested they should understand everything. I want the biggest one. Without any hesitation, Hua Qianxiu chose the largest shop located at the main street intersection, a 3-sided 2-story building. This shop has a monthly rent of 500 spirit stones. Lin Bo glanced at Hua Qianxiu, tentatively offering a price. All right, just 50000. Hua Qianxiu smiled with narrowed eyes. In such a prime location, with such rich spiritual energy, it was truly a bargain. However, such a large store will likely require more staff. I heard from Elder Hu that initially only a limited number of employees could enter the scenic area. Is it possible to increase the number of employees? I can pay for the entry qualifications for each person with spirit stones. Could it really be done this way? Lin Bo maintained his composure, but internally began to doubt whether he was cut out for being a shrewd merchant. Indeed, as the scenic area expanded, he had begun to draw personnel from the Tianqing sect to work elsewhere, just like the people working at the Kaishan Hall. Cultivators were cheap and efficient, working diligently, without fatigue, willingly putting in extra hours, and feeling grateful for the opportunity to do so. Ordinary laborers simply couldn't compare. Moreover, as the area grew, the need for more employees would certainly increase. He was preparing for Hu Wanli and the others to return and allow them to bring in some disciples. But now someone actually wanted to pay to work in the scenic area. It was truly hard to refuse. The possibilities began to unfold. Lin Bo quickly organized the process in his mind and framed his language. The number of personnel allowed in the scenic area is in principle based on the area of the shop. For every 50 square meters, 1 person is allowed entry. For example, if this shop has 500 square meters, it permits 10 employees to enter. If you wish to increase the number of personnel, a request must first be made by the sect. We will verify the qualifications and related skills of the personnel to ensure they are capable of performing the work. Entering the secret realm personnel must be your core disciples. Each sect has a maximum limit of 50 employees. The fees for increasing employees' entry into the secret realm include an application fee of 780 spirit stones, an anti-fraud fee of 500 spirit stones, and training fees of 750 spirit stones, totaling 20-30 spirit stones per person. Do you understand? Lin Bo looked at Hua Qianxiu. Hua Qianxiu quickly sorted through the series of information. It was very meticulous and rigorous, even preventing potential loopholes that might allow sects to help people sneak in. Fortunately, the Feihua Palace had no such intentions. 50 core disciples could cultivate in such an environment, or just the thought of it was exhilarating. I understand. Thank you for the explanation, senior. Once settled, I will submit the application. Hua Qianxiu slightly bowed and saluted. Xiong Tiangang quietly asked, do spirit beasts count as employees? If they lack sufficient intelligence, they do not. Then I want that shop. Xiong Tiangang pointed to a shop in the corner of the town towards the reservoir. If possible, I would also like to buy the adjacent land to raise some spirit beasts. Lin Bo nodded. Projects related to small animals could also be quite profitable with many possibilities. That location isn't very good. The shop and land together will be 2 spirit stones a month. That's fine. Xiong Tiangang was overjoyed, excited to imagine what kind of spirit beasts could grow in such rich spiritual energy. Worth it. Too worth it. Only Jianggu from the Xingu sect felt financially strained, unsure how to speak up. He then noticed Lin Bo looking over. Oh, by the way, the first 3 months here are rent-free. Lin Bo pulled out a map and placed it before Jianggu, pointing to a large area of barren land to the right of Wulong Beach. Take a look at this area. Can it be cultivated? We could raise some fish and crabs in the rice fields. It would be best to find some space to open vegetable patches. Our restaurant needs fresh vegetable supplies. Jianggu showed an astonished expression. This area. People need to eat. Indeed. Jianggu became excited. Great. Just leave it to me. The Xingu sect planted spirit plants to supply various sects with alchemical materials, but he also studied mortal food. He always believed that consuming grains has its benefits for mortals. With the number of mortals gradually decreasing, their decline might relate to the use of pill-reducing medicines. In previous years, mortals starved only because of limited food. If more were cultivated or yield increased, why rely on expensive pill-reducing medicines to survive? However, both the Dan sect and Yawang Valley, not to mention the affluent mortals, all favored pills, dismissing the research of the Xingu sect. And here they actually needed to consume grains. His years of research finally had a purpose. I will go. Check the land. Jianggu couldn't wait to see the land. Lin Bo remained silent. No wonder the Xingu sect's leader spoke little. It turned out he was a stutterer. With that, the shop's basic planning was complete. The three bid farewell to Lin Bo, not daring to delay, and returned to count personnel and prepare supplies. Lin Bo returned home and fell asleep, allowing his consciousness to explore the scenic area little by little before sleeping. With money, many plans could begin to be implemented. The long Monday finally passed. On Tuesday, after the scenic area opened, people found that it had indeed attracted many visitors, leaving only the road to the Caishan Temple. Speculations ran rampant online about what significant events the scenic area would host over the weekend. Frontline report from the Caishan Temple: it seems several shops are being renovated. There are boats at the abandoned docks in the town. Has anyone noticed the reservoir? I think I saw several fishing spots. Could they be opening fishing opportunities? Are there fish in there? First worship the Caishan, and then fish the moment to test the Caishan arrives. As everyone speculated, the official account of the Shu Ling Secret Realm released a video. At night in the Shu Ling Secret Realm, the river water meandered with a flicker of fireflies skimming over the surface. The fireflies gathered in increasing numbers, forming a small stream of light. People followed the perspective of the fireflies flowing upstream. They arrived at a vast lake with clear waters. Moonlight flowing fireflies reflected on the lake, and under the shimmering waves scales glimmered. The camera suddenly plunged underwater to capture that glimmer. It's fish. So many fish. Just then a silver flash zipped past the lens. The screen instantly went black with only subtitles appearing. April 8th, Saturday, waiting for you to fish. What was that? A long silver fish, an eel. Where did an eel come from in the lake? It seems to have horns. Could it be a dragon? Without eels, can there be dragons? Where is this fishing? Scenic area. In Shu Ling City at the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. In the office, Chun Hang poured himself a cup of tea, suddenly hearing two subordinates discussing going fishing in the scenic area over the weekend. Secretary, didn't you know? The Shu Ling Secret Realm is the one that almost fell through before, and it suddenly became popular recently. Oh, how did it become active? Did they transfer it? One subordinate picked up his phone and brought up the video. No, it seems to still be that Lin Bo. Now it's themed around immortal heroes, and it's quite creative. Chun Hang nodded after watching the video. Let's observe a bit longer. The Shu Ling Mountain as a major scenic area overshadowed other smaller scenic spots. He had also paid attention to the location of the Shu Ling Secret Realm. Although it was somewhat off the beaten path developing, it would still be challenging, and he wondered if it was just a temporary craze. However, it had been a long time since he went fishing. This little hobby of relaxation, he didn't want others to know. Maybe he would go take a look this weekend and investigate the area. Time swiftly turned to Saturday. At 6 in the morning, Lin Bo conducted his routine inspection of the scenic area. In just a short week, numerous changes had taken place in the area. The ordinary employees drawn by the system would only arrive on Tuesday. Fresh graduates from the tourism school. Lin Bo arranged for them to work at the ticket office. He successfully liberated himself. The staff of the Tianqing sect also returned in full on Tuesday. Gao Mingfeng had successfully broken through to the Golden Core stage and temporarily stayed at Tianqing sect, planning to return after fully repairing the 4 symbols fiend exorcising array. Fortunately, the formations he left behind could be manipulated by others, and the path to the immortal had begun to operate autonomously, so there was no need for concern. Feihua Palace and Beastmaster sect had been frantically transporting supplies to the scenic area all week. At the Shungu sect Jianggu, he had already plunged into the earth, employing some unknown method that allowed the crops to grow in just a week. In order to ensure they had ample time, Lin Bo adjusted the schedule once again. The entire process did not cause him much worry. The reservoir had also been transformed, and upon opening the system, the location information displayed, Yinlong Lake. Description: the dwelling of the Azure Dragon, long abandoned, but recently, it seems there are signs of a dragon once again. Current project: fishing. Employees: AO gun fish management. Effects: enhancements for water-based cultivators. Current air quality: negative oxygen ions 2,200 cubic centimeters. Spiritual ion content 120 ppm superscript 3. It's unclear whether AO gun stirred things up in the lake during the construction. The system managed to construct a dilapidated dragon palace filled with broken walls and ruins. Lin Bo, with sufficient funds, gradually equipped Yinlong Lake with fishing spots, sunshades, and camping areas over the past few days. In order to enhance playability and the experience for fishermen, Lin Bo added 2 boats at the dock, which could directly reach Yinlong Lake. To divert customers, a side door was specially opened at the dock. Considering that fishing enthusiasts might also want to explore the scenic area, a row of storage lockers was placed between the 2 entrances. He also purchased 2 bundles of Firefly guidance to place along the river and on the mountain path to the Kaishan Temple. Lin Bo particularly bought a planting skill crop cultivation study for the new master of Shungu sect at the skill store. The people from the flower-growing family have a deep-rooted affection for the land. Although Shungu sect is not affluent, it feels familiar. Also, to have Shungu sect assist in preparing dishes for the restaurant, they must be more acquainted with local crops. The other 2 sects would wait and observe. This process took 2 days. Why buy in batches? Because spending 150000 coins daily would unlock the Lucky Limited Shop. Basically, it offers many good items. Opportunities to spend 1500 daily are rare, so it must be cherished. This time he successfully purchased a building acceleration card from the shop, which could speed up construction by 30, to be used for the Immortal Pavilion, ensuring the completion time wouldn't be too strict. He also received a skill called Bloodline Awakening, which when activated could awaken his bloodline for 15 minutes. After some thought, Lin Bo decided to give this half-baked little dragon to AO Gun. Our scenic area truly has a dragon now. Everything is ready, just waiting to open the door. As Lin Bo reached the entrance, he was stunned by the scene before him. At the entrance of the scenic area, there weren't many people yet, but the dock was filled with fishing enthusiasts. It was only 7:00, but there were already people outside the ticket office. Some even held a DSLR in one hand and a fishing rod in the other. After photographing an old man herding cattle, they would go fishing. It didn't interfere at all. Secretary Chen Hang from the Cultural Tourism Bureau carried his beloved fishing gear, wearing a wide-brimmed fisherman's hat that obscured his face. He had risen early, but little did he know there were others who were even earlier. He stood behind the ticket office looking ahead. How much do you charge for fishing? The entrance ticket is 39.9. If you don't go through the scenic area, you can buy a 20-coin boat ticket to directly reach the fishing area, which costs 30 coins during the day from 8:00 to 2:00 and 20 coins for night fishing. If you want to take the fish away, it's 8 coins per pound. There are discounts for stored value. The young man in front enthusiastically introduced when he heard someone asking. The prices are quite reasonable. As the conversation continued, the young man suddenly felt that the person in front of him had a somewhat familiar height and build. By the way, haven't we met somewhere? Do you often fish at Guanyin Lake? Chen Hang looked up and was startled. Wasn't this the young Wang from the office? How did such a young person get into fishing? Haha, never been there. You stay in line. Oh, I'll go check that way. Chen Hang laughed and turned to leave. Young Wang stared blankly at the hurriedly departing middle-aged man, wondering if that figure resembled Secretary Chen, but he hadn't heard that the secretary liked fishing. It couldn't be him, right? Escaping a close call, Chen Hang exhaled softly. He almost got recognized. He enjoyed the focus and relaxation of fishing, allowing him to clear his mind and immerse himself completely in his own time. However, if this hobby were known by others, it could easily become distorted. Therefore, he had always kept this small hobby well hidden, and no one knew. Chen Hang carried his fishing gear towards the entrance of the scenic area, planning to store his things first, then explore the scenic area and go fishing at night. He could also see if it was truly as described online. If it indeed had potential. Chen Hang thought about how the entire Shu Ling city's tourism industry relied mainly on Shu Ling Mountain. However, Shu Ling Mountain did not belong to Shu Ling's administration. Shu Ling City had been continuously developing related attractions, performances, and resorts to increase visitors' stay and spending in Shu Ling. However, it hadn't been particularly successful. Many tourists would spend 1 or 2 days climbing the mountain and then leave directly. If the Shu Ling Secret Realm turned out to be as described online, it could still be promoted. With this in mind, Chen Hang arrived at the entrance of the scenic area and purchased a ticket. The atmosphere here was quite different from that at the dock. Many people were holding guidebooks. Some were distributing the best tour route maps. Others were carrying incense, fruits, and candies, preparing to go worship Kaishan. Netizens mentioned last week that bringing candy to worship Kaishan would increase the chances of winning in the scratch-off lottery. Chunheng cheerfully accepted a route map and guide and followed the crowd inside. Guide 1. Upon entering, first go to the Ready Tower shop to choose your identity and clothing. According to tests, clothing will influence NPCs' attitudes towards you. Suggestion: do not choose overly luxurious clothing. If you dress in a simpler outfit, it's easier to win the favor of the blacksmith shop owner. Interesting, this scenic area has quite detailed settings. Inside the scenic area, Lin Bo also held the guidebook and was shocked to see this interpretation. What is this? Do we have such rules? The little Kaishan beside him was busy on his phone. It's a summary by netizens. He showed Lin Bo the screen. An account called Shu Ling Secret Realm Guide Hero had over 1,000 followers. It detailed analyses of each segment and corresponding item strategies along with their sequences. Very thoughtful, even with interpretations he hadn't thought of before. Add it next week. However, these guides are already outdated. At this moment, the tourists holding the guides had changed clothes and were preparing to head to the blacksmith shop to get the initial required items. Just as they were about to enter, the sound of drums echoed in the main street. Was it content not found in the guide? The crowd hesitated for a moment, not wanting to miss out, and decided to check what was happening at the source of the drum sound. They saw that a new shop seemed to have opened at the intersection of the main street in Sixian Tower. At this moment, a large drum had been set up at the top of the shop's loft, though no one knew when it had appeared. Pale pink and white long gauze surrounded the area. A woman dressed in colorful garments was dancing on the drum. The rhythm of the drum came from the beat of her feet. It was a new project. The sound of drums drew people closer. As the crowd grew, the woman on stage poised her toes on the drum surface, suddenly freezing in place. The drumming abruptly ceased, and her figure was likewise halted. The woman wore simple attire, her form graceful and flexible, embodying both softness and strength. Like the plum branches depicted by an artist, her silhouette was elegantly slanted. A woman's voice rang out, Feihua Tower Icho Day, serving as the flower goddess 12 flower deities, Mei Gu, inviting you to join us in the tower for merriment. As her words fell, the music gradually began to play. Mei Gu merely lifted her gaze, and her limbs extended horizontally, exuding an enchanting beauty. It's Mei. She is imitating the plum blossom. She was a plum blossom, one that grew in the corner for people to admire. The twisted, slanted, and sparse plum blossoms described by scholars. Yet to bloom, she remained unappreciated. Merely by raising her gaze, the audience read loneliness, aloofness, and longing in her eyes. At this moment, snow began to fall. April certainly had no snow, yet the audience saw snow. A thin veil descended from the sky, layer upon layer, landing on the slanted plum branches. Mei Gu caught the veil with her body. That veil is snow, someone in the audience whispered. It must look even more beautiful at night. The plum branches bore the snow, her body bending a little, seeming unable to bear the weight, kneeling on the stage. Just when everyone thought Mei Gu would be buried beneath this gauzy snow, Mei Gu's toes pressed down, and she rose directly, spinning her body. Breaking free from the veil, she flicked her long sleeves, revealing a fiery red beneath her simple attire. The plum blossoms bloomed, red as butterflies dancing gracefully. The wind rose. The veil danced. Mei Gu wove through it all. Endless longing was encapsulated in this silent bloom. Who cares if no one admires her? Who cares if frost and snow torment her? The plum blossoms proudly bloom against the cold, becoming the brightest splash of red in winter. Beautiful. So beautiful. Cheers erupted from the audience. As the music ended and the dance halted, Mei Gu gathered her skirt and bowed. For more dance interactions, please enter Feihua Tower for further discussion. Oh my, that back foot rising was so powerful. Can such a performance level be found in a county town? It was even just a flash performance without prior notice. Just now, when the plum blossom opened, did you smell the fragrance? Wait, didn't the announcer say there would be 12 flower deities? When will the other flower deities appear? Let's go in and see. The audience passionately discussed while walking towards Feihua Tower. Wang Lele, holding her live streaming phone, asked her viewers, are we climbing Yinwang Slope or checking out the new project today? It's not that I don't want to watch the streamer battle on Yinwang Slope, but the dance is just too captivating. Fans are supervising you to exercise. It's about time you give back to them. Go. Carnival 10. Thank you for your continued support, rich brother. From Tuesday to Thursday, the blacksmith shop was closed, and she live-streamed climbing the God of Wealth Temple. All the tourists said that climbing down the last 50 steps to the God of Wealth Temple was like facing Yinwang. Thus the name, Yinwang Slope, spread widely. The audience especially loved watching her going back and forth in the last stretch, climbing 10 steps only to have someone gift her to step back 20. She kept hopping back and forth in front of Yinwang and the God of Wealth. Perhaps she really did catch some good fortune from the God of Wealth, as she received more than 100,000 in gifts every day. But since the audience sincerely requested it, nothing to do today, let's enjoy the tunes at Feihua. Wang Lele took her phone and entered Feihua Tower. Zhang Ruilin was in a meeting, secretly tuned into the live stream and sent a few gifts. 12 flower deities. It looks quite interesting. After praying to the God of Wealth last time, the old man said he had a project to give him. The project was going so smoothly it seemed unreal, and everyone was a workaholic still in a meeting on a Saturday. He could only rely on sending gifts to relax a bit. By the time his current tasks settled down, it would be the May Day holiday. In principle, he wouldn't be traveling abroad during that time. But he should pay his respects to the God of Wealth. Chunheng blended into the crowd as he made his way to Feihua Tower, feeling he was hiding quite well. Previously, he had been invited to visit other places and had seen performances by the provincial song and dance troupe, which were about this level. Unexpectedly, this scenic area indeed had something special. He wondered how they would interpret the 12 flower deities. Upon entering the shop, he saw a round courtyard with a stage set up in the center and elegant rooms and seats arranged on both the first and second floors. Behind the stage, 12 veils hung down from above. They represented the 12 flower deities: plum blossom, apricot blossom, peach blossom, peony, pomegranate flower, lotus flower, Yuzan flower, osmanthus, chrysanthemum, hibiscus, camellia, and daffodil. Each veil had a couplet written in gray. What do these veils mean? Megu gracefully walked to the center of the stage and explained, Feihua Pavilion has 12 flower deities, and every week one serves. If you wish to see the other flower deities, you must fill in the couplets on the veils. But how do we fill them in? A visitor asked from below. Megu smiled sweetly, taking out a piece of flower paper adorned with apricot flowers. There were 12 sets of such flower papers. Each set's quantity corresponds to the number of strokes in the couplets. Everyone can participate in in-store games or purchase flower deity snacks to obtain the designated flower papers. One corresponding flower paper can light up one stroke. When a line is illuminated, it can summon the flower deity to dance. There are too few ways to obtain them, the audience exclaimed. Don't worry. Megu smiled, gently pointing at herself. Every hour, the flower deity serving that week will dance, and before the dance, the serving flower deity will tally the votes for the most popular flower deity. During the dance, corresponding flower papers will fall, so please don't miss the time to pick them up. Each hour, the flower deity will dance. The audience felt a shiver. Is it the same dance? If you want to know, please don't miss the time. You'll know when you see. Megu smiled coldly. Additionally, there's a quick way to summon the flower deity. What method is that? Why didn't you say it earlier? A visitor shouted from below. Compose a poem. Megu raised an eyebrow, pointing to the nearest apricot blossom veil. It read, compose a poem for the designated flower deity. The first word of the first line must match the model sentence. The second word of the second line must match the model sentence, and so on, composing 14 lines in total to unlock. Wang Leilei's live stream chat suddenly buzzed with excitement. What? Are they treating visitors as poetic immortals? Shouldn't the streamer give it a try? Wang Leilei's mouth twitched, as if they really thought the streamer could excel in both martial and literary skills. Carnival 1, a don't hesitate streamer, check the menu and first vote for the peach blossom deity. That one has fewer strokes. When Ji Ziming arrived at the Feihua Tower, it was already filled to capacity. Most visitors had changed into costumes at the entrance. Upon entering Feihua Tower, it felt as if one had traversed through time and space. The room was adorned with colorful makeup and elegant attire with red and green fluttering about. Visitors nibbled on snacks. Although it wasn't dance time, the sound of strings and bamboo filled the air. Would you like to wear a flower hairpin, miss? You can also draw a flower card. A girl carrying a flower basket wove through the crowd, her basket filled with branches of colorful flowers, each costing a single copper coin to adorn one's head. I want one too. In room 304, Ji Ziming, the enthusiastic newcomer, and Wang Boyu, the local, were the only ones present. Wang Boyu, dressed in a round collared robe and wearing a soft cap, selected 2 apricot blossoms to stick in his hat, one on each side. He nudged Ji Ziming with his head. How do I look? Looks great. Wang Boyu happily drew a lottery ticket and won one. Someone called out, Apricot Blossom Goddess, add another note, a total of 45 flower cards. In the courtyard, a wave of cheers erupted. Let's push harder. The time for Mei Gu to dance and scatter flower cards is almost here. Don't let the apricot blossom outpace us. Peach Blossom faction charge. 1 vote from you, 1 vote from me. Peach Blossom will debut today. Is anyone going upstairs to play the Feihua game? For 1 team. In the back courtyard, you can duel with grass. If you win, you can earn flower cards. Oh, it's so elegant. Wang Boyu exclaimed, diving into the grass duel stall. Let me try. Ji Ziming noted down the activities and games. He pondered where the connection between the new projects and the main storyline lay. Just as he was deep in thought, the sound of the courtyard bell rang out. Mei Gu's second dance was about to begin. The visitors in the back courtyard abandoned their games and began moving toward the front courtyard, while those on the second floor quickly leaned out to watch. The stage was empty and a canopy appeared overhead, allowing only a few rays of sunlight to filter down. A moon-white silk ribbon floated down from above. Where is Mei Gu? As music began to play, Mei Gu emerged from behind the silk, one leg hooked around the ribbon, reaching out her hand to catch the sunlight filtering down. She gazed down at the audience with tender eyes, a look of longing that quickly transformed into nonchalance. Leaning against the silk, it was soft, yet perfectly supported her body. She appeared as a spirit of plum blossoms peeking out after the snow. Suddenly, she was lifted by the silk, holding on with one hand as she rushed to the edge of the stage, as if she spotted a lover in the crowd, a glance lasting a millennium. Her eyes shimmered with affection, and with a smile she tossed out her flowing sleeves. Oh, she's looking at me. Wang Leilei reached out, feeling the soft sleeve brush past her fingertips, leaving only a flower card behind. As she regained her senses, Mei Gu drifted to the other side, leaving only a lingering fragrance. Oh, I got it. Sister smells so good. Did you all see that? She personally gave it to me. Wang Leilei turned her phone around, showing the flower card to the viewers in the live stream, blissfully on the verge of fainting. Don't mess around, we want to see Mei Gu. Make sure to film well. Mei Gu danced to the tune, spinning and flicking her sleeves. The touch of the flowing sleeves was tender, and the coolness lingered when they left. leaving behind a vibrant and fragrant shadow. Megu looked up with a smile. With a point of her toe, she leapt into the air. Ah, she's flying. It's Mei Xian. Mei Xian. Megu stepped on the silk, swinging lightly in the air, resembling a celestial fairy. Snowflakes drifted down from above as Megu danced amid the falling snow, frolicking with it. Occasionally glancing back, she approached the visitors, personally delivering flower cards. Every glance seemed destined, but in an instant she floated away. As the snow ceased and the flowers fell, Megu smiled and vanished into the silk. It felt as if it had all been a dream. Moments later, the visitors gradually regained their senses. In the first performance, everyone had observed from afar. This dance featured more interaction. Who could resist? Watching Megu resembling a fairy suddenly rushing right in front of them, her 4K HD face smiling at them. It was clearly daytime and everyone was drinking tea, yet the audience was already somewhat intoxicated. Chen Hang left after watching one performance. The visual effects were fantastic. One shouldn't forget the purpose of their visit. The bullet comments were particularly lively. I feel a powerless longing to reach through the screen. I want to snuggle with the beautiful sister. I hate King Zhou, envy King Zhou, understand King Zhou, become King Zhou. The foolish monarch. I want to be a foolish monarch. Why isn't the host speaking? Still savoring it. You should know there are 12 such flower deities. Rich Guy Carnival 20. I'll cover all the peach blossom expenses. Peach blossom fairy, come to me for reimbursement. What obsession does this big brother have with peach blossoms? Bro, why not come and see it live? Zhang Ruilin said with a frown. He wanted to go too. It was hard to escape. Working overtime was already exhausting. He spend some money to make himself happy. Alright, the rich guy had been in her live stream for a long time and had given many gifts. Wang Lele waved to a waiter to come over. The Peach Blossom Quatrain had a total of 92 strokes, and she already had 53 flower cards. Megu had just scattered 10 flower cards, although 4 of them were taken by others for collection. With 33 more, she could summon the Peach Blossom Fairy, but someone would reimburse her anyway. Wang Lele whispered a few words to the waiter. Soon on the Peach Blossom gauze curtain, the Peach Blossom poetry began to glow like a dragon and snake. The entire Peach Blossom package consumption is covered by young Master Zhang, sending 33 peach branches. The Peach Blossom poem is complete. Please welcome the Peach Blossom Fairy. So fast. I get to enjoy it for free. The visitors munching on Peach Blossom snacks found the treats even more delicious. Is this a joke? What kind of Peach Blossom Fairy poison does young Master Zhang have? Enough talking, we can finally see the performance. Can we still leave Feihua Tower today? On the top floor of Feihua Tower, Lin Bo sat in the best room watching the scene with a twitching mouth. Feihua Palace is doing well. Today's revenue will likely be substantial. Hua Qianxiu smiled. Originally in the Tianshu realm, Feihua Palace also had this type of business with personnel readily available. However, adjustments were made according to local conditions. A few days ago, on the eve of Feihua Tower's grand opening, Hua Qianxiu visited with wine in hand. He excitedly shared stories about future live streaming group, broadcasting talent shows, and voting. He talked about the Huazhao Festival and the 12 flower deities. Hua Qianxiu created this establishment, perfectly grasping consumer psychology. At this moment, the 12 flower deities had yet to make their appearance. Once they did, people would naturally develop preferences, wanting to see more of one, and thus needing to spend more. The Peach Blossom Fairy is about to perform, speaking of which the dance of the Peach Blossom Fairy comes from a story told by Boss Lin. Lin Bo raised an eyebrow, wondering what story he had shared that day. Just then a hearty voice interrupted. The Flower Palace Master doesn't mind if I join, right? Come on in. Huo Wanli, smiling, pulled up a chair and sat between Lin Bo and Hua Qianxiu. He felt a strong sense of crisis. The Tianqing sect was the most loyal vassal of the boss. Lin Bo was completely oblivious to the tension between Huo Wanli and Hua Qianxiu. Holding Wang Kai, he shifted his attention to the audience on the first floor, scanning with an all-seeing perspective. Just now a visitor with an orange glow had left. He seemed like a leader from a certain unit, perhaps on an undercover visit. But that didn't matter as long as it provided a real experience. However, Lin Bo noticed 2 individuals in the corner. Unlike regular visitors, they were shrouded in dark energy. Did they come with a purpose? Lin Bo patted Wang Kai, indicating that there were 2 ill-intentioned individuals in the corner. Wang Kai understood and found a corner to keep watch. Lin Bo confidently shifted his gaze back to the stage, knowing that Wang Kai would handle any issues. What would the Peach Blossom Fairy Conference present? My story. Lin Bo recalled what he had rambled about that day. After finalizing the 12 flower deities, he had let his thoughts wander and ended up discussing a lot. The words of Peach Blossom. The tale of the Peach Blossom Spring. Peach Blossom Poetry. The Peach Blossom Fan. The online audience and the viewers below were also guessing. The Peach Blossom Fairy must be a delicate young girl. I wonder what kind of interactions will occur. So exciting. Wang Lele held up her phone to take a good picture for the sponsor. The ceiling of the courtyard shifted slightly, completely blocking the light. A gigantic peach blossom tree slowly rose on stage, and it seemed there was an altar in front of the tree. But the Peach Blossom Fairy was nowhere to be seen. This can be enjoyed along with unforgettable thoughts. Guan Dajo, a recitation began before the music started. Though unrelated by blood, once we become brothers, we must work together with one heart. In times of trouble, we help each other, report to the country, and bring peace to the common people. The 3 of them spoke the same words with conviction, not seeking to be born on the same day, in the same month, or in the same year. but wishing to die on the same day in the same month and in the same year. It was merely a recitation, and Lin Bo suddenly realized it was that story. This world does not have the three kingdoms. The people below were indeed confused. Are they swearing brotherhood? Is the peach blossom fairy a man? Shu watched quietly. The light gradually brightened, revealing an altar beneath the peach blossom tree with 3 bowls of wine and a censer. Nearby were casually placed straw sandals, beans, and pork. Music began to play softly, and wisps of blue smoke rose from the incense burner. Before long, the incense burned out. Light gradually fell on the peach blossoms, illuminating the tree. Finally, everyone could see a person lying atop the peach tree, small in stature and dressed in layers of pink gauze. Her hair was a soft pink and white, adorned with peach blossoms, as if she were born on the peach blossom tree. Occasionally, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed in the music. She slowly raised her gaze in time with the music, as though she could see the battlefield in the distance. Is it war? Wang Leilei's heart tightened. Is it the three who just swore an oath going to fight for their world? The battle was fierce, filled with both sorrow and joy. Clang! It was the sound of a blade piercing flesh. The peach blossom fairy suddenly straightened her body, her expression grave. It seemed she was looking toward a distant change. There a soul was returning. The peach blossom fairy extended her hands as if to catch something. It's a blade. A long blade. As if by magic, a long blade appeared in the peach blossom fairy's hand with a swirling azure dragon at the hilt, and the blade extending from its mouth, shaped like a crescent moon. The appearance of the blade was abrupt, but no one cared about how it was conjured. The music gradually rose in a sorrowful crescendo. The peach blossom fairy shook her sleeves and leaped from the tree, the long blade slicing through the air. Just as everyone imagined, the peach blossom fairy was beautiful and petite. Yet contrary to everyone's expectations, she did not dance, but rather wielded the blade. It was a blade twice her height. She danced with vigor, her garments fluttering, the blade shining brightly, as if expressing her unwillingness and narrating her regrets. Amidst the music were calls and oaths. Yin Chong, second brother. From now on, Guan's life is Liu's life, and Guan's body is Liu's body. I will follow your orders without any second thoughts. I am with my brothers, sharing hardships and joys, accompanying each other for life, through life and death. Clang! The long blade struck the ground and came to a sudden stop. Everyone's breath caught. What has happened now? The peach blossom fairy raised her left hand high, and a long spear slowly appeared. The spear was over 10 feet long, double-edged, and curved like a snake. The two long weapons looked so heavy, highlighting the peach blossom fairy's petite figure, but she held them steadily like a monument. Another one. The audience below understood this story. The peach blossom demon looked into the distance. A heavy voice sounded. Second brother. Third brother. Mobilize troops immediately, demand justice from Eastern Wu and avenge our hatred. The sounds of weapons arose again. The peach blossom fairy's movements seemed to freeze as she stared into the distance, seemingly awaiting a result. I will avenge my brothers, even with a vast empire. What worth is it? Your Majesty, elder brother. Elder brother. Wake up. Bang. Peach blossoms scattered. The peach blossom fairy flipped and kicked up the spear. At the same time, she threw the long blade into the air. It seemed the blade and spear were summoning something. The peach blossom fairy leaped, pulling down twin swords from the void. In midair, she performed a flourish, striking both the long blade and spear. Clang clang. The long blade and spear fell, embedding themselves in the altar. The peach blossom fairy landed in front of the altar, lightly touching the sword tip. It felt as though the three brothers had returned to the moment of their oath. The music gradually softened, carrying a faint sorrow. The peach blossom fairy danced with the spear and blade, peach blossoms fluttering down, resting on her head, on the blade, on the spear, and on the altar. The narration began again. Second brother. Elder brother. Third brother. Elder brother. Since our parting, each day feels like a year. Just waiting for this moment to meet. Finally, we meet. The twin swords descended, positioned between the blade and spear. The three seemed to be drinking together beside the altar once more. A pair of straw sandals hung from the sword hilt. On the table there was only a bowl of beans and a piece of meat. In the peach garden we swore an oath, souls returned, vows fulfilled. The peach blossom fairy returned to the peach blossom tree, quietly watching the multitude. The lights went out. The audience below remained silent for a minute before gradually the sounds of sobbing emerged. In Wang Leilei's live stream, the bullet comments also came to life. Oh, the long blade. The long blade. They swore oaths, became brothers, claiming they would live and die together, and they truly did it. If I'm not mistaken, the elder brother later ascended to the throne, but for revenge, he still mobilized troops. What kind of brotherly love is this? How can a lovely flower hall suddenly turn to swords? It's a romance for men. Where can I watch the complete story? Please. I want to know the ins and outs. Live, I want to see it live. Ah. Wang Leilei wiped her tears, truly not expecting that the peach blossom fairy's performance would tell such a complete story. Really, everyone must come to see it live. So touching. The music and lights on site are different. In a conference room of a high-rise building in Rongqing, Zhang Ruilin silently turned off the projector, wearing a heavy expression. Everyone should have finished watching. What are your thoughts? To build a career together, one must have determination, perseverance, and loyalty to the company, giving one's all until death. Starting a business is difficult, but maintaining it is even harder. This cooperation is vital for the company's lifeline. Oh, we rise and fall together. We also understood President Zhang's sincerity. A group of high-ranking executives at the meeting were equally serious as the previous meeting had not gone well. President Zhang suddenly proposed to interrupt the meeting to show everyone something. So everyone watched a performance together on the screen. Initially thinking it was an ordinary dance, it turned out to be a wake-up call for them. Indeed, they had been too cautious before. To do good things, trust is essential for everyone to work together. The meeting quickly resumed its progress. Zhang Ruolin's face turned slightly red. He really didn't want to hear them argue, just wanting to sincerely finish watching the Peach Blossom Fairy's performance. Unexpectedly, the situation resolved, so easily, instantly invigorating him. I will finish my work today, and tomorrow I'll go watch the live show. As long as I vote, I can support the Peach Blossom Fairy. That's wonderful. I'll go watch 10 or 8 times tomorrow. Then I'll check out the Peony Flower Deity. In the Feihua Pavilion, Lin Bo clutched his chest. Jihan, every time I watch it, my heart aches. The choreography and performance at Feihua Pavilion were also excellent. As long as they get some inspiration, they can produce very high-quality works. Lin Bo suddenly had an idea looking at Hua Qianxiu. I have another story. How would you like to hear it? Hu Wanli's face changed dramatically. Oh no. How could the boss and Hua Qianxiu resonate so well? If this continues, his status as an elder might be in jeopardy. Tianqing sect also needs to improve the quality of services and performances. Meanwhile, leaving Feihua Pavilion, Secretary Chun wandered to the edge of Sixian Town, standing by the river, gazing at the distant lake. That area is the fishing zone. Oh, I wonder if Xiao Wang and the others have left. Suddenly, he felt something gently tugging at the corner of his clothes, pulling him back. Turning around, he saw a cow staring at him with wet eyes. This cow thought it was going to jump into the river. Does the cow have such high intelligence? Chun Hang was being led by a cow, unable to do anything at the moment. Explaining to the cow was futile, as it simply tugged at his clothing without uttering a word. With no other choice, Chun Hang could only follow the cow, hoping to find the owner's home. After walking a few steps, he arrived in front of a shop. The store was decorated in a forest style, predominantly in natural wood tones adorned with greenery, creating a rather soothing atmosphere. Chun Hang looked up and saw the sign Cute Beast Paradise. He exchanged glances with the cow, which tilted its head and wore an expression that seemed to say, aren't you going to take a look inside? Chun Hang felt he was losing his mind for exchanging glances with a cow. Was this cow here to attract customers? Before he even entered, cheerful, welcoming voices already echoed from inside. Welcome, one esteemed guest. Forget it, since he's here, he might as well take a look. Chun Hang stepped inside. Perhaps due to its slightly remote location, there weren't many people in the store, and a few birds perched on the columns. Several round, furry creatures were sprawled on the seats. Upon seeing him, they immediately perked up, looking at him with their round, glistening eyes. The staff at the entrance noticed Chun Hang had picked up a menu. Would you like to enjoy a cup of milk tea to rest, or go to the beast garden to feed the animals? All our beverages are made from fresh milk sources. Then I'll have a cup of milk tea. Chun Hang glanced at the menu. It wasn't expensive, costing 2 copper coins per cup, similar to the prices outside. All right, please feel free to take a seat. However, Chun Hang hesitated, casting a glance at the staff's lips. If he wasn't mistaken, it seemed the staff member hadn't spoken at all. At that moment, voices began to emit from above the staff's head. Guest, is there anything else you need? Chun Hang then noticed a small yellow-green bird perched atop the staff member's head. The little bird tilted its head, blinking its round eyes sincerely at him. So it was the bird speaking just now. Could it be? Chun Hang looked at the staff member and pointed at his own mouth inquiringly. The staff member waved a hand, gesturing that they couldn't speak. Disabled? Did this store employ disabled individuals? Chun Hang felt somewhat moved. What a commendable company, actively contributing to society by providing job opportunities for the disabled, showing social responsibility. He wondered how the birds were trained. They were so intelligent. Chun Hang looked at the menu. Besides milk tea, there were also some snacks, ice cream, and the prices were reasonable, ranging from 2 to 4 copper coins. He ordered a plate of fruit-flavored ice cream and prepared to sit for a while to rest thoroughly. The staff sensed Chun Hang's sudden respect and the effort he made to hide his sympathy. Did the guest misunderstand something? He was an outstanding disciple of the Beast Master sect with a contract spirit beast, the Lingxi bird, which had the ability to read minds. Recently, in order to enhance the tacit understanding with Lingxi, he was practicing a silent meditation, not that he was disabled. Elder Xiong insisted he was suited for this. The silent meditation waiter sorrowfully handed the menu to the kitchen. The disciples in the kitchen received the order, raised their hands to cast a spell, and a moonlit little yak suddenly appeared near them. The moonlight yak was not large. Every full moon, it would absorb the power of the moonlight, entering the lactation period the next day. Recently, after entering the secret realm, it produced an abundance of milk, with the calves daily belching from the excess milk they consumed. Once Lin Bo learned of this, he personally taught the technique of shaking milk tea. A disciple of the Beast Master sect pointed at the cup, and the moonlight yak automatically aimed, pouring the milky white milk glowing with moonlight into the cup. On the operating counter lay a shiny golden little beast, its eyes radiating warm golden light, illuminating the milk, instantly heating it to 73°C, while simultaneously killing any potential bacteria. Of course, the moonlight yak fed on the essence of the sun and moon, so there were no bacteria in the milk, but Lin Bo had high standards and strict requirements. The process had to be in place. After processing the milk, the disciple fetched a green water cicada, dropping a drop of the concentrated tree sap it had absorbed into the milk, and the fragrant aroma of the herbs immediately blended with the milk. The ice cream had also been pre-prepared with moonlight yak milk. It was taken out, and some fruits sent by the Divine Valley sect were sliced on top. The kitchen disciple rang a bell. A little moonlight yak calf approached with dense curly fur, big eyes, and silver-white eyelashes, looking extremely beautiful. A pretty green bell was tied around its neck, and a colorful blanket was laid on its back, to which a wooden tray was fastened. The staff placed the milk tea on its back. Go deliver the meal. Ding ding ding. The little yak magically carried the drink out of the kitchen, walking towards Chun-Hang's seat. Oh, mommy, I want to pet the cow. Just as Chun-Hang received the milk tea and was about to speak, he heard the shout of a child outside. Be good, we want go, and the parent attempted to pull the child away. The little moonlight yak, after delivering the meal, walked past the mother and child and paused. Tilting its head, it shook its ears. Oh, a cute creature. Who could resist? The mother was struck by the cuteness, looking down at her child's pitiful, pleading eyes. With a heavy heart, she decided to take the child to find a place to sit, fearing it would cost a lot. Upon entering the store, a fluffy, pure white little animal proactively approached her. The woman's eyes widened. A fox. So cute. The child reached out to pet the fox's fur. It seemed very well behaved and docile, even offering its fluffy tail for the child to touch. The child's mother grew even more anxious. She had been to pet cafes before, many of which featured animals as gimmicks. Even if the food was bad, it was often expensive. To think there were even exotic pets here. That made it even less appealing. But the child loved them. Just a little less would be fine. She opened the menu, falling silent. Was this the price of a tourist area? What was the point of the mental preparation she had just done? As she examined the menu, the child suddenly began speaking. Mommy, the little fox has 3 tails. How could that be? You need to learn to count better, be good, and let mommy order. The child's mother casually glanced, finding nothing unusual. Oh, wait, it only has 1 tail now. I counted wrong just now. The child did not notice the fox's guilty gaze. When the drinks arrived, the child's attention was immediately drawn to the little moonlight yak. She jumped down from her chair, squatted beside it, and asked, can I pet you? Meanwhile, the little fox quietly slipped away. The little moonlight yak blinked, just about to raise its head to refuse. I have a sacred job. How can I let just anyone touch me? A little bird suddenly landed on the yak's head. Be polite to the guests. The bird then tilted its head to look at the child, adding, you can only touch it once, okay? The child's mother immediately raised her phone, recording while speaking to her child. Baby, the little bird says you can touch it, but only once, and you can't hurt the cow. The child reached out, carefully touching the soft fur of the cow. The little yak rolled its eyes, thinking, what a timid one. It leaned its head in, allowing the child to pet it thoroughly. Wow, mommy, it's so soft. Softer than cotton candy. The child exclaimed in surprise, and the cow likes me. The little mortal is still too easy to please. The little yak strutted away with increasingly proud little steps back to the kitchen. The child's mother put away her phone and picked up the milk tea, having just recorded a precious moment. Back home, she planned to post online. As for the milk tea, the child should not drink it, as she would help him finish it. But just 1 sip and the woman was astonished. It was her first time tasting such rich milk tea. Without any extra sugar, the milk carried a hint of sweetness, faintly accompanied by a floral fragrance. Many milk teas, even if they used fresh milk, had their flavor diluted by tea. The taste was always a bit lacking. But this was so rich, it did this place truly use real milk. After the milky taste, a refreshing herbal aroma lingered in her mouth, leaving her wanting more. Delicious. Would you like to eat some ice cream and deer-shaped cookies? She asked her child. The child was still searching for the little fox, turning around at her words. I don't want to eat, mommy. I want to feed the little animals. But mommy wants to eat. The mother smiled kindly. After we finish eating, we can feed the little animals. Chun-Hang was beside them, taking a sip of the ice cream. He didn't usually enjoy sweet foods, but this flavor was just right. The fruit was also fresh. The animals in this shop seemed quite intelligent, and there was even a place to feed the animals afterward. Chun-Hang finished his sweet fruit ice cream and walked out through another gate of the beast paradise. Outside was a vast lawn next to an artificial river stretching all the way to the hidden dragon lake. On the lawn, a spotted deer was strolling. Upon seeing Chun-Hang, the little deer nearby excitedly pawed the ground and wanted to run over. It's the guest that Elder Xiong mentioned. Note, the little animals all communicate in beast language, not actual speech. The mother deer pressed the little deer down with a hoof. First, calm your excitement. Oh, the Fengzi deer, when galloping, creates wind beneath its hooves, capable of covering vast distances in a day and even parting water. Its gentle nature aligns with its owner's intentions, making it an excellent mount. However, if the wind beneath its hooves isn't controlled, it can launch a person into the air. The little deer obediently restrained its excitement, suddenly unable to ride the wind and struggling to walk. But for the sake of food, it limped toward Chun-Hang. It desperately wanted to be fed. Outside the beast garden, there were many feeding cabinets. Inside were fruits and vegetables provided by the Xingu sect. With just a coin, one could take a bag. The deer had never seen food infused with such abundant spiritual energy. Deer yearn, deer see, deer want to eat. Seeing the little deer's clumsy movements, Chun-Hang's heart softened. Are you hurt? He tossed a copper coin and took out a bag of food. For just 5 coins, it contained 2 carrots, a bag of grains, and a red fruit resembling an apple. Chun-Hang took out 1 carrot and handed it to the little deer, which eagerly took a bite. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Delicious, delicious. Chun-Hang caught a whiff of a sweet aroma in the air. Is this carrot really this sweet? He lifted the carrot, which appeared to be an ordinary orange gourd carrot. Yet the core was unlike any ordinary carrot. It was translucent. Generally, he didn't like eating carrots, but his curiosity got the better of him, and he took a bite of another carrot. Crisp and sweet, the texture felt like a pear with plenty of moisture. Is this even a carrot? Just as Chun Hang was about to take another bite, he found a hoof blocking his action. The little deer looked up with an expression of grievance, as if saying that was my carrot. Chun Hang didn't rush to feed it again. Instead, he bought another bag of deer food, opened it, and confirmed it was identical. Only then did he feed the 2 nibbled carrots to the little deer. While the little deer was eating, Chun Hang cautiously opened the small bag containing oats. The oats inside were jet black, 3 times the size of ordinary oats. Without even tasting them, he could tell they were of high quality. He directly took out the fruit and took a bite. The surface resembled an apple, and upon entry a strong apple fragrance hit him. The juice was rich and the flesh melted in his mouth with no seeds. It required little chewing, dissolving into a stream of refreshing juice, quenching his thirst. This texture, is it an apple? The nearby deer watched this scene, nearly fainting from anger. My fruit. My fruit. How can a human eat it? Yet Chun Hang was completely oblivious, fixated on the fruit in his hand. Though it wasn't his primary job, this entirely new crop variety could undoubtedly establish a benchmark for local agricultural product branding. In Shu Ling there are many mountains and the areas suitable for growing crops are few. The climate is also suitable for growing fruits. Recently, Old Su from the Agricultural Bureau discussed county-level rural cultural and tourism project development with him. He wanted to invite experts from the province to take a look, selecting some varieties that match the local soil and water conditions for promotion. Building a brand for local specialty agricultural products, integrating culture and industry together. This scenic area's deer food is sourced from who knows where. Who would have thought there are such experts locally? Old Su must have been thrilled to hear this news. Thinking of this, Chun Hang couldn't contain himself, clutching the deer food and preparing to leave, only to see the little deer looking sorrowfully kneeling on the ground. A nearby mother deer walked over, also with a reproachful expression. Who would mistreat a child? Strangely facing those 2 pairs of deer eyes, Chun Hang felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. He bought 3 more bags of deer food and stuffed them into the little deer's paws. He couldn't focus on browsing anymore and took the samples to the cashier to find the staff. He gestured while saying, "Where's your boss? I want to inquire where you source your deer food." The staff's little bird hopped up and down. "No need to find the boss. The deer food comes from the Xingu garden in the scenic area just next door. Turn right outside," and then left. Listening to the birds chattering, Chun Hang wondered if this bird had too rich of a vocabulary. If he weren't a staunch materialist, he might think this bird was sentient. He wondered how it was trained. If even a mute could have one, it would undoubtedly add a lot of convenience to his world. Unfortunately, thinking about how spirited this bird was made it seem difficult to train. Chun Hang thanked them and left the beast paradise, heading towards the direction of Xingu Garden, as mentioned by the staff. Not long after Chun Hang left, the mother and son who entered afterward finally sampled everything they wanted from the menu, clutching their stomachs as they headed to the beast garden behind. As soon as they entered, they saw a limping little deer on the lawn. Upon seeing them, the little deer all wobbled over together. As if trained, they displayed a woeful expression and then, shimmering with moisture, surrounded them and lay down. The child squatted down, gently stroking the deer's head. "Is the little deer sick? So pitiful, mommy, please buy something for them to eat." The little deer licked the child's palm, its eyes shimmering as it nodded. The child was really insightful. The young mother was surrounded by the deer, her expression dazed, tears almost welling up. Was it her illusion? How could these deer be so insistent? At this moment, a tall bear-like man walked out of the woods with a bushy beard and a dark complexion, looking quite fierce. The woman hugged her child tightly, feeling uneasy. Was the owner of the place coming? Could it be that they wanted to extort money? With such a brute, she couldn't even run away with her child, so she nervously explained, hoping he would be reasonable. "These deer fell down themselves, and we haven't fed them yet. It's none of your business." Surprisingly, the big man smiled, kindly reassuring them. He turned and shouted at the deer herd. "All of you get up. Don't think you can trick us into food. Behave properly. Otherwise go back to the beast cult." All the lying fungs. A deer instantly stood up. Who said that lying down would yield a lot of food? What a lie. In the secret realm, with ample spiritual energy and delicious food provided, they didn't want to leave. The man Xiong Tiangong smilingly handed 2 bags of deer food to the mother and son. "The little deer are just being naughty. I hope you have fun. Quick, thank the uncle." The child's mother tugged at him. "Thank you, uncle." The child turned to ask his mother, "Mom, what is the beast cult?" "It's a sect where you can befriend animals as told in immortal stories," the child's mother explained, inwardly impressed by the evident sense of belief of the scenic area. "I want to become part of the beast cult too." The child's mother was amused by her son's peculiar expression, watching Xiong Tiangong leave. One should not judge a book by its cover. This big guy, although looking fierce, is actually a good person. Meanwhile, Chun Hang headed towards the Xingu garden. It was not far from the beast paradise, just a bit further on the outskirts of the town. His eyes caught a familiar sight. No, a familiar cow. The cow that had just led him to the beast paradise was by a pit at the edge of the field. Was it relieving itself? Don't cows usually do that while walking? It surprisingly had a designated spot for its bathroom. The cow turned its head to see Chun Hang approaching, shaking its rear, and to clean itself. It then turned around, as if meeting a friend, swaying its head and mooing happily, bouncing over in an attempt to get closer. Chun Hang watched the cow suddenly rush towards him. He believed that his training at the grassroots level had accustomed him to remain unfazed, yet today, he was taken aback time and again. Is this cow so enthusiastic? Does it realize it weighs nearly a ton? On the surface, Chun Hang appeared calm, but internally, he was weighing whether running would excite the cow even more. Just as he was struggling with his thoughts, a thin, bony hand effortlessly grasped the cow's horn, causing the cow to come to an abrupt halt. The owner of the hand was dressed in simple clothing, wearing a bamboo hat. His face was lined with deep wrinkles sun-kissed to a dark hue resembling the attire of an old farmer. With a stern expression, he scolded the cow, "Syrup, if you frighten the tourists again with your wild running, don't even think about coming out to help." Was this cow here to assist? It hadn't been seen doing any work. The little cow lowered its head in a pitiful manner. The old farmer approached Chun Hang with an apologetic look. "I'm truly sorry for scaring you. It's all right, this cow is just a bit too enthusiastic, but this is a tourist area. If it frightens children, it won't do. It's safer to keep it tied up." Chun Hang was trying to smooth things over. Yes, I'll tie it up right now." The cow looked at Chun Hang with a mournful expression, as if to say, "I thought you were my brother, and yet you betray me." The old farmer pulled out a rope from behind his waist and tied the cow up, then took out a carrot and stuffed it into the cow's mouth, making the cow happy again. For the first time, Chun Hang witnessed the cow's facial expression change. As the old man led the cow, he spoke to Chun Hang. "May I ask where the guest is visiting from? This rice field will be ready in a few weeks, and there will be activities for harvesting and catching loaches and shrimp then. In a few weeks. It'll be ripe by June." Chun Hang sensed something amiss. Not exactly. Part of this is glutinous rice. Our boss said the Dragon Boat Festival is in June, and we need to make rice dumplings. This isn't about making it ripe in a few months, is it? In the Shu Ling region, even early rice sown in March or April isn't harvested until mid to late July. Harvest in June. How many seasons can you plant in a year? What seasons? Once the ears are harvested, we wait for the next batch to be ready for harvest. Are you saying they grow directly from the same plant? Chun Hang suddenly felt that his understanding of the world was skewed. Are we really discussing annual cereal crops, rice? Yes, if well taken care of, you can harvest 4 to 5 batches. Is he really talking about leeks? Chun Hang looked at the water rice nearby that had only just begun to tiller. The rice hadn't grown yet, so he couldn't immediately verify the old man's claims. Chun Hang didn't dwell on it for too long. He would discuss the rice matter later. He took out the carrot he had just seen and humbly asked, "Old man, is this carrot grown around here?" Jianggu squinted and took a look. Yes, some failed experimental products. We just let the animals eat them. Today I made some improvements. The taste should be better. The little creature from the beast taming sect is picky, and after eating spiritual plants it refuses to eat anything else. He had been researching this for the past few days, sending many experimental products over. After selling them, the beast taming sect took a cut. Are these things considered failures? Then how good must the finished products be? Chun Hang suppressed his inner excitement and asked, "Can you take me to see them?" Jianggu chuckled. "It's rare to see a young person interested in farming. Let me show you around." The 49-year-old youth secretary Chen followed the old man into the woods behind the rice fields, his heart stirring with doubt once again. Are vegetables planted in the woods? Well, there are many mountains in the scenic area, and flatlands are already planted with rice, so naturally we need to think of other ways for vegetables. Right now it's just starting and not yet perfect. Jianggu took a deep breath as he nearly slipped up. The more Chun Hang listened, the more confused he became, and he felt a bit excited internally. The Shu Ling region has many mountains and not much high-standard farmland. If it could really be done to plant crops in the woods while ensuring yield, the economic benefits brought would be unimaginable. Chun Hang suppressed his curiosity and followed the old man into the woods. The scene inside left Chun Hang utterly astonished. Although it appeared just like an ordinary forest from the outside, inside, it was an entirely different world. 8 tall straight trees, each 20 meters high, enclosed a vast space. They resembled camphor trees, yet Chun Hang felt they were different from any camphor trees he had seen before. In the middle of the plot, there were also several similarly large trees arranged according to some pattern. Their branches spread out, intertwining and supporting hexagonal platforms. Each platform was wrapped in transparent, multifaceted plastic film, resembling a gigantic beehive. Chun Hang secretly referred to these spaces as beehives. Divided into a total of 6 layers from top to bottom, layers 4 to 6 each had only 3 hexagons seemingly filled with water. Green plants and roots floated above, and sunlight filtered through the greenery and the water bubbles in the hexagons, illuminating the 3rd layer with a shimmering sparkle. The lower 3 layers consisted of 6 bubble structures, but the difference was that in the 3rd layer soil was filled on the branches and leaves, forming a ground already brimming with various plants. The very center was enveloped by leaves, the function of which was unknown. In the 2 layers below, all the beehives were filled with racks. Chun Hang looked incredulously at the honest, smiling old man beside him. Did all this come from this simple old man? Isn't this scene a bit too sci-fi? Am I dreaming? The carrots are grown up there. Chun Hang pointed at the garden suspended in midair. Exactly. Jianggu admired Chun Hang, saying he had good insight. What about the apples? Jianggu plucked a branch from a nearby tree. He pulled down a fruit from above. Are you talking about this? Is this an apple tree? Can't apples be grafted? Jianggu looked at Chun Hang with a puzzled expression, as if this were common knowledge in this world. Just a few days ago, when he arrived in this world, his boss provided him with numerous local vegetables to cultivate. Jianggu discovered that the crops here were far richer than those in the Tianshu realm. A few nights ago, a heavenly book titled Crop Cultivation suddenly appeared in his mind. According to the pioneers of the Tianqing sect, they had similar experiences granted by their predecessors. Upon finishing the heavenly book, he felt as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind, generating countless ideas. What if the spiritual plants from the Tianshu realm were grafted with the crops here? What if using spiritual power could induce gene changes? Could the spiritual plants from the Tianshu realm hybridize with local crops? With more and more ideas, the land his boss provided was no longer sufficient. He then thought about how to conduct more experiments on limited land. He referenced the Heavenly Book for grafting soilless cultivation off-season planting and other cultivation methods. Using the cherished branches of the hibiscus tree, he sprouted 8 main trunks. The center was the camphor wood of this world, combining the innate 8 trigrams to build formations. Mixing catfish slime with dragon saliva, he blew out transparent spaces, each with unique 5-element properties. The upper layer was for hydroponic crops, the middle layer for ordinary soil crops and tubers. The lower layer was for mushrooms and other light-sensitive crops. He then grafted fruit branches onto the hibiscus tree trunk. The hibiscus wood is warm in nature, containing solar power, and with the watering of the little rain technique and fertilization from the 5 elements fertilization technique, it promotes growth. The scenic area is rich in spiritual energy, allowing crops to grow quickly and well. Considering the mighty. No. The boss instructed that all plants must still be based on local varieties. So he first tried planting some vegetables, fruits, and grains. The first batch to emerge included carrots, apples, and some oats. Not entirely. Chun Hang had heard from Old Su about the cutting-edge planting methods being researched globally, including the 3-dimensional planting vault system, indoor vertical planting system, and modular mobile farm system. But never like this. Planting on trees. Unheard of. Moreover, these systems typically have a high degree of automation, requiring electricity for lighting and irrigation systems. But this tree? Chun Hang earnestly asked, how do you maintain the stability of each individual system? Jiang Gu scanned his mind for the terminology of this world by feng shui. Chun Hang expressed confusion but respected the old man. The elderly gentleman had not undergone systematic training. He likely relied on experience and crudely categorized his planting know-how as feng shui. Then how do you irrigate? Isn't there some sort of transpiration from the trees? Jiang Gu recalled a term from his mental search through the scriptures. If that's not enough, then just let it rain. Also, primarily relying on natural precipitation sounds quite primitive. How does this carrot improve in taste and sweetness? Jiang Gu knew he couldn't disclose that it was a hybrid of the spiritual fruits from the Tianshu realm. He remembered what his boss had told him before, to be bold and creative. If questioned, he should say, it's a crop hybrid discovered with my father in the deep mountains when I was a child. So that's how it is. Chun Hang nodded. In the past, there were some unique plants in the mountains when the environment was good, but now they might be hard to find. This is the significance of biodiversity. Unexpectedly, the old farmer in the mountains still preserved such high-quality genetic resources. Old Zu's work had overlooked this. These trees must have been around for quite some time, and it's unclear when they began this cultivation. The current yield is hard to ascertain, but the shape. Once this opens to the public, it will quickly become a popular spot. The head of this new area has a discerning eye. There's something special here. Such a treasure was surprisingly found by the scenic area. Would you be willing to take these crops to the city to share with others? Chun Hang asked the elder in front of him. Jiang Gu shook his head, his eyes filled with nostalgia and love. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay right here. Chun Hang nodded in understanding. It's normal for an elder to be attached to his homeland. Then I will visit you again when I have the chance. Chun Hang sensed the elder's impatience. After all, this wasn't his area of expertise. He filmed a bit of video and left Xingu Garden, sending the video and photos of the carrots and oats to Old Su at the Agricultural Bureau. I found something to take a look. If needed, I can arrange a meeting. No response came from the other side, and after a while Chun Hang's phone rang. Old Chun, where's the place you mentioned? I didn't see the message earlier. I just finished a meeting from the province and have returned from an enterprise visit. Just got on the train. On the phone, Su Jinxing from the Agricultural Bureau sounded a bit weary. Oh, in that case, he probably won't come today, Chun Hang thought. Then another day. He'll arrive at the station in an hour. He'll come right over. No need to rush. You don't understand how valuable some of these things are. I'll come to see for myself. After just finishing a meeting and studying documents related to deepening agricultural reform, there was a call to improve industrial structure, foster new business models, and strengthen technological innovation. The province even established a provincial agricultural science and technology demonstration award. As soon as he started feeling drowsy, someone offered him a pillow. Just now, after watching Old Chin's video, it had scenery, greenery, innovation, and even new varieties. Could he let the duck run away while serving roast duck? That couldn't happen. An hour and a half later, Su Jinxing finally arrived on site, just in time before the park closed, buying a ticket to enter the scenic area without even changing his shirt. He headed straight to Xingu Garden, following Chun Hang's location. It looked magical in pictures, but being there in person was even more shocking. It was nearly 5 p.m., the afternoon sun was slanting in, and through the 3 layers of bubbles above, the entire forest shimmered with dreamy waves of light. Fields cultivated on towering trees looked like a land on clouds, only existing in myths. It appeared fantastical, but an expert would see the subtleties upon closer inspection. What looked like a flat honeycomb had slight differences in height and angle. The utilization rate of sunlight and water resources reached an exaggerated level. The distribution of crop types was also very reasonable. True masters reside among the common folk. The cattle were tied nearby, munching on carrots, while Su Jinxing gazed in a daze. Yet another silly mortal. Why is he back again? Jianggu noticed someone approaching from a distance. Jianggu felt a bit regretful. He had thought that the previous person seemed sincere, and since Tang Jiang liked him, he had let him in. Why is another one running over? He had to interrupt his spell. He still had many ideas to verify. I'm sorry, old man, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Do you have time to chat? Su Jinxing inquired. What time is there? In a few days, everything will be tidied up and the scenic area will open. You can come back then. Su Jinxing wanted to say something else, but was pulled away by Chun Hang, and the two exited. Chun Hang whispered, I'm just a visitor today checking the real situation of the scenic area along the way. I thought you would be interested, so I wanted to inform you. The old man was quite stubborn at his age. He had likely been farming for so long that he wasn't adept at expressing himself. I understand. I'll draft a simple report on the situation here. Please help me contact the person in charge of the scenic area. On Monday, we can meet with him to help communicate with the old man. Got it. Su Jinxing nodded in understanding. If possible, I'll contact some experts from the province and organize a seminar group to visit soon. All right. Chun Hang had no interest in fishing anymore. He had seen the state of the scenic area today, and during the May Day holiday, there would likely be a massive influx of visitors. The current road conditions couldn't handle so many private cars. He had to contact transportation departments in advance to increase bus frequency, add bus stops, strengthen road control and guidance, and formulate emergency plans. The Agricultural Bureau also needed to arrange for personnel to hand over tasks. Time was tight now. With so much to do, Chun Hang even forgot his fishing gear. Plus, since Su Jinxing had taken the train, he directly took a taxi to join Chun Hang back to the city. It wasn't until after dropping Su Jinxing off at the Agricultural Bureau that Chun Hang realized he had forgotten his fishing rod. Just as he opened Feishin, he saw Xiao Wang posting about fish on social media. A 3-kilogram fish. Not a wasted trip today. I'll battle for another 8 hours tonight. A photo of his arm with the fish. JPG. The coordinates were precisely at the hidden dragon lake in the Shu Ling Secret Realm. This was even more frustrating. If it weren't for running into that kid at the entrance, it would have been him catching fish now. How did he suddenly end up in overtime mode? This kid still needed training. He remembered the materials he wrote were quite good. Chun Hang clicked into his social media profile and sent a message. Are you at the Shu Ling Secret Realm scenic area? Perfect timing. This scenic area is gaining a lot of attention lately. While you're there, please assess it, and on Monday morning submit a report on the scenic area and an emergency plan for May Day. Young people still need to strive more. How can you go fishing just on weekends and even night fish? Xiao Wang was just setting up a new spot when his phone suddenly lit up. He took it out to see the message. The sky is falling. I forgot to hide my leaders when posting on social media. Should I cast another rod? Determined not to waste the bait I've prepared, Xiao Wang swore to himself that he would cast once and leave. The older brother beside him chuckled silently. You can tell he's a novice. He doesn't know anything but to bait. Xiao Wang sat down and cast his line. Soon he noticed a fish swimming nearby. Although it was too far to see clearly, the ripples suggested it was quite large. Is there a big catch? Xiao Wang was excited. In the lake, Ao Gun watched various fish swimming around, some of which were naturally occurring in the lake. The others had been introduced by Lin Bo from the system, and there were also some younger fish still growing. Though a bit dull, every one of them counted as a soldier. Ao Gun transmitted a message through sound waves that only aquatic creatures could hear. Listen up, everyone. We act in unison under command. We shall go where the offerings are plentiful. Little fish follow the big fish. Don't bite the hook. Don't bite the hook. Have you learned how to eat fish bait? Slow down, watch, and then suck in. You must suck it and don't bite directly. The number 4 fishing spot has been baited. This person has already baited for the second time today. He has a good habit of baiting. He's caught before, so there's no need to rush for a catch. Let's go for a big fish. Give him some confidence. Don't rush to bite the hook. Team 2 prepare to start feeding at spot 4. Hey, wait, why did it bite the hook already? Ao Gun, lost in thought, suddenly noticed that big fish had taken the bait. These ordinary fish still lacked some wisdom. Some fish were greedy. Oh, without greed, they wouldn't grow so large. But now that they had bitten, they were contributing to their clan. Ao Gun patted his chest, summoning the young fish to line up beside him. Let us remember this hero who sacrificed for the future of our clan. Release the big fish and nourish the fishers. There must be enough offerings in the waters. However, why does this place have such a fishy smell? Ao Gun rubbed his nose, swimming around the lake in search of suitable bait, aiming to cultivate their feeding habits in reverse. The little fish followed Ao Gun, looking up at the big fish that had been dragged away with reverence. Goodbye, senior. I've got a catch. A big catch. On the shore, Xiao Wang excitedly pulled on his fishing rod, feeling the strength of the fish below. It was a big one. This was his first time catching such a large fish. Did he really manage to catch it? The older brother beside him looked even more excited, jumping up. Suddenly his stool toppled over, but he didn't have time to steady it, grabbing the net and rushing over. Your rod isn't good enough. Lift slowly, lift slowly. Don't let the line break. I'll net it, I see it. Slow down. Slow down. I've got it. Big catch, big catch. A nearly 1 meter long fish was landed on the shore. The nearby fishers immediately surrounded them. Wow, there really is a big catch. Why not hold the fish for a picture? Xiao Wang grinned from ear to ear as he picked up the fish. In the distance, it seemed the performance in the scenic area had begun. With a loud bang, the air burst into brilliant iron flowers. Snap! The camera captured this wonderful moment. Looking at the photo, Xiao Wang was very satisfied, but when he thought about not being able to post it, he felt a pang of frustration. He dared not post to his friend's circle anymore. Not showing off after a big catch felt like walking in splendid robes at night. It hurt his heart. He packed up his gear, determined to only cast once, and went back to work. The older brother beside him saw him getting ready to leave and cheerfully moved his stool over. Why are you leaving so soon? Did I come here for nothing? Come on. I just threw a lot of bait, don't waste it. Xiao Wang made up his mind to finish his work quickly. He would come back next week. The older brother next to him set up his stool by the water, but the surface remained calm for a long time, without a single bite. Where did the fish go? At this moment, distant shouts from others could be heard. What's that silver thing in the water? Is it the eel from the promotional video? This sound reached Ao Gun's ears. With a splash of its long tail, it sent a spray of water that splashed the person who claimed to be the eel right in the face. What the heck? Am I seeing things? That tail really looks like a dragon. Is there really a dragon in Yinlong Lake? How is that possible? Has anyone captured it on camera? Take it to ask the scholar. Ao Gun snickered. I wouldn't easily reveal my true self before mortals. Suddenly, it felt a hint of clear spiritual energy ahead. It looked up. A little kid. A small twig. A carrot. A carrot with spiritual energy. Ao Gun's eyes brightened. It took a piece of a nearly shedding scale and fused it with a hint of spiritual energy, transforming it into a palm-sized silver fish. Go. The little fish darted up and bit the hook. Mom. A fish? I caught one. The woman who brought her child was very surprised. The little kid couldn't sit still, and not wanting to watch the performance, he heard that he could fish, so he was brought over to try. The ticket collector only saw a little kid. He didn't have a fishing rod, so he only paid for a boat ticket, allowing them to come in and take a look. If they really wanted to fish, they would pay half price. He had just picked up a twig to use as a fishing rod. He tied on the leftover carrot that hadn't been fed to the beasts. Who would have thought that fish would actually bite? What? You can really catch fish like this? The nearby anglers were astonished. It looks like it's still a silver dragon fish. Oh, a small fish this big should weigh about 50 or 60. Are there silver dragon fish in this lake? That one that looked like an eel couldn't be a silver dragon fish, could it? Now that you mention it, it's quite possible, but I've never seen one that big. While the adults were still talking, the child had already baited again. As soon as it went down, the rod started moving. Mom, I've got another one. Fishing is so fun. What? The expression of the nearby anglers changed from curiosity to jealousy. This is unfair. Is there really a protection period for novices? This broken rod can catch fish. Even more defiant anglers gathered around. Little kid, what did you feed the fish, and where can I buy it? The little boy pulled out a carrot from a bag, pointing towards the direction of Sixian Town. The carrots for feeding the deer. Bought it over there. Carrots. Can they be used as bait? The anglers looked towards the scenic area. Currently, the only connection from the fishing area to the scenic area was by water. If they only had a fishing ticket, they would need to buy a scenic area ticket as well. It's too late today, and the scenic area isn't selling night tickets yet. I'll have to check tomorrow. It must be a bait problem. After so many years of fishing, how can my skills be worse than a child's? Ao Gun dove to the bottom of the water. Hopefully the bait will be updated tomorrow. The current bait, while filling the fish, would eventually make his dragon palace smell bad. He looked at his dark algae-covered, crumbling dragon palace. Using his tail, he cleared a clean spot to rest. The boss said that as long as he managed this water area well and prevented anyone from falling or getting hurt, he would build him a dragon palace in the future. How underestimated is his strength? He is a dragon. He wants the most luxurious dragon palace. Of course he must contribute. He will train a dragon palace guard team. The anglers at Yinlong Lake were bustling with excitement over the big catch and the discovery of the innate fishing prodigy. The scenic areas, Tianwen ascending to heaven, also began as scheduled. After 2 exciting acts, it was finally time for the young man to ascend the heavenly ladder once more. However, today there were very few swords flying out from the stands. Yi Xingtian climbed to the top of the heavenly ladder and then fell down. He did not activate the talisman, tearing apart the plot of the heavenly realm. With the youth's fall, the stage plunged into darkness. The audience was stunned. What's going on? Could it be because today most people were listening to music at the Flower Flying Tower, so the energy for ascending was insufficient? The behavior of the tourists could affect the evening's performance plot. Did this lead to a bad ending? No one expected that the show would truly change because of their actions. Ji Ziming suddenly had a thought. Could the 12 flower goddesses be the villains hindering the ritual's progress? He opened his strategy notebook to the page about the 12 flower goddesses. It already noted the 4 goddesses that had appeared today, along with 8 that were yet to be unlocked. Plum Blossom, Peach Blossom, Apricot Blossom, Peony. The Flying Flower Pavilion had captivated many tourists who had invested in flower cards during the early stages. He circled the 4 characters of 12 flower goddesses and marked a few question marks beside them. Every event in the Shu Ling Secret Realm holds deep significance if they truly are the villains. So are they goddesses or flower demons? As the ritual abruptly halted, the tourists gazed at the pitch-black water surface, feeling regretful that they had missed out on much of the storyline today. Those who had watched the performance of the goddesses were fine, and at least they enjoyed the beautiful dance. However, the tourists who had put in effort were furious. Their hard work had gone to waste, and they were determined to give a bad review when they left. Just as they were about to get up and leave, some returning tourists whispered a warning. Don't rush to leave. The lights in the audience area are still off, and there's more to the show. Not to mention the conscience of the scenic area owner is solid. They won't let tourists suffer losses, but will ensure they worry about potential losses themselves. As soon as the words were spoken, a burst of fireworks erupted in the center of the water. The black beast that had appeared in the second act emerged on a plum blossom stake in the middle of the riverbank. The music became somewhat cheerful. The monster turned its head, wagging its tail, looking left and right, its eyes blinking as it danced amidst the fireworks. Sparks hit its fur, igniting small flashes of fire, which looked painful just to watch. Yet the beast was unafraid, remaining joyful and proud. As if it wasn't enough to show off from above, it leaped down, glancing left and right at the audience. It seemed to be flaunting its success and victory in severing the path to immortality. After showing off, it leaped back to the high platform. As it flipped onto the stage, sparks instantaneously erupted, illuminating the tall wooden tower behind it, built to reach the heavens. Zing! It seemed that fireworks were tied to the tower, instantly igniting and transforming into a beautiful spectacle of fiery blooms. New developments indeed. Just when they thought the performance was over and were about to leave, the audience stopped in their tracks, sliding back into their seats. Was there a unique storyline for a bad ending? This beast is the villain, right? Is this the MVP summary screen for the villain? They hadn't seen it before if they wanted to see more against the backdrop of flying iron flowers. The beast jumped from the plum blossom stake to the tall tower behind. Fireworks struck its fur, but it was completely indifferent. The wooden tower looked weak and dangerous, with sparks of danger erupting from it, yet the black beast jumped and hopped casually, climbing upwards. With each level it climbed, it happily shook its head and wiggled its body as if something good had happened. Sometimes it would suddenly miss a step, causing gasps from the audience. Then it playfully winked and continued to climb. When it finally reached the top of the tower, it looked up at the sky. For a moment its rear end twisted as if it had a motor. At times it would raise its rear high, bouncing left and right. It looks just like my dog. This is how it behaves every time I get off work. It jumped energetically, as if begging for something, yet there was no response. Why do I suddenly feel a bit sorry for it? Like my dog being left outside the door. The beast remained still, staring blankly at the sky as bursts of iron flowers erupted, allowing them to rain down upon its back. The sparks on the tower gradually extinguished. The beast remained motionless until the night swallowed everything. Today's performance has come to an end. Ended. The audience felt a lingering desire for more. They hadn't expected such an exciting performance, even after failing to clear the stage. So does that beast have someone behind it? It was let down to do the dirty work and can't go back, right? So pitiful, like a little dog abandoned by its owner. Come on, think about the sword cultivators who couldn't ascend because of it. Breaking through the heavenly road is tough. The audience discussed as they reluctantly made their way out. Ji Ziming put away his notebook, unable to hide his excitement. The updates this week were substantial. There was so much to write about. Are you going to be stationed in Shu Ling from now on? Wang Boyu looked at his roommate, who had felt lost just 2 weeks ago. In just 2 or 3 weeks, his mental state had changed dramatically. Yes, primarily based here. My social media account has taken off recently, and the scenic area and hotels have invited me for reviews. They'll see if I can make a mark before graduation. Great. One must not forget those who help them in times of prosperity. Wang Boyu playfully punched Ji Ziming's chest. Absolutely. But truly, do you treat this like home? You don't need to accompany me each time. Don't be so self-indulgent. Who has accompanied you? Who knew that he would have new surprises every week? Taking advantage of the low prices, he felt that the quality would soon increase and prices would rise. The audience on stage gradually dispersed. Only 2 people were left in the audience, walking at the back. They exchanged glances. Even though there's no one here, I still feel like something is watching us. Since entering the Flying Flower Pavilion, they had sensed something was observing them, making them feel tense and constrained. They could only manage to skim through the main attractions in Sixian Town, of course, having watched the live stream of the table flipping hero without visiting the Heart Road. How could that be? We haven't done anything to stop being paranoid. This scenic area truly looks like it couldn't crumble on its own. Not only has it not collapsed, the attractions are increasing, and the Flying Flower Pavilion can earn quite a bit in a day. We haven't seen the fishing area yet. Shall we go? Let's go. The two blended into the crowd and bought 2 tickets at the fishing area ticket booth before boarding the boat. In the evening, fireflies could be seen faintly flying over the river. Slowly, mist began to rise over the river, causing the water's surface to ripple. The 2 of them somehow fell asleep, until someone tapped their shoulders, waking them up. How did you fall asleep on the boat? We're at the fishing area. Do you still want to fish? If you're tired, we should head back. It's cold outside, and you might catch a cold. The 2 rubbed their eyes, dazed, realizing they had just fallen asleep. Indeed, they were exhausted after a day out. Looking at the dark lake in the distance with only the fishermen's lights flickering, the 2 exchanged glances, a plan forming in their minds. Since they had an idea there was no need to wander around, they should return to report. So they turned to the person in charge of rowing and said, "Then we should head back." All right. The boat set off. Wang Kai only turned back to watch the 2 leave the scenic area completely before wagging its tail and returning to find Lin Bo. Moments ago, Lin Bo had received a message from Hua Qianxiu. The scenic area was filled with cultivators. It was far too easy to extract information from 2 ordinary people. This was the second time they had attracted trouble to the scenic area. The last time it was orchestrated by the Kong Rin Tianxia construction company, which he found out was just a shell company. Such troublesome schemes, all for a high price to hire someone to create a name for a little-known scenic area. A major travel agency must have someone pulling strings behind the scenes. This time he had finally figured out who was behind it. Chongqing Group, a well-known local construction company. Perhaps it was because they were only investigating and not planning to stir up trouble, and they hadn't expected to be discovered. This time the person who came had no disguise. The real estate company was making a move. Lin Bo recalled Vice President Zhou's attitude that day. Could it be they have set their sights on my land? Lin Bo's alarm bells rang, but why? Lin Bo opened his eyes and began to use his consciousness, probing little by little towards the mountain behind the Sixian Pavilion. During this time, he had been working intensively every day. Whenever he laid down and closed his eyes to explore the map, he would faint within 3 seconds. He originally thought it would take time to explore the back mountain slowly, but thinking of someone keeping an eye on him without knowing what they were after a sense of crisis surged. He wouldn't sleep tonight. He would completely explore the map of the scenic area in one go. Lin Bo extended his exploration toward the 2 mountains behind Sixian Pavilion. The scenic area's official map offered only a rough outline of undeveloped peaks. Yet activating the scenic area omniscient mode was like playing a sandbox game, illuminating uncharted terrain, marking surface features, and even revealing subterranean resources. In recent days, he had only managed to survey the small hill housing the Caishan Temple and the hidden Longhu Lake with moderate thoroughness. Today, he resolved to fully explore the entire scenic area. To preserve his stamina, he purchased a garden chair from the system and placed it inside his room. It proved admirably effective, uncomfortably rigid, preventing sleep, yet steadily restoring his energy. This night, he vowed to stay awake. With focused intent, he methodically probed each sector, marking every location of scenic or intrinsic value. By 4 o'clock in the morning, even with the chair's restorative effect, Lin Bo began drifting into drowsiness. Suddenly, a gentle warmth enveloped him, as if his entire consciousness were immersed in soothing sun-warmed water. Lin Bo closed his eyes in blissful surrender, letting his awareness sink deeper, deeper. A sharp, searing jolt snapped him fully awake. Was that a hot spring? Hidden deep within the mountains behind Sixian Pavilion. Though buried far beneath the surface, how had it evaded detection during earlier development? Lin Bo recalled Sichuan's heightened geological activity in recent years. This land had been acquired early. Perhaps a past earthquake had subtly rerouted underground aquifers. If such a resource existed, the land's value would skyrocket. Lin Bo suddenly understood why Chongqing real estate had targeted him so relentlessly. They wanted the land cheaply, but their calculations were gravely mistaken. With the system at his side, the scenic area's survival was inseparable from his own. His resolve surged. He had to explore this ground. A sudden inspiration struck Lin Bo. He turned on his heel and strode out of the room, heading toward the Caishan Temple, ascending its mountain path in the dead of night. Having strolled these steps idly over recent days, Lin Bo now climbed them effortlessly. Yet as he approached the final 50-stone steps, something felt amiss. Wait, why was there a bottleneck at this hour? A group of young disciples stood excitedly watching his approach. They were not the sect's most gifted cultivators in terms of spiritual roots, so they had chosen instead to forge their bodies through sheer grit. To their astonishment, the mastermind behind this mystical realm, the very owner they revered, was cultivating at this very hour. He had become their living paragon of dedication. The disciples respectfully parted, clearing a path. Still awake, are you? Remember, balance labor with rest. Lin Bo nodded warmly to each increasingly robust disciple, ascending the mountain with serene composure under their reverent gaze. Tears welled in the disciples' eyes, such encouragement and care from a supreme cultivator. From this day forth, they would redouble their efforts without fail. Ignoring the burning intensity of their stares, Lin Bo entered the Caishan Temple. In the rear hall, the little Caishan slept soundly upon a stone bed, his smartphone still glowing beside him, endlessly looping a video of a frolicking kitten. Asleep, Lin Bo peered in. A black cat crouched on the footstool beside the bed. Opened one eye, recognized Lin Bo, and promptly closed it again. Lin Bo paid no mind to whether the little Caishan was awake. He lifted the child gently and cradled him close, whispering, "May Caishan bless me," before resuming his exploration. With Caishan himself in hand, might fortune reveal a gold vein? Alas, perhaps because the little Caishan slept, divine power remained dormant and unmanifested. Across the 2 mountains, Lin Bo discovered only wild herbs, a few edible fungi, scattered animal tracks, and a single subterranean river, nothing more of significance. The mountains consisted primarily of limestone and basalt with sparse vegetation. Truly barren hills. No deity, not even Caishan himself, could uplift them. At dawn, Lin Bo finalized all map annotations and returned to rest. With everyone's work running smoothly, he needed only await the evening's tally, provided no major issues arose. That night, Lin Bo never checked his phone, unaware that Shu Ling Secret Realm had ignited sensation across both fishing circles and idol audition communities. The fishing community's reaction was unsurprising. Local lifestyle channels suddenly flooded with videos. Overnight, every angler in Shu Ling City scrolled past at least 3 clips, featuring meter-long trophy fish, a prodigious fishing saint body, child reeling in catch after catch using only a twig and a carrot. Glimmering silver dragonfish shimmered just beneath the water's surface. Every clip bore the same geotag, Shu Ling Secret Realm. Who could possibly sleep? The heart itched, and the hands itched even more. Had their wives not issued ultimatums, "If you step out that door, don't bother coming back," anglers would have raced to the site before midnight. Tossing and turning all night, they rose before dawn, rods in hand, sprinting straight for the scenic area. First to arrive meant first choice of prime fishing spots. Yet upon arrival, they found several tanned vest-clad anglers already queuing at the main entrance, clearly seasoned fishing companions. Newcomers, uncertain, approached cautiously. "Isn't the boarding point for the angling zone over here?" The group exchanged knowing glances, shook their heads silently, and evaded the question. "We're just taking a look. After all, if word got out that deer feed attracted fish, wouldn't competition intensify?" And with more people present, how could one maintain an air of effortless mastery? Skeptical newcomers spotted the gear storage area, deposited their equipment, and joined the line without hesitation. Let's see exactly what you're up to. Strangely, the queue swelled steadily. Meanwhile, many had filmed and uploaded excerpts of performances by Megu the Peach Immortal and the Peony Flower Goddess. Especially viral was the livestream clip of Wang Leilei's interaction with Megu, amassing 150 likes overnight. Netizens flocked to comments asking where it was filmed. Shu Ling Secret Realm. Sounds familiar. Didn't it trend once before, over Kaishin? That dancer has real skill. Rock-solid core stability while balancing on silk ribbons. How much for front-row ticket streamer? Wang Leilei replied below general admission is 39.9 yuan. Once inside, simply order food and pay a tea seat fee. 25 yuan for tea, 50 yuan for a two-person tea and delicacies set. But secure your spot early. You mean 50 yuan includes food, and you can stay as long as you like. A fan of the dance troupe just shattered. I'm 188 centimeters tall and settled for a corner seat. Surely voting for the flower goddess costs a fortune, right? Wang Leilei responded, flower slips are included with meals. You may also purchase floral hairpins to draw slips, or earn them by playing games. Typically collecting around 100 slips unlocks a pair of verses. Fans of the variety show are shattered too. Curious, what happens if you gather all 12 flower goddesses in one day? Do they form a group? One vote from you, one from me, and the flower goddesses debut. Watching this makes me anxious. Voting requires strategy. How should we coordinate? Does the scenic area have a fan group? A scenic area doesn't have a fan group. There is a strategy exchange group. Join us. Search QQ8136-49086. It's odd, no fan group, but a strategy group. Really, I hate having only one day off. Who manages to enjoy life so thoroughly day after day? Sounds fascinating, but are there accommodations nearby? Zhang Ruilin scrolled through videos heart-heavy. He'd planned to rally friends for a visit, only to be intercepted by his grandfather and detained in the elder's office to assist with work. Though physically confined to the office, his spirit had already soared to Shu Ling Mountain, eager to witness the flower goddesses in person. Even without a major holiday, Sunday visitors remained predominantly local. Yet the reputation of Shu Ling Secret Realm had finally erupted nationwide. Over the weekend, daily visitor numbers peaked on Sunday, nearly 2800 people, approaching the county's capacity limit. Thanks to the opening of Feihua Tower and the angling zone, and the runaway success of deer feed at the cute beast garden, the scenic area's weekend revenue reached an all-time high. Lin Bo awoke and consulted the system. Today's revenue, 196325 yuan. So close, just shy of 20000. That was nearly 7000 yuan more than Saturday's total. Anglers alone contributed over 1000 yuan today. A thought struck Lin Bo. He summoned the system. System, you assured me you'd resolve accounting discrepancies reasonably correct. Indeed, master. Excellent. Handle shop revenue settlements and staff salary disbursements as well. The system paused, then chimed brightly. Congratulations, master. You've unlocked the daily revenue exceeds 1000 achievement. Reward intermediate accountant recruitment scroll. I don't need that. Cross-domain accounting. Only you grasp its intricacies. More responsibilities suits you perfectly. Oh, no. Being a boss is difficult, system. You're the only one I truly trust. Without you, I'd have no choice but to perish alongside this scenic area. Understood, master. Entrust it all to me. Your emoticons are multiplying rapidly. Lin Bo had successfully resolved the system issues. He noticed that the reviews for the scenic area increased significantly. The few dissatisfied customers mostly had complaints regarding transportation and accommodation. The scenic area is too remote. There are only villages nearby with no proper places to stay, making it difficult to get a taxi back to the city at night, and public transport is sparse. People want to stay overnight, as one day is not enough to explore everything. Without a car, it's quite troublesome to come here. Indeed, accommodation is a problem. The Sixian Pavilion used an acceleration card, but it will take until around the 20th for it to be ready. We could renovate a couple of courtyards to serve as a guest house. Coincidentally, starting last week, merchants in the scenic area were allowed to apply for work visas for elite disciples within the gates. Only the Xingu sect managed to bring in a couple of disciples. Other sects were eager to apply for spots. Several sects were calculating with 50 positions available. They couldn't use all these people in their own shops, so they could work in the scenic area. Just like the few disciples from the Tianqing sect who had successfully transformed into human-powered sedan chairs. Even if they had no work, cultivating in the scenic area was still a good deal. Lin Bo was pleased with this development. He could pick people from there to manage the guest house. The Shu Ling Hotel also needed more staff. As for his own recruitment opportunities, he planned to wait until the Sixian Pavilion was completed and the scenic area upgraded before recruiting high-caliber talents. After confirming the plan early Monday morning, he summoned those currently working in the scenic area who were not fully occupied for an interview. The people from the Beastmaster sect and Flying Flower Palace had never seen such excitement before and rushed to watch. First, he decided on the candidates for the Shu Ling Hotel. Although Grandpa Wang Difu had become more nimble day by day, his voice had also grown louder. But he was getting old, always hovering by the stove, and Liu had to keep an eye on him to prevent him from sneaking a hand in. Currently, they were short-staffed, mainly focusing on the front stall, only serving group meals at night. However, the front stall would definitely need to operate independently in the future. To ensure that tourists eat well, enjoy choices, and experience different levels of cuisine, there must be at least one Chinese restaurant, which should provide stable output. Staff for the cooking, chopping, serving, washing, and pastry work will be needed. Cultivators have strength, but they lack theoretical knowledge in this area. Lin Bo had Liu explain the requirements for each position. He finally added those working in the hotel can have 2 staff meals each day. He'll do it. Xiao Yuer was the first to raise her hand outside. No other reason Liu's cooking was just too delicious. Take good care of your shop. Before the May Day holiday, your shop might need to expand, as you'll be busy. Xiao Yuer reluctantly lowered her hand, thinking she needed to practice creating a few more puppets. One day she would not need to work in the shop and could run it herself. The disciples of the Tianqing sect were particularly enthusiastic, and seeing this, people from the other 2 sects hurried to follow suit, even though they didn't know why. Lin Yu was overwhelmed by the responses. What skills does everyone have? Could you show us? A somewhat stocky disciple from the Tianqing sect stepped forward. Lin Bo thought he looked familiar, as if he had seen him on the steps in front of the Caishan temple early yesterday morning. I'm good with knives. I want to be the chopper, the man said, glancing at the kitchen knife on the table in front of Liu. He then twirled the knife in his hand and took a white radish from the vegetable basket. With a flick of his wrist, the knife turned into a blur, and in a matter of seconds the radish was sliced into extremely thin and even pieces. Liu passed by and saw that the radish was uniformly translucent, indicating excellent knife skills. Not bad. You're hired. The disciple, excited and still wanting to show off, rolled the radish and wiped it, showcasing it. A thin layer of ice formed on the radish. It turned into a crystal clear radish flour. Extreme cold. Knife energy. Liu frowned, staring at the radish. If it's too cold, the radish will be damaged and won't taste good. Can you control this? If not, you'll be eliminated. Was this the point? Lin Bo glanced at Liu's expression and silently called out. Is this your achievement? Can this conversation be rationalized? Right. Why is your tone so uncertain? It's controllable. The Tianqing disciple was nodding vigorously beside him. Then that's fine. You're hired. Such low requirements. The previously hesitant cultivators immediately began to show enthusiasm. I can use 2 knives at the same time. I can make the fish dismember itself. That's too cruel. Just as the excitement peaked, Lin Bo's phone rang. It was a landline number. Lin Bo stepped aside to answer the call. Hello, is this the person in charge of the Shu Ling Secret Realm tourist resort? A young voice came from the receiver. This is the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Shu Ling City. We noticed the recent popularity of the scenic area. We would like to invite you to discuss the future development of the scenic area and the May Day holiday promotions. Is it convenient for you to come over this afternoon? Sure. Great, please come to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau around 2 p.m. Alright, could you ask your leader if I need to bring anything for him on the way? On the other end, Xiao Wang was puzzled, wondering if this person knew the secretary. Just as he was about to ask what it was, the call ended abruptly. Xiao Wang turned to Chun Hang, beside him. Secretary, they asked if I needed to bring anything for you. Chun Hang was startled. My fishing gear. Right when storing items, he said that items left for more than 48 hours would be cleared out. It had been about that long. Chun Hang rubbed his forehead. Tell him it's not necessary, I'll go pick it up myself in a few days. Xiao Wang looked at Lin Bo with great respect. Being able to grow such a large scenic area, the person in charge was indeed very familiar with the secretary. Xiao Wang recalled the big fish from the night before and the fireworks in the background, feeling quite pleased. Next time he would not only go fishing, but also take a stroll around the scenic area. It's a pity that the secretary seemed to dislike fishing. He hadn't even talked to his colleagues about it today. In the afternoon at 2 p.m., Lin Bo arrived punctually at the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Shu Ling City in the administrative office. Looking at the young man in front of him, Chun Hang frowned. Why is it him? Wasn't the Shu Ling Secret Realm previously under his management and failed? The last time he saw the scenic area had changed so drastically, he had thought the investors had stepped back and changed the person in charge. How could it still be him? Xiao Wang sensed the atmosphere was a bit awkward and nervously held the teacup. However, Lin Bo seemed oblivious to the strange atmosphere as he walked in. He shook hands with Chun Hang respectfully, saying, Hello, Secretary Chun, I am Lin Bo, the person in charge of the Shu Ling Secret Realm. After speaking, he withdrew his hand, looking puzzled at Chun Hang. Aren't you going to sit down? Let's chat while sitting. Please sit. Chun Hang resumed his smile, but was still scrutinizing Lin Bo. With the May Day holiday approaching, time is tight, and the tasks are heavy. What I am going to discuss is very serious and must not go wrong, so it's best to have the current real person in charge of your scenic area come over. Secretary Chun, I am the current person in charge. Oh, Secretary Chun blew on his teacup. Then tell me, what are your plans for the May Day holiday at the scenic area? Secretary Chun blew on the tea, scrutinizing Lin Bo through the steam. Can a person really change so much in a month? Can the scenic area be rejuvenated? The previous wastrel didn't seem capable of discovering and interacting with that farmer. He must have a significant figure behind him. Now that he was here, it was likely that the young man was eager for fame, seeing that the Cultural and Tourism Bureau was offering benefits, running out to claim credit. He had seen too many people like that in his youth. If the person behind him doesn't come forward, discussing the promotion and inspection for May Day with him would likely yield no results. Secretary Chun is testing me. Lin Bo smiled. The original person had such a poor reputation. He was about to speak when footsteps echoed from outside. Before he even saw anyone, a strong voice came in. The person in charge of the Shu Ling Secret Realm is here. Why didn't you call me from the Agriculture Bureau? If I hadn't happened to come by, I wouldn't have known. A very capable-looking person in a white shirt walked in. Upon seeing Lin Bo, he warmly shook Lin Bo's hand. Look at this, heroes emerge from the youth. I didn't expect the person in charge of the Shu Ling Secret Realm to be so young. I am from the Agricultural Bureau. My surname is Su. How should I address you, young comrade? You can call me Lin Bo. Great. How did you come up with the idea of farming in the scenic area? I assume a significant investment was required for that place. Su Jinxing started chatting enthusiastically with Lin Bo as soon as he entered, only halfway through realizing that he was in Chun Hang's office. He turned to see Chun Hang's serious expression. Hey, old Chun, why do you look unhappy? Chun Hang remained silent, merely tugging at the corner of his mouth. Inwardly, he scoffed, what does Su Jinxing know? I'm still probing the depths, and now this big-mouthed man has blurted out everything. Reluctantly, he spoke. I've only just met them. I was planning to begin by discussing management issues at the scenic area. Upon seeing Chun Hang's expression, Su Jinxing sensed something amiss. Slowly withdrawing his enthusiastic hand, he smiled and settled back into his seat. Then please continue. I'll just listen for now. Lin Bo smiled as he interjected. Have both leaders visited Shengu Garden? Yes, we did. Chun Hang gave a slight nod. Was this attraction also planned by Director Lin? We observed that the land area isn't large. Agricultural-themed scenic sites entail long investment cycles, require sustained human labor for maintenance, and incur substantial upfront costs. Yet current revenue remains limited. How then did Director Lin arrive at this idea? Chun Hang set down his teacup and fixed Lin Bo with a look that silently pleaded, if you can't explain it quickly, go fetch reinforcements. Lin Bo remained utterly unruffled. His expression grew solemn. He let out a deep, resonant sigh before asking, Secretary Chun, do you know what challenges our Shu Ling cultural tourism industry faces? Chun Hang blinked in surprise, sitting upright instantly. What? We have problems. Instead of answering my question, you're questioning me now. Shu Ling boasts magnificent natural and cultural resources. The Shu Ling Mountains draw countless visitors year after year. Yet after all these years, what constitutes the scenic area's primary revenue stream? And how significantly does it stimulate the regional economy? Well, mostly ticket sales and cable car fees. The area immediately surrounding the scenic zone fares reasonably well, but the city center and its peripheries. Has the secretary ever pondered why? Oh, what insights do you have? Chun Hang countered, thinking, what am I supposed to say? Isn't this the norm across every scenic site in China? Don't people come to Shu Ling precisely to climb mountains? Because our approach to cultural tourism remains fixated on the single character to tour. But is mere sightseeing truly enough? To treat cultural tourism as nothing more than this is sheer negligence. Profound, unforgivable negligence. Lin Bo shook his head emphatically. You wouldn't understand. Chun Hang's expression darkened. He opened his mouth, then hesitated, unable to voice the tangled complexities beneath. The Shu Ling Mountains are renowned, but their management is notoriously difficult. Coordinating among the scenic area administration, local government, and enterprises makes even simple initiatives arduous. Could he possibly articulate such realities aloud? I fully appreciate the secretary's predicaments, Lin Bo said, his tone brimming with empathy. The fact that you personally inspected Shu Ling Secret Realm over the weekend proves you are a leader who acts, not one who merely speaks. Shu Ling is blessed with extraordinary talent, abundant resources, and profound cultural heritage. Its mountains draw visitors, so why shouldn't we entice them to stay longer, to immerse themselves in Shu Ling's culture? Why shouldn't they purchase more local specialties? Exactly. Chun Hang nodded. For any locality, consumption, dining, and accommodation, not just sightseeing, are the true engines of tourism-driven development. And the broader industrial ripple effects would be even more remarkable. What Shu Ling Secret Realm aims to achieve is precisely this: to make visitors stay. Through culture, entertainment, distinctive experiences, and a holistic lifestyle philosophy. We want visitors not merely to tour Shu Ling, but to experience it, understand it, and ultimately, love it. Brilliant. A spark of genuine agreement flickered in Chun Hang's eyes. Indeed, the Shu Ling Mountains were vast, complex, and deeply interconnected. A misstep anywhere could reverberate widely. But Shu Ling's Secret Realm, a brand new privately operated scenic site, held immense, untapped potential. Lin Bo turned his gaze towards Su Jinxing beside him. Director Su, achieving this vision hinges critically upon agriculture. That is precisely why I conceived Shengu Garden. Su Jinxing sat up straight. Hadn't we been discussing scenic area management just moments ago? So this concerns me too. A region's land nurtures its people. What lies at the root of local customs and traditions? Differences in diet. Food sustains life, so where does food originate? From the fields, from the hands of farmers. Wholesome nourishment forms the very bedrock of a fulfilling life. Thus, Shengu Garden was initially conceived to allow scenic area visitors to savor organic produce grown right within the park itself. Visionary. For a scenic area operator to possess such foresight is exceedingly rare. Su Jinxing was visibly moved. So, how did you locate that elderly farmer tending the fields? Did Director Lin personally support his research? Precisely. We met the elder during the scenic area's development, deep in the mountains. Lin Bo's thoughts drifted to a person, an extraordinary individual. He began recounting the story he'd just crafted. When I first met Elder Jiang, he was cultivating rice in the mountains. I asked him, do you own no land? He replied he once had, but had given it to his children. He told me he'd farmed his entire life, yet never understood why he farmed. Was it simply to survive? Yet he had already lived a long life. He recounted a dream: rice stalks towering taller than sorghum panicles, stretching longer than brooms. Beneath their shade, he rested peacefully in the sun's warmth. When the wind stirred, the panicles rustled. Such a beautiful, soothing sound. Upon waking, he finally knew his purpose: to cultivate better, more abundant grain, to ensure no one would ever starve again. Yet no one understood him. He conducted experiments on his own plot, but his son deemed it wasteful. Unable to work openly, he secretly pursued his trials deep in the mountains. Until I discovered him, and coincidentally, I sought to develop related landscape features. So I invited him to continue his research gradually. Too moving, too profoundly moving. Su Jinxing instinctively wiped away tears. Resting beneath the rice, what a beautiful dream. Without this young man's intervention, could that solitary elder alone have achieved such astonishing breakthroughs? He might well have faded into obscurity, forgotten in the forest's depths. Su Jinxing grasped Lin Bo's hand firmly. Comrade Lin, you've done something truly admirable. Lin Bo lowered his head modestly. I've merely undertaken a few humble tasks. In the future, if conditions permit, the scenic area could organize agricultural study tours. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Su Jinxing now regarded Lin Bo with unreserved admiration, then cast a reproachful glance at Chun Hang beside him. What an exceptional young man. How thoroughly he considers every detail. He'd even begun with a stern, disapproving demeanor toward him. Lin Bo added gently, still the conditions here may not be replicable elsewhere. Recently we've detected geothermal resources within the scenic area. Chun Hang's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. No wonder the crops are thriving so remarkably. Very well, Chun Hang eased the lingering awkwardness before continuing. We invited you here today to inform you. We plan to organize an expert inspection focused specifically on Shun Gu Garden's crops to assess their breeding potential and viability for wider adoption. Regarding Elder Jiang, Lin Bo paused thoughtfully. I'll speak with him. Since we close the scenic area every Monday, no visitors then, it would be ideal to schedule the visit for that day. Then next Monday it is. Su Jinxing beamed. I contacted provincial experts today. They wanted to come immediately, but I held them back. They assured me they're available anytime. Just confirm the date and notify them. Su Jinxing's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Monday is perfect. Since they're coming all this way, why not extend their stay? After inspecting the scenic area on Monday, they could tour surrounding areas, addressing issues and difficulties faced by nearby cooperatives. Securing expert consultations is rarely this effortless. This proactive enthusiasm must be seized wholeheartedly. With the inspection confirmed, and reassured that Lin Bo possessed substantive insight, Chun Hang relaxed and said, now let's discuss the May Day holiday arrangements. Speaking of May Day, Lin Bo's face fell into a picture of woeful distress, pitiful, almost childlike, utterly bereft of his earlier confidence and vigor. Leaders, both of you, I've encountered a serious difficulty. Lin Bo discussed the matters concerning Chongqing Group. Chun Hang frowned, realizing that this issue would not be easy to handle. Chongqing Group had made significant investments in Shujing Province, and many large hotels and tourism districts in the surrounding cities were also part of their investments. They were a major player in attracting investment, and the other party was cautious in their dealings, revealing no actual incriminating evidence. You should focus on preparing for the inspection. There's no need to worry about it for now. Make sure to submit the plans for the May Day activities at the scenic area along with the safety and emergency response plans. Prepare the promotional materials in advance. As for any developments afterward, it all depended on your performance next Monday. Got it. Lin Bo, after applying his eye drops, happily returned. After Lin Bo left, Chun Hang envisioned the splendid blueprint Lin Bo had sketched out and picked up the phone. Hello, yes. All right. Understood. Wang Weiren suppressed his dissatisfaction, casually replied a couple of times, and hung up. Turning around, he saw the two individuals who had previously excitedly reported on the situation at Shu Ling Secret Realm, which only made him angrier. Was the performance really that impressive? Well, we didn't pay much attention to it. The two shook their heads. If you didn't pay attention, what were you even doing? You say it was impressive, yet you're not satisfied. How should we respond then? What about coming up with a good idea to have someone fall into a fish pond and report their inadequate safety measures? If you thought of it, why didn't you jump in at that time? Just let it be in the dead pond. The two shrank back, all working as laborers who would risk their lives. But you both really did nothing. We really did nothing. We just took a look. After all, you emphasized not to act rashly. Wang Weiren was feeling overwhelmed, took a couple of deep breaths, and reminded himself to cultivate his temperament and not to make mistakes again. Chongqing Group had a vast operation primarily based in the east. He had made a mistake and was demoted to this side to explore the market. He had just set his sights on the land of the scenic area only to see it about to be auctioned off due to impending bankruptcy. He felt as though fortune was smiling upon him. In the end, this pathetic scenic area was struggling for breath, and it actually managed to earn a chance. Just when he was preparing to find an opportunity to crush it, how did he end up entangled with the Cultural Tourism Bureau? Clearly everything had been done cleanly with layers of veils upon veils, yet he didn't know how the other side had found him. They indirectly had Shudu Development Bank call him, hinting at his involvement. Could it be that old chap surnamed Zhou leaked the information? Wang Weiren thought to himself. It was indeed possible. Seeing that Shu Ling Secret Realm was about to take off, they wanted to kick him out, but were unable to do so openly, hence borrowed the name of the Cultural Tourism Bureau. Wang Weiren's eyes darkened as he waved his hand dismissively, sending the two away. You can leave for now. Let them revel in their temporary success. As long as the business tactics had no flaws, he would see how the higher-ups would handle it. Lin Bo returned to the scenic area just in time for mealtime. During today's restaurant interviews, the candidates showcased their knife skills by slicing various ingredients, including beef, fish, radish, potato, and lotus root. With many new people at the scenic area, Lin Bo waved his hand and decided to have everyone enjoy hot pot together. The vegetables were provided by Jianggu, who clarified what hot pot was and returned with a large basket of mushrooms. These are the mushrooms I just grew. Would you all like to try? Lin Bo observed the mushroom, which was round and dark with a very thick and delicious-looking texture. A new variety. Lin Bo reached out to touch it, and suddenly the mushroom split open with a gap resembling a smiling face, emitting a series of enchanting giggles. What is this? Lin Bo was astonished. This is called the Smiling Dream mushroom. Its main body grows at the entrance of the Yellow Springs. I combined it with the local porcini mushroom to enhance its flavor. Eating it can make people happy and allow them to see the ones they wish to see. It sounded a bit ominous, and Lin Bo pressed Jianggu's hand. Please destroy it, thank you. Can mortals not eat it? Jianggu looked a bit dejected. Sigh. I often feel uncertain about the direction of my research. Tang Jiang tilted his head to comfort him. Perhaps we really need an expert's advice. Lin Bo twitched his lips. However, regarding the current situation, Lin Bo suddenly felt a bit concerned about whether he could control the whole scene on Monday. Tongzi, next Monday your task is daunting, Lin Bo silently recited in his heart. What about my matters? He had just dealt with the mushroom. Liu brought over several pots. The pure red oil freshly stir-fried hot pot base was floating with red chilies on top. Is it ready to eat? Is it delicious? How do we eat it? Xiao Yuer raised her chopsticks, staring at the pot, not knowing why she felt so salivated. Little God of Wealth confidently picked up a slice of beef and dipped it in the red pot for a few seconds. He had seen this method online. Watching the meat cook, he took it out, dipped it in the sauce, and took a small bite. Xiao Yuer watched from the side. How is it? It's incredibly delicious. I'm going to let Wang Kai try it. Little God of Wealth smiled broadly as he set the bowl down. Really? Xiao Yuer hurriedly imitated him and dipped a slice in. She stuffed it into her mouth. Suddenly her face turned bright red and she gulped it down. How is it? Yi Xingtian had just finished dipping and was preparing to eat. Xiao Yuer nodded with determination and gave a thumbs up. Yi Xingtian immediately stuffed a whole slice of beef into his mouth. His eyes widened suddenly. How to describe this feeling? It was as if two golden core cultivators were unleashing fire spells in his mouth. Yi Xingtian glanced at Xiao Yuer's flushed face and smiled. It's indeed delicious. 1 minute later, a table full of Tianqing sect members had their mouths agape, drooling and shouting. Water! Water! Bring some water. So spicy. Where's my mouth? Where's my mouth? My mouth is missing. If this is made into poison pills. Yuer. Xingtian. Is acting meant for this? Lin Bo's table, Hu Wanli was beside him, his hair standing on end in anger. How infuriating to lose face in front of competitors. Yi Xingtian, too, being in the mid-golden core stage, still lacked composure. Those who hadn't picked up their chopsticks, the members of the Beast Control sect and the Flying Flower Palace, had hardly eaten and had never seen such food. Seeing the Tianqing sect's reactions, they grew increasingly anxious. Is this really edible? Liu just happened to bring out a yinyang pot, looking shocked at the nearly fiery Xiao Yuer and the others. Those who can't eat spicy should go to other tables. That table is extremely spicy. There are other flavors. The disciples of Tianqing sect mixed with those of the Flying Flower sect and the Beast Control sect. The extremely spicy ones I can't handle even a bit. Lin Bo chuckled inwardly. The real pain was still to come. He turned to Liu and said, next time prepare something not spicy for them. I know a way to cook beef that is extremely delicious. That's a famous food from my hometown, originating from the docks. I haven't seen it sold around here, but it fits perfectly with the scenic area's environment. Strangely, some of the culinary cultures here resemble those from my past life, yet some foods seem to have never existed. Liu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Boss Lin's recipes are all exquisite. Jianggu beside him covered Tang Jiang's ears. Don't listen, it's a horror story. The hot pot made from spiritual plants not only tastes good, but also has various effects, with wisps of spiritual energy spreading from the stomach to the limbs and bones. After one meal, they were all drenched in sweat. The 3 sect members who were initially unfamiliar quickly began to clink glasses. The cola being passed, and Sprite being exchanged, as the next day was a work day. They could not drink alcohol. I wonder whose spring water this is with such abundant bubbles. It feels like someone is dancing on my tongue. But it would be great if there was some wine. Back when various realms communicated and had contact, the best flavor was brewed by the mountain goblins of the Qingqiu demon realm, known as Dream of 1,000 Years. If only I could have a cup. Xiong Tiangong, in high spirits from the food, lamented. He was shot a glare by Hu Wanli, who quietly reminded him, be mindful, we're mortals. Such a lack of professionalism. Fortunately, the boss was lenient. But where was the boss? Lin Bo's figure was already missing from the table. Lin Bo had already returned to his room. At an employee gathering, the boss didn't need to stay at the table for too long, letting them familiarize themselves. Lin Bo opened the system. A week's time was neither long nor short. The inspection had to be well prepared. Lin Bo opened the map of Sixian Town, and the introduction of Sixian Town popped up beside it. Sixian Town. Development progress 50. Today's visitor count 0. Attraction description: a beautiful ancient town, a necessary path for those seeking immortality. Its rich cultural landscape has attracted the attention of many mortals. Number of shop fronts 23, 15 remaining. Number of established merchants 7, including Xiao's ready-made clothing blacksmith shop, Wenxin Road, Luban Lock Challenge, Center Feihua Tower, Cute Beast Garden, Xingu Garden. Self-operated merchant, Shu Ling Restaurant. Featured tour projects, Dawn Cattle Photography, Service Hidden Dragon, Lake, Fishing Tianwen Grand Performance Wenxian Town Immersive Tour. Seeing this, Lin Bo calculated the number of shop fronts. The clothing store and blacksmith shop should be expanded. He planned to oversee the dining section himself. Li was already promoting the Chinese restaurant training well, and he estimated they could open a few more shops later. Along with the ghost houses and cultural creative shops, it should be nearly sufficient. He had his own plans regarding other commercial forms. Lin Bo continued to scroll down. Open check-in points 1. God of Wealth Temple. Today's check-in count 102. Today the park is closed. Where are the visitors? Lin Bo thought of the mountain road that had been blocked the night before last. Very good, with the current weekday traffic being low, with them around a 10 revenue increase from the God of Wealth Temple every day is guaranteed. I will give these diligent young practitioners a bonus of 200 at the end of the month. The number of climbers over the weekend reached 1,000, bringing a 20 revenue increase, which is simply delightful. I wonder when the visitor count will reach 10,000. With 10,000, there would be a 30 increase. However, to accommodate 10,000 visitors, we still have to wait for the development of the Sixian Tower area, and the scenery on the mountain in Wenxian Town needs to be enriched as well. Lin Bo looked at the 2 check-in points that had not yet been unlocked. He had ideas for speeding up these 2 tasks, but one lacked suitable personnel, and the other lacked the right timing. Check-in point Inyuan Tree not open. Couples visiting the scenic area exceeded 1-0 pairs will be unlocked. Current progress 843100000. Check-in point Chuan Master Temple not open. Offer gifts favored by the Chuan Master in Wulong Creek. 310,000. Suddenly the Chuan Master Temple had some values. Could it be those fishermen? Did they throw something the Chuan Master liked? What could it be? I will observe fishing all day someday and investigate. After determining the general situation of the scenic area, Lin Bo selected 3 courtyards within the scenic area to be ghost houses and customized the decoration and furniture from the system. Good Dream Mattress, 3,000 currency units per set, allows one to fall asleep quickly and dream of good things, rapidly restoring energy. Upon waking, one can immediately get up and start acting. Lin Bo equipped each guest house with one and looked at his own bed, a pure wooden hardboard bed. I should treat myself a little better. Lin Bo spent 100 currency units to buy a soft and comfortable ordinary mattress. As for the visitors, they will have sweet dreams and wake up to play. As for myself, when I have free time, of course I will enjoy lying in bed. I finally became a boss. Still waking up at 8 in the morning, what use is there in being a boss? After managing the basic infrastructure to be added, Lin Bo stroked his chin, finally, starting to plan how to deal with the inspection next Monday. After recruiting cultivators, he had considered the peculiarities that might face investigation and coveting. How long can the system conceal it, and what attitude will the authorities take? Once he recruited to Xingu Gate, he found his direction. The emergence of Chongqing Group further heightened his sense of crisis. If one only looks at the profits, whether it be the miraculous creatures in the scenic area or the revenue capacity of the scenic area, even the land beneath their feet could be targeted. The sweetness of profit inevitably attracts flies to covet, and he is not keen on handling them one by one. The attitudes of Chun Hang and Su Jinxing gave him a glimmer of hope. If possible, he wants to wager on the national fortune, to bet on the vision and determination of the high-level figures in this world. When they see the value of the scenic area at the national fortune level, will they choose to seize it or protect it? This way, the first thing to bring out must be considered carefully. It must be something currently valued by the country and needed. It shouldn't be too inconspicuous nor too eye-catching. It would be best if it could start from the provincial level, gradually letting those above realize that maintaining the status quo of the scenic area is most beneficial to the country and actively protecting it. In the end, they might even actively help cover for the scenic area. Lin Bo began to conceive this huge plan. His room was brightly lit. In the scenic area, after the hot pot gathering, 3 not-so-familiar disciples from different sects became familiar. They agreed to meditate and cultivate, sparring and competing in climbing at the God of Wealth Temple. Wang Kai poked Zhao Kai with his paw, wagging his tail. Are you going to the kitchen? Today there's a lot of good food. Zhao Kai quietly looked back at him. Do you really think you're a dog? Zhao Kai looked up at the distant window, pouting. Occasionally being one is fine. But being a dog, one must consider whose dog to be. On the other side, in Hidden Dragon Lake, Ao Gun was enthusiastically training, taking advantage of the fact that the fishermen had not come today. A school of fish crowded tightly together under the moonlight, glistening in the light. If the fishermen from the past 2 days saw this, they would faint from happiness. Ao Gun solemnly lectured the school of fish. Yesterday the fishermen returned with full nets. You all have a responsibility, and I have even more. I know that carrot is delicious, but you must understand that patience brings more carrots. Remember the command. Eat the big bait at the edge, don't bite the small bait. Eat 10, and swallow 1, act dumb, and shake your head slowly. On the roof of Feihua Tower, Hua Qianqiu, Huanli Xiong Tiangong, and Zhang Gu Yi sat opposite each other, without the great dream of Qingqiu for 1,000 years, drinking the non-intoxicating peach blossom dew of Feihua Palace. Hua Qianqiu raised his wine cup, looking at the moon. How many years has it been since such a peaceful day? After staying here for a few days, I truly don't want to go back. No wonder you can neglect the sect to the point that everyone in Jiuxiao thinks you have fallen. With abundant spiritual energy, every day distributing incense wishes what kind of immortal life is this? Hu Wanli awkwardly chuckled. He wears the 1,000-day defense against thieves. I just overlooked it for 2 days. 1 day in the Tianshu realm is 10 days here. Spirit beasts grow faster here. A golden-haired little mouse popped out of Xiong Tiangang's arms. Xiong Tiangang patted its head. They like this too. The little mouse's nose twitched, sniffing at Jiang Gui. Jiang Gui broke off a small piece of the latest carrot for it. The little mouse's eyes sparkled with joy. In the Tianshu realm, everyone is the pillar of the sect, and in the secret realm, the presence of that person allows them to put down their burdens and worries, reminding them of the time when they first entered the path of cultivation sheltered by elders. They couldn't help but relax. Jiang Gui looked towards the glimmering light coming from the distant window. It's all because that person is shouldering everything. Just now, Hua Qianqiu tossed aside the wine jug. Drink up. I am going to practice dance with the ladies. Lin has shared several good stories. Some dances can be optimized. Saying this, he took a step away. Wait, is it this intense? Hu Wanli was shocked. The boss said don't plant anything that makes noise or has a long face first. I will clear it up and add some other things. Jiang Gui also got up. Wait. I will check the animals in the beast garden. Are there any loopholes? Hu Wanli looked at the crowd that instantly departed before him. No. You all just arrived, and it looks like our Tianqing sect's elders are very lazy. Just as the scenic area began to operate more rapidly due to an inspection. In the distant capital city, the well-known science popularization blogger director, who suddenly saw and mentioned. In the video, a silver-white long fish swam in the water with dorsal fins trailing a white line. Director, what is this, a water monkey? Hu Xiaodong, an editor for the magazine Wonderful Things, mainly gathers strange and seemingly miraculous items from everyone. Then he provides answers based on professional biological knowledge. But this time, this clearly isn't a water monkey. He flipped through many books, still puzzled. What is this? On April 18th, Monday early in the morning, a convoy consisting of 3 vehicles quietly entered the mountains from Shu Ling City, finally stopping at the entrance of the Shu Ling Secret Realm. Everyone, we have arrived. Su Jinxing wiped the sweat from his forehead and got out of the car. He took small, quick steps to the back of the vehicle, helping an elderly man get out of the car while accompanying another young man. Take it slow, watch your head. The elderly man replied with a smile. No need for that, I am quite fit. I was working in the fields last month, stronger than you young folks. The elderly man waved his hand. Su Jinxing wiped his sweat. Hiring an expert is one thing, but he didn't expect to have such a revered figure with them. Chen Xunshe, at the age of 84, is a treasured academician from Sichuan province who has made tremendous contributions to land utilization in mountainous regions, soil and water conservation, farmland development, and the improvement of mountain crops. Earlier this year, he insisted on visiting the experimental fields in the mountains every month, but after catching a cold and developing pneumonia, he has only just been discharged and came here. Accompanying him was the expert Ouyang Qing, who smiled shyly. Elder Chen is recuperating in the capital's mountain area. When he heard I was coming and saw the pictures you sent, he insisted on coming to take a look himself. Thank you for preparing to host him. No, it is our honor to have Elder Chen overseeing our work personally. He also provides direction for our future efforts, Su Jinxing replied with a smile. Chen Heng got out of another vehicle followed by 2 young people. One was dressed in outdoor attire, wearing a functional vest, carrying a camera and photography equipment. The other wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, appeared thin and seemed scholarly. He carefully stepped around a small puddle while silently following Hu Xiaodong. Thank you all for this opportunity to interview. We mainly came for the Yinhong Lake, and today we will record an interview regarding our observations. Hu Xiaodong greeted everyone warmly. He truly did not expect such good fortune. That day he had asked around and received nothing but vague answers. So he decided to investigate personally. Upon contacting the coordinating unit, he learned that there was actually an agricultural inspection team today. The keen intuition of a media person led him to immediately request to join the inspection team. Initially denied, he had to ask for coordination from the leading authorities and sign a confidentiality agreement to be allowed to follow. Everyone nodded. The name Wanwu Jingqi sounds intriguing, but since the leading authorities are official, the content has a good reputation and will not be written carelessly. At that moment, Lin Bo smiled and welcomed them. Goodness. Just a few days ago, he received a midnight call from Su Jinxing saying there would be an old academician in the inspection team. There would also be a reporter from a magazine. He was told to be prepared. What could he do to prepare? After thinking for a moment, he decided to dig out a sightseeing vehicle from the system and had Wang Ban modify it. This was primarily for the elderly. After dedicating his life to his work at such an old age, hearing about new discoveries, he wanted to come and see for himself. Lin Bo felt nothing but respect for such an elder. Please everyone, the roads in the scenic area are not suitable for vehicles. Please take the sightseeing vehicle directly to the Xingu Garden. Alright, thank you. A few of them walked inside and saw a large vehicle almost hugging the ground with 8 legs resembling a bionic spider. It had 9 seats. Is this thing a sightseeing vehicle, eh? Hu Xiaodong was astonished. It was too fantastical. Our place is a fantasy-themed scenic area, so a bit of fantasy is quite reasonable, isn't it? That does seem to be the case. Hu Xiaodong quickly accepted this setting. Very nice, the scenic area is getting better and better, but I can walk, no need for a vehicle. Chen Xunshe smiled, kindly waved his hand, and took a deep breath. This air is even better than in the capital's mountain area. I have enough strength, you don't need to worry about me. Which direction is the Xingu Garden? After saying that, he began to walk. Hu Xiaodong and Ouyang Qing couldn't help but stare at the spider-shaped sightseeing vehicle. They wanted to ride it. But since Elder Chun had not gotten on, they had no reason to either. The group headed towards the Xingu Garden. As they walked, Lin Bo explained to everyone, Director Su should have already told you about the Xingu Garden situation. Zhang Gu is just an ordinary farmer, not very educated, just tinkering by himself. In the past, he wasn't recognized much and received a lot of disdain. So he isn't very talkative and doesn't trust others easily. He has his own set of theories that you may find hard to understand, but don't argue with him too much. Qin Shunsher nodded. Having worked in Sichuan for many years and visited many deep mountains and forests, he understood how ignorant people can be in uncivilized areas. I understand. I know how to interact with the locals. On Monday, the scenic area was empty, the ancient town's architecture elegant, and the air was excellent, so everyone didn't feel too tired while walking. As they walked, they arrived at the Xingu Garden. Qin Shunsher looked at the rice that had grown quite tall. Is this the kind of rice that can be harvested multiple times? Yes. Lin Bo replied. Can it really be achieved? Oi. Hu Xiaodong asked from the side as the old academician looked closely at the top of the rice plant. There were just a few budding grains beginning to show. Qin Shunsher pointed at a small bud below and said to the others, look at this axillary bud, it's still dormant. If it can indeed sprout after harvesting, we can get a second crop. Everyone suddenly realized that it was indeed not just boasting. How long until maturity? I just don't know about the yield, the old academician asked Lin Bo. By early June, we want to time it for the Dragon Boat Festival to make zongzi. Lin Bo replied gently. I really wish I could stay here to see it. It would be wonderful to witness the rice ripening with my own eyes. Qin Shunsher expressed his sentiments. Ouyang Qing was surprised. Is this something you can just decide to stay for? What about your health? Teacher, let's go inside first. Ouyang Qing quickly shifted Elder Chen's attention. Later we will collect some samples to take back. This cannot be left behind. Otherwise Elder Chen's children would come asking why their father went out and didn't return home. Just as Ouyang Qing was about to lead Elder Chen inside, he was stopped by Lin Bo. Wait a moment, there is something I must clarify in front of everyone. No one is allowed to touch or take anything here without Jiangba's consent. If that cannot be done, please forgive us for not being able to accommodate you. Ouyang Qing frowned, showing a displeased expression. Is this not cooperating enough? Lin Bo was about to retort when Qin Shunsher spoke up first. He glared sharply at Ouyang Qing. Shut up. What do you know? Just that one rice plant alone can yield countless papers. Do you really think no one in the lab is researching this direction? And this Zhang Bo, relying on his own efforts to achieve such results, has no idea how many failures he has endured. To those who do not understand him, he may just seem like a madman. Who knows what he experienced before being taken in by this scenic area? How many people have destroyed the things he grew? Qin Shunsher scolded Ouyang Qing harshly. He was so angry, he was panting heavily, startling those around him. In the distance, a pair of eyes watched everything. A cow suddenly approached, carefully offering a carrot to Qin Shunsher. Good boy, helping Grandpa speak, offering a carrot. Qin Shunsher was amused by the little cow and laughed heartily, patting its head. Ha ha, this cow is quite spirited. As he walked into the garden, he wondered, is this cow from that elder Jiang? Indeed. Turning past the ordinary woods in front of the Xingu Garden, a three-dimensional field made of giant trees unfolded before Qin Shunsher. No matter how many times he had seen it in photos, its appearance in reality was still utterly stunning. The morning mist had not yet fully dissipated, and after last night's rain, the sunlight was hazy, casting a gentle glow on the massive trees. The giant trees towered high with fields atop them, exuding a magical aura from nature. We call it Jianmu. Lin Bo casually introduced the name of this wonder, which according to ancient myths from before the Shang dynasty was not too different from his original world. Just like how giant trees and floods appear in myths around the world. Lin Bo believed that Qin Shunsher could understand this name. Qin Shunsher felt a stir in his heart. Could this be the divine tree from ancient Shu mythology that communicates between heaven and earth? Ancient myths were often related to the agricultural culture of early ancestors. Now the idea of Elder Jiang planting crops in the tree was probably inspired by these mythological stories. To undertake such a grand project because of mythological stories, to realize such bold ideas. Qin Shunsher carefully looked at the young man standing straight beside him, whose gaze was resolute, and nodded. It must be the youth, daring to dream and act. Courageous. Where is Elder Jiang? Qin Shunsher asked. At this time he should be fertilizing on the 3rd level. Please follow me. Lin Bo led everyone towards the center of the tree. The group followed along with the little cow wagging its tail behind to say goodbye. Only Ouyang Qing lagged behind, turning back to glance at the cow. Indeed, the cow had been fine just a moment ago, but now it was rolling its eyes at him, wearing an expression that seemed to say, oh, look at me. Will the old man praise me, or you? It was not an illusion. The cow had been targeting him all along. Why did he see such an expression on a cow's face? Ouyang, hurry up. Ouyang Qing shook off the cow's face from his mind and caught up. Lin Bo brought them to the center of Jinmu, where the inner space, surrounded by several trees, was the elevator. As a few people entered, Hu Xiaodong touched the texture of the branches on the elevator's walls. This elevator is quite unique. After all, it's an immersive Xiangxia-themed tourist spot, and we pay great attention to detail. Lin Bo smiled. A ding sounded. The elevator has arrived. Please step out, everyone. This is the 3rd level of Jinmu, the soil layer divided into 6 spaces, each planted with different types of crops. The group walked in. Surrounding the tree, a circle of canopies formed an arched hall and corridor, allowing them to see the scenes of each hive plot inside. Lin Bo led them inside, and everyone noticed something peculiar. Some areas, despite the rain having stopped outside, still had fine rainwater falling from above, nourishing the fields below. Why is there still rain here? Lin Bo pointed above their heads. Everyone looked up. From a distance, it wasn't noticeable. Now looking from below, they could clearly see the clear water in the bubbles above and the roots of the plants. There were even fish swimming in the water. It rained last night, and the upper layer accumulated water. Then after the rain stopped today, it began the irrigation process. Before Lin Bo could further explain, Chen Shunshi murmured the answer. What a brilliant concept. I wonder what kind of transparent material this is that can hold so much water. The old man in the field seemed unaware of their arrival, still tinkering with something in the ground. Elder Jiang, a farmer wants to chat with you. Lin Bo called out loudly to the distance. Ouyang Qing's eyes widened. You referred to Elder Chen as a farmer. You have no idea how much contribution Elder Chen has made, how esteemed he is. Yet Chen Shunshi was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed heartily again. That's good, that's good. Am I not just a farmer? Quickly, I want to chat with my old buddy. Ouyang Qing looked at Lin Bo with a tinge of envy. His teacher hadn't smiled like this in a long time. Why does this person have such charm? Zhang Gai put down what he was holding and walked over, his eyes filled with vigilance, only slightly easing when he saw Lin Bo calling out Boss Lin. The elder had previously told them that by absorbing the power of incense, they would also attract others' covetousness. This was a small test. If they could handle it, things would be much easier in the future. He scanned the newcomers. If these people truly harbored greed for the scenic area. Although the rules prohibited harming others, even if he risked being expelled from the scenic area, he would still punish them for the elder. I wonder if planting people in the ground and keeping them well counts as harming others. Just as Zhang Gai was evaluating the threat level these people posed to the scenic area, pondering how to protect the area without being expelled, Chen Shunshi was also examining the newcomers. The elder had dark skin, clearly a veteran farmer weathered by years of sun and wind. His demeanor and actions, just as Lin Bo described, very vigilant and guarded against them. Chen Shunshi sighed inwardly. Agriculture is not an easy task. He turned to glance at Ouyang Qing beside him, whose skin was wheat-colored, still relatively fair, and he snorted discontentedly. There is still too little done. Ouyang Qing felt the stern gaze of his teacher. Confused, he looked up, wondering what he had done wrong. Chen Shunshi, uninterested in his disciple, earnestly asked Zhang Gai, Elder, this Jinmu planting tower is excellently designed. How did you come up with the idea of layering 3 levels above and 3 levels below? Why are the structures above and below different? Upon mentioning the fields, Zhang Gai became enthusiastic. Yet fearing the other party might not understand, he tentatively asked, do you know about Bagua? Having communicated before, Chun Heng immediately stepped in to explain to others. This elder has summarized a set of planting methods and techniques based on feng shui, so please understand. Chen Shunshi nodded with a smile. Feng shui is indeed the wisdom of the working people. How do you explain this, Bagua? I designed Jinmu with 6 layers, with the upper 3 layers representing the yang number of 3 as Qian, and the lower 3 layers representing the yin number of 6 as Kuan, forming the Tai hexagram, allowing for the communication of yin and yang, creating the harmonious interaction between heaven and earth. Ouyang Qing could not tolerate such mystical talk and could not help but retort, if you say it's Qian hexagram, why not place 9 bubbles on top? As soon as he spoke, he immediately received 2 angry glares from the elders. Have you lost your mind? With 3 in each layer already heavy enough, can you bear the weight of 9? Chen Shunshi scolded immediately. Different people require different communication methods, and you must also learn to listen to different opinions. Don't think that just because you've read a few books you know everything. Look up, there are 3 in each layer arranged in a staggered pattern, balancing the weight, while ensuring sunlight and ventilation for the lower layers. 9. Split your brain into 9 parts, and see if a new brain can grow in the field. Zhang Gai, hearing Chen Shun's words, felt his rising anger dissipate. He shook his head at Ouyang Qing and said, you don't understand. Fusang Jinmu is indeed a tree that reaches the heavens. If it has 9 suns at the top, wouldn't it become a solitary sun burning fiercely, a hellish inferno? 3 suns opening the way is the path of life. After saying this, he scrutinized Ouyang Qing. I see you are easily irritated, and sigh often a symptom of excess liver fire. Have you been staying up late these days? Ouyang Qing was taken aback by the question and slowly replied, a little. If this continues, it will harm your kidneys. Follow me. Zhang Gai led them forward in a clockwise direction. This area is for planting green vegetables. Inside it was lush green, divided into several vegetable plots with plants growing vigorously. Chen Shunshi observed the types of crops in the field: bok choy, celery, water spinach, chives, plants that fear direct sunlight and prefer moisture. He looked up again. This location is not easy for direct sunlight, and there are 2 shielding bubbles in the upper layer. The sunlight is gentle, and there is enough water when needed. Elder, your farming is quite meticulous. Zhang Gai was even more delighted to hear this. It was surprising to find someone who understood agriculture so well in this world. Not many in the cultivation community knew this. Exactly, that's the meaning. Zhang Gai went in and found a spot to cut some chives. Returning, he handed them to Ouyang Qing. This is Sanyang chive, take it back and eat. It helps soothe the liver, relieve depression, invigorate blood, and will do you good. Looking at you, I'll give this to you. Are chives something that can be casually picked? Ouyang Qing shrugged, slightly refusing. Sorry, we cannot accept local specialties. Lin Bo smiled from the side, pretending to be naive, and asked Chun Heng, Secretary, although lunch has been arranged, can we add a vegetarian dish for Teacher Ng? No problem at it. Will lunch be eaten here? Are all the vegetables grown in the scenic area? Chen Shunshur asked with great interest. Of course. Providing our organically grown vegetables to guests is a feature of the scenic area, Lin Bo replied enthusiastically. That's great. By the way, is there a reason behind the planting arrangements on this level? What about the upper and lower layers? Chen Shunshur continued to ask Jiang Gai. Oh, there's much to say about that. Jiang Gai, rarely encountering someone with mutual interests, started an excited discussion. Only Ouyang Qing remained silent on the side, feeling ignored, thinking to himself, I'm just fine, I don't want to eat chives. A group of people toured the area. Chen Shunshur asked questions incessantly, and Jiang Gu gradually opened up. For centuries, this elder before him was the most knowledgeable person about farming he had ever encountered aside from himself. What is grown at the very top? The top layer has the most yang energy with goji berries, strawberries, and other light-loving crops. Hey, why are your strawberries so colorful? They are still in the experimental stage. The boss said the stranger the colors, the more customers love them. Ha ha ha. Chen Shunshur let out a hearty laugh. Lin Bo fell silent. Am I guiding this? Ouyang Qing looked at the blue strawberries in the field. The colors didn't have to be so strange. Hey, why does that strawberry look black and multicolored? Ouyang Qing discovered a unique specimen among the strawberries. I heard that anthocyanins are very popular with the locals. Customers love them. This one is an improved version with ultra-high anthocyanin content. How was it achieved? Through hybridization. Decades ago, my father and I killed a snake in the mountains and discovered a type of black snakeberry nearby. Such adventurous little stories Jiang Gu had become increasingly adept at concocting. Behind them, Hu Xiaodong furrowed his brows, nearly squeezing a fly to death, unable to comprehend what Jiang Gu was describing. He could only jot down notes, planning to look it up later. He had already filled half of his new notebook. There are still rich genetic resources in the deep mountains. So, upon hearing this, Ouyang Qing clenched his buttocks and stood at attention, preparing to be scolded. Less time in the office, more practical experience, understand. What results can come from the office? You need to go to the mountains and fields. Look, after so many years of studying, your research output is not even half of Jiang Boss. The teacher is right, absolutely right. Ouyang Qing nodded. Oh, as someone who also guided students, he felt he had been scolded more today than in the entire past year. However, after looking layer by layer, Ouyang Qing truly admired it. He looked at the nearby strawberries. These were not just strawberries, but a plethora of SCI papers growing on the ground. I wonder if the scenic area is willing to collaborate with the research institute. These crops have significant research value. Can I take some back? No way. Who dares to touch my things? Jiang Gu exclaimed, raising his hoe and fixing a sharp gaze on Ouyang Qing. Ouyang Qing immediately shut his mouth, feeling a hint of murderous intent emanating from those aged eyes and inexplicable fear rising in his heart. Even the surrounding plants seemed to have turned dangerous. He lowered his voice. Old man, please don't be agitated. I was just suggesting. If you can't learn to keep your mouth shut, apologize to Jiang Bo. Chen Shunshur shot a glare at Ouyang Qing. This student was a good seedling, but after so many years of administrative work, he had somewhat forgotten the land. Don't rush, old Chen. Lin Bo smiled, holding old Chen's hand. It's normal for expert Ouyang to have such thoughts. Ouyang Qing had just thought Lin Bo was somewhat reasonable when Lin Bo's tone shifted. However, to be honest, if I hadn't known you were coming, I wouldn't have dared to show these to anyone else. To be honest, I find Jiang Bo's abilities both gratifying and frightening. The gratifying part is that without mentioning anything else, if the rice from outside can be successfully cultivated and promoted, how many people would it help? Chen Shunshur nodded repeatedly. Yes, although 80% of these research results are quite bizarre. They are puzzling. But there is still a large part that has significant research value. Some could shine brightly as long as the direction is adjusted. Chun Hang and Su Jinxing felt a tightness in their scalps that was coming. The familiar feeling returned. Just last week they had experienced this. Lin Bo's expression turned grave, but I am also afraid. I fear that if I display this carelessly, I might encounter shameless individuals who would rudely appropriate Jiang Bo's academic achievements. And these things may not achieve their intended effects. Ouyang Qing felt as if a sword had pierced his heart. Was he being targeted? I didn't mean it that way. I never thought of that. I will credit Jiang Bo in the articles. He couldn't help but open his mouth to defend himself. I didn't mean that. Oh, I just worry about whether important results are safe in a scenic area. Even if they can't be taken away, there should be. Before he could finish, Lin Bo interrupted him. What I fear even more is that my scenic area might be forced to shut down for regulatory and protection reasons. Ouyang Qing's face turned red, instantly glaring at Lin Bo. Was this something to say? But Lin Bo's voice rose slightly, but remained firm. If it benefits the country, one should not avoid danger for personal gain. The moment these words were spoken, everyone felt a jolt of shock. If it benefits the country, one should not avoid danger for personal gain. Hu Xiaodong's hand trembled as he recorded it in his notebook, drawing a long line on the paper. What a resounding statement. He turned a page of the paper and forcefully noted down that statement. Others did the same. Lin Bo, a mere ordinary scenic area owner, possesses such awareness. Then what about them? Ouyang Qing felt that the way the teacher looked at him had turned cold. Your research will one day ensure that people all over the world will no longer be troubled by hunger. It is also your research that will eventually allow everyone in the country to eat healthy grains and vegetables. Old Chin, you understand the value of these things better than I do, and you know that professional matters must be handled by professionals. I cannot let my selfishness hide Jiang Bo and his achievements. So I agree to your investigation. Chen Shunshur nodded. Thank you, young comrade. You did the right thing. But I am not entirely without selfish motives. Ouyang Qing's face darkened as he muttered softly. Here it comes smooth-tongued, but ultimately just wants money. Just then Lin Bo spoke up. I want to make Chinese culture renowned worldwide. Let our Shu region shine beyond the borders of China. Let my hometown become even more prosperous, so that people won't have to leave their homes to earn a living. The vision expanded. Ouyang Qing felt a hot flush on his face, as if he had been slapped several times. The earlier guess of what it means to judge a gentleman by the heart of a petty person stung everyone. Most of them were local-born, with many people leaving their hometowns every year to work elsewhere. Only the elderly and children were left behind. You hardly saw any young people while shopping on the streets. If possible, who wouldn't want to stay in their hometown reunited with family, enjoying the warmth of home every day? Chun Hang recalled the blueprint Lin Bo had sketched a few days ago, casting a disapproving glance at Ouyang Qing. All these experts know only about protection, but what about employment? What about taxes? Relying solely on early-stage research won't earn much money. Who knows when the patents will be monetized? When will the results be industrialized? The initial stages need funding to support them. Little Lin quietly invested his own money into research, and now he was being eyed. Su Jinxing nodded as well. And if these things were taken back, would there be any future for us? These crops must remain in Shu Ling. He did want to build a brand for the origin. He checked his phone. The visit had been arranged hastily, and Mayor Lu, who was in charge of agriculture, had mentioned he would come after the meeting, so he should be arriving soon. Lin Bo's speech was also coming to an end. The spirit also needs nourishment. Culture is the nourishment of the spirit. And I want to build a scenic area like this, allowing everyone to fully enjoy culture. Lin Bo looked earnestly at Chen Shunshur, throwing the question back at him. I would like to ask old Chen to think of ways for mutual benefit. Lin Bo looked at Chen Shunshur hopefully. A gentleman can be deceived by principles. Based on the materials checked earlier in the recent meeting, he believed that old Chen was a gentleman. Old Chen pondered for a moment. They'll go make a report. I will first file a report to apply for setting up an experimental station in Shu Ling City, but establishing the station requires at least 100 acres of experimental fields. There are places nearby the scenic area where observation points can be set up right. Yes, an excited voice came through. Has Mayor Lu arrived? Su Jinxing welcomed him. Lu Yiping patted Su Jinxing on the shoulder and stepped forward to shake hands with Elder Chun. There is a piece of land in Ligo village near the scenic area that I remember was left unsold. It hasn't been transferred yet, and I will have someone confirm it later. If the Provincial Agricultural Research Institute indeed intends to build a research station, I will apply to see if it can be allocated for the use of the experimental station. That piece of land was still around when the Shu Ling Secret Realm was first developed. Many people were optimistic about the project and originally intended to build tourism-related facilities, but unexpectedly the Shu Ling Secret Realm failed. Recently, Chongqing Group expressed interest, but has been slow to act. I don't know what they are hesitating about. If we can establish the research station at the Agricultural Research Institute, the benefits will be immense. The economic benefits brought by the promotion of high-quality seed breeding are not to be mentioned. With observation points, how far can the Research Institute be? With a Research Institute, the production and research base will be right in front of us. Creating a regional brand and upgrading the industrial chain, any new varieties will be first known by Shu Ling, and think about how many related industries can be driven. Just the thought makes me happy. Mayor Lu didn't expect that upon his arrival the atmosphere was not as tense as he imagined. They even talked about the research station. He looked deeply at Lin Bo. Su Jinxing had roughly reported to him about the conditions of the crops in the scenic area. No matter what, being able to reel in such a big fish as the Agricultural Institute was largely thanks to this kid. Lin, in the future we will need your cooperation for the work of the research station. As for the share of profits from any successful crop transformations or technical contributions from related enterprises, we can discuss that. Besides these basic things, do you have any other requirements? As long as it doesn't interfere with the normal operation of the scenic area, anything can be negotiated. Lin Bo smiled. I hope this road into the scenic area can be properly repaired. There are not many enterprises with such social responsibility left. Mayor Lu was very touched. The road must be repaired. It will be included in the meeting agenda. With the research station established, can the road not be repaired? Repair. It can't be less than 8 lanes. At least 4 lanes. And there's also. Lin Bo chattered about the issues Chongqing Group had with him and gave them another dose of medicine. Mayor Lu frowned. There are still such matters. He connected the dots and suddenly understood. He had previously heard that a wild hot spring had appeared in Ligo village and land prices were set to rise. The villagers also wanted to backtrack and ask for more money. I heard that the crops here grow well. Is it also related to geothermal resources? Mayor Lu squinted slightly. Yes, but the location is quite deep. Lin Bo nodded. Lu Yiping could easily understand this. A Chongqing Group wanted to take control of the upstream scenic area first and pressure Ligo village's prices by intercepting the water source or other means. Lu Yiping made a mental note, preparing to address this in the meeting later. By the way, if the situation is true, we still need someone to protect the scenic area, to prevent anyone from damaging important experimental samples, Chen Shunshur added. The security level within the scenic area is very high, so please rest assured, Elder Chun and leaders. However, Lin Bo smiled confidently with the system's overall automatic alarm monitoring plus the cultivators in the scenic area. If someone dares to cause destruction without rules to limit them who would dare to come in headfirst, they wouldn't get past. However, if we could have external security assistance as well, that would be perfect. Sure, I'll arrange it, Mayor Lu nodded. Then everyone should submit their applications and proceed with the meeting and processes, Qin Shunsher summarized as the time was almost up and instructed Ouyang Qing. You are skilled in this area. Please expedite the handling when you return. Ouyang Qing nodded gloomily. It's almost noon, let's have a simple meal together. Mayor Lu was in a great mood. He didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Things went more smoothly than expected and Lin Bo was also very satisfied. Today everyone can have a simple working meal at our scenic area cafeteria. Lin Bo smiled and gestured for everyone to follow. Director who come along quickly. Lin Bo didn't forget to warmly greet Hu Xiaodong and his companions who came along. Hey, okay. Hu Xiaodong felt a bit awkward facing Lin Bo's sudden enthusiasm. Why is he calling me Director Hu? It felt like someone suddenly called his online nickname in the real world. Lin Bo was happily amused as Hu Xiaodong reminded him of an old acquaintance from his past life. Today has gone so smoothly, this magazine editor is truly indispensable. Elder Chun was older and walked slowly, so he let Ouyang Qing support him and walk slowly. The others knew that Elder Chun had something to discuss with his student, so they consciously gave space. I know you think this decision is too quick and hasty, but think about it. Qin Shunsher looked at his student, who had a slightly defiant expression. The people who came this time are not just us. Qin Shunsher glanced at the young man walking beside Lin Bo. Don't forget which organization oversees that magazine. If you insist on being difficult and nitpick on the details, if that kid catches on and mentions it, when he returns more people will want to get involved. So we must finalize it as quickly as possible. Ouyang Qing suddenly realized. So that's how it is. You are just too impatient. You will return to settle the matters quickly this time, and I will stay here. Ouyang Qing was still pondering the previous matters, subconsciously nodding, then realized. No way. Ouyang Qing momentarily lost his voice. How can I leave you here alone? There isn't even proper accommodation here. Off. We have a homestay ready, and it will open for business soon, Lin Bo rebutted as he heard. That's just right. I will rent a room. Qin Shunsher smiled broadly. The medical conditions here are limited. Ouyang Qing was exasperated. Are you cursing me to get sick? I wouldn't dare, but you are of age. Yes, I am old. I have retired. I can go wherever I want. Let's eat first. Let's eat first. Seeing the teacher and student arguing, Mayor Lu smiled and mediated. Today it is really hard not to smile. Lin Bo led them to the Shu Ling Hotel. A row of self-service buffet stoves had been set up resembling a cafeteria. These are the crops from the scenic area, regular ingredients, just a simple meal. Mayor Lu nodded. Make sure to issue an invoice. We will do the financial accounting when we return. He did not have high expectations for the food at the scenic area. A more formal reception was arranged for the evening. Is the meal still being served? Can I see the cooking process of the ingredients? Qin Shunsher suggested, as he always enjoyed watching crops turn into food, especially the ones he researched. It gave him a sense of happiness, like sending a child to find a home. Sure, the kitchen is over here. Lin Bo led Elder Chen over, and the others felt uncomfortable staying behind, so they all went along. In the kitchen, a group of people were busy. An old man stood by the stove, hands behind his back, pointing at the chefs. Next time, add 1 more gram of salt. You put the vinegar in wrong. Let me do it. Master, don't cause trouble in the kitchen. We don't need any more hands. Liu exclaimed in frustration. Oh, Wang Difu still wanted to be stubborn, but when he turned around, he saw a group of people arriving. Oh, isn't this Elder Chun? Chef Wang, what are you doing here? Qin Shun's eyes lit up. The others were still confused, but Qin Shunsher had already started introducing happily. 20 years ago, he was the chef of the national banquet known for his boiled cabbage. Now he's old too. I can still work, but it's just that the younger generation won't let me. Wang Difu laughed heartily. Isn't that so? I was just arguing with my student. Wait. Everyone accompanying, including Mayor Lu, was a bit stunned. A national banquet chef? Here, in a scenic area, making a self-service buffet. Today I'll show you a trick. Wang Difu began to roll up his sleeves. No need, no need. Qin Shunsher chuckled. Today's meal budget can't afford your skills. I want to stay here and discuss later. Wang Difu sighed with regret, having hoped to finally showcase his recently developed dish, and reluctantly let his sleeves fall. It's hot in the kitchen, so let's not stand here. Chen Lao, are you really going to stay here? That's great. I'm not boasting, as staying in this scenic area is quite comfortable. Really? Didn't I just install a support last year? The two elderly men began exchanging thoughts on health topics for seniors, their eyes shining with excitement at the prospect. Ouyang Qing's heart had already somewhat died. He definitely had to stay. Mayor Lu regretfully left the kitchen, wondering why he had said he wouldn't cook. He was a bit curious to taste it. Lin Bo instructed simply, and he indeed made it quite simple. 1 or 2 meat dishes, 1 shrimp, and everything else was green and leafy. Everyone carried their segmented plates and served themselves. But just as they began eating, Mayor Lu exclaimed in surprise. This cucumber salad is crispy and sweet with a refreshing coolness. Was it chilled? Though it was clearly a simple dish, its refreshing quality was distinctly different, like a gentle breeze sweeping through the mouth. Haha, no, this type of cucumber is simply cooler than those from outside. No matter how you store it, the flesh is always refreshing, perfect for summer. Wang Difu explained from the side. Qin Shunsher looked at Jiang Gai. Is it those cucumbers grown in the field? A new variety. Having walked around, Qin Shunsher had already grasped Jiang Gai's feng shui language system. Exactly. Decades ago, my father found a type of mint melon by the cold pool in the mountains of Shu and hybridized it with cucumbers. Jianggai, supplemented with the story of the cucumber's cultivation. Next, I plan to cultivate larger cucumbers that can be hugged while sleeping. Everyone stared blankly, wondering why not just hug a winter melon. Ahem. Chen Shunshur brought the topic back. There's no need to improve cucumbers. Let's think about it. What if watermelons could also be cool without needing to be chilled? Watermelons. How do you grow them? Bring me some seeds for research. Upon hearing a new term, Jianggai became a bit excited. Lin Bo had mostly given Jianggai local crops and fruit trees. Watermelons are rarely grown around Shu. Chen Shunshur was moved. The old farmers in the mountains had such a strong spirit of exploration. He glanced deeply at Ouyang Qing, feeling increasingly disappointed, and casually asked, Ouyang, after the experimental station is established here, would you like to come over? Ouyang Qing's expression stiffened. The research station had already been confirmed, and now he was being asked to come. He was busy with affairs allowing students to collect experimental data while he would come over at critical times, which wouldn't hinder his publication. If he were to stay in the county. Ouyang Qing smiled. Teacher, you know there's been a lot going on in the institute lately. All right, Chen Shunshur waved his hand. I know you're busy. Being busy is good. Anyway, I've decided to stay here, and I'll report that I'm staying here later. I can pay for myself, though I must personally oversee the growth of the rice. If you don't trust me after returning, let Zhang Yinshui bring someone over. Ouyang Qing thought of that honest fellow who had been a mere associate researcher for many years and nodded reassuringly. Okay. Rest assured, teacher, I will handle the research station matters well. Chen Shunshur lowered his eyes. He still remembered that student who had just come to college, emerging from the mountains with simplicity and clear eyes, expressing a desire to change the lives of children in his hometown. Unfortunately, human hearts are fickle. He had lived for so many years, seen too much, and could naturally let go. He hoped that in the future, Ouyang Qing would not regret today's decision. After the meal, Mayor Lu was the first to rise and call out to Chen Lao. Then Chen Lao, we should head back to the city together. I have some work to consult with you. Okay, let's not talk about today's situation until it's settled. Tomorrow will count as your private itinerary. Should we not arrange it? Chen Shunshur nodded. Just consider that I have already returned to the province. Mayor Lu led everyone back to the city. Lin Bo saw them off from the scenic area, while Chun Heng walked at the back, patting Lin Bo on the shoulder. Well done. Lin Bo chuckled. Hu Xiaodong and his colleague approached after the others had left, asking, there are reports of anomalous creatures in Yinlong Lake. Is it possible to observe for a few days? As long as it doesn't affect the operation of the scenic area, you can buy a fishing ticket to go in and see, but you can't set up any equipment. We need to pay attention to the privacy of our visitors. All right. We also have an animal milk tea shop here. Would you like to go have some fun? It's quite enjoyable. Lin Bo eagerly promoted it, looking at the man behind Hu Xiaodong with golden-rimmed glasses. No need. Before Hu director could speak, the man with the golden glasses politely declined. He wore a reserved smile, appearing refined yet distant. Time is precious. Let's just go to Yinlong Lake. Wen pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a bright light. He was responsible for the nature observation section of the magazine. However, unlike Hu Xiaodong, he focused on very professional topics. The animal coffee shops and small local scenic areas are not very interesting. At most, they have some cats and dogs, and maybe 2 alpacas at best. Let's hurry, we need to go to Yinlong Lake. We still have to stay in the city tonight. The scenic area is quite good. I wonder if it's convenient to stay. Hu Sudong pulled one in. Can you sleep in these small scenic area hostels? Who knows how dirty they are? Wen looked disdainful. Our scenic area's hostels haven't opened yet. It's not your concern. You two should hurry to the city. What do you want to see? Buy a ticket to go in tomorrow. If you do anything that affects the visitors, don't blame us for being rude. Lin Bo looked regretfully at Hu Xiaodong, who, although they might not have realized it considering their help, he initially planned to treat them well. Unfortunately, he brought a fool. But now it's a pity. Lin Bo turned back to the scenic area, leaving the two outside. Why is he like this? Wen frowned and shook his head. He really doesn't respect people. Indeed, it's true that poor mountains and evil waters produce strange folks. Come on, their hostel hasn't opened yet. It's only right not to let you stay. Letting you stay is already a favor. What's your status? Academicians can stay, but you can't. Old Hu, this is where you went wrong. Why are you speaking up for outsiders? Hu Xiaodong's face, already dark, grew darker. He couldn't understand why this brother, who only worked in text editing and had no physical labor experience, insisted on following along, claiming he wanted to learn how to gain fans in self-media to boost magazine sales. If he didn't bring him, he would run to the leaders and complain that he was never taken out for inspections, claiming discrimination and denying him opportunities for travel allowances. But he had so many issues, who would want to take him. In the morning, he was relatively quiet while the leaders were present, but now that the leaders were gone, he acted as if he were in charge. He had just seen Lin Bo treating him well and thought things would go smoothly. Originally, the magazine's interview was mutually beneficial, but now, all ruined by Wen mouth. What are we going to do today? Waste it all. If he doesn't let us in, we won't go. Wen still voiced his dissatisfaction. So what do you plan to do? If you want to go and swim across the river yourself. Hu Xiaodong rolled his eyes. There was originally a chance to stay comfortably in the scenic area, but it turned into an hour-long commute to the city. He didn't even consider who caused this situation. Let's go. We'll come back tomorrow. Did the inspectors leave? That night, in Wang Weiren's office, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Yes, they have already left the scenic area. Any news from them? What were they here to inspect? Not quite sure, but I saw some leaders from the Agricultural Bureau there. Then it shouldn't be a big deal. I thought someone important was coming. The Culture and Tourism Bureau is making a fuss. A small scenic area like this can't compete with the contributions of Chongqing Group and Shu Ling. How about we arrange for someone to fall into the lake and then report them for safety hazards? The secretary asked. Wang Weiren scoffed twice. Child's play. In a few days once the heat dies down, well time it, so that their scenic area can't open for the May Day holiday. Like this. Then. Do you understand? Got it, I'll make the arrangements. The secretary hurriedly left. Lin Bo, having sent off the inspection team, considered it a significant task completed. Lin Bo checked the completion date of the Sixian building. April 22nd, which just so happened to be a Saturday. Tell me, when should we start making money from cultural tourism? Holidays. 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 What makes the most money during holidays? Hotels. Dining. Souvenirs. In Lin Bo's vision, this month has been spent diligently laying down 5 yuan at a time, all for the big earnings of the May Day holiday. The May Day plan cannot afford to fail. Naturally, the hotel needs to be warmed up, so he prepared to showcase the Sixian building and open hotel reservations during the performance on the 22nd. Should we promote it in advance? Lin Bo opened the Dudu forum. He found the recently popular post in the Shu Ling Secret Realm forum. The 2 pinned posts included a scenic area guide and a summary post for the 12 flower deities' appearances. Lin Bo skipped the first one and looked at the content of the second post. Fei Hua Building 12 Flower Deities Guide. Every weekend performances by the flower deities will be updated with 3 different performances each day. After the first week, the performance times for the flower deities will be adjusted to 1:10 a.m., 3:00 p.m., and 5:00 p.m. each day. During the last 2 performances, the current top-ranking flower deity will distribute floral notes. Entering at this time gives a high chance of witnessing the performance of the newly unlocked flower deity. Whenever a flower deity is successfully unlocked, the Fei Hua Building will ring the floral decree bell. The performance will begin 10 minutes after the bell rings. Anyone who has made a purchase at Fei Hua Building can enter to watch. However, it's best to arrive early. If the number exceeds the limit, entry may not be possible. Lin Bo nodded, finding the summary quite accurate. The adjustments made were based on his observations of the first week's performances. The ancient town is not large. During non-performance times, visitors can experience other activities. If you only have 1 day to explore the scenic area, it's recommended to arrive early, check in at the Caishan Temple, and then complete tasks during performance intervals. After the last performance, at Fei Hua Building after dinner, you can prepare to watch the Tian 1 Ascending to Heaven performance. P.S. Within the town, the progress of different games will affect the ending of the Tian 1 Ascending to Heaven performance. For details, please refer to the pinned post. So detailed, no wonder it has gained fans on the Big Red Potato. The second post also summarized the flower deities that have appeared. Second post, Sixian Secret Realm Hero currently appeared flower deities, Mei Guxing Nyang. The plot is as follows. Third post, Sixian Secret Realm Hero already unlocked flower deities, Tao Xian Mu Dan, Fei Zi Lian Nu Fu Rong Xian. Corresponding plot is as follows. Each time a flower deity is unlocked, a new line of poetry will appear. The verses are random, and successfully unlocked verses will show on the poetry board of the second post. Their purpose is currently unknown. Verses that have not been unlocked each day will refresh the next day. If you just want to watch the performance without particular preferences, it is recommended to unlock those with higher rankings for a greater chance. The organized verses that have been unlocked are as follows, compiled and provided by members of the Shu Ling Secret Realm group. Peach Blossom, Silent Peach, and Plum overwhelm the nation's beauty, all captured in the spring breeze's smile. Peony, only peonies are the true beauty of the nation, blooming in spring stirs the capital. Lin Bo quickly skimmed through all the summaries. Impressive. The organization is quite comprehensive. And there's also a strategy exchange group. Lin Bo was shocked. When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Lin Bo logged into a small account, Ben Bo Air Ba, and quickly posted below. 405th post, Ben Bo Air Ba, how do I join the group? I want to go, is it really fun? The thread owner quickly replied. Shu Ling Strategy Hero, it's really interesting. He'll send you the group number privately. Lin Bo successfully joined the group chat. There were already 213 people in the group. Seeing a newcomer, the group warmly welcomed him. Yang Yu Tua Tua, welcome newcomer. There are many odd people in this group. Take this knife, don't mention it to me. Big kitchen knife. JPG Universe's most handsome. Other than this one, everyone else here is a big shot, please cut him. JPG Sean, good, don't mind them. We just exchanged strategies for the Shu Ling Secret Realm. We can notify each other if there are any cues at the scenic area. Sean, go, by the way, have you been to the Shu Ling Secret Realm before? Ben Bo Air Ba, no, I just heard it's interesting, still debating whether to go during the May Day holiday. Universe's most handsome, go. You must go. Trust me, brother. It's really fun. There are many scenes you absolutely won't see elsewhere. And it's not expensive. Yang Yu Tuata, we are all just casual visitors in this group. Lulubu Lulu, are we still doing what we discussed before? Shu Ling Secret Realm Strategy Hero, of course. Currently the 12 flower deities are gradually awakening, but no plot has been triggered yet. Since the scenic area has set up flower deities, they must be useful. I speculate that if we can awaken all 12 flower deities in one day, there might be a surprise. Let's see if we can achieve this during the May Day holiday. Lulubu Lulu, I guess it's only during the May Day holiday that we can try with the help of tourists. I really want to see it soon. Lin Bo, what a great idea. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Thankfully, I joined the group today. Shu Ling Secret Realm Strategy Hero newcomer, are you going during the May Day holiday? I guarantee you'll be satisfied. That scenic area is amazing. Shu Ling Secret Realm strategy hero. Once you see the live performance at the scenic area, you'll fall in love with it. I can't even imagine how wonderful the performances of the 12 flower deities will be. Yang Yu Tuatu, or maybe they'll fly in the sky and sprinkle petals. Universe's most handsome, how could it be that ordinary? What you can think of, anyone can think of. Sprinkling petals is just the baseline for the Shu Ling Secret Realm. Shangu, anything produced by Shu Ling is bound to be a masterpiece. Universe's most handsome newcomer, take advantage of the current low ticket prices and recharge activities. You must go. Lin Bo Airba, thank you, I'll discuss with my mom. The few in room 304 fell silent. Oh, a minor, I hope he has an open-minded mother. Lin Bo Airba, mom won't let me play on my phone anymore. Goodbye to the older brothers and sisters. The group members gently bid him farewell. Lin Bo shamefully fled as a minor, starting to knock his head frantically. What to do? I must come up with an extraordinary performance. At this moment, someone who had been lurking in the group for a long time stroked his chin, simultaneously summoning 12 flower deities. I don't want to deal with crowds during the May Day holiday, or should we go check it out early? Just in time to make a wish. This period has been incredibly busy and he has signed quite a few big contracts. He switched out of the chat and opened a small group. Are you free this weekend? They'll take you to a good place. The next evening, Zhang Yinshui had already arrived in Shu Ling City from the provincial capital, and Qin Shunshi took him to the scenic area. Lin Bo had arranged a courtyard close to the Xingu Garden for them. The guest house featured a southwestern courtyard style with 2 sections, and the system had added some windows to improve lighting and ventilation. Gao Mingfeng had also set up a Xin Liguan array to isolate external noise and light pollution. The guest house only operated on weekends, and the courtyard was currently empty. Lin Bo had reserved the inner courtyard for Qin Shunshi and the others, which conveniently had 2 rooms. The pricing was set between 300 and 400. In theory, long-term stays could get a discount. However, as soon as Qin Shunshi arrived, he paid for a month at the rate of 300 per room without hesitation. Teacher, the institute said they would allocate funds. Let me handle it. You don't need to worry about that. Qin Shunshi was unaware that the project had just been applied for, and there was likely no reserved budget, meaning he might have to pay up front. This place is where I want to be. I arranged to stay here, and I'll pay for it myself. Why should a retired old man keep so much money? Qin Shunshi insisted on paying. There's a discount for long stays. Lin Bo was about to speak. What? Do you want to bribe a retired old man? Qin Shunshi shot Lin Bo a glare. No need for a discount, we won't stay too long. Once the matters at the external experiment station are settled, we will leave. The two entered the courtyard together. The small courtyard was a typical southwestern residential structure. A loquat tree was planted in the yard, already bearing some small green fruit, which looked quite adorable. Initially, they thought that being in a scenic area, and it being a normal business day, it would be noisy. However, as soon as they entered the courtyard, it fell silent, and they could even feel a gentle breeze, making it extraordinarily comfortable. Qin Shunshi, being older, felt naturally less energetic. In the past 2 days, he had been excited and somewhat sleepless. Yet here, as soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he rode a giant rice ear soaring through the sky with endless golden fields stretching below. Tractors carved straight lines through the fields. Golden rice grains fell like raindrops into the truck bed. People joyfully ran along the wide roads at the edge of the fields, shouting, "Harvest time! Harvest time!" At 6 a.m., Qin Shunshi woke from his dream, feeling completely relaxed and invigorated. He felt as if he had returned to the age of 60. So what if he was 80? It was the prime age for adventure. When he opened the door, Zhang Yinshui was already waiting outside. "Teacher, breakfast is ready." Currently, there were no places selling breakfast in the scenic area, so Lin Bo lent them the kitchen of the guest house. Qin Shunshi looked at this student with appreciation. "All right, let's eat, and then head to the fields. During this period, we mainly need to record the tillering and growth conditions of the rice, as well as the timing and yield of each harvest. Currently, there is also a variety that can be harvested twice, but the yield decreases in the second harvest. We will prioritize selecting robust plants and discuss the feasibility of transplanting with Jiang Bo." While eating, Qin Shunshi assigned tasks. Jianggu Xingu Garden was a treasure, but each task needed to be approached one by one. Rice may not be a high-value crop, but it was fundamentally important for people's livelihoods. Moreover, the rice fields were outside and would not significantly affect Jianggu Yi's work on Jinmu. Qin Shunshi sensed that Jianggu Yi still had reservations about their arrival. Everything must be approached slowly with patience. "Got it, teacher, that's wonderful. If we can achieve a multi-harvest, I can't imagine how much labor and time costs we could save. Yes, after washing the dishes, let's go." All right. The master and disciple tidied up their record books and tools before heading to the fields. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaodong and Wenren were not having such a good time. Early in the morning, they took a bus from the city. They thought they had arrived early enough, but upon reaching the place, they were greeted by a crowd of fishermen with small stools queuing to enter. After a week of brewing excitement, Yinlong Lake had completely exploded in the fishing community. Many people came from afar. It wasn't just about how many fish could be caught here, but for some reason the fish just wouldn't bite when confidence was high. Just when they were about to give up, suddenly a big fish would strike. The fishing experts' lures and giant hooks yielded nothing. After years of experience, they were catching fish one after another here. Seeing the expert getting anxious and suspicious, they were even asked for advice. It was exhilarating, too exhilarating. "There are too many people here, the locals really lack experience, they are queuing for this too." Wenren frowned. Hu Xiaodong glanced at Wenren. "Did you see the cars with the letter A from different provinces parked nearby? There were even some that came from the capital. If it weren't for you, we could have entered directly from the scenic area without queuing. Just then someone suddenly approached them. The temperature today wasn't low, and this person was wearing a bulky windbreaker with a mysterious expression. Here to fish. I have some good stuff, wanna buy. What do you have? The person opened their windbreaker, revealing it was filled with carrots and rye flakes. Baiting magic, the flakes are 8 yuan a bag, and the carrots are 5 yuan each, guaranteed to catch fish. If you buy it in the scenic area, you'd have to spend 39.9 yuan for the entry ticket. So what do you say, want some? Hu Xiaodong, and when An's cheeks twitched. Are you out of your mind? Who eats carrots for bait? At that moment, a big guy with a giant hook rushed over with money. Brother Flakes, how much do you have left? He'll take it all. 20 carrots, 8 bags of flakes, a total of 164. Damn, the price just went up. Change. The big guy's expression darkened as he counted out 200 yuan bills and handed them over. He'll take it all. If it weren't to buy from the scenic area, he wouldn't have to find scalpers outside. Hu Xiaodong and Wonin, who were passing by, were dumbfounded. Wait, he really bought it. The scalper happily made change and smugly said, don't underestimate this. It said that this stuff has caught silver dragon fish. Even if there are no silver dragon fish, there are still big catches. Wonin twitched his lips. Anything you can catch is released by the scenic area to lure you into buying things, generating revenue for them, and you really believe it. A bunch of fools. Shut up. Hu Xiaodong sensed the unfriendly gazes around them and quickly pulled Wonin away. Even while queuing, Wonin continued to complain. Tisk, that Lin zone is just like that. What's so bad about us installing a device? It forces us to come here every day, showing no spirit of sacrifice for science. Hu Xiaodong rolled his eyes, feeling too exhausted to say anything more. Talking to someone like that is utterly meaningless, just infuriating. Time passing, separation line, a week flew by and Saturday arrived. Hu Xiaodong's eyes were vacant. After a week of early mornings and late nights, they hadn't observed anything, and he was on the verge of breaking down. The only success was that Wonin also got tired, complaining of back pain every day, wanting to go home. The survey concluded yesterday, and these 2 days were considered rest days. By Sunday at the latest, they had to return to work. Wonin insisted that he would take a proper break over the weekend. Hu Xiaodong, in high spirits, went out first, preparing to stroll around the scenic area before heading to Yinlong Lake. After he left, Wonin got up by himself. If they said not to install the device, they wouldn't see it right. Just sneak in a small sonar observation boat. Would they discover it? Wonin packed his things and headed to the scenic area. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the scenic area, a group of 10 to 20 people gathered together. A van pulled up, and a person got out, distributing banners and other items to them. Do you know how to shout and create a scene once we get there? Scenic area, the boss owes money and won't pay. Occupying villagers' shops. Not fulfilling promises. Don't worry, we have experience. Alright, remember, don't be afraid, just make a big scene. Some of the people here were villagers from the previous location of Shu Ling Secret Realm. To save on relocation costs, old Lin's friend promised to give the village collective rights to use several shops. Later, seeing that the scenic area was about to fail, they had protested once to cash in on the shop usage rights. Old Lin gritted his teeth and paid the money. But now, seeing the scenic area improving, they regretted it. After a satisfying meal, everyone had some sense. Unexpectedly, someone came out saying they would help them claim the shops, and they would earn money whether they succeeded or not. The group gathered their things, got in the car, and set off. On Saturday, frequent visitors to the scenic area noticed some changes outside the park. Perhaps due to the increase in tourists, more food stalls had appeared along the county road beside the park. Wang Lele got out of the car, munching on a dry bread, while opening her live streaming room, preparing to start the broadcast. Today, should it be blacksmithing, mountain climbing, or listening to music and requesting songs? The only downside within the park was the lack of breakfast options. Although there was a noodle shop, even the best food couldn't stand the test of daily consumption. Just then, several clean food carts appeared before her. Wang Lele felt a surge of joy. The park was indeed improving. It was evident that busy places attracted mobile vendors. Vendors were the medal of honor for foot traffic. And this medal also had its share. Wang Lele proudly walked up to the pancake stall. Boss, I'd like a set of pancakes. The boss, still looking at his phone, was momentarily taken aback by the voice. He rubbed his hands, stood up, put away his phone, and put on gloves. Oh, what filling do you want? What? Pancakes or buns? Wang Lele was stunned by the question and took a while to respond. How about with ham sausage? Cough cough, so ham sausage it is. The boss scooped a spoonful of batter onto the flat pan, scraped it horizontally and vertically a couple of times, cracked an egg, and spread it evenly. Wang Lele hesitated to say anything. Dude, did you just scrape the wall before this? With a sound, the boss placed a chicken strip on the pancake. Hey, isn't that ham sausage? Sorry, I'll give you a chicken strip instead. The boss scratched his head innocently. What made you think of setting up a stall here? It's a scenic area, many people come, and it's close to home, so it's profitable, the boss said with an innocent smile, while generously adding ingredients as if afraid Wang Lele would go hungry. Is that enough? That's too much. Alright. The boss concluded his ingredient adding process and began to roll the pancake. A van parked not far ahead. The boss glanced up. Crack. The already crunchy pancake shattered. Sorry about that. The boss scooped up the pancake and handed it to Wang Lele, glancing at what could only be described as a disaster pancake. This? I won't charge you for it. How can I accept that with so many ingredients? Boss, you have it tough, let me pay. As Wang Lele was saying this, she noticed the boss seemed to have spaced out. Two people got out of the van holding quite a few red and white items, just peeking their heads out. The pancake stall boss hurried over. Wang Lele was left standing in front of the stall. Hey, you haven't told me how much it costs yet. In front of the van, the pancake stall boss stopped the two people who had just gotten out of the car who seemed to have quite a few companions inside. What are you here for? Gao Taibin asked with piercing eyes. The two villagers who had gotten out of the car, unsure why, felt nervous under his gaze, hiding what they were holding. Nothing, we're just here. The pancake boss immediately sensed something was off, thinking there were still people in the driver's seat, and worried they might run away. He said, who are you trying to fool? You're here to set up a stall too. He knocked on the driver's window. Bro, come down, and let's talk. It's not nice to bring a crowd to snatch business without saying a word. We have designated stalls here, it's not just any place you can set up. The window rolled down, revealing a face resembling a monkey chewing beetle nut with a mouth full of yellow teeth. Who said I was setting up a stall? Get lost. I saw you holding a sign, so let's talk for a bit. The monkey shook his head. Fine, you want to talk. The van's door swung open with a bang. If the pancake vendor hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been hit by the door. You, a mere vendor, shouldn't meddle in other people's business. Who said I'm setting up a stall? Get lost. The skinny monkey jumped down and started to shove the pancake vendor. Stop. I warn you not to move, the pancake vendor shouted. Is this how street vendors fight for stalls now? Wang Lele watched the commotion while eating her pancake, hesitating whether to help or call the police. The noise from over there grew louder. Who the hell are you to meddle in my affairs? The van driver yelled loudly, I'll do what I want, so what? He couldn't understand why a simple situation suddenly had someone getting in the way. Seeing the frightened expressions of those behind, if a pancake vendor was scared to that extent, those who followed must be even more afraid. What would they do moving forward? He suddenly felt a surge of energy and tried to shove the man in front of him. Do you even know who I am? You're just selling your pancakes. Don't meddle in my business. Old dog, come help. The person in the passenger seat, referred to as old dog, was just about to step into the driver's seat when he suddenly caught sight of several people rushing out from the nearby parking area. Cops. How could there be so many cops at the entrance of this small scenic area? Old dog felt a tightening in his chest. Could it be that my past deeds have been discovered? Turning around, he heard the skinny monkey let out a scream. In a swift maneuver, the van driver was pinned to the ground. Don't move. Police. The pancake vendor pulled out his badge, signaling to the people in the van, get out of the car. The villagers who had come to cause trouble immediately got out of the vehicle. Uncle Police, we don't know anything. One of them pointed at the driver on the ground. He hired us. Nonsense. You all wanted money. The person on the ground had just struggled to say a word when he was pinned down. Don't move. Really, officer, it was all him. We had no idea what's going on. We haven't done anything, or we won't have a record right. We have kids in school that won't affect their public service exams right. Having kids in school doesn't mean you set a bad example. The undercover officer who followed along complained. You all were just lurking around. If it really was nothing, would we let you go? How could 15 people fit in a van? Are there more behind? Wang Lele, watching from the side, almost dropped her pancake. Is this a rural wealth story turned into a police drama? Only the driver's accomplices remained in the van. Get out of the car. Seeing that others were cooperating, two more undercover officers approached, signaling with pepper spray. The one called Old Dog raised his hands, appearing obedient and ready to get out of the car. Officer, we haven't done anything wrong. Shut up. If we weren't aware of the situation, would we be here? Get out of the car. This week's meeting mentioned the need to prevent anyone from disrupting the important genetic resources in the scenic area, so some people were assigned to keep watch. The person in front of them was barely in his 20s. Generally speaking, those who organize trouble are usually seasoned thugs who wouldn't dare to resist arrest. But just as Old Dog was about to get out, he suddenly jumped back, abruptly pulling the door shut. He jumped into the driver's seat and slammed on the gas. I knew you were waiting for me. Otherwise, why would there be so many cops? The van swerved erratically and sped towards the pancake stall. On the ground, the skinny monkey pressed his face down, terrified. Dude, is it necessary to go this far? I don't want to end up in a big prison. Watch out. Gao Taibin shouted nervously. Wang Lele's pancake fell to the ground. Is it coming for me? Wang Lele fearfully took a few steps back, grabbing onto the nearby pancake cart. That familiar sensation. Don't come over here. Wang Lele shouted. Bang. The pancake cart was swung sideways. It crashed directly into the van, the powerful impact causing the van to come to a halt. Wah. This is terrifying. Wang Lele crouched on the ground in fear, crying. I just wanted to eat a pancake. Several undercover officers broke out in a cold sweat. The villagers who had come to cause trouble and the skinny monkey whose face was rubbing against the ground were stunned. How could it be so powerful? Is adrenaline enough to explain this? The plainclothes officers rushed over, pulling open the deformed door of the van. The person in the driver's seat had already been knocked unconscious by the earlier impact. Two police officers dragged him out and cuffed him. Guo Taibing ran over to Wang Lele's side. How is it? Should we go to the hospital first? Wang Lele nodded, wiping her tears, and sent a dynamic message to request leave, informing her live stream audience that she had nearly been hit by a car and needed to go to the hospital, so she might be late for the live broadcast. Turning her head, she saw the wreckage of the crash. Wang Lele was stunned. Did I do this? She looked at her hands, which were only slightly red, and in a daze got into the police car. In the car, the plainclothes officer in the passenger seat couldn't help but turn his head. Sister, do you usually work out? Not really, Wang Lele replied blankly. I just do live streams, participate in activities at scenic spots, and climb mountains. Maybe I was just frightened earlier. The young plainclothes officer nodded, adrenaline spiking, or it could lead to miracles, but climbing mountains, working out. Anyway, they've been on duty around the scenic area lately. One day after work, I might take a stroll around the scenic area. As the police car drove away, a group was heading to the Sixian Temple in the scenic area. I can't go on. Honestly, did you climb up by yourself last time? A black-haired, trendy young man with ear studs panted heavily on the mountain path. Of course, Zhang Ruolin replied, carrying a climbing pack and smiling casually. Only by climbing up yourself can you prove your sincerity. Zhang Ruolin refrained from mentioning that he had nearly died on the mountain path that day, taking almost 4 hours to cover a 1-hour trek. Under the admiring gaze of the round-faced youth, he added, moreover, without a strong physique, how can one work continuously? Look at me working like a horse for 18 consecutive days, traveling for 5 days, and flying to 6 places while still maintaining this handsome face. It's all because I personally climbed the mountain last time. Since his last climb, Zhang Ruolin had indeed felt much more energetic and stronger. Lang Jia, if the Lindsay isn't going crazy from work, then he must have been swapped out while on a business trip. The round-faced youth exclaimed in fear, turning to the people behind, should we call the police? At the bottom of the stairs stood a strikingly beautiful woman with long wavy hair tied back, dressed in sporty casual attire, likely thinking about climbing the mountain. Jiang Xinglong laughed heartily. Tang, you stop calling him de Lindsay. He's not the same as before. Call him Lin Go and learn from him well. See how to pay respects to Sixian, and when you go back, make your dad happy, so he gives you more money to support your music career. Do I really need his financial support? Am I not capable enough? I'm just here to accompany Lin Go on a mountain climb. Zhang Ruolin raised an eyebrow, relying on yourself. You should first sell those 8000 albums in your garage. Or should I help you out with that? You guys. I'm not arguing with you two, I'm just here to see handsome guys. Jiang Xinglong gathered his energy and quickly walked a few steps to the platform. Just as his legs wobbled, a disciple from the Tianqing sect who was waiting quickly caught him. Jiang Xinglang's gaze swept over the disciple from head to toe, noting his height, proportions, chest muscles, and abs. Perfect. Jiang Xinglong smiled and raised an eyebrow, then turned his gaze. Tell your boss that copper coins are too heavy, it's time to exchange them for larger denominations. With a slap, he placed a string of 50 copper coins in the disciple's hand. Make it 5 trips. The disciple's cheeks flushed slightly, his eyes brightening as he skillfully picked up the guest. Reciting the lines their boss taught them, they said, Princess, please take off. Then they dashed up the slope. After nearly a month of training, their speed had improved. The round-faced young man's jaw dropped as he pointed at the shadow in the air, saying, That shadow. Don't make a fuss. They practice every day in the scenic area. Can you compare yourself to them? Zhang Ruolin was unfazed. You go slowly, we'll meet at the top of the mountain. After I fulfill my wish, I'll take you to a good place. Don't leave me behind. Just as the words left his mouth, Zhang Ruolin vanished around the corner. Thinking everyone would be lying down together, but Zhang Ruolin secretly became stronger. Tang, he felt a surge of determination. I must climb up. When Zhang Ruolin reached the Sixian Temple, Jiang Xinglong had already arrived and was passionately promoting to the sisters of the AAA Handsome Guy Intelligence Bureau. Jiang Xinglong tossed out a selfie taken on the way up the mountain. Safely arrived, experience excellent. Except for the muscles being a bit uncomfortable, no issues at all. The group was abuzz. Really? Where? I want to go too. Is it really 50 for one trip, eh? Zhang Ruolin pulled at the corners of his mouth. His 2 childhood friends were increasingly unreliable. He walked into the Sixian Temple. Kneeling on the mat in front of the Sixian statue, he opened his bag and took out apples, oranges, peanuts, rice cakes, ear cakes, and a set of gold ingots. There were also chocolates, candies, potato chips, beef jerky, spicy rabbit, heads, cola Sprite, and coconut juice. Finally, he took out a large bouquet of lollipops and arranged them on the altar. He stuffed a stack of cash into the merit box. After lighting 3 incense sticks, he closed his eyes and silently recited, Thank you, Sixian, for your blessings. My wish made in the treasure hall has now been fulfilled, and I offer these offerings to repay my wish. Feeling grateful for the divine blessing. However, as long as it can be a bit easier, it doesn't matter if the money is less. When Zhang Ruolin stood up, a thought emerged in his mind. Next time I come, I should bring a high-end PC with a 4090 graphics card, a monitor, and a pre-logged STM game account. In the back hall of the Sixian Temple, the little Sixian noticed the strange gaze from the Maui leopard beside him. So cute. The little Sixian grabbed the black cat and rubbed it in his arms. I didn't ask for things arbitrarily. You can't go tell Lin Bo. The little Sixian was puffed up with anger. Everyone in the scenic area couldn't go out relying on Lin Bo to bring in outside goods. But Lin Bo had so many restrictions. But this little guy, how could he think he's really buying? Moreover, the little Sixian didn't know why he had to explain to the cat. This person has great merit at home, so a little bit of support can bring great benefits. But don't equate wealth simply with money. If one's intentions are not right, the little Sixian smiled. What one seeks to return can either be wealth or disaster, and it's hard to say. Zhang Ruolin walked out of the Sixian Temple, and the round-faced young man had just reached the top of the mountain, collapsing onto the nearby bench, feeling sore all over. Finally made it. Tang, exhausted to the point of collapse, reached the last stretch. While thinking about spending money to hire someone, he encountered 2 kind-hearted old men who helped him up. Next week. Let's go down. The real highlight is coming next. Zhang Ruolin stepped out. Great. The beautiful sister responded. No, you guys, this is too much. The round-faced young man was on the verge of a breakdown, a strong anger surging within him, feeling like he could punch a cow to death. He jumped up in fury. Are you feeling fine now? Do you have energy? The anger in your stomach has dissipated and your thoughts have been led astray. What highlight? It's about time, let's head down directly. Jiang Xinglong waved at the young man who had just sent the others up. Young man called 2 people to take us directly to the foot of the mountain. We don't have that service yet. Well, pay more. They'll go ask. Moments later, 3 disciples from the Qingyi sect, all dressed plainly, each brought 1 person. Tang, he felt a bit nervous, clutching the clothes of the disciple who was older than him. Slow down. Going slowly might be scarier. Don't worry, it's very safe. Are you ready? Oh. The next second, that disciple directly led them to jump down, leaping down the mountain wall. Oh my. You said we're going down, but you didn't say it would be straight down. Damn. Tang, he shouted, feeling a rush of wind in his face. This way of descending was more thrilling than some of the downhill cable cars. People on the main path in the distance heard the shout and turned in confusion, unable to find the source of the sound. Did a new project open recently? Bungee jumping. As the 3 landed, Tang, he felt his legs turn to jelly. In the distance, music could be heard. The flower deity of the Flying Flower Pavilion for this week, the Peach Blossom, had already begun to dance the first dance. A flurry of pink petals floated in the wind. What is this? Tang Yi's fingertip touched a soft petal. Come on, brother, let's go listen to music and see the world. The goal to gather all 12 flower deities. Zhang Ruilin patted Tang Yi on the shoulder and strode towards the Flying Flower Pavilion. As Zhang Ruilin and his companions arrived at the Feihua Pavilion, the first dance of the Peach Blossom Fairy was nearing its end on the stage atop the pavilion. A translucent pink fan spun at her fingertips, and the Peach Blossom Fairy danced joyfully, scattering peach blossom petals from her fingertips. On her delicate ankles, a string of golden little bells was tied with red threads. Each time she danced to the rhythm, they jingled with a crisp sound. She leapt and twirled among the petals, resembling an elf frolicking among the flowers. As the performance concluded, the Peach Fairy flashed a mischievous smile towards the tourists below, snapping the fan shut with a clap. The flowers on stage were swept away by the wind, scattering towards the crowd. Wow! People below reached out their hands to catch the shower of petals. The Peach Blossom Fairy has vanished from the stage. Someone noticed that the stage was empty through the floral rain. Only the playful echoes of the Peach Fairy remained. Welcome everyone to the Feihua Pavilion, come play with me. The audience below was thrilled. Oh, the little Peach Blossom is so cute. It's hard to associate her with the fierce, sword-wielding figure from that day. What has Tao Tao experienced? You'll find out after watching today. Each flower deity has a unique personality and appearance, so everyone was looking forward to it. They had reviewed the summary from the strategy guide, where the 3 dances of the flower deity represented the stages of blooming, flourishing, and falling. The plot unlocked through the flower notes was a standalone story. Mei Gu was a plum blossom trapped in her inner chamber. The 3rd scene that day, titled Falling into Mud, brought many to tears. The apricot blossom deity Xing Yang portrayed a kind and gentle healer, ultimately bidding farewell with a cup of apricot blossom wine, both frank and tender. What performance will the peach blossom deity bring today? Generally, after watching the first show, everyone would go do tasks, gather props, and have lunch. They would return around 1230, get their favorite snacks, toss some flower notes to their favorite flower deity, and wait for the second dance. However, today was different. The audience had just dispersed and had not gone far. Ding! The bell signaling the upcoming performance of the flower deity at the Feihua Pavilion rang out. The tourists who had not walked far immediately turned back. They saw the flower deity, the Peach Blossom Fairy, stepping out with short strides to announce. Peony poetry unlocked. 10 minutes later, the peony deity would perform. What's happening? Is it opening so soon? Ji Mingze flipped through his notes. The peony's performance had opened once before, and the latest poem was: the clouds desire garments, the flowers desire beauty, the spring breeze brushes the railing with heavy dew. Due to the complexity of the strokes, it had not been successfully unlocked these past few days. Now in just 10 minutes it had opened. The tourists turned around, hurrying back. They rushed to grab seats. A tourist had just sat down and had not even ordered when a server in traditional attire at the Feihua Pavilion brought over a peony meal set. On the tray was a crystal clear pink peony jelly layered with translucent petals. There was also a pot of deep pink peony tea. We haven't ordered anything yet. The newly seated tourist was a bit confused, wondering if there was a mix-up. The server smiled gently and pointed to the middle table on the 2nd floor. That was ordered by the gentleman upstairs. Off. It was the first time she had received such free food, and feeling a bit shy, she turned and looked up to see a handsome guy. The gentleman seemed to notice her gaze, tilting his head and raising an eyebrow. Her face flushed involuntarily, and she shyly asked the server, "Is this just for me, or does everyone get it?" "Everyone gets it. Everyone gets it." The server smiled with narrowed eyes. The girl glanced around and saw that everyone at the surrounding tables had received the peony set. Outside, someone was shouting, "Come quick, today the Feihua Pavilion has a big shot covering the bill." Over 70 peony meal sets were quickly distributed. Later arriving tourists expressed slight regret, saying, "It's all gone." "Then it'll just." The server still handed over the menu, saying, "You can directly order what you like." That gentleman said, "Anything that hasn't unlocked the flower deities set will be on his tab." The tourist's pupils dilated. "We can order dishes while eating for free." Who is this big shot? The Shu Ling Secret Realm strategy group suddenly became lively. Mei Gu Shawa photo. JPG free meals are allowing us to eat, hurry up. Lulabu Lulu, is there such good luck when I'm not around? Will the benefits still be there in the afternoon? Yam Tuatel. I can't write this paper at all. Shu Ling Secret Realm Strategy Guide. The tasks of the 12 flower deities can be completed today. On the second floor, Zhang Ruilian glanced at his phone, realizing that his friend had not come. No wonder he hadn't seen him after looking around just now. Zhang Ruilian felt a bit disappointed, wanting to see the one who could wield a hammer. Beside him, Tang Yi whispered to Jiang Xinglong, "Don't you think my Lin Gu seems particularly despondent? Could he be in love?" Jiang Xinglong nodded. Otherwise, why would he suddenly come here to spend money? No matter how good the performance is, it wouldn't warrant a special trip. Lin Bo glanced at the suddenly lively group messages and had the system contact Hua Qianqi's jade token. Is anyone trying to gather all 12 flower deities today? Yes, it was just announced that the tourists entering and ordering will have all their meals covered. Oh, any shortages will be supplemented with flowers. Lin Bo felt a headache. Why so eager to do something? Have you prepared for the previous performances? Almost done. Fortunately, the staff at Feihua Pavilion were good at their jobs, and they didn't need to sleep, so they could practice quickly. However, since the flower deities were about to appear, Lin Bo took out his phone and dialed the number. After several beeps, the other end finally picked up. Mo Gu, I haven't seen you in a while. Are you busy? Not busy. That's good. Today, before Lin Bo could finish, a dejected voice came from the other end of the line. But my Dao heart has been shattered. Off. On the other end, Mo with a bird's nest hairstyle lit a cigarette. I've been thinking lately maybe I'm not suited for this line of work. Others' photos can easily go viral, while mine, no matter how seriously I shoot, can never grab a trending spot, only wishes in the videos. Mo took a deep drag from his cigarette. Perhaps I can't be a director, being a good photographer would be enough. No bro, it's not that you lack talent, you just took the wrong path. Today, come help me shoot a promotional video. The one that pays. Lin Bo was anxious. He hadn't noticed that his brother Mo had been feeling down for days. Don't worry about whether there will be views, you just shoot. My Mo Gu is the best. Anyway, I'll only use your footage for promotion. Lin Bo declared emphatically over the phone, his emotional value peaking. What do you and I need to talk about money? Just for that last sentence. Tell me what scenes you need, and I'll prepare. Meanwhile, Lin Bo was busily arranging the plans for tonight. Inside the Feihua Pavilion, the audience generally settled down. As the lights dimmed, the show was about to begin. Music played, and a beam of light illuminated, revealing a swing hanging from exceptionally long ropes. Where is the flower deity? The audience stared at the empty swing, looking bewildered. Where is the flower goddess? They were filled with confusion. As the swing moved to the rhythm of the music, it gently swayed beyond the reach of light, and upon its return, the audience suddenly discovered a beautiful figure swinging on it. She's here. It's the flower goddess. The audience cheered with delight. When did she get up there? I didn't notice at all. It's just like special effects. The peony goddess was stunningly beautiful, her skin a delicate white, the kind that resembles the finest mutton fat jade. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, adorned with a budding peony. As the swing soared higher, her light green skirt and pale yellow drapery billowed in the wind. Under the lights, the peony goddess and her attire seemed to be coated in a layer of silver, shimmering brilliantly, radiating a light that was hard to behold. The music flowed joyfully like the heart of a young girl. The peony goddess looked around, swinging to the highest point, and suddenly turned back with a gentle smile, her expression both charming and innocent. I think I'm about to rebel. Sister, your gaze is killing me. Invest in the peony. Mom, I think I'm in love. Some audience members clutched their chests. She looks so happy. That's wonderful, she's a joyful fairy. Do you remember the lyrics from last week? A glance back brings forth 100 charms. I see it for real now. However, just then an unexpected turn of events occurred. As the peony goddess swung up high once more, the music abruptly stopped. On the swing, there was no one left. Just the flower on her head, a peony yet to bloom. On the second floor, Tang Yi stood up abruptly, leaning over the railing. Where's the flower goddess? It's over. Not yet. Jiang Xinglong shook his head, watching the center of the stage. The lights gradually focused on the peony, and all the audience could see was the peony itself. Under the lighting, the swing appeared old, with only the budding peony standing out vividly. Music resumed, now taking on a graceful and elegant tune. A delicate hand gently plucked the flower. The lights followed the hand's movement, illuminating gradually. The peony goddess had changed into a grand red palace gown, layers of tulle and silk piled upon her, resembling a blooming peony, exuding a mature and languid charm. If she had previously been a bud awaiting bloom, now she seemed less joyful, like a luxurious shell without substance. Her eyes were veiled with a hint of melancholy, her steps unsteady, as if intoxicated. Cradling the flower, she parted her red lips and began to sing. Clouds long to dress like flowers, the spring breeze brushes the railing, and dew is thick with beauty. The peony goddess swayed gently, her eyes carrying a hazy drunkenness. She turned her waist, leaned forward, the skirt and drapery spread out like overlapping petals. She lightly inhaled the peony in her hand, and it seemed to slowly open. She continued to chant. If not seen on the peak of the Jade Mountain, would you meet by the moonlight at the Yao Terrace? She lifted her head, gazing towards the horizon, not knowing how she exerted herself like a pliable branch of a flower. She suddenly rose and danced gracefully. A branch of stunning beauty, dew condensing with fragrance, asking who in the Han Palace is like this. Pity, the flying swallow, leaning on her new makeup. As she finished singing this line, the lights brightened, and the audience finally noticed that the peony goddess had been enclosed in a magnificent golden birdcage. On the golden bars of the cage stood numerous mirrors of various shapes, reflecting the image of the peony from every angle. Famous flowers delight, 2 hearts. The tone rose. The peony goddess suddenly rose, bent her waist, and twirled. The peony blossomed. In the mirrors, countless peonies bloomed together. Look at the mirrors. Oh my, is it holographic effects? The revelry was fleeting, and the peony suddenly halted, turning her back to the audience. Her silhouette appeared so lonely. As she slowly turned to look at the audience, her expression filled with longing, always receiving the king's smile. She brought the peony she had cherished to her lips. Her voice gradually grew mournful, explaining the spring breeze carries infinite resentment. She strolled towards the swing, grasped the ropes, and with a gentle tug, she floated onto the swing as if weightless. Like a drooping peony, she slowly leaned back. The petals of the peony in her hand fell one by one, singing the final line. Leaning on the railing north of the incense pavilion, the lights faded. Only the clear laughter remained in memory. In the last moment, branches suddenly sprouted on the golden birdcage, blooming radiant peonies. The audience below remained silent for a while, before erupting into vigorous applause. From a carefree girl to the noble bird behind the cage, the flower goddess' gaze has changed. It completely feels like two different people. Actually, the flower goddess is that peony. It's the story seen through the eyes of the flower goddess. Fortunately, times have changed now. The final special effects were stunning. Tang Yi watched with tears in his eyes. How can such a good voice be wasted? She sang so beautifully. This stage, this setup, this light, this performance. Can you believe this is just a scenic spot without any ratings in the county? For just 4,000 or 5,000, you can treat the whole audience to afternoon tea and enjoy a top-tier performance. The value for money is too high. Next time when Lin Bo is not around, I will come and try it myself. Tang Yi stroked his chin, beginning to calculate. Jiang Xinglong looked at Tang Yi's excited expression and sighed. Look at their vocal conditions, and then at yourself. If I were you, I would give up on a singing career and donate that money to those in need. This girl is going to release a single. I'm going to buy it out. Tang Yi felt as if he had been shot in the knee, stubbornly saying, it's already impressive for a small place to produce a hidden gem. I'm not her match, but I'm still better than many. Don't speak too confidently. This is just the first one. Zhang Ruilin took a sip of tea and said leisurely. The tourists had just begun to emerge from the emotions brought by the peony goddess. With a clang, the bell rang. Pomegranate poem unlocked. In 10 minutes, the pomegranate goddess will perform. The audience below was thrilled. Awesome, watching continuously is just great. I don't know who in the crowd shouted. Let's wish the boss on the second floor a prosperous fortune. The audience cooperated, wanting more of such rich folks to come. The boss will surely make a fortune. Let's sing a song for the boss on the second floor. The audience below exchanged knowing glances, smiling in unison. Listen to me, thank you. Because of you, you've warmed all 4 seasons. Zhang Ruilin on the second floor subtly moved behind Tang Yi. Don't come and ruin the vibe. Tang Yi was still there, grinning. Oh my, this is too enthusiastic. It's more fun than a bar. The news spread quickly. Even the fishermen over at Yinlong Lake received the word. Oh, old Deng said there's a big brother in the scenic area throwing money around. Please enjoy the performance. And there's food. Is there such a good thing? This group of fishermen basically set up camp by the Yinlong Lake as soon as they arrived at the scenic area previously, just to buy some carrots and rye flakes. With scalpers around, there was no need to enter the scenic area. This week, the scenic area directly set up several vending stalls to sell. The prices were the same as in the scenic area, making it even more convenient. Many people had been fishing for 2 or 3 weeks without even visiting the scenic area. Since it's so lively today, why not? Go take a look. A few Air Force buddies glanced at each other, packed up their fishing gear, and went to store it. At the dock in the fishing area of Yinlong Lake, there were 2 boats, one going directly to the scenic area, and one that could go to the scenic area. To enter the scenic area, you just needed to buy a ticket. Looking back, half of the remaining people had left, and their hearts felt a bit itchy. Moreover, with no one around, even if they caught a fish, there was no one to share it with right away. Suddenly, it seemed much less interesting. Hesitating for a moment. Fish can be caught every day, but opportunities for excitement are rare, so they followed along. Wenin had arrived at Yinlong Lake half an hour ago, and soon noticed that there were considerably fewer people fishing than in the past few days. He felt inwardly delighted. It was practically heaven sent. Finding a secluded corner, he took out a small submersible equipped with sonar and a miniature camera. He placed it in the water. Underwater, the Dragon Palace stirred as Aogun immediately opened his eyes, gazing towards the water's surface. Aogun remembered that the boss had instructed him not to show his face casually these days, so he pouted his lips. With a long dragon mouth, when he pouted like this, it created an excellent trajectory. Water dragon arrow. 3 silent water arrows shot out. In an instant, they completely pierced through the sonar submarine that had just entered the water. Wenin had just connected the equipment and was crouching by the lake, preparing to proceed with the next operation, when he suddenly felt a chill above his head. Wenin looked up and saw only the blue sky, without noticing anything unusual. He lowered his head, and the remote control device in his hand lost contact with the instrument again. Wenin couldn't care less about his head. He lay on the bank, trying to fish the small boat back. This thing was professional equipment from the unit worth several thousand. The small boat had just gone down, and he hadn't had time to operate it. It shouldn't have drifted too far. Just as he looked down, a 1-meter-long big fish suddenly jumped up beside him. With a loud slap, it slammed its tail heavily on Wen's head. Ouch! Wenin fell completely onto the riverbank, swallowing a mouthful of water. He hadn't had time to get up when he heard someone exclaim, "There are big catches over there. Hurry over. There are fewer people today. Indeed, only by staying put can one reap rewards. Let those who are blinded by desire regret it. Wait, my stuff? Wonin was still lying on the ground trying to salvage something when he was already pulled up by a fishing guy. Without saying a word, he casually gave a thumbs up. Dude, nice hairstyle. But is everything okay? It's normal for the rod to be dragged away by a fish. Don't lie by the water. They'll help you take revenge. As soon as the words fell, the guy arrogantly threw a handful of specialty rye flakes into the water. Make a spot. Solidify it. In an instant, all the fish gathered around. No, my thing is not a fishing rod. Then what is it? The guy asked back. It's something I put in the water. A fish finder. You can't use that. The guy glared angrily. Isn't this cheating? Seeing more and more people around one and dared not say more. He nervously waved his hand, muttering, it's useless, and turned to leave. Wonin was speechless. With this, his sonar video detecting submarine was completely doomed. What did that guy just say? My hairstyle. Wonin touched his head, feeling colder the more he touched. From the center of his forehead to the line on top of his head. Where's my hair? Wonin looked horrified at the lake, the water still relatively calm, vaguely reflecting his reverse mohawk. Covering his head, he wondered how he had gone bald. There must be something in this lake. He took out his phone and called Hu Xiaodong. Beep, beep, beep. No one answered. Wonin angrily hung up and called the leader in Beijing. He explained that Hu Xiaodong wasn't answering and that there was something strange in the lake. But the leader casually responded a few times and finally asked, did you capture anything? No, I didn't. Then what are you talking about? The equipment cost will be deducted from your salary next month. Leader. The other end had already hung up with a snap. Wonin felt wronged. He should go back. This place was not suitable for him, and he wouldn't go on a business trip again. Aegon nestled in the water, opening one eye, sensing that the aura of that strange person was gradually fading away. He snorted coldly. Just a few days ago, the boss had praised his management skills greatly. He had promised to arrange for him to have a dragon palace soon, and he was already working on the design plan for the dragon palace. Now causing destruction, seeking death. My lake full of soldiers is not for nothing. My 12 brothers in the East Sea are not easy to deal with. Just the complexities of the East Sea. I, Aegon, have successfully grown into a great dragon. But just having fish is not enough. A grand dragon palace needs some shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Aegon pulled out a 1-meter-long water plant from below his belly. He had already listed a long list of dragon palace requirements on it. Aegon picked up the pen and drew a shrimp, then drew a crab. Then happily stuffing the water plant, he carried it with him for inspiration. On the other side, Director, who was not intentionally ignoring when ANS called. At this moment, Director, who was enjoying free lotus flower pastries, immersed in the comedic magic performance of the pomegranate flower spirit driving away evil. Out of politeness, he had turned his phone to silent. He didn't know that he originally wanted to see some small animals, but got pushed in this direction halfway. He wanted to go elsewhere, but a kind-hearted guy pulled him. Brother, you took the wrong path. The flying flower pavilion is this way. Then he followed along inexplicably and inexplicably started eating. However, the performance was indeed good. The pomegranate flower spirit was lighting water with a branch of pomegranate flowers while helping a young man ward off plagues and dispel the 5 poisons. At the same time, it took out fist-sized pomegranates from various positions on his body. The movements were agile and the expressions were vivid, making the entire audience laugh heartily. Zhang Ruilin noticed a message popping up in the Shu Ling Secret Realm group. Lele Bulele, I made it. I made it. I'm going. It was really a direct opening of 12 flower spirit performances, almost missing it. Where did this big boss come from? Lele Bulele, it's just that the peony set is gone. What a pity, I can't eat the free peony set anymore. According to the rules agreed upon by Zhang Ruilin and the merchant, they would start with the peony set, and once the peony attribute was activated, other flower spirit sets would be offered. Each time an attribute was activated, that option would automatically be removed from the free selection menu. Seeing the message, Zhang Ruilin smiled. No big deal. They are all friends from the same group. He called the attendant and ordered another round of peony, please. The attendant's eyes lit up as he happily went downstairs. Okay, please wait a moment. Tang, he whispered to Jiang Xinglong beside him. I just felt that Linzi has a situation. He hasn't been watching the live broadcast lately. He must have fallen for some female streamer. Jiang Xinglong took a sip of pomegranate juice and glanced at him sideways. Don't talk nonsense. If he wants to beat you up, I won't stop him. Clearly all the things were non-alcoholic, but just being here made him feel inexplicably relaxed with a sense of slight inebriation. Performances were staged one after another. Hua Qianxiu meditated on the top floor, feeling the rich and passionate emotions inside the building, the intense 7 feelings and 6 desires. Joy, anger, worry, thought, sadness, fear, and surprise surged in. The heart method of the Flying Flower Palace is the 7 feelings refining spirit technique, which requires understanding the 7 emotions of humanity, using the 7 feelings as nourishment to gradually cultivate a powerful spirit. The signature move of the Flying Flower Palace, the Skyful Flying Flowers Kill, can strike directly at the weakest point of the opponent's Tao heart. In the illusion, it draws out the deepest inner demons of the opponent, amplifying their pain and desires, creating an unbreakable maze of illusions, then easily controlling and defeating them. But the difficulty of the heart method lies in the need to understand the desires of the world to use them as weapons. Everyone in the Tianshu realm is learning to restrain themselves, making the cultivation of the heart method exceptionally difficult. One elder even led people away from the Flying Flower Palace, simplifying the heart method and blending in some other things, establishing the Hawan sect. At one point it thrived tremendously. However, later a powerful senior sister appeared, and her 16 husbands who were married under different identities all came to her door. To compete for this senior sister, a fierce battle broke out in the Hahuan sect. Later, the Hahuan sect declined. Now things are different. Entering the secret realm, the one who benefits the most is the Flying Flower Palace. The cultivation resources here are simply inexhaustible. Several elite disciples have been arranged for the flower spirit performances. Thanks to Lin Bo's stories, their cultivation has skyrocketed recently. Of course, she would not neglect the mortals who help them cultivate. After fully releasing the repressed emotions from within, they can walk their own path well. Tonight's performance, I hope they will enjoy it. The performances at the Flying Flower Pavilion were continuous. At 3 in the afternoon, the Peach Blossom Fairy began her performance of Peach Blossom's Fall Peach Blossom Flow. A gigantic peach tree appeared on stage with petals falling gracefully, creating a shower of blossoms. The Peach Blossom Fairy danced among the flowers holding a transparent peach blossom flow fan. The fan, made of an unknown material, was as clear as water with petals drifting upon it. As she moved, tiny koi fish could be seen swimming against the current. The Peach Blossom Fairy wore a relaxed smile, showing no signs of sorrow. It was as if she knew they would meet again next year. Because they would meet again, there was no need for sadness. The audience below admired her dance, expressing their amazement. The props are fantastic. The falling peach blossoms are so artistic and carefree. Do you remember the second act? The Peach Blossom Fairy's true form guides souls at the gates of hell, suppressing evil spirits. Having witnessed so many farewells, how can one be so open and free? I think I saw someone selling peach charms in the back courtyard. Let's go buy one. Let's get one. All 12 flower deities had appeared today. If one arrived early, having watched the Peach Blossom Fairy's performance would mean they had seen all the shows at the Flying Flower Pavilion today. The tourists were extremely excited. It was indeed a feast for the eyes today. Although Zhang Ruilin had only invited one additional peony performance after all 12 flower deities had performed, he ceased his hospitality. However, those who arrived later and missed 1 or 2 flower deities, feeling unsatisfied, simply purchased another package and cast some votes, hoping for more opportunities. The hall was buzzing with discussions about the recent performances. My favorite is the Lotus Fairy. Oh, where did all that water on stage come from? Not only is there water, but also fish. Those koi cannot thrive without at least 2 meters of water, commented a fishing enthusiast passing by. They just swim around on stage, what does it matter? Someone retorted, but seriously, the scene with the Lotus Fairy playing with fish was truly exquisite. The Jade Hairpin Fairy looked like a lady stepping out of an ancient painting. The sound of the zither and the singing like celestial music to the ears. The Osmanthus Fairy's appearance was the most beautiful, with the round moon as a backdrop reminiscent of the heavenly palace. The dance of the branch in the moonlight was simply stunning. A girl voiced a different opinion, her cheeks puffed with excitement. And the Osmanthus cake is undoubtedly the best. No, the hibiscus cake is the best. And the hibiscus fairy, her palace lantern is so beautiful, and when the dry ice came out she transformed so gracefully. The scene of dispelling the frost was truly divine. Am I the only one crying for the Camellia Fairy's passionate love story? It was so touching. The Chrysanthemum Fairy was the coolest. Just like the poem that needs to be unlocked, a fragrant array permeates Chang'an, the whole city adorned in golden armor, so heroic. Each flower captures each eye. After the performance, every audience member had their own favorite flower deity. But regardless, being able to watch all the performances in one go today was simply too delightful. Uncertain who raised their voice, all 12 flower deities have appeared today. Let's see if we can also open the path to heaven. There's still some time, come on, let's go do the tasks. Yeah, there are still many places we haven't explored. Someone finally snapped back to reality. Let's go. A large group set off energetically. The Flying Flower Pavilion had mostly emptied, with a corner occupied by dozens of elderly folks from the Old Soldier Travel Agency. Now that the route was familiar, Zheng Jiong let Huang Mao and the others try leading the group themselves. A month passed, and a little stubble had grown on Huang Mao's bald head. Perhaps due to frequently helping the elderly climb mountains, his posture appeared much more upright and robust than before. The elderly folks excitedly surrounded Huang Mao. Young man, after so many years of retirement, I've seen fake promotional performances that never existed. Oh, I've seen projects that came with last-minute price hikes, but I've never seen such simplicity and honesty from you. If there are good things, why not share them? So many performances plus free food. If promoted, it would definitely be a hit. Huang Mao felt like crying. No, ma'am. This time was just a coincidence. Usually you have to buy your own meals, and it's true you can only see 1 or 2 shows. You're just being modest. Even if you have to buy, it's worth it. But how can you not earn money like this? Is there anything for sale in this scenic area? I heard there are peach charms for sale. An elderly man chimed in. Take us to browse around. I want to buy one for my grandson. Yes, that girl performing as the Peach Blossom Fairy was really impressive when she defeated the ghosts. Huang Mao was shocked. He hadn't even promoted yet, and people were already buying. This was different from what was rumored in the industry. He had even learned a set of sales techniques, but it seemed he wouldn't need them. Hu Xiaodong stepped out of the Flying Flower Pavilion, taking a deep breath. He hadn't expected to sit here until the afternoon, initially just planning to take a look, now preparing to head to the cute beast paradise. Another big brother greeted him enthusiastically. Why are you just standing there? Let's go forge some iron. Tonight's performance will surely be the most shocking one in a month. Huh. Hu Xiaodong felt the lively atmosphere around him and involuntarily followed along. Well, it's my day off. If not today, I can go tomorrow. Forging iron. That sounds interesting too. In the evening, Chen Shunsher brought Zhang Yuanshui out of the Divine Valley Garden. Looking at the bustling scenic area, he turned to ask, is it lively here today? Must be because it's the weekend. Zhang Yuanshui was still reviewing the data he had just recorded. Right, Comrade Shaolin said there would be performances in the scenic area tonight. I've been too busy to check it out before. Should we go see it today? Teacher, won't it be too noisy? Your health. Zhang Yuanshui expressed some concern. Chen Shunsher patted his chest confidently. I feel great. In the past few days at the scenic area, he had been eating well and sleeping well. Every evening he strolled with Wang Difu Jianggai and that elder named Hu Wanli resting on benches when tired. In these 2 days his body felt much stronger. Isn't it said that life lies in movement? Before in the sanatorium, there were so many restrictions that he was almost lying down all the time. Let's go. People need to balance work and rest. Liu Mo and several members of his team arrived early at the venue, set up a few fixed camera positions, and checked the batteries of the drones. Today he wanted to capture some stunning footage. At 7 p.m. the audience seats by Wulong Beach were already filled with people. Wang Lele held up his phone watching the barrage of comments flooding in the live stream. Oh my, they managed to showcase all 12 flower deities in just one day. Oh, which brother has such skill? I can't wait for tonight's performance. Streamer scouts ahead. I'll be there on May Day. What a lively scene. Where is this? Great, welcome to Follow the Streamer. The streamer is bringing you live coverage from the Shu Ling Secret Realm. Zhang Ruilin and 2 childhood friends secured a good spot. After watching the performances of the 12 flower deities Tang, he had no doubts left, only full of anticipation. At 7:30 the performance began. The swordsman with an umbrella appeared in the water advancing the plot, and the audience erupted in waves of gasps. Ji Ziming had watched many times, yet he was still deeply moved by the sight before him. However, today he felt even more anxious, gripping the pen tightly in his hand. Just as the old man questioned the heavens and the young swordsman was about to be summoned to ascend, a clear zither sound resonated through the town. The jade hairpin fairy sat atop the roof, her delicate fingers resting on the strings of a zither. Her fingertips were soft yet remarkably strong. The sound of the zither rang out. Next to her, Xing Nyang harmonized with the sound of her flute as the music began to play. Cheers erupted from the audience. Look, flowers are blooming by the river. It's the jade hairpin flowers. And over there, a visitor pointed to the right bank of the river. Is that an apricot tree? It's in bloom. Under the moonlight, the apricot flowers appeared even whiter. Accompanied by the music, other flower deities soared into the sky. The audience looked up, witnessing the graceful flight of the flower deities. They've taken to the air. They look so beautiful while flying. Like true immortals. Each of them flies in a different posture. Megu, light and elegant, turned gracefully, waving her hand. In the distance, splashes of water rose. Look at the opposite side of the lake. It's May, but it's not the season for plum blossoms. The water curtain fell. On the opposite bank, a patch of white plums bloomed beautifully against the water. A holographic projection. The audience exclaimed in surprise. The peach blossom fairy had leapt from the rooftop, jumping from the other side, and everywhere she passed, pink light shimmered. She jumped high and far, spinning in midair, extending her arms towards the audience. The petals of the peach blossoms scattered like a storm. The audience watched the sky, filled with petals, reaching out to touch them, yet finding nothing. It really is a projection, but it's so lifelike. Countless peach blossoms bloomed along the cliffs on the right. The peach blossoms have bloomed. It's like a dream. I never want to wake up. A lotus fairy glided across the surface of the lake, her fingertips brushing the water, creating a trail of shimmering light. The silver light coalesced into clusters of green lotus leaves with flower buds emerging. People barely had time to gasp. Look, the osmanthus fairy. She's heading straight for the moon. Today is clearly the 26th day of the lunar calendar, yet a full moon hangs beside the mountain. An artificial moon. The osmanthus fairy turned to look at the moon, waving at it. A branch of an osmanthus tree peeked out from the center of the moon, growing stronger and stretching its branches freely, adorned with golden osmanthus flowers. The osmanthus fairy sat upon the osmanthus branch. Go! The flower deities called out in unison. Peony, chrysanthemum, hibiscus, pomegranate, camellia, and the osmanthus flower deity gathered above Wulong Beach, their garments flowing, resembling celestial beings. They extended their hands, emitting a spectrum of radiant light. Along the riverbank, various colors of peonies, chrysanthemums, hibiscuses, and camellias sprang up, all radiating a dreamlike glow. The audience erupted. 100 flowers in bloom. What virtue do I possess to witness this? By day I am the tyrant, by night the Jade Emperor. This is worth it. This life is worth it. The flower deities all reached out towards Yixingtian. We shall protect you, paving your way with flowers. Boom. The lotus flowers suddenly bloomed, flourishing, carrying everyone's hopes. The flower trees trembled, countless petals soared, converging into a river in the air. Go break this sky. Sword, come. The light voices of the flower deities blended with the young voice of the swordsman. Flowers and swords, paving the path for Yi Xingxian's advance. Stepping on lotus flowers, Yi Xingtian dashed forward, stepping on the bridge formed by the gathered petals. Each step splashed petals, translucent petals shimmering under the moonlight. An old visitor retrieved the sword stored at the blacksmith shop. Last week the blacksmith shop had expanded, adding a sword hall and a sword tomb. It was inconvenient to carry swords away, so one could choose to store them there marked with a number. This was incredibly friendly to regular visitors. After all, carrying swords around is not easy. This was the most immersive moment. Flying swords rise. Countless flying swords ascended into the sky, forming a heavenly ladder. Yi Shengtian soared into the air, petals falling behind him like a cloak or butterfly wings. Wow! Tang Yi was astonished. Is the small scenic area this powerful now? The audience gazed in awe. This time they will undoubtedly succeed. Yi Shengtian looked at the sky, his heart surging. He had performed many times, often pondering how similar the story designed by the boss was to the situation in the Tianshu realm. The same broken path to immortality, the same desperate struggle. Luckily, they had encountered the boss. The sky here was about to be broken. Could the sky of the Tianshu realm also be shattered? The boss had already helped them a lot. One day they would unite everyone's strength. With unwavering courage. Taking that step. If the heavens do not allow me, why should I preach to the world, yet cut off my path to immortality? Yi Shengtian recited the predetermined lines, yet these words came purely from his heart. Having seen the methods of the immortals, how could I bow my head to the mundane? To conform is to be mundane, to resist is to be immortal. Today we shall defy the heavens. The sword in his hand was a prop, and as Yi Shengtian swung it, he inadvertently released the sword intent he had just comprehended. With a swing of the sword. At the same time, Lin Bo received a notification. The construction of the Sixian Tower is complete. The timing is perfect. Prepare to debut. Under the sword light, the silhouette of the Sixian Tower gradually emerged, still shrouded in a faint mist. Look, that is the Celestial Palace. They have succeeded. The audience exclaimed excitedly. Suddenly the clouds in the sky roiled and gathered, thunder rumbling. He wanly puzzledly took out a jade token and inquired, has Senior Brother Gao's formation improved again? Why does the intensity of this thunder seem to approach the golden core tribulation? Gao Mingfeng's voice came, it's not me. This is the tribulation thunder. How could there be a tribulation in the secret realm? Besides, Shengtian has already reached the golden core stage. How could he face another golden core tribulation? Unless... In a flash, Lin Bo also sensed something was off. System. Where did the thunderclouds come from? The sword intent he just unleashed forcefully broke through the scenic area's restrictions, triggering a punishment mechanism. However, please rest assured, as it was an unintentional mistake, the range and intensity of the tribulation won't be great, only affecting him. A strike to the head. Do we really want him to be struck by lightning in front of the visitors? Solutions. There are two solutions. One is for you, the boss, to help him bear it. After all, you won't face any issues in the scenic area. Let's get real. Or let him go to the Sixian Tower. Currently, the Sixian Tower has the strength to withstand this level of lightning, plus it's far enough to minimize the impact on the visitors. Lin Bo decisively sent a message to Yi Shengtian using the jade token, go to the Sixian Tower. At the same time, he issued an order to Gao Mingfeng, turn off the sensory enhancement formation, activate the protective formation, and have Master Su Xian observe the audience's situation. Lin Bo had just given orders to the audience and directly climbed to the highest point. If lightning were to strike, it might as well strike him first. Although it was quite similar to his own design performance process, the lightning had suddenly surged to a new level. Tonight he would have to give the system a thorough talking to. Yi Shengtian received the order. His expression hardened, and he charged towards the Sixian Tower. The audience remained excited, while the tribulation thunder. Indeed, a fellow Taoist is about to undergo tribulation here. This effect is even better than before. He went towards the back. The lightning roared down, chasing after Yi Shengtian. It struck the roof of the Sixian Pavilion. The glazed azure tiles erupted in a dazzling golden light. The entire Sixian Pavilion suddenly brightened, radiating brilliance. With jade walls and azure tiles, the flying eaves and upturned corners were arranged in an intricate manner. The building's elevated position, combined with the surrounding mountains and trees, made it look like a floating palace from this perspective. Everyone was left dumbfounded with only two words in their minds. Celestial Palace.